asking him, I said, from the East Coast, Lou, and he's like, yeah.
All the way to the West Coast.
And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It was actually an event that I know how people whatever. It should have been appreciated as something that was spectacular and amazing that doesn't happen often here in this realm.
Yeah.
And we can't describe it. We should have just considered it either a miracle, or if it had destructionary power, consider it like a signal to that one time that there was a disaster. Like, but we should have appreciated it. Not, oh, there's a fire. Yeah, like that's insane.
I do remember that.
Hey,
Now listen. Like sometimes the coast of California has so many fires that literally almost like half of California, like let's say the whole entire south half from Point Reyes, which is just north of LA, like around Ventura, halfway down. That's not even half. But sometimes that whole entire coast is clouded over from it is smoke from fires. Now the sun will look totally orange for us, but I'm sure you in the Midwest or on the East Coast aren't experiencing that because once the weather goes over the Rockies and it hits the plains, it changes. Then it gets to the Mississippi Valley, it changes again. All those things are moving around, and then the East Coast has a totally different cycle.
Yeah, just like when comets happen, it's actually an amazing event. But it's just like, oh, here's an amazing event that's not really that amazing, because there's like this is happening everywhere in space. It's just we just happen to be in a position where we can experience it. Fuck you. Like sitting there looking at that thing, looking at a comet in the sky, whatever that is, whatever it is, you're looking at it. You're like, whoa, some rare situation is going on with the sky. I have no fucking idea. And as a child would do, I should be able to speculate and use my mind to play around any way that I choose because it's my imagination. And then when I'm done, go on about my day. I shouldn't be writing down books and trying to get people to believe what what I mean.
Yeah, right. I know. Well, at least what we're starting with, Elijah, is reality itself, and then we take it wherever we need to. But the reality part is still stands fast. It's still there foundationally. Listening to that Brenda debacle is just freaking amazing to me, though, that people believe that kind of nonsense and will just double down on it and triple down on it, even though, like, they're saying contradictory statements in a couple of sentences. They've gone against what they said the first sentence. Like it's.
Well, I feel like we've given them some sense of legitimacy merely by entertaining them and talking to them.
Yeah.
So you don't have to censor people and shut people down, but really when it first came up that, hey, I can see Chicago from et cetera, and somebody said, oh, that's a mirage. And then you go, wait a minute, let me Google mirage. Oh, no, it's not. Like, and then they wanted to argue it. You just walk away like you're a crazy person.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't do that. We just sit there and talk to them all day.
Like
and so that creates, that makes it a holding place for us, the people who can actually facilitate the information the best. We don't do it because we're busy talking to people who will just deny reality.
And waste
And
our
then they'll
time.
and then they'll project and say that we're denying reality.
Right,
Well,
right. Like I agree with you on that a lot. Most times, actually, like sometimes you do just have to say, "Look, I have nothing else to say to this person because it's going around in circles. It's not getting anywhere. I'd like to talk with someone else." Yeah, just like it's not shutting them down. It's just like once once we stop participating with their fallacious arguments, baseless claims, they're just arguing with themselves then. So we need to stop arguing with idiots here. Get on to the subject. If they can't like hold a logical sequence, then you're talking to somebody who's illogical. Have a lot of fun with that. It's not fun.
I had an illogical discussion with a laser telemetry guy just a few days ago, and that was pretty fun. So, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I was talking to him, and he works on lasers for aerospace defense lasers, stuff like that, shooting stuff out of the sky. And I said, so, I have a question. Do lasers bend? And I said, I'm going to preface this very specifically. So pay attention. I said, do they bend when going through one medium, such as the atmosphere? And I said, for purposes of discussion, let's pretend the atmosphere is the same temperature, density, altitude, and whatnot for 100 miles, and you shine a laser. Is it going to go straight or is it going to bend? And he was like, well, why do you ask? And I said, well, because there's some laser tests done that show that there's less curvature or no curvature where there should be on the Earth. And he said, oh, well, yeah, it makes sense. The laser is going to bend because, there's different densities of the air. And I said, no, same density. And he said, well, as it travels around, it's going to want to go up in altitude because it's going over a curve, like the tangent. And so it's going to curve back down, and it'll always curve around the Earth. And I said, oh, okay, cool. I believe you. You're a laser expert. I said, so now tell me, when you're shooting something out of the sky that's at a higher altitude with your laser, do you guys account for this refraction that you're talking about right now? And he said, no, why? And I said, well, you just said that lasers bend. So how are you going to shoot something out of the sky with a bendy laser? I mean, how exactly does
well,
that work? And that kind of ended the discussion. It was kind of silly.
well, it's non sequitur to the claim that there's obstruction out there somewhere, because, well, Earth curve is in the way from seeing the rest of the Earth, or so it's like they're sitting here having us have conversations about what light does. Mind you, we were just talking about what coherent light sources do, lasers, versus uh, how we perceive things in the incoherent, illuminated um, air, or whatever that we see through, or that So it's like, what does what light is doing have to do with what we can perceive in our visual field? Because we're talking about there isn't an obstruction in between point A and point B. And then they're just like, oh, well, that's because light bends. What does that have to do with, like, if light, whatever light is doing, I shouldn't be seeing it because there should be an obstruction between me and that light? What are we talking about?
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I just had the chance to speak with a laser expert, so I thought I'd hear it from the horse's mouth if they bend or they don't bend, and then and then ask him how it works either way, so he could realize that he's in a mental pickle there. And then he
Yeah,
says, well, I know that it bends because it does the same thing as ham radio, and I use ham radio. And I know that it bounces off the ionosphere, and so it probably does the same thing, with light. And I said, can you show me a demonstration of radio waves being bounced off of ions or gas or anything? And he said, well, no. And I said, well, do you know how the ionosphere was discovered? Is they shot a radio signal and it went too far, and they thought, well, there has to be something up there. It can't be flat, so let's call it a ionosphere. And they still don't know what the actual charge is on these charged particles known as ions. So it's just like this silly claim, sort of like that 100 volts per meter claim by Feynman, where he claims that there's 100 volts per meter of electrostatic charge in the atmosphere, but they don't even mention the instrument used to measure it. It's just silly. I mean, on a top of a mountain, do you really have like thousands more volts than you would down at the bottom of a mountain? Or or does it only work when you get away from land, or how does that work?
oh, sorry. I'm probably also hot mic too. Sorry.
I mean, has anyone ever seen a demonstration of that 100 volts per meter claim that Dave Weiss is always talking about?
Well,
'Cause I've never
see,
seen one.
well,
I would love to see it.
the way that I, it sounds to me like because there is less stuff in the way, the efficiency of a connection or the propagation of light or energy or electricity is easier. So when you read, it would. When they say it, I have a better way of rewording it. But it seems to me like there's a greater reading because there's less stuff. Therefore, it's a better connection.
Right, but
When
there's
you
no
Google it,
actual.
that's what it says. When they say it, that's what they say. So it's not like to me. It doesn't sound like there's more of a charge. It sounds like you get a greater reading because there's less stuff.
All that, okay, but either way, and I see, thank you for your response. But like when Dave Weiss claims it and everyone else, they go, there's 100 volts per meter as you go up in the atmosphere, and the charge just increases, and they say it like it's a fact. And then I've confronted it and been supplied with the Feynman lecture where they got this information, and I'm an
If they cite
electrostatic.
it from the lecture,
Yeah, they just say that there was 100 volts per meter increase as you go up in altitude, but they never mention what instrument was used to measure this. No equipment, no nothing. So it's like a
his lecture,
baseless
there's
claim.
no. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very interesting because I've asked a couple of people about this too, and have hit the same wall. And I just left it alone because I'm like, well, I don't have any reason to really doubt it, you know. But
well, it's like the
it's
last.
interesting what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like the only remaining belief that I've found in flat Earth. Like I'm a flat earther.
A lot more.
gas pressure without a container, that's science, that's demonstratable. Flatness is demonstratable. There's so many things demonstratable. But the only thing that people are still, and I'm going to call it preaching because it sounds like a belief, is there's no demonstration of this increased static charge in altitude. But I hear so many people say it, and there is literally zero demonstrations. And as a group of flat earthers, not that I speak for everyone here, we're totally hooked on definitive, demonstrable proof. And this is the one area where it just goes all wonky. I mean, and it's easy to prove that it's not even the case. I mean, like I said, when you think about it, so if you go up to the top of a mountain that's 5,000 feet tall, does that 100 volts per meter apply there, or do you have to go above the tip of the mountain to experience it? Is it above ground level or is it above sea level? What if you're on a cliff? Is there 1,000 volts next to the cliff, but on the cliff there's 0 volts? I mean, it's just so silly at this point, but I'll leave it alone as well. Thank you for listening. I mean, I'm an electrostatic subject matter expert. That's what I do for a living. And that's why I was going, what model number of a static field meter did they use to test this?
Good question that you're asking.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't even know exactly how you'd perform this experiment, and I have equipment to do it. I mean, so it would be interesting. But I can tell you, I've gone up a ladder with a grounded static field meter and an aluminum plate to gather as much static as I can from the atmosphere, and it didn't change one bit. I mean, there's so many.
You have to have a ground and all that. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying.
There's a way to do it.
Well, post me the way to do it, and then I will. And I'm not challenging you. I'm.
No, I understand. You're you're just asking for the info. I got you.
Yeah. So, like, if anyone, could post, the instrument and how you would go about measuring this, I will perform the experiment because I have the equipment and it's rather expensive.
Wait a minute, bro. You're being too gracious. Okay.
Sure.
So let's be clear to everyone listening. If somebody within the flat Earth community, whatever, makes a claim that there's 100 volts per meter in the atmosphere, right, and then they start to make argumentation, assuming that the precedent is true, making conclusions based on that precedent being foregone conclusion, right, and then makes assertions within the community that this is what's happening in our world, and they are asked to provide the data. Okay, that data should be forthcoming within minutes, or affirmed and said, yes, I have it, I will give it to you. If that's not the case, then you should draw that person's ability to scrutinize information and to be in integrity, right, within their worldview. You should draw that into question. You should tell them, hey, bro, did someone just spout off some nonsense and you just believe it without any verification whatsoever? Because let me ask you this question. Isn't that how we got into the globe problem in the first place?
Yeah, like when that was a big, like when I first heard that, I was like, I mean, that sounds like something that I would know. Like that. In fact, it's an easy talking point, and it's like, okay, let me validate this. So I just asked the people who were saying it, and I have yet to really get any answer.
Right.
And then the only thing that I can come up with is, well, what Google says. And I'm like, well, if you're saying what Google says, then it's not that it's increasing. That's not what they're saying.
Well, yeah, but in the meantime, while you're waiting for the guys who claim that this is already established, right, to give you the information in which where it was established, the methodology and the data set, right, while you're waiting for that, in the meantime, people assume that these things are true, right? They stake their claim on it, they put their flag in it, and they dig their trench in it, to the point where they then go out and get into fights with other people, lose friends, right? Castigate people, polarize people in the community, quote unquote, right? And make all these personal actions based on this thing, which they have yet to even validate, simply because it tickles their fancy in the manner in which they perceive the world or their preference, right? And that's just ridiculous. Okay. All you people listening to this who practice this type of nonsense behavior, okay, you need to look in the mirror and check yourself before you go out in public trying to wreck other people, right? Or talk down to them when you're, my point is this. Okay. Well, obviously, we're talking about things like the ether wars and the gravity wars and the Bob Nodell versus Nathan Oakley type nonsense. Okay. Everybody just needs to take a grain of salt and realize that a lot of the claims that they think they have aren't actually validated. So you need to parse it out with a grain of salt and say, hey, this is just speculation, or hey, this is a possibility, rather than saying this is definitely the way it is and you're wrong if you don't agree.
Yeah, definitely. What gets me is there's so much talk of electrostatics. I mean, I hear so many, about half the gravity discussions always end up in the, well, do you know about electrostatics? And I'm like, holy crap, I have never seen a single person with a static field meter in their hand talking about electrostatics in the community. And we could change that. But like you'll see in the text there, I posted a picture called the triboelectric series. And this is one thing that sort of, in my mind, debunks the whole electrostatics gravity thing. As you can see, there's a red arrow pointing up, which is positive, and a blue arrow pointing down for negative, and all these materials next to it from air to Teflon. And each one of those things charges differently. Some are neutral, some only charge positive, some charge negative. So when they say, oh, well, the negative charge of the Earth brings things down, well, that's not true. Not all things on the Earth are charged negative. Some are charged positive. And so, now you have repelling forces and attracting ones. And, so it just gets silly real quick if once you've studied electrostatics just a little bit.
There's also I'm not going to call this a fallacy, but there is a common way of thinking about certain problems where people get stuck into this idea that it must be a singular factor, right? Or an all-encompassing factor rather than a multitude of combined factors, right? So for example, let's just say for sake of argument that it's part electrostatic and part something else and part something else, right? And you need all three things working simultaneously in order for the effect to occur. But if you have a myopic vision that you want to explain everything with electrostatics, right, then you're going to suffer a blind spot to those other things that you might want to check out, right? And then and then rather than saying, you know what, good point, they get it personal. They take it personal. And that's, to be honest, that's just getting old.
Well, and honestly, this is a real question for everyone, is why the hell doesn't relative density work? Why do we have to have electrostatics in there? As far as I know, I haven't found any instance, and you'll probably all agree, that relative density doesn't work for things falling and rising. If you want to talk about going sideways, like some Cavendish balls or something, you might be talking static magnetism, but not up and down.
Yeah, again, relative density isn't a sufficient phraseology to explain everything. Right. So again, some people have a myopic vision, they attach something to that term, and then they try to explain everything with that term, rather than see the idea that maybe it's a multitude of factors.
And just because I'm curious, now that you say that, what happens that is not explained by relative density as far as things rising and falling?
Oh, you mean you're asking it, or is it rhetorical?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like you were saying, there are some situations where you might need another explanation besides relative density for rising and falling objects. And I was wondering what an example of something like that might be, besides a besides like an airplane that uses high and low pressure to go up and down. We understand that.
Well, I mean, typically the answer that would be given is lateral motion rather than vertical or up and down motion.
Right, that's what I was saying. Those would be covered by like, magnetism, could be electrostatics to attracting charges, right? Positive and negative. Those do attract things like a static charged balloon attracts running water to it, with a faucet, and you can demonstrate that. But as far as up and down, I don't think you need any sort of other explanations besides relative density. And I'm not arguing with you. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but the standard argument would be that we don't see spontaneous lateral movement based on density stratifications. It's almost always linear in at least some respect, sort of linear in an up and down fashion, perpendicular to the plane of the ground.
Sure.
So there appears to be, at least to most people, what seems to be a natural observation that things generally go up and down. Or, they go up or they go down, or a combination of the two, depending on the relative density media that they're in.
Right. So
And if
where would we need
unsupported,
like
right? And if
electrostatic?
unsupported, but anyway, if unsupported, to let me round that point out, if
Sure.
unsupported, it seems to us that, from what I can gather from my observations in life, is that something that's unsupported, right? If it's more dense than the media around it, it goes down. If it's less dense than the media around it, it goes up. And if unsupported, it almost always goes down.
I totally agree.
So
unless it has its own energy, which some things do. Like, for example, gas seems to have its own energy to go in, omnidirections.
Is water vapor a gas? I don't
Yes.
know the answer to this. Yes, it is. Okay.
Uh,
So
evaporation is gas. I'm pretty sure, man. I'm positive about that.
this is just a weird thought I had the other day. I was contemplating the omnidirectional dispersion of gas, right? And I can't remember the speed it moves at, but it's something, meters per second, like, pretty fast. And then I was like looking up at a cloud in the sky, just sitting there. And I thought, well, why the hell isn't it dispersing? It's gas.
Right.
And it's all like, I don't have any gotcha point to this, obviously.
No.
It just seemed like a weird exception to all the gas stuff that I discuss with people
Always
and
up
that
there.
I discussed in here. What's up?
Well, MacGyver, you're right. There's a lot of flat earthers out there going, "Hey, man, electrostatic gravity," and I'm like, "Okay, well," and there's electric, whatever volts per meter, whatever. I mean, if you're the expert, man, you got the equipment. I think Whitsitt is looked into this quite a bit. He might have some citations or something, experiments that were done.
I don't think he
If
does. I love Whitsitt and I have a lot of respect for him, as I do for
right,
all of you guys.
yeah,
I highly disagree. Sometimes when he starts talking to me, it sounds like a sort of religious on the electrostatics thing, but that's all I will say. I'd rather,
Well,
discuss
you got
You know what?
with him here.
That could
I'm
be
not gonna
cleared up.
question it.
That could be cleared up. Okay. So
Yeah.
easy by the data set and the methodology being presented to you and, quite frankly, to anybody else interested.
I'm interested. I think if he's got the equipment, I'll kick in whatever. It takes a little more money to do it, whatever the test is. I would love to know that, man.
Yeah.
Whatever volts per meter, man. Fucking, how do we do that?
I'm gonna post a picture here in the chat just of the device that you would use so that you guys can be familiar with what it is as well. If you'd
Excellent.
like.
Thank you.
Yeah, one second.
I'm driving, but I'll check it out when I stop here. Yeah, I'm sure that equipment's not cheap. You know, it's thousands of dollars. I'm sure. So
Using
Some are.
telescopes for free at your local astronomy clubs. There's got to be some free engineering or free something, right? That'll allow. It would be ridiculous to think that something like this couldn't be done. Sounds simple enough.
right, you know, the best I got is a voltmeter, man. That's
Yeah, it's that proposition. It sounds simple enough to do, right? It's kind
yeah,
of late to the party because people have already claimed that it is true and exists, and they're making assertions about it based on that. So when somebody
exactly.
asks them, hey, where's that data set? Okay, kind of like we asked Zanuck or Mr. Veach, M. Scott Veach, or
Yep,
Wolfie 6020. We've been waiting for
right,
5 years for their data sets that they were supposed to give us. We shouldn't have to wait for that for quote unquote people within the quote unquote truther community.
right.
And I'm not at this point, I'm not accusing anyone of being untoward, but the point is if this claim is true and the data set exists and the measurements have been done, then getting that information shouldn't be that hard.
Well, if Feynman just talked about it, where did he get his information, and what paper, what experiment, what test was done?
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, somebody had mentioned using just a voltmeter,
Right.
and the biggest thing to understand about static electricity is the reason it's called static is because it is static and that it's not moving, right? It has no current. It's like a sitting charge versus like electricity, DC or AC power from a battery. It has
Right.
a flowing current that powers stuff.
Well,
So that's why you have to use a static field meter rather than a voltmeter.
it's similar to a magnetic field?
Yeah, it kind of rests on something, and it's different on others.
Right.
Like I said, you could you could rub a piece of Teflon right on your shirt and set it on the table, and then rub
Yeah.
a piece of styrofoam and set it on the table, and take this static field meter here, and you would read a giant positive voltage on the styrofoam. It can be up to like 20,000 volts on an insulator, right? And
Right.
then on the Teflon, you might end up with negative 10,000 volts. And every material in between, is different. So that's why I say that there's a lot of more understanding for static electricity, and it's pretty fun too when you get into it.
Sounds awesome. Yeah, I was like when you take the balloon
Hey,
and you can put it next to the running faucet and watch the water go go bending. That's kind of cool. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and you guys, like, you can get a static charge on a balloon, right? We've all done that with our hair, and you stick it to the wall. Do you know how to get the
Yeah.
static charge off the balloon?
Water.
dynamite. That's how I usually do
Dynamite
it.
would probably work, yeah. No, water won't work because the charge is on the inside of the balloon as well, right? So you have to use a static ionizer that shoots out a balanced charge of positive and negative ions. And if it's like positively charged on your material, it attracts all the negative ions from the ionizer till it reaches zero charge and it balances it. Or they have nowadays, the new one is they're using a nuclear waste product called polonium 210 from nuclear reactors, and it emits what they call alpha particles or alpha ions, and it's just this little puck, and it has no power to it. It's kind of creepy, and they set it in the lab over electronics, and it just kind of emits these invisible alpha ions that neutralize any static charge within about a 3-foot radius. And if you could see them, apparently they just fall down like dry ice would fall down, and they last like 2 years.
Wow.
So I stay away from them personally because I'm not an idiot, but there's a lot of people using them.
Yeah, they use them in electronic manufacturing, just to keep the equipment safe or whatever they're working on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but real quick, a side note on data sets, right? So there's many times in the globe Earth history where they've provided quote unquote data sets, right, that confirm their quote unquote predictions. Lo and behold, when put to scrutiny, you find out actually sifted the data till they found a favorable probabilistic result and called that the conclusive result, ignoring all the unconclusive results, and that it was essentially a sea of noise. And they just picked a random generated noise that sort of matched their prediction and called it settled science, right? You know, kind of like LIGO or the quote unquote predictions about relativity, bending light around quote unquote stars, and all that mumbo jumbo.
It's a cool story.
Good story.
Super cool, actually.
So MacGyver, you talked to the laser guy, and he basically kind of brushed you off, huh? After you kind of pinned him down a little bit.
Well, I mean, he knows where I'm coming from because we're friends. We have been for a long time. And
Right.
he knows that I'm into flat Earth. But he's, you know, we could say high level. And yeah, so he knew where I was going with it. So it was an instant pickle as soon as I asked him if lasers bend. But
yeah, so what level is he at in the industry? Is he at DARPA level or Pentagon level?
Oh, well, I would have to refuse to say.
All right, so he's a scrub.
Maybe that's your
All right,
answer.
so we've identified that he's a scrub pogue that doesn't know anything. All right, cool. So now that we've identified that,
yeah, he knows
okay,
nothing. Yep.
Yeah, so now that we've identified that, I linked you a paper,
okay,
to a quote unquote observation / experiment, whatever, about lasers recently done by the United States government, chartered to some universities, and if I remember correctly, Boeing. Right, so
sure.
They did this test with 3 different lasers over 120 kilometers and found that the lasers did not behave in any way, shape, or form like the quote unquote refractive model necessary to save the globe from all these laser tests, long distance observations, etc. So essentially they falsified the daydream refraction that they wish they had. So it would be interesting for you to, inform him of that, read up on it yourself, and let the chips fall where they may.
Oh yeah, no, he's totally cool with me sharing information with him. That's sort of the fun part about him. He's one of the guys that knows enough to want to talk to him, but he's down to earth enough where he doesn't call you crazy, if that makes sense. When I told him about this originally, he said, "You need to watch the movie Capricorn 1," and just gave me a weird look. And I was like, "Is this code talk?" And then I watched it and I went, "Holy shit, he knows," So, yeah, I'll ask him about it.
He knows what? What do you mean? Can you I'm missing what you're alluding to.
Oh, when I first brought up the idea of flat Earth and that I was investigating it, and we talked about the moon landing and stuff, and I said, "Well, what do you think about all this?" He said, "I think you need to watch the movie Capricorn 1." And I hadn't seen it at the time, and I went and watched it, and once I watched it, I know you guys have all seen it, I went, "Oh my God, this guy knows what's going on. Like, he knows the moon landing is a fake." You know, so it was like I'm
All right.
talking to
I'm gonna have to
a guy
revoke
that
your
knows
clearance.
What is Capricorn about though?
You're giving
Capricorn,
away
like
state
what's the
secrets.
it's
So you have
about fake
fake Mars
moon
landing.
landing. Oh, Mars, yeah.
Yeah.
And it shows how they faked
it's
it,
what?
and you can a
It shows
movie
how they
about
faked the Mars
It's
landing.
a legit. Oh wait,
No,
so okay? Is it like
Hollywood.
So Hollywood
It's like a
came out with a
Hollywood movie.
movie, and why is he say like? Are you saying that anyone who's okay? So when you watch the what's that the documentary about flat Earth on Netflix, when people say watch it, it's because they think that it debunks flat Earth, right? So when he's
Right.
telling you to watch Capricorn 1, is it because he's saying no, this will prove to you that it's legitimate, or like how are you determining that he
Um,
told
well,
you to watch it because
he was saying essentially watch this movie and you'll have a better understanding of how they faked it, essentially.
that's what he said? So
He
that's
said
did he say that?
no, he implied it. He can't, because of what he does and who he is, he can't just say stuff like that to me. So he has to imply it. When I said, how
yeah,
could people do this? He said, watch Capricorn 1. Like, that'll answer all your questions, basically.
yeah. But see,
And,
this only puts it out into the plausibility of being what's called a gray op, right? So, for example, in the Cold War era and the space race, like the United States declared we're getting the moon first, right? So that being said, now becomes a state endeavor, right, at a international level, right? So like the consequences of the United States failing to accomplish this task is national security, right? So more often than not, in these types of situations, the military has a real plan to execute real logistical things, and then an alternate plan, which is essentially a bluff. And they must execute one or the other, whichever one is capable to be done. So, for example, they might say, yes, we could definitely make it to the moon, but we need this backup fake plan because if we fail, all hell's going to break loose. So we're either going to the moon or we're faking it, one or the other. Team A, focus on getting to the moon. Team B, focus on faking it. And we'll run with whichever one we can. Right? Now, everybody involved still believes the moon is where they say it is, the heliocentric model, yada, yada, yada. Right? Everyone still is on board with the mainstream narrative. The only thing that they're doing is just covering up the fact that they didn't actually physically go there.
Great
that's
analogy.
fair. What if both countries were faking it at the same time,
Exactly. Who could fake it faster?
Yeah, and they both know it's fake, right? So they're like, we got to go. So the Russians think that we faked it first. And you're like, you guys are idiots. Like,
Right. But so there's another layer within these type of ops, which is okay, so the other layer is, let's say that they say we are going, right? And let's say they fake certain guys going and certain guys not going. So, for example, these set of astronauts are told, yes, we're going to go, but you guys aren't really going to go. And then they tell the other guys, yes, we're going to go, but you guys aren't really going to go. And now both groups are told that they're absolutely sworn to secrecy and they can't tell each other what's going on, right? So at the end, all the astronauts sit on their ass in a room for a month or whatever. But the other group of astronauts literally believes that the other group is on the moon, even though the other group of astronauts know they're not on the moon. Which is one reason why those guys looked like somebody kicked them in the nuts, in the press conference. They're like, you guys just came back from the moon. What are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to take a big dump because my life sucks. It's like, that was their attitude, right?
yeah, that was a weird one. None of them looked proud.
Right, now check this out. How many of those astronauts knew that it's impossible to go to the moon? And how many of them just thought it is possible, but I missed out? Because of whatever logistics happened, we ended up having to go with plan B, which is fake it. And I missed my chance to be on the moon. So this idea that all these people within this organization know that everything's nonsense is just not true.
But
I'd be so pissed if I lost out to Don Pettit.
Yeah, bro, that was definitely an affirmative action hire.
He reminds me of McFly from Back to the Future. That's what I get. Anyways, funny. So, like, when I'm talking to the laser guy, right? His son, which I've known for a long time too, is sitting next to me, and he's like, "Holy crap, this guy's a flat earther," and I didn't know it, you know. And so he starts going into his defense of things, and it was funny because he took a conspiracy theory class in college, right? And this was just, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago that he took it. And so everything he said was, well, my professor said that, you know, these conspiracy theories and this and that. And long story short, I said at the end, so which conspiracy theory did your teacher tell you was actually real, right? Which was the one that people should have paid attention to. It wasn't a fake, you know? And he said, well, he didn't teach us that any of them were real. And I said, well, doesn't that make you think a little bit? You know, and I said, is he telling you that the government has never lied? Was that his point? He goes, well, what have they lied about? And it's just, you know, and the list just started going out of my mouth and things nobody can disagree with. Like, where's the weapons of mass destruction? You know, where's all these things? What about the Tuskegee experiments? What about Gulf of Tonkin? What, you know? And they're like, well, I guess they lied about those, and you know, so, I mean, it's just funny to hear someone that can base their whole worldview off of one professor that they had in college for one effing semester. Blows my mind.
Yeah, in the movie Interstellar, they actually go with the fact that they faked the moon landing. I don't know if anybody saw that movie. I think lots of people saw it.
I can't do space movies anymore. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord ruined them for me.
I had that for a week, maybe 2 weeks. I was like, oh man, can't see any space thing. But it's a story, right? I can enjoy a story, a fiction story.
At least
I
they call it a movie.
Right.
Yeah, so, you know, like that movie First Man, right, which is about the first guy on the moon. Remember, there's a controversy about them removing the scene where they plant the flag because they didn't want to make it look like it was America's achievement. They wanted to interpret it as an achievement for the world. And I wouldn't be surprised if in another generation, they basically come out flat out and say, the Americans never went to the moon because they're a bunch of racists.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I thought it was quite peculiar.
Storytellers, aren't you?
Wow, that's one hell of a stretch, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, you guys are really some storytellers today.
Didn't you guys think it was funny how during...
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's stop right there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Looking at our socio-political culture where America, right, and certain groups of people within America who have established the quote-unquote history of America are castigated, cast as racist, told that they have, you know, designs against the quote-unquote non-whites. why would it be unreasonable that these people who want to tear America down wouldn't use the moon landing as a way to turn America into a mockery? I mean, it seems like something they should do. I would actually advise them to do it if I was on their board.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very apropos strategy. Think about it. It wasn't the Americans who went to the moon after all. It was some other country, or they didn't go at all. Anything to take down, right, the current regime, so that they can segue in the next regime with a bunch of people who think that they're getting freedom when they're really just getting a different wing of the same eagle.
Yeah, there's a lot of space agencies that I didn't know exist, like the Indian one, and I wonder if Mexico has a space agency. There's a lot of underprivileged countries that could definitely land on the moon for real.
Yeah, so in the meantime, there's a child's video, okay, designed for children. It's called Capture the Flag. What it's about, mind you, it's a cartoon, but what it's about is a secret team going to the moon to remove the evidence that the United States was the first to land on the moon, specifically the American flag. Now, that's a movie that kids are watching nowadays, right? So think about that. So does that not coincide with kind of like a scenario I just set up? So for example, let's say Elon Musk arrives at the moon, right?
Programming, exactly.
Yeah, so let's say Elon Musk arrives at the moon with a live broadcast, and he gets in his spacesuit and he's walking over to the Sea of Tranquility to prove that America was the first to land on the moon. And when he gets there, there's nothing there. And he goes, holy crap, the Americans never went to the moon, but I did.
Well, wasn't it that they were with Artemis, right? They're planning this. They already kicked the can, but okay. That they told the public that they won't go to the Sea of Tranquility because was it national or whatever? It's like protected area. They don't want to disturb the area. They want to keep it as original as possible. Wasn't that the case?
Yes, the
absolutely, because absolutely, because God forbid they ever do anything that would validate any of their claims. You know what I mean? Yeah, like if I was China, right, I'd be interested, at least in some kind of plausible sense, right, presenting to the people that America never went to the moon, that they were lying, and that China is the true superpower of the world. I mean, why would they agree to basically concede to America that they're the best? It makes no sense why they would behave this way as state actors. They should be one-upping each other, right?
It makes sense because it's all Hail Caesar. The United States is just part of Rome. It's just one world government. We're already there, so it makes sense. Everyone has their role.
Yep, they're all together. The last 2 years was proof that they're all together. The space station is proof that this Russia-American thing at the moment is a hilarious, silly mess as well. I mean, oh yeah, we're at war with each other, and they're also hacking our elections, but we're also in the space station together, looking over all of it. For international security reasons. The same reason you can't get pictures of a satellite is because of national security, they always say. But you got Russians and Americans up there flying around in a satellite together, but they're also enemies. I mean, it's obviously clear that they're all just working together. And we're all just different brands, in one store, basically.
Yeah, what's
or you'll just get frustrated.
I'm sorry. So what I found hilarious was when those Russians went up and they presented themselves with those yellow and blue suits. And then the explanations came. One of them was like, "Oh, we had this fabric, right? We had this fabric, and we made the suit." I forgot
Yeah.
the.
What I found hilarious, brother, is when they went up there to lock into the airlock, right? The one thing was approaching the other thing, and then you could see the airlocks kind of getting close to each other before they're going to connect. And right before they connect, the Earth in the background stops rotating. Then they connect, and then the Earth rotates again. It's like, ooh, somebody messed up on their editing, bro.
Your computer was probably just broken. That's all. Nothing to see here.
User error. I get it.
That's right. The error existed somewhere between the chair and the keyboard.
You know what, though? That is a plausible enough reason for most people to doubt themselves when they clearly see the powers that be making a screw up.
Yeah, people
It's like,
fool
oh, I
themselves.
must be. Yeah, exactly. I must be wrong. There's no way. There's no way the government would ever lie, or anybody in any position of power would ever lie. Because why would they?
Yep, and I just can start with 62 million reasons per day. And then I don't really think I need any other ones. And then that's about it on that topic. I mean, who wouldn't lie for 62 million bucks a day? You could say you wouldn't, but you'd be damn tempted, I can tell you that.
Hey, someone's going to do it if I don't do it.
And you're right about that. They really will.
Right, but you're mischaracterizing it. Okay. Because nobody comes up to somebody and says, hey, do you want to lie for this amount of money? No, what they say is, do you want to advance your country's power and influence on the world to spread peace, democracy, tranquility, technology, clean running water, a chicken in every pot, just by promulgating national security interests for here's your salary? They'll be like, yeah, that sounds like a good deal.
Oh yeah, doesn't take long. I mean, job security, by the time you're making a lot of money and you're a public figure, you got power, you've got, I mean, a lot of stuff, it'd be scary to watch that whole castle crumble down before your feet. So, people will do anything to keep it going. I'm convinced of that. But now I'm just speculating, so that's not what I like to do.
Yeah, but to be fair, when you understand how gray ops work, the majority of them have absolutely no clue that the information they're presenting is false. So they're not guilty of lying. They're not even guilty of deceiving. They're just doing their job the best they know how with the information that they're given under the explanations and the technologies that they have access to. And they believe it.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. I know
But
a
they
lot
don't
of
even know
people
there's
that
anything to deny. That's the point. They don't even know plausible deniability because they don't know there's anything to deny.
Exactly. Yeah, I know a lot of people that are very proud of the satellites that they build that fly in space. So.
And in a weird way, they should be proud, sort of, because think about it. They spend a lot of time and hours working out the math, working out the material stressors based on the information they're given, giving up this, 3D model, seeing it be built, and then looking at it and go, wow, I was instrumental in building that. Hooray, pat yourself on the back.
Yep, I agree. They should be proud, and they are. And then I feel bad for them, but another subject.
Does anyone ever have one of those days where you're walking around unable to quite process that everyone around you thinks they're walking on a spinning globe and believing all the other lies?
Every day.
I had that yesterday in a big way.
Isn't that what like a psychiatrist says or whatever? They go like, at times, do you feel like everyone else is crazy and you're the only sane one? And you're like, yeah, I feel like that every day, but I swear I'm not crazy. You know, I can prove it to you. Can you have gas pressure without a container? And then the psychiatrist looks at you like you're crazy and then tries to prescribe you meds, and you're like, what the fuck is going on in this world? So, yeah, it's a weird place nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of gas pressure, what does gas pressure have to do with the shape of the quote unquote Earth?
Guess it doesn't now that I think of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a good thing to bring up because the number one thing everyone says to me for everything that makes no sense to make sense is the atmosphere. Yeah, the smoke is blowing the wrong way because of the atmosphere. It's not so windy that our hair doesn't stay on because of the atmosphere. It seems like then saying, do you need a container for gas to keep gas under certain pressure is a good question.
Then they say, yeah, but I'm talking about atmosphere. That's not gas. And then you say, well, what's the atmosphere made of? And they go, well, different gases. It's the silliest stuff.
Indeed, but could you not have a quote unquote ambient air mixture on any permutation of surface or substrate or object? In other words, they have no logically contingent bearing on each other whatsoever. Now, there is a way in which they infer from that there is some logical necessity for a particular shape of the ground. And of course, that's that quote unquote gravity is holding the atmosphere to the ball, to the direction of the center of the ball. So they're assuming all of these things in one fell swoop by pointing and saying the atmosphere is held to the earth. That's a lot of assumptions.
Totally. I have a related question that maybe somebody has the answer to. I've been thinking of for a while and never asked is like, so you know how we have barometers, right? And they measure atmospheric pressure, right? Or changes in it. Does anybody know like what like a low pressure system, right, that causes weather, or a high pressure system? Does anybody know what they define as low pressure? Like, is it lower than 14 pounds per square inch? And is a high pressure system higher than 14 pounds per square inch? So basically as I was looking through weather stuff, seeing what causes wind, right? High and low pressure systems and temperature and shit. I was like, this is like static electricity, right? It happens locally. And it happens differently in different areas. And, they say 14 pounds per square inch at sea level. But what is it when there's a low pressure front at sea level, right? Does that make any sense to anyone there? What I'm contemplating? Like, what's the actual pressure difference in PSI? Does it go to a 12 pounds per square inch at sea level at a low pressure front? Did I break the server?
Seems like a good question to me.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, because like people talk about, oh, you got a pressure gradient. That's how you know it's a ball. And I'm like, well, yeah, but you also have a lateral pressure gradient. Just according to any damn meteorologist that talks about wind. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you got high pressure here, low pressure there, wind in the middle. That's a
Right.
goddamn gradient if I've ever
Sure
seen
do.
one.
That's correct.
Right,
That's a
but
great thing to point out. Those millibars, that's the measurement, right?
yeah,
Yeah, and
so
it's got to be a huge pressure difference because it's just like opening a Coke can, right? And the air is shooting from high pressure to low pressure. You get a
Right.
50-mile-an-hour wind. What's the difference from, let's say, east to west on that thing?
Well,
From the
see,
high to
all
the
of
low.
this, all of this motion in the gases above the surface kills their idea of refraction of any kind because nothing is ever static in the system. So when they're claiming this stuff, all of a sudden, like I keep saying this, it's going to sound like a broken record. Everything stops for them. It all becomes static. No more motion. No more convection, conduction. None of that is
yeah,
happening. When they start talking about refraction, they're talking about it in a static environment, which we don't have in reality.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
they require ideal conditions with an ideal model. Okay, ideals don't exist in reality. Therefore, to apply it to reality is a category error, making their conclusion incoherent on its face and can be summarily dismissed on the merits. Goodbye, the end. You don't even have to entertain them after that because what they're presenting to you, okay, is an idea, right? Backed with a model. They're not
Mm-hmm.
presenting validated results in the real world. Just like our
Right.
friend here asked earlier, he goes, hey, I just would like some info on the 100 volts per meter. Maybe true, I don't know, but can someone give me the info? That's actually validated in the real world, right? The same question we ask the Globers all the time. Where is the proof that this refraction that you claim exists in the real world and not just in math on a piece of paper?
Right. And this is why we hear so many words because that's all they have is words. They don't have any data, as AI keeps pointing out. They don't have data sets for any of this stuff. They just have words. They just keep putting words together, and just because you're saying words doesn't mean it correlates to anything in actuality.
It's like saying, I know Spanish, burrito, taco, nacho.
Yeah, let's also be clear, data sets are not a list of points within the model that you ideally created in the math that you never validate in the real world. Okay, real data sets are taken from reality.
Yep. Agreed. And there's
So
usually
speaking of
demonstrations.
yeah, but speaking of summarily dismissing things on their merits of the logical argument itself. So someone says we have a pressure gradient, therefore ball. Why? They have to make many assumptions before they could say ball. You can have a pressure gradient over a flat surface. What's wrong with that? Nothing. So why would they automatically assume ball?
Because they're silly. That's the problem to start with.
Well, yeah. Usually they'll say, well,
I'm just
because we
kidding.
know. Yeah, but usually they'll say because we know gravity pulls towards the center of mass, right? Okay, let's assume that that's true also. Okay, let's give them that. Does that also necessarily mean that the Earth is a ball? The answer is no. Again, it's an unnecessary conclusion.
Yep. Well, as
So,
Miggy says, you gotta show me that curvature, and then we can discuss everything past that. But you pretty much are at a stop until you can produce that
yep.
on a logical basis, anyways. Yesterday that one of the guys said, or the other day with the laser guy and his son, his son says, well, I said, nobody's ever measured the Earth, and they don't know how big it is. Or he goes, well, sure, there's tons of satellites that have done that. And I said, well, you got to know how big the Earth is to shoot a satellite in the sky, don't you? And then, that was the end of that one. But, what's freaky about this argument is just that after all these years, how strong our arguments are and how weak the others are. And like, I forget the lady's name who was asking earlier, if you're walking around wondering why all these people think they're living on a spinning globe and you're not. I mean, it's weird. You wonder how the hell are they still thinking this at this point in time? I mean, I get it before the internet, but now it's almost unacceptable.
Well, it's almost unacceptable because we've exposed that the horizon isn't um is this geometric consequence of the sphere that we live on. Then we moved beyond that and talked about how we get elevation angles, and then there's all of the other manuals that describe how, for practical purposes, we do things on a stationary level plane. So yeah, at this point, after they've said that there are multiple horizons and that you have a straight line of sight to the horizon for um for celestial navigation purposes, even though they say that light bends, so you never actually have a straight line of sight. Our problem is we kept talking to them this long. Right? That's what I think.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, you're not going to convert a zealot Glober, right, until they have a brick wall experience, right? And that's where they meet reality that they can't get beyond. And they have to confront the fact that if they go forward, they're going to splash into the brick wall and become a puddle of blood, right? And so when they realize that mentally, then they're going to reassess the situation. So at best, the majority of Globers that we encounter that are like that are a foil to use as argumentative purposes to elucidate the principles to other people.
Yeah.
So in other words, we're not trying to convert these particular Globers. That's never the concept. The concept is allow them to make their logical fallacies, their assertions, their faith-based statements, chant their religious dogma, et cetera, and expose it for what it is.
Yeah, for me, sometimes I feel like those weird Globers that come into Discord and they're like, I just want to understand why you believe what you believe, and I want to analyze you, And for me, sometimes the fun of talking to, I guess I get it a little bit. So when I talk to Globers, the main thought is like, why would you believe the Earth spins if you can't demonstrate it? Why would you believe this and that? And then I'm like, holy shit, now I'm analyzing them like one of those annoying Globers in here. So I always have to catch myself.
Eagle, are you there?
Yes.
Welcome to the server. How did you find us?
One of my friends just pointed me towards this.
Okay. Well, feel free to ask any
Why?
questions.
I wanted to sit and just listen to like why you guys think like you guys do. Like I'm not here to bash. I'm not here to bash on anyone or like. I just
Can
want
you
to
tell
like.
us? Can you tell us why your friend suggested that you come to the server? Because I mean, he's your friend, so I assume that he knows, certain characteristics about you, things that you're interested in, things like that. Yeah, have any idea why he thought you'd like it here?
I didn't believe like flat earthers like actually existed, so he pointed me towards this, and I'm just listening a bit to like gauge what's happening.
Okay.
Like,
Why didn't you think flat Earth existed?
I don't believe like it would be possible that the Earth's flat, but like I.
Right, but why do you believe that? Why did you believe that? flat earthers don't exist, despite there being a conversation about flat earth. I'm just trying to understand your thought process. Like, I guess I'm talking about when you first got it, when you first heard about flat earth, you're like, okay, well, okay, flat earth. That thing that my teachers told me was ridiculous when I was in grade school. Okay, sure. And then you realize, oh, there are people in 2022 who think that the earth is flat and they don't live in a third world country. It could very well be my neighbor, right?
Well,
So,
you basically summed it up. So I was just interested.
Yeah, perfect, friend. All right, so now that we've summed that up, you asked a question of us. So it behooves us to give you an answer. So here's the answer, friend. Sometime in our life, we came across the idea or the proposition that the Earth may or may not be a globe, that it's possible that the story we've been told since we were kids may or may not be true. We thought about it and we rationalized to ourselves, well, the best way to figure this out is to just measure the thing we're standing on, and that would answer the question. So lo and behold, we found out that there are measurements of the Earth that falsify the claim that it's a globe. For example, if the Earth is a globe of a particular radius, then the water, which constitutes 70% of the known territory, must be conforming to the exterior of this ball that it's claimed to be. Therefore, if you can falsify that curve of the water, you then falsify a curve of 70% of the known territory. By doing so, you falsify the proposition that it's the globe that they claim it is. So an adequate measure of validating this would be, for example, a construct known as a laser transit, used in construction all the time. You set up a laser at a known height, you set up a target at a known height, and you get the differential, right? Very easy to understand. Absolutely. So this has been done, right? We could provide you the measurements and the times and all this. And this isn't the only time it's been done. It's been done many, many times in excess of what the globe predicts. In other words, if you go out and you measure the water and it's not curving by shooting a laser across it and proving that there's no differential necessary for the curvature of the Earth that they claim exists, you've falsified the curvature that they claim exists. Once a proposition is falsified with a necessary component that must exist, the entire proposition fails. So logically, being confronted with this information and this validation in the real world, the only thing left to conclude for anyone who, is rational must be that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. Now, I will give you this caveat that it may be the case that everything I just told you is a lie. But I will submit to you, my friend, that if you put these claims to scrutiny, you will find that the direct measurements prove the Earth is flat, and everything else is all suppositional frameworks, logical fallacies, and pipe dreams.
Okay,
the rest is up to you.
I guess my next question would be, why do you think everyone would lie to the general population? Like, would there be a
what do you mean by that?
Would there be a reason for like governments of the world and whatever to tell everyone the Earth's a globe? NASA,
Yeah, well,
thousand
do you
employees,
mean
all the space
I get it. I get
exploration
it, brother. I get it.
Would there be a reason for those few million people to all lie to us?
So here's the thing. It's too broad of a question, right? So when you say why would they lie, like what's the lie and what's the they? Because if you're talking about heliocentrism, the they is the Roman Catholics that are on record as far as we know. And the question was 500 years ago, if they had a theology, then why did they start promoting a cosmology that goes against the one in their theology? That is a question that I would very much like an answer to because it was never answered. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not fully.
So at some point, 500 years ago, there were people that started saying, teaching, and um uh, creating frameworks around the idea that we move around the sun. So there are people that ask, what is the justification for this? And the answer is not forthcoming. In fact, 400 years later, a predecessor, Edwin Hubble, says there's no way to disprove the hypothesis that the Earth is stationary like the ancients thought it to be. But we must reject it based on what everyone thinks science is, quote unquote, today. Based on that cosmology, we must reject that the Earth is stationary and things move about us, around us. So
Okay.
I'm only bringing that up to say that that indicts the people who said that we're moving around the sun. The question is, well, what justifies that statement? Because that's what we're
Okay.
talking about. You believe in heliocentrism and evolution and all of that, right? It's not
Yes.
just about a globe. If it was about the globe, then we would be talking about measurements. If we're talking about why would they lie, then everything that I'm bringing up is very relevant.
Okay. I guess it just doesn't make sense to me that we in the United States alone, right? About 423,000 people are employed either
I
as
don't think you understand.
pilots or no, 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 no.
I don't think you. How
Let me
many
bring up my
people?
point. Let me bring up my
How
point.
many? You brought your point up
No, no, no. Let me
before.
just.
You brought your point up before. You couldn't understand how millions of people would lie. You're basically reiterating the same thing in the face of what I just told you, which was a response to what you said. Now, I'm
No,
telling
but
you is
how would the
no.
several how would the
What I'm
how would
telling you
23
is
how would
what
it
I'm telling.
23 companies
Listen, I
$423,000
My
you're
goodness.
fighting it for no. Is it me? Am I the wrong person for like? I don't.
Listen,
I'm just
listen.
trying
Yes.
to I'm just trying to
New guy,
gauge.
new guy, new guy, new guy. Let Elijah finish his sentence. Then you say a point. Then he addresses that and back and forth.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
That simple.
So you know the calendar that we all go by?
Yeah, the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah, it's based on heliocentrism, based on the same people who built heliocentrism.
Okay.
How many people are influenced by that? How many people are under this calendar?
I would say the majority of educated people.
Right. And this is an idea from the Roman Catholics that are on paper for spreading this particular ideology. So
Wasn't it
this is
mostly
how far
influenced by the Egyptians?
so what I'm saying is this is how far the idea has gone, and as you just said, we've all accepted it. So does that mean we're all lying because we've all accepted it? No. So does that mean the millions of people who believe that the earth is a sphere, who are teaching it and who are doing whatever they're doing on a day-to-day basis, does that mean that they're lying? No. But why would they lie, the Roman Catholics that are on paper, for starting this lie and perpetuating it? That's a good question, and I'm trying to get people to figure who to ask that question to, because it's not us. We
Okay.
want to know the same thing.
I guess in my mind it doesn't make sense how a sundial and a sun calendar would work on a flat Earth with a sun as flat Earth is express it. would work.
Well-
It's like the sun calendar is very much based on the tilt of the Earth in proportion to the sun to gauge the months.
Yeah, that's never been measured. When did they measure the tilt?
Well, let him finish.
Okay.
I guess how would a sun calendar work on a flat Earth?
So now you're asking a question. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so first you said you wouldn't understand how, and then you asked the question back, how would something that you understand work in a way that you wouldn't understand? Um, Here's the thing. There's about 100 things that you'd believe about the globe that you think, well, I understand this to work the way that I've been told and learned that it works. So how would it work on a flat Earth instead? Well, I mean, aren't we trying to legitimize and justify how it's a globe?
No, I'm not talking about sundials here. I'm talking about sun calendars, which work with it's basically a spaced out area, and then stand on a specific spot, and it tells you which month it is. But you get it working with only the sun.
Yeah, absolutely. So your premise is that yeah, no problem. Friend, check it out. Your premise is that there's a light in the sky called the sun that somehow affects this thing on the ground. And based on certain assumptions about the relationship between the two and the nature of the light, right, that it quote unquote may or may not work on this shape or that, right? Now, I want to make this clear. The assumptions about the things that are above that sundial, okay, so the sun in the sky has no logical bearing of a contingent necessity on the fact that when measured, the ground itself measures to be flat. Okay, so I don't need to know or make any assumptions about what the sun's doing. If you measure the water with a laser and it demonstrates itself to be flat, then it's flat. It's that simple. So you asked, why flat earthers exist. That's why. It's because we've recognized that the sun, the sky, and the lights in it have no logical bearing on the shape of the earth. If the earth measures to be flat, it's flat. Okay, we don't need explanations for the things that the sun does. They're not contingent upon the proposition. So the correct answer to how the sundial works is the sun does things throughout the year and leaves an imprint on the ground that we can use. That's the answer. I don't need to go any further than that.
Okay.
Now, this is hard. Listen, don't get me wrong. This is a hard pill to swallow because the quote unquote heliocentric model has created a eloquent and poetic quote unquote set of explanations for quote unquote everything that most people think is the reason why we quote unquote know it's a globe. Okay, but they always miss the key factor, which is measuring the actual surface. So no, an elaborate set of stories and explanations about things in the sky doing things, okay, doesn't mean the earth is this or that. The earth is what it is, regardless of what's going on up there.
Okay, if we're focused on the Earth now, how would the the electromagnetic fields of the Earth, which correspond to magnetic north and magnetic south, they move by some order of magnitude every year. How would that work on a flat Earth if you don't take anything else into account?
Well, the answer is, again, it's non-tangible. Okay? First of all, it's not logically contingent upon the proposition. Again, if the surface measures flat, it's flat, period. Whatever's then causing the magnetic field is irrespective of the surface measurement. Now, we do know that all kinds of permutations of shapes of magnets and energetic fields and directed energy can do this or that. Okay, so there's hundreds of permutations that could be causing that to occur. Again, it doesn't have any bearing on the surface properties.
Okay.
Now, again, I just want to bring it, I don't want to bring this back to you as I said, in the heliocentric model, there's lots of explanations which are unvalidated. And if someone might feel, well, if the Earth is flat, I now need alternative explanations for all these things. Otherwise, the Earth can't be flat. Or it might just be curiosity. Either one has no bearing on the proposition of whether it measures flat or not. If it measures flat, it is flat. Case closed. So, by the way, a sufficient answer which would meet the logical burden, since they're non-contingent. If you ask me what causes the magnetic fields, I could simply say, I don't know. And it would have zero bearing on the previous claim that if the Earth measures flat, it's flat. Because that proposition is self-contained. Because it's true, if it measures flat, it is indeed flat.
Okay.
Same way as if it measures curved, it's indeed curved, so you're kind of barking up the wrong tree. Eagle.
Yeah, which goes back to the question that you asked, which is why are there flat earthers? Well, the answer is because when measured, the Earth presents itself to be flat. And when experienced, it presents itself to be flat and motionless. So there's absolutely no reason to believe it's curving and flying through space and spinning around in 11 different vectors.
Yeah.
So I will submit to you, my friend, that these questions that you're asking me are not your own questions. They've been implanted to you by an education system and a mass media, which posits that all these things are interconnected and somehow prove the Earth is a globe. Okay, because the genuine question, okay, for someone who's actually rationally thinking and being critical about the proposition proper would be, let's look at that measurement of whether it's flat or not. Because if it measures flat, it's flat. And you must concede that that's true, because that's self-evident logic. So you now must, in my opinion, be solely focused on that and that alone. Does it actually measure flat? Is that statement true?
Okay. How do you think? So in your opinion, the sun moves, not the Earth, right?
No, that's not an opinion. That's objectively what all of us perceive it to do.
Okay. So how would it move around the flat Earth? Does it go like behind us or where? Does it just stay on top, right?
There is no behind. The sun is always above the horizon, always. It moves out of your area. It's no longer visible. The light is no longer reaching you. It's lighting another area, still is above the surface.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but before we
during
go on, my friend, before we go on, I need to ask you a question. Did you concede that the Earth indeed measures flat, and now you're just curious about how the things that are phenomenal are experienced?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm asking too. I'm asking too, because I just laid out for you a very eloquent little mini speech about how your priority should be, does it measure flat or not? And then you immediately went to an explanation of something in the sky. So I'm confused. What I want to know is, did you accept my claim that the Earth measures flat? Or do you just want to know how it works now that you've conceded it is flat?
It could be a possibility. I'm just asking all questions correlating to that. Can I continue?
Okay, yeah, sure. But for the record, let's just put it out there that he's more concerned with explanations than he is the validation of the measurement. Now, my friend, for you, your brain should be thinking right now, why is that the case? Why is it that I'm more concerned about explanations about things in the sky than I am about the validity of the measurement of the surface? There's something amiss there logically. Why does my brain function this way? Have I been programmed?
Okay, can I continue?
Go for it.
So during a lunar eclipse, right?
Why
Oh my
couldn't
God.
Eagle? Why
Oh
couldn't
my
you
God.
respond? Listen, Eagle, why couldn't you respond just now to what was just said to you? Do you remember what he said to you?
Because I'm not trying to argue.
Do you remember what he said to you? A simple question. What did he say to you?
Gave me a bunch of measurements basically and
Oh,
told me blah blah
no,
blah blah.
no. The AI, would you please repeat the part about how his mind is working because he wasn't listening?
Well, he said what he heard was blah 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 blah. So me repeating blah 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 isn't going to effectuate anything now,
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah.
So let him ask his questions, and he will see that every one of his questions is logically incoherent and based on presuppositions. And then maybe he'll start to learn that his mind and the way he thinks has been programmed, and maybe he'll finally concede that he needs to focus on whether the Earth measures flat or not, and that's the only way to arbitrate this proposition.
Right.
So,
Instead of listening to
let's go for
explanations.
it.
Instead of listening to explanations, yes, carry on.
During a lunar eclipse, Earth passes between the moon and sun, and the
Wait,
moon,
you're going to need a globe for that. Does it measure to be a globe?
allowing Earth to cast its shadow on the moon, right?
Oh,
The
wait,
shadow
you're
is
going to need a globe
always a
for the Earth
circle,
to
man.
cast
The
that kind of
shadow is
shadow. Does
always
the
a
Earth measure as a
circle,
globe?
right? No matter where you
You
are on the
need the
planet.
measurement of the globe first.
Eagle, do you ever think for yourself, like at any moment, or do you just read off a script? Is that it? Is that all you got?
Pretty sure I think
Eagle,
just
you
read
understand that if the Earth isn't measuring to be a globe, then that whole scenario that you're trying to lay out is impossible, right?
so. Lunar eclipses don't exist.
No, that's not what was said. They obviously happen. They're just not a product of the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon. If the Earth isn't the globe that you think it is in that scenario.
How is the shadow casted?
You're asking
Well,
questions
we don't even know that it's
only
a shadow.
only God could answer that question, but thank you for the upgrade. We appreciate it.
You're making a lot of assumptions. The first thing you should do is check the ground to see if it's curved, to see if this thing is a globe that it has to be for that scenario to be true. But you keep skipping past that.
Okay.
Are you interesting to know, is it really flat in the reality or it's curvy? Are you interested in that?
Clearly, no. He has a script to read by first.
Yeah.
I do.
Well, every one of those scenarios that you're bringing to us depends on the assumption of the Earth being a globe, so why wouldn't you just first check whether or not it is? Instead of
By
just
the way, it
assuming
also assumes,
and then trying to...
yeah, just like my friend said there, like you've made those assumptions, but it's also assuming not only that the Earth is a globe, but the three-body relationship between the objects in question, right? You have no validity or verification to any of those. So far, you just have a concept, right? And a claim and an assertion. And like they asked you, the only way to prove that is to prove the three-body relationship, right? And you might begin by proving the first body, which is the most tangibly accessible body you have access to, which is the Earth, which is the alleged thing in question, propositionally, whether it's flat or curved, to which we already said the proper way to arbitrate that is not to look at quote unquote assumed shadows in the sky, but to actually just measure it since you're literally standing on it. So it seems to escape your grasp that the Earth is accessible and the claims about the surface of the Earth are accessible. So now that we've utterly, basically shown that proposition about the shadows, the moons, and all of that is nonsense, feel free to go on to your next question so we can demonstrate to you how it's all presuppositions.
Like I sail quite often, right? and sailing in the flat Earth map. The South. I live in South Africa, by the way. The South is much larger. You have a larger gap between oceans to cover. How would that work? Because, like,
yeah, you're done, dude.
In my opinion, it takes the same amount of time to go from Walvis Bay, which is in Namibia, to go to Rio, as it does to go from Cape Town to Rio. That wouldn't
So
make
is the sea
sense on
measuring
a
is
flat
curved?
Earth. I'm just asking, how would it be wouldn't it be faster to go from
I don't know.
Walvis Bay to Rio? Because it's closer to the north, which is smaller on your map.
Okay, is the sea measuring is curved?
What do you mean is the sea measuring is curved?
Yeah, is it a curved surface that you're sailing over?
Yeah, you would need a measurement of the actual curvature of water in order to prove your claim.
Wait, you said we had a map. You said we had a model, did he?
Let's not get off track.
That's fine.
Do you have
Don't get
that
off
curvature?
of his claims. He claimed that he sails quite often, and then he made these tangential claims, which don't seem to be first-party experiences. So what I would like to know is, did you sail all of those courses, and do you have the data to provide for scrutiny? Or are you just making assumptions once again?
No, my dad sails pretty often. He has done both of those trips multiple times.
Right, so you have his logbook?
I'm sure if you could give me a few weeks, I could find it.
Takes you a few weeks to find your dad.
Well, he's not in South Africa at the moment.
So, kind of along the lines of you were mentioning air flights, and you're talking about navigation over the oceans. Do you know anything about Captain Cook and Captain Ross?
Please enlighten me.
Yes, they sailed in the southern oceans. Captain Cook reached approximately 70 degrees south. He sailed for 3 years, logging 70,000 miles at approximately 50 degrees south latitude. How does that work on your ball? Because the equator is supposed to be 24,901 miles. How could he sail 3 times that amount?
And was this like the dates?
Captain Cook? You don't know
Yeah,
if Captain Cook 1767, somewhere right around there, 1670s, 1760s. Forgive me.
73.
Sorry, go ahead.
It was 1773. Sorry.
1773. Thank you. Also, Captain Ross, who the Ross Ice Shelf is named after, also sailed about 69,000 miles, according to their log. Mm-hmm.
Just last time I checked, sailboats that time didn't quite go the straightest or were the most accurate.
Okay, take a third off then. Why is that distance still twice as big as your equator? Is supposed to be even taking 1/3 off.
I don't know. Why did Christopher Columbus think he landed in India?
Yeah, because Earth is
He wasn't
flat.
that small.
All the oceans on Earth are flat, stationary, and parallel to each other. Period.
Well,
Sea level
obviously
is the
they're
same.
parallel
Listen.
to each other.
Okay, how do you have parallel on a curved line?
I can't answer you that.
Yeah, because you can't.
You can't. No, but okay. So
listen. Here's what else. Eagle, hold it. Here's what else you cannot have on a globe Earth: level flight for thousands of miles.
Why not?
Oh my gosh. Do I need to explain what a ball is now to you? You don't understand drop over distance on a curved surface?
Understand gravity? Like gravity is always pulling you.
Gravity doesn't change. Listen, gravity does not change the geometric restrictions of your ball, period.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense with flying. What's your point there?
Eagle, really? Eagle.
No, but
Go ahead,
you
Greg.
wouldn't just flying straight. You wouldn't fall off because you're always
Eagle.
dropping
Eagle,
towards the
slow
center.
down, slow down. If I'm flying over the surface of a ball, trying to stay near that ball, rather than flying away from that ball, I'm going to have to curve with the surface of the ball in the trajectory of my flight. Do you understand that?
You don't have to point your nose down, no, because there's gravity. Or down is
Eagle,
always
Eagle.
down. It's
Okay,
not like
so
your down
Eagle,
changes.
what you're conceding, here is that pilots do not have to account for the curvature that was never measured.
Depends where you're flying, but
Eagle,
Wait,
stop. Eagle,
not
you need to
depends.
stop and listen.
Do they or don't they?
This is really exposing that you're in apologist mode for this cosmic paradigm rather than critically thinking about it. What Sonny just tried to explain to you, and this cannot be made any simpler, is that if you are flying in a trajectory over the surface of a curved object, a ball, you're going to have to constantly dip down to stay near the ball. If you
because
don't,
your down would
you will
always
fly
be
away
down.
from the ball.
Your down would always be down.
So you don't have to account for the curvature that was never measured.
That doesn't refute what I just said.
Exactly. So if they're always going down, then why are they constantly? They have elevation of the wings 3% to maintain lift. You're saying they're always down? They're not flying. They're flying in level flight with an attitude of 3% up. That's how they
Eagle,
fly.
if you
the
can't
entire
understand
way,
this, Eagle,
all across
if you
the
can,
entire ocean.
if you can't understand this, you are either mentally impaired, and I pray for you, dying the truth. You really can't understand that you have to constantly go down. You have to constantly go down around the ball to stay near the ball if you're trying to fly around the
There's
ball.
sufficient gravity. No, you don't have to.
That doesn't refute what I just said. That concedes to the fact that you have to constantly be dipping down, regardless of any force that may or may not be pulling you down to the ball.
Okay, listen to this, right?
You realize that that's just an excuse for why we don't experience this curve that you also couldn't provide us a measurement for, right? It's not a good argument for your globe. It's just an excuse.
If I went to the ocean right now, I live quite close to one, and I took a panoramic image, and I smushed that image down, right? I would see the curve. I would.
Would you?
With my own eyes, I would see the curve.
Okay, well, you would have to do something more meticulous, like a measurement.
Hang on. Do not move on. Eagle, can you please concede that if I am traveling around a ball and to stay near that ball in my circular trajectory around the surface of that ball, I have to dip down? That's what I'm saying right now. Do you agree?
Say that one more time, please.
In order for me to fly around the surface of a ball, I have to constantly be dipping down. Be constantly dipping my direction, turning in one direction or another around the ball to stay around the ball.
Around the ball, yes. Around something as large as the Earth, no.
Okay, this goes back to the first point. This goes back to the first point. You're making excuses for why they don't account for your ball, but the first question that was asked of you is, has that ball been measured?
Yep, never been measured.
Why would anybody be accounting for something that hasn't been measured to exist in reality in the first place?
Yes, Eagle. I want you to preface every single statement you make about Earth from now on this server with the actual direct measurement of your globe, so you can get that out of the way before you start saying the rest of whatever you're saying. So please reference the standard of measurement that they had to have had of this globe of the radius 3,950. It has to be validated. So you're going to use that document to preface your statement with from now on. You're going to say, Earth is a globe, and here's my document as I used for a reference. They directly measured this curvature on the surface of Earth. Okay?
Okay.
So start out with the
Excuses for
measurement.
why we don't experience this stuff that you can't show us measurements for won't prove it.
We need the actual measurement first. So don't start saying if no. We need that actual measurement first before you start speaking. So please show that, then speak.
So I need to show you like mathematical proof.
Measurements. You know what those are, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so those.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what comes first, a calculation or a measurement?
Well, obviously you have to measure first before you can calculate, but you can also get calculation. You can also get measurements through calculation.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You could calculate anything you want and then go try to pair that up with reality.
Can I give you a calculation you can do
You
on
could
your
give
own
us a measurement of drop over distance. That's the only thing we're
having a
asking
verbal
for.
disagreement. We're having a verbal disagreement. It's not that difficult. We're saying measurement in two different senses. So what Sonny is trying to say is measurement in the sense of an empirically verifiable
Let's make it specific. A direct
corresponds to
measurement
reality,
of
not
drop
just a
over
hypothetical.
distance of the surface of Earth.
We don't want an unsubstantiated hypothetical. We're talking about concrete reality. We don't want a measurement that's the result of an unsubstantiated hypothetical. We want a measurement that is correspondent to reality, that is empirically adequate, that corresponds to the empirical concrete entity, the Earth.
Yes. Now, conditionally, I'll accept your claim. I'll take your calculation as long as I can take your calculation and put it on something physical on Earth and show that the physical object I can measure and that it would equate to those calculations. That's fine. Can you do that?
Yes, I could, but I would need a lot more than what I have here in Discord
A
to
lot
show
more.
Well, I could do it with one picture right here in Discord. What's your problem?
Show me the picture.
Okay.
That's surprising, considering your confidence level that you don't have any information for us at all.
Yes, I can.
I posted the picture. Earth is not corresponding to your claim.
Yep. That's simple as that. Earth doesn't correspond to your claim. Period.
Yeah. Ask any questions that you have.
How eclipses, whatever.
So we'll need that measurement. So you could look at the black swan here. Do you see that image there, Eagle? Have you seen this before?
No, I'm reading it now, actually.
Okay.
All right, cool enough. Listen, you guys are all saying good content. The problem is that there's a lot of 30 people talking at the same time. And that's just absolutely excruciatingly painful to listen to. So practice yielding to each other. You know, you can even yield by name. For example, go ahead, Gregory. Go ahead, Central. Go ahead, you know, whatever you guys want to do.
You're right.
My bad.
Stop being a party pooper. No, I'm just kidding.
You guys are just lucky that I'm too lazy to finish coding my bot, which automatically bans the third person who talks.
Black Swan.
Eagle, did you read the image?
Oh yeah, I read that one. But unfortunately, this has been a riveting conversation. I would love to come back, but unfortunately, I have to go right now.
That's all right.
No problem.
I would love to come back tomorrow.
Please come back.
Do come back. Go search for that direct physical measurement of Earth's curvature.
I'll try to take one tomorrow morning on my own, and then I can use the calculations to figure that out. But yeah, I'll try and I'll do that tomorrow morning.
Sure, let's take a look.
You can do it next week. Doesn't matter.
Thank you guys. This has been fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, 2,000 years from now, your name will be mentioned in history books that you measured the curvature of the Earth.
I know.
Do you know what I find? Do you know what I find interesting? Like he's speaking like for like half an hour, trying something, and then you present something, and then he need to go in immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Well, up until this point, Sasha, neither group had actually presented a tangible example for scrutiny. So far, it had only been propositions and talking about it. Right. So once he was presented with, a brass tacks example that doesn't match his globe, it was poofsy.
But the best thing will be if he really is near to beach and he's going tomorrow morning and he's checked. That will be the great thing.
Well, he did already give us a hint about his go-to methodology, which is to do a pano shot, right? Which some cameras do it in one shot, and some cameras do it where you have to drag the camera slowly. Okay, so if anybody knows anything about the one where you have to drag the camera slowly, the camera's following an arced path in free space, right? The lens. So you have an arc that's imputed on the final image by the camera's motion. And with a pano lenses are what? Wide angle lenses. So now you have another arc that's imputed by the lens. So in both instances, you have an arc that's imputed by the mechanical device you're using to take the image. Then you're going to take this non-pure image and shrink it with software and then say that quote unquote graphical curve is the curve of the Earth itself.
A false equivalency between a computer graphic image and the actual curve
Absolutely.
of a concretely real entity.
Yeah, so Gregory, back in the day when we used to do the debates, arena and all that, they used to bring this particular image that they all shared, which had a level on a table. Okay, and they had the wide angle shot of the level on the table, right? And then they had another shot of the compressed image. Curiously enough, it did show what appeared to be a curve in the graphics of the line of the horizon. Okay. Even more curious was the fact that in that second image, they cropped out the table. So lo and behold, when you find the original image with the table is curved. So let me ask you this question, Gregory. Did they intentionally mean to deceive us when they took out the fact that the table was curved by the lens just the same way as the horizon was?
Probably
Or are
not
they
just us themselves.
Oh, yeah. You're actually, you know what, Greg? You might be right. They might not have even noticed that the table was curved because they're that oblivious to actually scrutinizing the situation.
A lot of people forget that about human nature. We are capable of deceiving ourselves. People think that they're infallible about what they believe about themselves, but we're not.
Yep, that's a good point.
You see, again, it's not quite the place for this voice chat to talk about this issue, but it certainly belongs in philosophy. But just a quick mention is that this cosmological controversy, as I call it, is a great point to expose human nature, the fallibility, the erronicity of human nature. including their epistemology and their epistemology about themselves, about their own belief system, about their own character. This is revealing a very disreputable fact that we all know about human nature, but we become more appreciative of that fact when we go through these dialogues with people about this issue. Elijah, you there? Is he busy? Probably busy doing something, can't really talk right now. Has Elijah been silent for the past hour or so?
No, he was on
about half hour ago, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Probably easier than typing endlessly.
Maybe we should unmute Hero.
So this is all fine. I'm just surprised the performance cabinet member.
Sasha, you're hot micing.
I know who he's going to be, but obviously it's not official yet. I don't know.
Thank you.
Release the hero.
Is it the child that keeps saying big boy?
That's him. Did you see that picture I posted from Grown Ups 2? He looks exactly like that kid. He sounds exactly like that kid, rather. I don't know what he looks like.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Hero, you're unmuted.
Just puts himself right back on mute.
Hello. Hello, Ducky.
Come on, big boy.
Did you unmute him? Because he seemed muted.
Yeah, he was unmuted and then he remuted.
Oh.
Well, I guess I'll have to put him back how I found him since he doesn't want to speak up. Okay. Last chance, Hero.
You don't want to be the Globe's hero today?
Hero. Okay, then.
He's getting his mic, he says.
Be that way.
He just said in the chat he's going to grab his mic.
Sweet.
We'll see.
Okay, let us know in text.
He just requested an unmute.
Your wish is my command.
Who's Mike?
Are you there, Hero?
He's getting his act together.
He's still gearing up.
I know that equipment these days is so cumbersome, isn't it?
Gearing up to get down.
I mean, you probably got to have a forklift to move that equipment around.
Hello?
Hi, Hero.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Yeah, so. Yeah, what do you want?
Found any Earth curvature lately?
Well, say that again?
Have you found any Earth curvature lately?
Yes, I have.
Oh, cool. Can we see?
I don't have any photos, but I've been over the curvature.
Well, that's pretty convenient. So we just have to take your word for it?
Yeah, I'm take your word for it? No.
Well, I can show you a picture that disproves Earth curvature.
All right, show me that. Send me it in DMs.
Sure.
How do I know that that's a real photo? How do I know it hasn't been doctored?
Oh, here we go.
Well, you can check the video that it's a still from.
All right. And wait,
Yeah.
what's the channel? I have to do research into the channel.
BMLSB. What's that?
I'm gonna have to do research into the channel because I know how you guys are. You like to believe anything you see.
Mm-hmm. So you're not going to present your Earth curvature observations today?
Well, you can't because I didn't bring a camera with me.
Okay. So you didn't document it.
All right. So in this case, they didn't go over the horizon yet. They didn't go over the curvature. So, like, yeah, don't get what you're saying.
Sorry, say that again.
They didn't go over the curvature. That's what I'm
What
saying.
didn't?
I think that's like an oil rig, I believe. So it's not over the curvature. So it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, clearly not, since the horizon, which is the thing that would be blocking them if there were Earth curvature, is behind them.
So, no geometric horizon then.
I'm not sure what all this terminology means. But all I know,
curvature. That's kind of confusing.
It's not confusing to me because I understand all this stuff. That
Okay,
you don't.
where was it
What
measured?
term are you confused about?
I'm not confused. It's just that I don't know certain things.
Okay, well,
Right?
Okay,
do you know?
what term don't you know?
I don't know all these terms that you're saying, but what I do know is that it's the world is a globe. That's what I know. So yeah.
Well, listen, if you're trying to reason with me, then you need to be specific. If you're trying to
I
reason,
don't
be
need to
specific.
reason with you. I'm not trying to reason with you.
Okay, so say it again. You're not trying to reason with us.
I'm not trying to reason with you. I'm speaking facts. That's all I'm doing.
Right. So
I don't
he's
really
not trying to
care
reason with us.
you.
So Moderate, it's up to you to let him continue. He's obviously, you just admitted he's not trying to reason with us.
Which facts have you spoken? Remind me. I didn't hear any.
You didn't hear any. I'm not hearing any facts come out your mouth. Okay. So I'm saying that this is not over the horizon. That's why we can't see it.
Yeah,
down.
exactly. But it would be over the horizon if we were on that globe that you thought that you lived on.
No, that's
That's the whole point.
That's not true, though.
It is true. It's based on the geometry of the globe. What's that?
Where's your proof, though?
Well, it's just based directly on the radius value that the globe claims.
So from what I see here, 9.41 miles. All right. So how do we know if you're right up on it? So let's say you were on a ship that was boarding it. How do we know from that perspective? How do you know it's not a lot taller than that? How do we know from this point of view that it is not? How do we know
this is a non sequitur. You're missing the whole point of the observation. The point is that the horizon, which is the thing that would be obstructing those rigs, is way behind them. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. You just said that the furthest one is at 9.4. So clearly, we're not on a globe with the radius of 3959.
You're on the globe, though.
You keep chanting that.
I'm not chanting.
And then you call it.
Didn't you just hear him earlier? Didn't you just hear him earlier, Central? He said he's not trying to reason with you. So when you argue with him, he's not trying to give you a sound.
He said that he brought facts, and I was just trying to figure out what those facts were. And so as we're going through it, it turns out he's just chanting baselessly.
I'm not chanting.
And I just got a warped opinion of what
he's not trying to reason with us.
That's okay. I don't mind the conversation.
You see, the way that I get down is not to reason with you. It is to speak facts. It doesn't matter if it reasons or not with your mentality and the way you think.
My mentality, which is what?
The only fact you said is that you're not here to reason with us. That's it.
That's not the only fact.
Like, you've already forfeited, which you don't understand because you're not thinking soundly. You forfeited the debate of any kind, formal or informal, when you just admitted that you're not trying to reason with us.
I feel like you guys are all over me, like I'm a kid that's retarded, like I'm below 50 IQ.
Yeah, please
below 50 something IQ, it would be disabled.
You want to talk
We didn't
facts?
even insinuate anything like that, but you said that, so.
Yeah,
you want to talk facts?
Yeah,
Here's a
I feel like
fact.
you guys are coming at me like
you sound pretty self-aware.
Here's a fact, Hero. If you lived on the globe that you thought that you did, then that horizon and that picture would be at 1.2 miles.
Say that again.
If you live on the globe that you think you do, then that horizon in that black swan picture would be at 1.2 miles.
But it is not. Ergo, it is not curving.
What
it
do you
is
think,
flat.
stupid?
Well,
Hey, Shadow.
I mean, it's pretty simple geometry. And it's your claim, too, that we have to explain to you. So I'm not sure that it's us who are stupid.
So let me explain this, right? So how could you explain a ship going over the horizon? And there are plenty of videos out there. I don't have any in mind right now.
You want me to explain a ship going too far away for you to see it? Okay, well,
It's
I'll just
not
post a
too far
picture of one going too far away for you to see it that we zoom back in, and then you can just kind of work out the rest, I hope.
Oh
And
So
if it
how
were
do you
being obstructed by
explain?
an Earth
Wait,
curve,
no,
though,
stop
here's the thing
talking. How do you
you're missing.
explain? I've been on a boat before. I've been over the curve. Been over the
Yeah,
horizon.
you think that. But
No, you believe
here's-
that you believe you've been over the curve.
It's not
Here's
that
You have
the
not
thing.
been over the curve.
because I couldn't see shore anymore. I had binoculars that would go up to like 50 to 60 miles. No one was able to see it. So that, to me, unless you know it's water, so to me,
Okay.
that means that I've been over the curve.
So,
Well,
if
to
you
me is when you begin that sentence with "to me," you're trying to relativize
very
truth to a person, and it is not. That's not how truth works. So the
Hero.
reason, regardless of your perception and your beliefs, you didn't see the shore anymore because you were too far away to see it on the flat plane that you stand on.
Yeah, exactly. If the reason you lost your line of sight to it was due to Earth curvature, then that horizon in that picture I showed you earlier would be at 1.2 miles, but it's way further than that. So that rules out Earth curvature as a factor in the horizon.
I'm just curious on your beliefs, right? Because there's
Beliefs?
no. All right,
I
listen.
haven't shared any
okay.
beliefs with you.
Beliefs. That's okay. It's okay.
I'm curious on your guys' beliefs because there's no way that I'm going to keep debating you because you're just gonna keep being stupid. Let
Well,
me
because we're
explain
going to
it.
use geometry and you're just
But
going to use
you
your
are not
imagination.
using
So
You can
Let me
run away,
explain
dude. It's
this.
okay. You can run away.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
running
Ask
away
your questions.
I'm not bailing. If I was bailing, I would leave. All right.
we're going to
Well,
use
you
you can run
empirical
away. It's
measurements,
okay.
and you're
all
just
right.
going to use your globe fantasy.
Wait. I'm talking. Don't talk over me. All right.
Go ahead.
So
Ask your question.
Guys,
I am asking my question.
yesterday we already gave him three
Don't
chances
talk
of
over
giving an
me. Don't talk
argument,
over
but
me.
he the only thing is
All right.
doing
So
is spiraling all the
crap.
time.
I'm having fun with it.
Yeah, but yesterday we already gave him the chance 3 or 4 times. He was very disrespectful towards older people in here.
Hey,
I don't
Nah,
mind.
he
He can be
wasn't trying to give an
disrespectful to
argument. He
me.
was trying to ask questions. I want to hear his questions.
Clay, listen. One of you guys, okay, need to decide that you're going to be the arbiter of who speaks and who doesn't. So, for example, hey, you just said that. How about you? Respond since the question was to you. All right. If any of you could do that, that would be awesome.
Well, I'm sorry.
In fact, I can do that.
My fault.
Well,
I
I
shouldn't
was
have
talking to him,
interrupted.
and then people who aren't talking to him keep coming in and saying, "Let's stop talking to him."
No, the only reason I said what I said is because at that moment when I said it, he was trying to argue, but then he conceded several moments earlier that he was not trying to reason. That's what he just said to me. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then you, Central, were having fun with him, and that's totally fine. And then after that, he was just going to ask questions, he said. So that's even more fine.
But if he comes back, I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
No worries. I mean, I think it's hilarious.
I mean, you might as well have fun. I mean, if you can, unless that person makes it impossible to have fun, then it's like, okay, just be muted. You're trying to maximize the difficulty of communication. No, be muted. Be muted.
Hi, Hero. You made it back.
All right. Also, one thing.
There we go.
Oh, don't gang up on me. I don't want like 2 people talking at once. Trying to talk over me. I don't appreciate that at all.
I agree.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, let me get into this. So.
Chill, man.
Yeah. All right. So, I'm curious on your guys' beliefs. So.
No
so
beliefs. Facts.
what's so? Do you guys believe there's an ice wall?
Facts.
Belief.
Yes.
All right. So how? So in that case, how isn't the water, because of the weight of the water? You know how like dams and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So how doesn't it just burst all around the planet? So how's it how? So how isn't our water levels going down?
The
Right.
creator of all
Do
the
you
creator of all
believe that
things made it strong enough.
well, hold on. Do you believe that we believe that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space?
Not hold on,
Wait.
time out. AI just said one of you pick one of you to have a conversation. And I've heard 4 people since then. So again, one of you decide who's going to speak. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Elijah. I raised my hand to speak.
Well, I just wanted to point out that water level is not even going down. Sea level has been slightly rising at the same 2.98 millimeter rate for about as long as it's been measured for the last 2 centuries.
This has happened before.
Cool, but that's not raising. Are you gonna speak? Are you raising your hand to speak, or are you not?
Yeah.
Okay, so which one of you are going to speak then? Y'all adjudicate that, and then one of you speak, please.
Okay, so here earlier, what I just said was, why doesn't the ice wall burst? Because the God of the creator of all things made it strong enough to handle the water.
All right. So all right, we're gonna get into a whole debate now about religion. Okay. So
On a what one?
why do you believe in a God? How do you know he actually exists?
Because he's a necessary being. I mean, we might get stopped talking about this in this room, but
All right, but
maybe
well,
not.
how do you know? Like, do you follow the Bible or whatever that is, or whatever
Correct.
religious book?
The Bible, the Maker, the Holy Writ, the Kitab Kodesh, yes.
Yeah. All right. Do you mind going to the biblical voice chat and we'll discuss this? You want to do that?
Not at all. Let's go.
All right, for sure.
Okay, I'm yielding to Gregory.
Yippee.
Okay.
I don't want to go to biblical.
The guy was more interested in the biblical part than the actual facts. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Oh, well.
Glad I didn't have to listen to that little weasel voice. Oh my God, for much longer. Help me,
Nasal.
Lord.
You think that was real? Or that's like he's like modulating it. I think he's like changing it. He's like afraid of getting doxxed or something.
Dude, you got to get out more, be around more children. Plenty of children talk that way.
Plenty of so-called grown men talk that way these days.
Oh, to be fair, yes. There are 30-year-olds that talk that way.
I mean, yeah, depending where you live, I mean, it can get pretty bad.
Yeah, that kid was a bit cocky, huh? Sheesh. These kids these days, I'll tell you.
They're all
these
like
kids.
they
all
all
like
have like they have like this narcissism from social media. Like they've never been challenged, so they just assume they're always right. That they're all geniuses.
Because I can Google it. I'm a genius.
Yeah, it's like I'm on the winning team. I must be really smart.
Yeah,
that's how they
it's
think.
Bizarre.
It's yeah, social media and then the safe space culture, whatever. It's what it does to you.
I have the right opinion. I'm a genius.
Yeah, and there are no.
Their
That
parents are
sounds like
saying,
a meme, man. Is that a meme? Fuck.
their parents are saying, "Hey, you're better than everybody else in your own way. Here's a participation trophy."
Right. That's hilarious.
Just assuming their parents even talk to them.
That's, I mean, yeah, for real. And I'm of the age where I could have children that age. And, you know, I look at my friends and I'm like, really hope that you guys are doing this right. And then I meet their kids and I'm like, yep, they're doing it right, you know. But then you get the people who come in here and can't accept that the cool kids club is wrong about the nature of reality. You know what I mean?
Wow, the cool kids are wrong? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the popular cool kids are all wrong. Isn't that something?
But I follow the majority. Doesn't that mean I'm right? I'm a good guy.
Yeah. When the
Good
science
guys always win.
When the science is 100% settled, it's time to start the science over.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess that guy's parents, if he was an infant, they'd be putting one of those things on his head, strapping on his head before they go in the grocery store. Those kinds of parents.
Maybe the problem is they didn't do that.
What is that thing on their head?
Well, you know, the real pandemic is ignorance. Willful ignorance.
Yeah, narcissistic psychopathy.
It is. It's sad. It's denial. It's like realizing that you might not be a gymnast. Like spending years, you know, trying to be a gymnast and trying for it real hard and then just realizing it's probably not going to happen. That's the feeling that these people are trying to avoid, right, by admitting that it's flat.
Yeah, I'm way ahead, and I realized that on day one.
Exactly. Well, some of us, it was just immediate. Some of us, it took a second. But, I mean, it happened, you know? And it's like an awakening. Alcoholics call it a white light, a spiritual awakening moment. And in a big life change like that, it's going to happen. The good thing is you don't have to be an alcoholic or drug addict to have that feeling. You can get that same feeling by being liberated from the globe belief paradigm into the truth, the flat, stationary, enclosed earth truth.
And it might cause you to drink more.
Temporarily, yeah. Maybe. But you're better than that, kid. Oh, man. Like I said, I envy those who can drink normally. We tip our hat to you.
Cheers.
Tip, tip, tip.
Yep, I tip my hat.
Okay, so see in the live stream voice text, I posted a picture. I'll do it again because it's, yeah. This is taken from supposedly 120,000 plus feet in the air. If this photo is real, right, it's a straight line, hundreds of miles in front of us from left to right, zero curvature. So my question is, at what height then do we need to go to see any, I'm talking 0.5 degree of curvature, drop over distance? Where's the arc, bro? Where's it at? It's not here. Again, live stream voice text, 120,000 feet, flat horizon. Take all the time you need, Globers. Clearly, you need some time.
We'll be here.
You have to go higher than you can go, the same way that you can't demonstrate gravity with anything that you can actually demonstrate things with. It only works on scales that are not demonstrable.
We'll be here when you get back, and if you want to return to the fantasy, all your misery can be refunded in full.
Lumpy just asked, how many square miles does it take to make a sphere? That's a great question.
How many flat square miles? Yeah.
Right. Why do they call them city blocks? No big deal. Grid pattern everywhere, but it's a ball. So just accept it, flatties. What are you doing?
They basically say you can't prove it.
You don't have to account for curvature because the Earth is so big, therefore Earth ball.
So big and
Yeah, it's
flat.
curving, but you can't find it. It's spinning, but you can't feel it. It's like globe logic.
Yeah, listen to this excuse I have for why I can't demonstrate my claim. Okay, yeah, it's correct.
They might as well be saying ghosts. You know what I mean?
You're giving them ideas.
Demon spirits, ghosts,
They might as well
specters.
just. They
It's
might as well
official.
just say their proof might as well just be because they said so.
No, see, that's boring. That's what they've been saying anyway, right? It's like
Yeah.
they've been playing dad, that dad just says, well, because I say
Yeah.
so. That's an actual fucking reason.
Right.
So you'll do what I say, and I can't believe you're questioning me. Oh my God.
You guys are just a bunch of crazy unicorn deniers.
I would
How dare
would
you
not.
deny
I would
the
rather
unicorn.
not. Yeah, I would rather not deny unicorns. I really want to see one.
Yeah,
like have one.
because you know what? You're in luck because you can calculate a unicorn.
You can put a horn on a horse's head and call it a unicorn.
Yeah, you can both calculate a unicorn in your mind and put a horn on a horse's head and call it a unicorn. Indeed.
Then you can take measurements of the fake unicorn and make a model of it, and then tell everybody that you live on this unicorn body.
That'd be
Place
that'd be
little
a unicorn.
comments here and there. Put some little water in here, little water pictures, with the little waves. You know how they.
Would it just be lollipops and gumdrops everywhere in a unicorn farm?
Well, there could be. That could be their gravity or something like that. I mean, just.
Well, yeah, but then what do you do when you go to the sugar-free area? They're all pissed off because there's no sugar.
We've just invented a new sugar-free area of the unicorn Earth.
Ooh, cotton candy clouds. Oh, dude, I love it. Everything has a barber shop, spinning spiral thing on it. Everything's edible. It's like Willy Wonka.
So we got the ocelot in the chat here. Maybe this is the guy who has Earth curvature.
The ocelot. That's a cool animal. Where's the ocelot?
Is that a Metal Gear reference? Ocelot.
I was just about to say that.
Maybe this is the guy who can show us the globe.
I don't see him. Am I blizzard?
No, he's on-
Oh, I see him now. Okay, 2000. Yeah. Hey, Ocelot, 2000, bro. What's up? Did you know
He's
that
just grabbing
purple-
his Earth curvature. He'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, find that Earth curvature. And did you know purple is the color of royalty? Because back in the day, people had a hard time creating certain colors. Purple was one that they could make that the peasants couldn't, so they made that and wore it around. Also, because they like to combine red and blue to make purple because it's 2 into 1. And they hate duality. And that's why they've been working for singularity. Anyway, the more you know, Ocelot, what is the makeup of the topographical nature of our Earth reality, please? I.e., is the Earth a globe?
It's very strange, that silence. In 2022, no one's jumping at the bit to provide globe proof, like a measurement of the surface, proving their globe at 1.22 miles. Where's that horizon? I'm surprised you never hear any of the Globers come out and actually say what they're implying. Yeah, the globe geometric horizon, it moves back and forth every day, sometime hour to hour. It's moving. Yeah, it's moving. Come on, man. What's wrong with that? The ball's changing size, but it doesn't change size. Isn't that interesting, you guys?
Yep.
And we don't notice anything but flat and stationary.
It's crazy. It's like, how long have we been sitting here asking for just one, anything that proves the globe narrative to be true? And, we wouldn't still be sitting here asking, right? Like, that's just how it works. If you had even one piece of evidence, we would have seen it by now, and then you'd be overwhelming us with the abundance of obviousness that is out there that Earth is a globe. But see, we're still fucking here. So I don't know what you want to do about that, Globers, but I think it's just time to start admitting that it's flat at this point. It's okay. Put your pride aside. It's okay. It really is to admit you were duped. It's like going to a magic show and, the magician pulling the wool over your eyes, doing a bunch of tricks, and you're like, how the fuck did he do that? You can get tricked, and that's okay, because when you leave the magician, you're not saying, that son of a bitch, I can't, but there's no way I was tricked. You're thinking, gosh, that was fun. That was a good trick. And then you forget about it and you move on.
Yeah, because normally somebody wouldn't have that kind of loyalty to somebody that they do not even know, never met. You guys are holding on to this thing as if it's yours. You've only been told this story. What? I don't understand this loyalty. Like, you wouldn't have that kind of loyalty in real life ever, in any other category of your life.
Stockholm syndrome.
It's not even a good trick. It's just, here's this Photoshop picture. That's what the world is. Oh, okay.
You have all these believers that they live on a spinning watery ball, and all these believers in a spinning watery ball can't prove through observation and empirical evidence that they live on a spinning watery ball. It makes no sense to us, but then a lot of things don't make any sense to us.
The thing is, they love the idea of space, man. That's all it is. They love the whole sci-fi of it, having to go where no man has gone before.
I really want to know what that demonstrates, Bendy Light. Bendy Light has a question. It says, question for the, quote, critical thinkers. Dickhead. He says, if the horizon is a straight line, how is it possible that it encircles you as the observer? My response was, it just fills your view. It doesn't mean it's a circle. It's just flat everywhere you look. And you turn around in a 360 degree, don't you? So it's just going to fill that view. Doesn't mean it's a circle. Try again. Anybody else want to talk to him about that?
It's just you spinning around in a circle.
Yes.
Space, the final big lie. These are the voyages of the fake ship Enterprise. Its 5-year mission: to explore strange new CGIs, to seek out new hoaxes and new fabrications, to boldly go where no imagination has gone before. Woo, 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 woo. So many people live in that world. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. Even if you're a Trekkie like me, it doesn't exist.
Very nice. So Bendy Light, 360 degrees is a circle because that's the degrees you're turning when you turn yourself around. You're the one going 360, not the world. This is horrible for you. It's looking bad. Try again. He's like, it's a straight line everywhere you turn. Yeah, it is. And how is that globe proof?
Hey, I want to ask a question about the gravity and the globe. So apparently, in their theory of gravity, it's not exactly from top down, like a pull force. since they believe like the Earth is like is turning and is turning at like fast speed, so there's like a force that keeps us down and a force that keeps us from like going away with the momentum. So like there has to be like what, 3 or like 2 forces of apparent gravity in a spinning ball. I don't understand what they believe in. I don't get it.
Neither do they. Neither do they.
Like, do they have like some theory or something about like how gravity works on a spinning ball? Because even in
In the
their
colloquial
ideology, it
term.
does make sense.
In the colloquial term. Not in the scientific.
Well, gravity is just a way that they use to explain something that is unexplainable. So you're not going to really get a good answer to the question.
Whoever was speaking, I think you're breaking up. Like your mic was kind of iffy.
Oh, man. That's This is better. You guys hear me?
Hold on a second. If something optically appears straight and flat and we have no other way to see it, it's straight and flat, Ben. You need to come in the voice chat and be a big boy. Can you do that? Can you drop 1 or 2 of your balls here and come in and talk to us like an adult? Or are you just going to hide in the live stream voice text? Folks, literally, he's in the live stream voice text saying straight isn't straight.
He missed the YouTube chat.
Yeah,
But
well,
you and
too
I
bad.
know he couldn't. All those weeks of him suffering, not getting his daily beatings. Now he's
I'm just glad he's not on the payroll anymore.
Oh, he's probably trying to get back on.
He's on in some other way. Gotta suckle off that teat now.
Wait, isn't it a rule
Gotta
to
get
like
those
only
shekels.
speak in that chat if you're in a voice chat? Like you can't.
Yes, it is technically a rule, Bendy Light, that if you're going to speak in the live stream voice text, it will also be that you speak in the voice chat. The VC here with us. Thanks.
KJ posted the precedent, the rule.
One of the main reasons is just because nobody wants to fucking type that much, Ben.
Yeah, what's the problem? Why can't you speak?
Because he's a coward.
Okay, show us you're not a coward and come into the live stream.
He doesn't think our opinion matters, so if we call him a coward, he's like, oh, it's just another notch in my armor.
No, he thinks it matters immensely. He just pretends.
Why are they?
Well, he feels like he seems to feel like he has a lot to prove to us.
We're the only people who can give him meaning in life.
Yeah, they're suckling off the teat. All right, they're suckling off the teat of flat Earth. That's kind of odd, I think.
All right. I'm hearing a lot of ad homs, not a lot of flat Earth content.
Okay. All righty then. Yeah, just bring in your globe proof, Bendy Light. You're very confident. And text. Oh, now you got
Bendy Light. Let's see. Bendy Light, most likely a reference to refraction being the salvation for all these supersediary observations that debunk your globe. perhaps you're not up to speed on the latest science, which is different chroma refracts differently. And if you had an ideal model of refraction, which standard refraction and atmospheric refraction indeed are, and it's falsified in reality by sending 3 different color lasers over 120 kilometers and proving that this refraction doesn't exist because there's no separation, which would necessarily be the case if refraction was what you claimed it to be. Yet the government chartered a university and Boeing, et cetera, to conduct this experiment for them, and they found that your model doesn't exist. So why don't you just take that little bendy light daydream and change your name to something else, like Fairy Farts and Wishes? Because we all know that fairy farts can indeed bend light.
The black swan doesn't account for fairy farts.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm pretty sure it was Rumpus who posited the idea that we can't be certain about anything because we don't know the unknown variables. Like, we don't know if fairies are messing with it in the background. So at the end of the day, there's nothing that can be known. There's nothing that can be scientifically proven according to them. Yet somehow the globe is known and scientifically proven. Makes no sense.
Say it's scientifically proven that they basically nerfed science. Like, what does science mean anymore?
So has Brenda returned with the homework complete? Probably not. What Brenda was supposed to do is read that paper about the laser observation to which I was just referring. Probably why Brenda left the server. But before Brenda left, typed in there unmute, unmute, and then left to make it look like, persecution rather than the inability to rebut the proposition that fairy tale refraction has been debunked.
Light rays parallel, light rays not parallel. Parallel, not parallel. Parallel, not parallel.
Oh yeah. Oh, so Rumpus is planning an observation. He's going to go out to Bedford Levels and use an auto-leveled theodolite or something along those lines, you know, with a reticle, so you can target something in the distance. And then he's going to have a target 6 miles away, and then they're going to raise it up and down and decide how much they have to raise it up and call the differential in having to raise it up Earth curvature. Holy. Oh, what about Lionel? Lionel, I know you got something to say. All right. All right, Sonny, I officially killed the chat by saying we shouldn't do ad homs anymore. So we can now go back to 5.72% ad homs. See if that'll get it mixed up a little bit.
All righty then.
Eight at homes per 1 hour.
Sounds like a fair ratio.
Hooray! I'm back.
Think of the comedy shows that are possible with all these globe fallacies. It's just wild. I mean, I'm telling you, man, hundreds of years worth of comedy in here. The globe is going to be run out of town on a rail. Rails are made on horizontal datum planes. Here's a question. Would tar and feathers blow off at 1,500 miles per, 1,500 feet per second? Just curious.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Hello. Who is this? What are you? Who are you? And what are you doing here? Who are you?
My name is Jeff.
Really? Well, hello there. Third match night. Oh, man, OPM is back. There's a lot of clovers in here for as quiet as it is.
A little bit of sardine on the end of a hook. Maybe a worm. Maybe some claims about gravity. Or Cavendish. Or refraction. Yep. Who's been to any other servers lately? What's the scoop? What's Jim Pandas talking about?
I don't know. I haven't gone over there in a long time. I stopped going in there.
Well,
it doesn't seem to be a very good place for me in particular.
They're probably talking about baked potato recipes anyway.
Yeah, more than likely.
Not any like demonstrable Earth curvature or any kind of flat Earth, globe Earth argument. It's just like, so.
Well, no, they
baked
don't got
potatoes.
nothing. Yeah. Sucks being them, I guess.
I heard somebody say they had a potato recipe. I'm interested in that.
Yeah, tater.
Oh, I got a good potato recipe.
Taters.
Yeah, I've been looking for a
Taters are
server,
good.
flat Earth server that does potato recipes, and that was a buzzword, so I got off mute.
Cool. You're off
See,
mute.
there's always a buzzword that gets somebody going. You got to know everyone's secret words.
Secret. That black swan.
Well, you just get a glass
Well,
casserole
I guess I'll
dish.
be looking for it posted in the chat about the potato recipe. Thank you.
No, you just take a casserole dish and you take the
More
potatoes,
babies.
turn them into 4 slices, put them all around the edge of the dish, fill the bottom with salsa, then with greens. I like spinach. And then on top of that, you put, what do you put on top? Oh, what I put on top is fish. Usually whiting or tilapia, because those are the fish I like. And a bunch of olive oil and spices and seasonings.
Tilapia.
Then you cover the whole thing in tin foil, and then you bake it for like 45 minutes till you smell the fish. Then it's ready to go.
Bake it?
Yeah. The trick is though, in order for it to really come out good at 45 minutes, while you're prepping everything, you got to pre-cook the potatoes a little bit. I use the microwave.
Do the potatoes need to be rotated at 15 degrees per hour? I'm just curious to make them fully cooked.
No, this is the one pan meal. One pan. Once you're done, you cook it, and when you take it out, you eat it.
Does the top cover have to be airtight?
Well, yeah. You got to keep the pressure inside with the tin foil. Keep the juices.
Do the juices level off on their own, or do you have to create a level for them?
You have to get a null point gravity stove, which ensures that the juices don't form random spheres in space. That way they stick to the fish.
What if the pan of potato is really, really big, like too big for us to see any curvature on top of it?
See what happens.
Well, if it's that big, you can't use it because the whole trick to this is you got to cut it into 4 equal spears so that it fits perfectly around your pan.
I love potato balls.
Oh man, rookie. Oh, it's Conrad. That's who it is. Yeah. Oh, much better. Using some grinders or something.
Cookies and crackers. Navy bean, meatloaf sandwich. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe.
All right. Time to get some real work done. Y'all have fun and do something productive. Expose that globe shillery with a little flat earth distillery. All right, later.
So what, did it die again or what? What happened?
Anybody in the European continent?
No, should I be?
Yeah, definitely. You should be in Europe, man. Where are you at? You sound like you're an American. Is that right?
California. We're in California, yeah. Look up special.
I lived in Orange County.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, I have great memories.
Do you? That's good. I don't know about Orange County. I've only been there a couple times.
I used to go to school in Newport Beach.
Okay. I know where that is. Okay. Cool.
What are you guys up to?
Nothing really.
Nothing.
in here waiting for somebody to come in here and argue with us, I guess. That's all. Kind of slow today. It was a busy earlier, and then everybody just left all at once. I think they all went to another chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, something like that. They wanted to talk about religion again. You know how it is. But it is what it is. What it is what it is. Yes, sir. And I'm about to mow my lawn with this mower that I just fixed. Hopefully it's fixed anyway. Hopefully it's fixed. I need more gas to pump. Sure. That little drop of gas that I put in there isn't going to cut it. That's all.
Hey,
So let's do it again.
I'm in nowhere.
You're definitely roboting. So you're
Yeah.
actually Mr. Roboto. Okay.
Yeah, man. We want humans, dude. Here.
Humans? No. No humans. No.
On here right now.
Humans suck, man.
No, we don't want any robots here.
Fuck off.
Yeah. There you go. That's a good idea too. I like that idea. It's my favorite thing to do, actually. You know, fucking around, irritating people, pissing people off, and testing their standards and morality.
California.
California. Yeah, dude. Totally, dude. Like, totally.
Come on, bro.
Yo, bro.
Bro. Check it out, bro. Bro, you check this out, man. So
Nah,
cool,
bro, I'm
man. Like, gnarly.
Dude, we're just chilling here, bro.
Yep, just chilling.
That's all we're doing.
Something better to do? What do you want to do now?
Dude, but too much chilling is not good, eh?
I don't know. Depends on how old you are, I guess.
That's a terrible answer.
No, it's not. If you're an old person, then you might not want to be so much activity. But if you're younger, then you might be more into it. It's up to you. Personally, I like football. I'm fixing my lawnmowers. And I'm going to go smoke some weed. It's just how I do it. It is what it is. Oh, shit. Get back in there.
The hell?
Yeah, exactly. What the hell and what the heck is both? Good questions. Very good questions. How do lawnmowers get so dirty? Like all they do is cut the grass, right? Or they get dirty and muddy on them. So damn dirty. Gee whiz. So anybody find curvature yet? Or anything related to it?
Yeah, I found it.
Some evidence? Really?
Yeah.
You gonna share? You gonna share that evidence with us? No.
Nah, today I don't feel like sharing.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever works.
Curvy.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
No, but I always feel like I am the one. I always feel like, why do I always come up with like the most stupid questions? You know, I feel like embarrassed of asking them, and it's just like, I don't want to ask questions. I don't want to ask a silly question. But,
All right. Am I roboting now? Good. Fucking robot. Shit. No?
nope, you sound absolute, like 100% like perfect.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Cool. Yeah, I'm in Orange County. Grew up out here. And it's crowded. It's crowded. A lot of people here, man.
Really? What do you mean?
Wow. It's a lot of people, man. Millions of people, apparently.
But
And, you know.
but you I mean, are you making a comparison like I mean, has it been like this for a while or?
No, when I grew up, there was hardly anybody. You know, it was almost like it was just one big orange grove with Disneyland over there, and that
Right.
was, you know, and then now it's just houses and cars, buildings everywhere. There's no open space anymore. It's all gone.
Mm.
You got to drive like 30, 40 miles to get to open space.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Overcrowded.
Anyway,
You said
where are
30 or
you?
40 miles?
Yeah, depends how open you want to get, but yeah, like 30 miles.
Check out this bad boy.
I have no idea.
Hold on.
What is it?
It's a big rock. Hold on.
Wow. Big rock? He just rolled it up on a cart or what? It's a big fucking rock. Huh? Cool. I like big rocks.
It's the Earth shape, I swear it is. Because the rock's flat on the bottom, see? That's why the Earth's round.
What is it? Y'all scared or something? Don't want to touch that one.
What do you guys know about Alaska? Like like
I know it's a state.
Right.
Never been there, so I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, I guess.
I heard that Alaska is like it's a good place to live.
Yeah, I would assume it probably would be. Considering where it's at and everything and the weather and all that. Probably would be good. Be good, close to good fishing and all kinds of good stuff. But what are you getting at? You're trying to like make a point in particular, or are you just
No, because I hear like, for example, no, it's just one of those places that nobody like. It doesn't seem to be populated, and
oh yeah, that's what they say. But I've never been there, so I really couldn't say. Honestly, it could be just like Hawaii. They say it's just a bunch of islands, but you know, you go there once.
it would be like
I'm
a
not saying
big
that
change. You know, it's like moving to a different country. No, even though you are in the States, like the distance.
Well, yeah, I
sometimes
guess it would be, yeah, because it's
Yeah.
on the ocean. Yeah, I would say,
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
agree with you there. I can agree with that. Oh, this pool, I swear it gets so damn dirty. Figures my brush. The long one is broke, so now I gotta try to brush it with this damn car thing. Car brush. It's easy. Trying to reach the center of the pool.
What are you trying to clean?
The bottom of the pool, I'm trying to stir up all the dirt so it'll filter out. And
Sounds like fun.
my brush that I bought recently broke because I was playing around in the damn tree with it, and I broke the end off of it. It's like, damn it. Stupid. I'm good at that. I'm good at screwing things up, breaking stuff. I can break things you didn't know could break. Damn. Dirty. Damn, it's dirty. It's probably a billion dead bugs right there. A billion of them. They're so tiny you can't even filter them out with the net, so I just have to filter them out with the full filter. It's crazy. Millions of little tiny bugs. Billions even. Yeah, that's not doing much. Stuff just goes right through the net. Damn it. I was hoping it was going to work. Some of the leaves. Okay, just like that. Get on deck.
Like, I have a question.
Okay,
I have a question. I have a question. I have a question. I have a question. All right, it's not like for example, if you're a total a total beginner, okay? If you're like a total beginner, and let's say that for example you don't have money for equipment. Let's say that you don't have money, for example, you just want to do a quick experiment to for example to just by your own means to be able to debunk the globe. Like, what would you suggest a person to do?
I would expect that I would say what convinced me was going to the ocean and measuring the humidity of the water and watching ships disappear over the horizon from two different angles, so you can see them going from left to right and from towards you, disappearing away from you. And then you can tell for yourself whether or not it's level. That would be my suggestion, but that's just the one I like the most.
So looking straight at the horizon.
They're drawing tic-tac-toe in the sky above my house. I don't believe it. I'll have to take a picture and show you that. That's pretty crazy. It looks like a tic-tac-toe. I swear to God it does. It's like those contrails are a bitch. Or whatever you want to call them. Let me go get a picture here. Noteworthy one. Oh yeah, that looks pretty interesting. Nice. It's a picture of me. It's not gonna work. Yeah, it does. Looks like a tic-tac-toe. Yeah, they're just painting the sky today. Like four different directions. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. It's like what at I mean, like I have the same I have I mean I'm pretty sure does anybody here in the chat doesn't see the same thing happening in the sky with does anybody, like, for example, doesn't experience this what are they called, chemtrails?
I already did.
People that deny it are pretty. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, people that deny what you can prove with your own eyes and your own investigation just are ignorant. But that's just my opinion. I can prove it. I got all the evidence I need. I got government documents, court documents, I got all kinds of stuff that proves that chemtrails exist. They're seeding clouds and making weather. Got all the evidence I need to go to court even. So people don't want to believe me. I don't care. It is what it is, right?
Is it something that we should be worried about?
I don't know. You tell me. They're spraying an unidentified chemical. They're burning it inside the turbine engine so that it comes out of the exhaust pattern that collects moisture from the air and causes clouds to form, right? So whatever chemical they're using, I'm not sure what it is, but I've heard people say. But if they are using some kind of chemical, I'm sure it's not good for you. I mean, that's just, like I said, I'm not a medical expert or anything, but I'm just honestly, if they're spraying some kind of chemical in the sky, whether it be burning sulfur or whatever, I'm sure that stuff, if you ate it, would be toxic. So, to be honest with you, they're polluting the air on purpose, just so that they can control the clouds. That doesn't make sense. So pollute everything and give everybody high doses of whatever they're spraying, and then what are they going to do? Claim that the stuff never hits the ground? That's crap, and you know that. Not all of it turns into a cloud. Some of it drops straight from the sky and comes down, smoke, soot, whatever. After a while of being carried in the air, it just drops. But you don't have to believe me.
Yeah, I mean, like I drink water from the tap, like all the time,
I wouldn't do that.
I said I drink water from the tap all the time.
I know. I said that I wouldn't advise that if I were you.
Right.
I would not advise that. For two reasons. Number one, you don't know what they're putting in it. Number two, the stuff that you do know they put in it is actually toxic anyway. So, can you trust them? Really?
Crazy.
And considering most public water comes from when you flush the toilet, that's pretty scary.
I have a question from, actually I had this question yesterday, but I didn't ask it. But what's the deal with what is the deal with those videos on YouTube that show that they show that we are able to see stars when we that we're able to see stars through the moon?
What about it? What do you mean?
I mean, can you actually
what are you asking? Can you
has
prove it?
anybody?
Can you show it?
It seems to be
Go ahead,
easy, right? To simply zoom into the moon and be able to see the stars. I mean, to see stars.
Well, I think you have to ask yourself also, why is it that the dark part of the moon is always the same color as the sky, no matter what?
Right.
Except
That's a
for
really
on
good
the
point.
special eclipses when it turns orange. But I think we both know that technically the moon there's the lunar eclipse all month long, right? The lunar eclipse is a constant thing. It just never covers it completely up, right? And then when it does, it disappears and you don't see it at all, right? That alone should
Right.
tell you that something ain't right.
Right. Right. Definitely. Yeah.
She's got.
And I'm not saying that proves anything. I'm just saying that it's kind of funny how they tell us one thing, but everything they tell us seems to be the opposite. But we're supposed to take their word for it that there's the ball, right? That makes sense. If they had all the evidence, then they should just be showing it. Why would they why would there be an argument at all? Why would this channel even exist? It shouldn't need to, right? If the Earth's really a ball, then you'd think that it'd be easy to prove it, right? To show us the curvature, show us how it works. But they can't. All they can do is show us some space agency that claims they're going there, but you can't really tell because even the space agency stuff is crap. It's all full of anomalies and camera angles that don't exist and impossible physics and crap. It's just ridiculous. But yet everyone in the world's oblivious to it, right? I'm curious about this. How they're saying now that they can measure light, the speed of light and all this. I wonder how they do that. I know they have cameras that supposedly do it, but multiplying camera shutters isn't necessarily, I don't think it's really like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It sounds kind of sketch, the way they do stuff. The way that, the formulas and stuff never seem to match up with reality. Well, the answer to that, BG, the only answer to that would be because the moon gives off its own light. That would be the only answer to that. That makes sense in any way. Logically, maybe the moon's light is of itself, and it's actually illuminated on its own. Or maybe the moon isn't actually there. Maybe it's just a big photograph of a moon that's blown up on a big mirror in the sky. Who knows? And it's on a track system. I mean, we don't know, right? Until we get up there and look. But what if you did? What if you took a balloon up there and you saw a tracking system holding the light that we call the sun? Would that surprise you? Wouldn't surprise me. There's many things in the world that are lies, and it's many things that you can, at least you know that it ain't what they claim it was anyway, right? But we're supposed to just believe all this stuff on faith, right? Well, as far as I'm concerned, when it's all based on faith, it's a religion. And although I believe in God, I don't believe in religion. Because religion is basically when people take the Bible and they interpret it themselves and then decide who God really is. I think when you do that, you make a mistake. But that's just my opinion. Anything that's evidence, especially a book that has all kinds of physical evidence in it, like the Bible, I don't know why everybody has such something against it. It doesn't make sense to me. And then when I ask you, and then when you ask, well, why do you have such a problem with it? Oh, well, because it's religion. Well, we talk about ball Earth all the time. That's a religion. Like most things in this world are a religion. That we're safe and we're secure and the government ain't out to get us. That's obviously not true, is it? But we all think it is, don't we? Like, look at government assistance, for instance. They say that government assistance is designed for people who lose their jobs and can't get another job right away, and it supposedly helps them, right? Then when you go in to get, what they call GA, government assistance. Then when you go in there and fill out all the paperwork, you find out not only do you have to pay all this money back, but you have to go through all this rigmarole in order for the money to be valid. In other words, you have to go through all this rigmarole of looking for a job and filling all this paperwork just to get that money. And then you still got to pay it back. It's like there's way too many rules on it. So I went in there, I think I was 23 or 24. I went in there to apply for it. Someone told me I could. And I couldn't get unemployment for some reason. I don't remember why. And it was interesting because by the time I got in there and waited in all the line and dealt with all the people that are in there and dealt with the rudeness of the employees, when I saw all the paperwork that was involved and all the things and I had to pay it all back, I was like, well, what the hell? What kind of assistance is this? How is that considered government assistance when Not only do I have to go out of my way and do all this extra work, when I could be out looking for a job instead of doing this paperwork. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like they put you in a position where you're going against your nature and what you should be doing in order to get benefits that are supposed to be helping you get a job. It doesn't make any, it just doesn't make sense, bro. It just.
I get you. Yeah.
Like a lot of people don't realize that there's work involved in everything. There isn't a such thing as you just walk up and they just give you stuff for free. There's always something. There's always some kind of catch. You know, like if you want to, like let's say you're homeless and you want to stay in one of those hotels that they claim are for homeless people, right? And you go get in line and then you realize that it's literally based on nothing. They don't really base it on like who needs the place the most or whether or not they have kids. They base it basically on who they decide goes first and who goes last. It's really ridiculous. At least it is in this area. It's like I got a friend of mine that's homeless and he was trying to get into one of those places. And all the crap that he had to go through just in order to get in there was worse than getting an apartment. I was like, you'd be better off just saving your money and sleeping on the street, bro. He's like, yeah, I know. I said, well, it doesn't make sense to me. Why do they make these? Why does the county and the state make all these like plans and give out and grant all this money when in reality they're really not helping anybody? It's just basically confusing people. You know what I mean? Or making things worse for them. It's like, you know, you got a guy who can't take a shower every day because he doesn't have a place to live. He can't do his laundry or whatever because he ain't got no money right now. He's literally on the streets and he's broke. He doesn't have any income, and you're telling me he has to go and do all this extra work while he's already looking for a job just in order to get some money that he has to pay back? That doesn't make sense to me. Seems like a lot of work for nothing. So I just walked out. I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want it. I went out and I just kept looking for a job and I eventually found one. You know, like it's just the way things are. It's just, but you know, like some people just don't. I should say most people don't think about that. They don't consider reality. They don't consider the way things really are. You know, when you go to get a job, there's certain things guidelines that you're supposed to follow. You go in there wearing shorts and a t-shirt, you know, and chewing on your lip and sitting crooked in your chair and not looking at the guy when he's talking to you, you're not going to get the job probably. You know what I'm saying? But if you go in there all, you know, clean, dressed, you know, shaven, you know, haircut, wearing a nice shirt and a nice pair of pants, slacks or whatever, you look like you know, like you mean it, like you want to get the job. They're going to give you a job every time. People, you know, like I've thought about that a million times. Like I wish when I was actually managing that I could have got some people like that, like people like me that would come along and actually just do the job. It's like that's all I care about. If I work for, whether I work for a restaurant or I work for any company, I'm going to do the job the way they taught me to do it. So I expect them to train me properly and then expect me to do the job properly. And that's all they expect. That's all there is. That's all there is to it, right? But it doesn't always work out that way. Like restaurants, for instance. They want you to think that restaurants are so well run and so clean and all this, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. The restaurants are the most ill managed, you know, businesses in the world. They're literally the worst managed because they usually hire someone that already worked in the restaurant in order to become the manager. So the person generally, you know, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with starting from the bottom, but I mean, if you're not hiring a manager from either out of college or, you know what I'm saying, you would think that they would hire out of college if they really wanted a serious manager. They don't want to pay the person very much, so they end up hiring someone that's going to junior college or something instead, or maybe someone that just graduated high school. And then that person just doesn't really care, right? He doesn't really care. He cuts corners to make money and make sure the numbers crunch together. That's just how they do it. And sometimes they do it in a way that people get sick or, you know, they serve food that's below quality standards. It happens every single day. But most of the time it doesn't harm you, so you don't really notice it. But I've seen things that made my skin crawl. Like, you know, animals growing and crawling around in bags of food and things that were stored in the back of the restaurant, things like that. It's just, and they just ignored it. Like, oh, we don't have time to clean that up right now. I'm like, what? Really? It's a shame. In case you haven't noticed, the world's gone to people in this world aren't the same like they used to be.
Comparing it to what time? Comparing it to when?
Oh, I can say just 5-10 years ago. I don't even have to go that far back. Things were better anyway, it seemed. Of
Are you serious?
course, that's to the eye of the beholder, right? I don't know. You live in a different country, right? I mean, things are different here. I mean, my personal life hasn't really been affected by most of this stuff. I don't know why I let it bother me sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't have to go get, you know what, and I managed to do just fine. I never got sick or nothing. Everybody else that went out and, got in line to get it, they all got sick. So as far as I'm concerned, I won and I proved my point. Of course, they don't see it that way. They think it's a fluke or something. I'm like, whatever. Then again, it might just be because of the way I was raised. I mean, when I was a kid, I was sick all the time. I mean, every other weekend I was sick. I had a cold. So maybe I just got every cold and I'm immune to them. I don't know. It didn't make sense to me. I don't know how it all works. All I know is that I just find it hard to believe that there's anything in the world that could hurt me unless I want it, unless I allow it to. You know what I mean? Like, especially some invisible thing that we can't prove. I'll stick to the stuff that I can. I can see bacteria, so I worry about that, but I don't worry too much about things that I can't see. There are exceptions to that, obviously, like, probably radiation or whatever, but I mean, most of us don't deal with that kind of stuff in the world. Sure is slow. Sure is slow.
You could go to the check-in. It looks like they need help.
It's possible. That's where everybody's hiding.
Entertainment is on the way.
Wagwan.
All right, you still here, Mortar?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mortal Combat.
Why did we have to move to this channel?
Just because that's the check-in channel, so that's where people just go to get their role so that they can move into the rest of the server, and there's some other
Okay,
people.
so
wait.
now you were saying how the Earth is a ball. Okay,
So we were talking about the level water, 70%.
Okay.
Level water.
But if the container has a flat bottom, then it's gonna be flat at the top hill because that's what level means, right? The distance
level means flat.
should be the same.
Are you now trying to say that a pool with an incline would have an incline of the water like above the surface of the pool? Because that's not really how communicating vessels works. Like the bottom of the container doesn't have any influence on the shape of the surface of water at the top.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that level means it's a certain distance away from a certain point. That's what level means.
Is that what level means?
That's what level means.
Where did you get that definition from?
Well, if you get a okay, what do you think level means?
I can show you a physics definition.
We can show you an actual definition. So I'll get the dictionary definition posted. Right, so we've got one in there. Even, flat, not having one part higher than another, having no inequalities, parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest.
Okay. Yeah, that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah. So 70% of Earth's surface is even, flat water.
Yeah. If you measure it from the center of the Earth, yes, it is.
So how can 70% of the Earth's surface be even, flat water and be a ball? Can you have a 70% flat ball?
Because if you get from the distance to the Earth and get it from here and measure how far it is to the Atlantic Ocean, and then measure from the distance from the Earth and measure how far it is to the Pacific Ocean, it'd be the
Okay,
exact.
Morta, Cam. Have you ever played football before?
I'm not a sport guy, no.
But you've seen a football before?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Have you ever seen a 70% flat football?
Like 70% deflated out.
Nah, as in 70% of the surface is flat.
I don't know how to think about that.
Well, you can't. Yeah, it breaks your brain, right? Because you can't have a ball that's 70% flat, can you?
No. Okay.
Right. So when level water is 70% of the Earth's surface, how can Earth's surface be a ball?
Level water doesn't have to be flat.
Well, that's what the definition's saying. Look, there's a bunch of definitions posted.
The definition again.
So can you see the live stream voice text just above this voice channel? Yeah. So the text channel just above this voice channel, scroll up.
Okay.
You see them? Right, can you read the definition?
Flat adjective 1, flat and level with the ground or with a line considered as a base. 2, affecting happening at one level in a system or organization, a horizontal division of labor, or 3, a noun, horizontal plane, position, or line.
Okay, so flat and level, horizontal plane, yeah?
Okay.
So 70% of a ball cannot be flat and level, can it? A horizontal plane?
But okay, but it's not a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's what you just read. The definition.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, but when you say the only reason we say the ocean is flat or level is because it's relative. It perceives to be that way. You look at it as that way, if anything. Okay.
So you're
but
saying,
it's not.
Level. So what does sea level mean?
No. Okay, that's wrong. Okay, you sea level
What's
is
wrong?
wrong. It's scientific.
Sea level is wrong.
It's just how we perceive it.
You're
extremely large.
saying sea level is wrong.
No, I'm saying
exactly.
It's saying the term. You know how you can't call people retard anymore because it's an offensive term, but actually it's a scientific term.
Sea level is an offensive term.
No, I'm saying that it's like that. I'm saying it's exactly like
it's
that.
Like an offensive term.
It's been taken out of context, and the word's been developed over the years.
So sea level has become offensive.
I'm not saying that, but if you taking it that way, you know what, you go for it. I'm just saying that the words change definitions all the time, and you can't just take.
So what does it mean now? What does sea level mean now?
No, sea level means exactly the same. It means what it is. It's the level. It's
Oh, so
sea
the
level.
sea,
It's
so
like
the sea is level. It's the level of the sea. And level
yes,
means what again? What does level mean again?
but you're taking the words too You've taken words too definitive. Why take? You
To,
don't take.
well, you
If
asked for
people
the
took
definition,
if
didn't
people
you?
took the Bible that way, do you think we'd have?
Hold on, you just asked for the definition. We've just shown you the definition.
And you're taking, but you're taking the word sea level too literally.
But no, it's the definition of level which you asked for
No,
and you
sea
read,
level.
right?
All sea level means is the height it is from the Earth's radius. That's what sea level is. That's all it
Oh,
means.
so it's
But what does
curved.
level mean?
No,
It
you're
says
taking. No,
level.
I'm telling you, you're taking level out the context. All sea, like when it says
What?
what's pressure at sea level, all it means is what pressure at the Earth's surface. That's all it
So
means.
so does sea, so those definitions of level where it says flat and level with the ground, is that wrong?
No, it's not wrong. I'm saying you're taking the word out of
Right.
context.
So sea level means level as in flat and level.
But it's like when you put this word sea level together, sea and level, obviously.
Yeah.
Level doesn't exactly mean level at that point, does it? It
Does it
wouldn't
not?
mean level. No, it wouldn't.
Why did they call it
So it's
level then?
curved.
Because it's.
Why is it called sea level?
But why not? What would you perceive to call it? Oh,
Well, no, I
6,400
would call it
kilometers
that
away from the
because
center of the Earth.
it's
Is that what you want to
obviously
call it?
level.
Would you call it that?
Well, I mean,
I don't have a problem with it. It's you saying that it's a problem calling it sea
No,
level. So I'm asking, what would
no,
you call it?
well, okay, because it's fine to me. Sea level's fine to me. I'm just saying that's how we perceive it.
Okay, so
It
sea
looks
level
flat.
isn't. So sea level is a fine term for it then.
Yeah, but you just shouldn't be taken literally though. It's not.
well,
Why?
Literally,
What do
level.
you mean?
I think what he was saying was that he thinks that it means that it's at a certain distance from the center of the Earth.
That's what I said.
Right. But the problem with this is that we don't have a way to measure this radius.
Okay, but you don't have to measure
Come
it.
on, that was worth it.
But it's just but you know it's there.
How do you know it's there if you can't measure it?
That's the stupidest question ever. I don't know how many cars there are in the world, but I know they exist.
Not analogous.
Yeah, so like I don't know how to answer that question.
I think you're forgetting where the
So then just
horizon is in that
then.
picture that we showed you, and where it would be if this thing you're living on is what you think it is.
So you don't know how to ascertain knowledge of the radius of the Earth. So you have no right to claim knowledge that there is a radius to the Earth.
Well, I can't because okay. So if I dig a hole down, how far would it go till?
Hold on. What method did anyone use to determine the radius of Earth? Because I don't think they dug a hole all the way down.
No, they didn't. They used seismic waves.
So what did they? How did they do this?
They used waves. I forgot what the seismic waves, I believe.
Seismic waves.
Yes, because
Really?
of the Earth's core.
Well, is that the
How does
Eratosthenes
that work?
method?
Because seismic wave, I don't know if you know this, but the seismic wave equation is basically a hyperbolic geometry.
Okay, continue.
How does that apply to the Earth?
Well, why wouldn't it be able to apply to Earth?
You know what a hyperbola
You
is,
have
right?
to justify your positive claim that it applies to the Earth.
What do you mean?
Justify how using seismic waves gives you knowledge of the radius of the Earth.
Well, if say a seismic wave came from what do you call them things, tectonic plates, obviously the wave's gonna act in all directions. It's gonna come upwards and downwards. Okay, if you can measure how long it takes to go upwards, and if someone's on the other side of the Earth, like diametrically opposite from on each other, and measure how long it takes to go that way, because you'll feel it, or you can see it on a seismometer. I forgot what you call it. You can then get an estimate for the distance or diameter.
Neat.
Okay, so you're
And
talking
where
about
would
a
the horizon be in that
hypothetical.
picture again?
Wait.
This were
So you're
valid?
talking about a hypothetical.
Well, no.
Everything your justification was to say if.
No, it's
Okay.
happened. That's how we know it. Literally, what they
So
did
then
is
why
one
did you
person
begin
filled
your
it up.
justification with if?
Well, no, that's how I would do it, and that's how they did it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And where would the horizon be in that picture we showed you again, if any of that were valid?
But I forgot. But that,
You said it yourself already. 2 to 3 miles is the normal observer height,
okay, yeah. Oh God, 1 second.
which equates to 1.2 at the 1 foot height that we did it at. So, nope. Try again.
I think you got a phone call. That was pretty good, though. I like the whole sea level thing. I'm tempted to not let him get away from that. I don't know if it's getting annoying, but kind of want him to give me the new term that we should be using.
He already got away with a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, right. It's just one more thing. He's a good sport, though. You got to give it to him. Most of them would have completely spiced out by now.
I will say he's really trying.
No, I'm not really trying. Right, okay. Anyways, it's currently 22:39, and I've got A level to sit. I have to go to sleep. Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, you're welcome to come back anytime to talk to us. Just be chill with people, and we can have a good conversation. Right.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, Morta. Good luck with your exams.
Thank you. I'm gonna need it. This math exam's not looking good. Okay. Thank you.
No, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. You sound like a smart guy. Have fun. Sea level.
I probably should have moved that a bit earlier, but oh well.
He's a funny guy.
Obfuscation. Pure linguistic.
He had a sense of humor.
Where
he had a sense of humor. I'll give him that.
Yeah. Where we can't interpret the phrase sea level as referring to the sea being level and not curving. So somehow that interpretation, that interpreting sea level is that the sea is level, not curving, is an unjustified interpretation. And that there's another interpretation that is intelligible.
Well, I asked him what it meant, other than level as in level. He couldn't seem to tell me.
And when we ask, okay, what is this supposed alternative interpretation of the phrase sea level? Yeah.
Well, that's the way you make them think, hopefully. They think, God, I don't want to be in that position again. I was trying to justify why sea level was wrong.
Well, that's a good way, though. I mean, like they bring up some specific point or argument that they obviously don't know more about than we do. So ask them a specific question about it, and well, if they're ignorant, they'll quickly show it.
All of these look at it means they're hilarious. Where's your horizon? Look at it, mother.
Oh, he left? God damn.
Look at it. I said, look at it.
I don't wanna. Please. What happened to Morta? He dipped?
Did he dip? No, he's right there.
Morta? Where is he?
Mm-hmm. Right top? Oh, no, Morta. No, Morta's gone.
Oh, Morta, yeah. The Spartan guy.
Hey, brother Elijah.
I had a shirt
Well,
up.
that was the calm version, to be honest.
Of Morta?
Yeah, it was pretty calm here in the live stream. Compared to earlier, I mean.
I wonder why.
Elijah, is your mic working?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, but
There
I'm
we
a
go.
bit busy. I can only listen in. It's 70 degrees, and it's sunny and cloudy, and it's raining and not raining. And they said it's supposed to be a hailstorm. So a hailstorm, that's pretty interesting. It being 70 degrees and all.
At first, I thought you were going to describe a pleasant weather day, and then you just started describing this chaos, meteorological chaos. Not 7 degrees outside. It's partly cloudy, sunny, and it's raining and not raining. And a hailstorm is coming.
Oh, we were talking about earlier. Speaking of damn, I already forgot the word that you used. But speaking of some disaster or some event,
Meteorology.
I don't know. But earlier we were talking about that time that the sun was like orange all day.
Hmm.
And everyone saw it as orange. Okay, well, I guess I can't say everyone, but everyone who was here to comment and everyone everywhere that I've been to talk about it confirmed that the sun was orange all day. And my question was, wow, that's a phenomena that's very rare and something that, like, you know, that doesn't happen every day. And
Yeah.
some people in here said, yeah, you know, because of the forest fires, it's a pretty big forest fire, and you know, all of that spread throughout, I guess, the continent. Because I'm on the East Coast, and that happened on the West Coast. Because I was like,
Mhm.
yeah, but I'm in New York City, and then they're like, yeah, well, you know, so they're telling me that it's this forest fire, and I'm just thinking a forest fire, and then in the open sky of the world.
Yeah.
Like
You cannot produce that much smoke.
like, are you like this? That's the kind of stuff that I'm like, why would you believe that? I just don't. I don't believe that.
I mean, it wasn't like the greatest eruption possible throughout all the volcanoes of the Ring of Fire. It was just a forest fire in California.
You know, so it's like this phenomena that actually, if we all knew this was created, that would have been a something of note, possibly celebrated. You know, some sign that we don't understand, but it's a sign of something because it doesn't often happen. So it's just like, here's this thing that doesn't always occur, but it happened this one time. Isn't where we live awesome because of the creator? Yeah, great. Moving on. You know what I mean? But instead, it's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, there's this fire somewhere, and so everybody's experiencing an orange sun. Like, it
Yeah,
just took
everything
away
is
from the
demeaned.
majesty of the
Yeah.
entire event.
Yes, I know what you mean. Everything is demeaned. And people wonder why people are so dissatisfied with existence, quote unquote disenchanted, why nothing is of any wonder. It's not appreciated. Because somehow, for whatever reason, for whatever motive, we live in a culture where the epistemological, dictators have just tried to evacuate all the wonder out of everything. The amazement, the amazing qualities, the baffling, wondrous qualities of everything.
Yep. Unfortunate.
Yeah, what day are you talking about with this orange sun from the smoke or whatever?
You know what day you proposed that it was the smoke is the reason that I saw.
Oh, yeah, okay. You're talking a long time ago then. Yeah, I remember the conversation.
Yes.
Oh,
And
that
I
was in
just
here
thought
in this
it
voice
was
chat.
absurd. Yes.
Okay. How many years ago was this?
Last year.
That
Oh,
might have
okay.
been dude last year. I think that was way long ago. That might have even been like the last server.
No. That just happened. That happened like maybe half a year ago.
Maybe it just keeps happening.
Maybe. Which is that's interesting. These forest fires from California, they do happen every so often, whereas like enters the
Every
news
year.
cycle.
Every year, yeah. every single summer. It happens.
Yeah. But I've never seen an orange sun all day as a result of it. That's the thing that's peculiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3,000 miles away. Now, if you're over here like I am in California, then yeah, the sun is its brilliance is dimmed. Its color has become darker. But that's because I'm near where the fire began, and the smoke is traveling.
There was a fire in the heavens. I'm willing to believe that instead. If anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, as far as where you're at in New York, for it to be affecting you from California, I don't know if I would have agreed there, but there was you know, a lot of times there might be fires up in Canada or something, and it happens where I got a picture I took a few months back where there was fires.
Maybe it was Canada. Maybe it's Canada I'm thinking about.
Yeah, because there were fires up in Canada a few months back that I took a picture of the moon, and as it was like a really deep orange color from it.
I might be tripping. It might be the moon then. And it might be that. I might be tripping.
You want to see my orange moon? I'll go get my phone and find it.
I don't know how much it would change things, but it definitely there's a big difference.
The moon as opposed to the sun, night as opposed to day.
Still, smoke from Canada, I don't know. Again, people all over still saw this red moon, so it's like, and furthermore, the moon is always wonky colors. People just don't pay attention half the time. From blue to purple. What?
Would you and anyone else come down to philosophy and talk to me about Siamese twins, conjoined twins?
No. Why?
Because it's freaky.
That is the most uninteresting topic I've heard about all year.
Are you serious?
Yes. Like, I don't know.
Oh, Elijah, do you know what a Siamese twin is?
Yeah, they're like conjoined at wherever.
Yeah, make sense of that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Nothing uninteresting about that at all.
Nah, I don't care. Cause that's like, nah, because I'll never know, and I don't care. I already have one philosophical dilemma.
Wait, what?
Why? Why must they be this way? See, that falls under that same thing. Why must they be this way? Same thing. I don't know. I don't know.
Right. Certainly they're not uninteresting or unimportant, especially if you have to interact with them, especially if you're in some kind of serious situation.
I never
with
have,
them.
by the way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Especially if that's one of your children.
I don't even know anyone who has that kind of. I just can't. I don't have the empathy right now. I don't even know how to sympathize. I don't have any. I don't know.
I understand that.
I've met
midgets. The only reason I mentioned is because
I've interacted with midgets. It's almost like a mystical.
Mm-hmm.
Let me shut up while I'm behind.
Did you say let me shut up while I'm behind?
Yeah. I'm aware of when I'm saying shit that's just like way too, just not it.
It's not worth saying because of the ire that you'll get in response. Yeah.
The hole's getting
No,
deeper.
it's not even about that. It's understanding what I'm saying and realizing maybe I need to think about this. Is this right to think?
Well, anyone, DM me if you want to talk about this. Cause I just want to talk about it with someone.
What happened that made you think about it? Like it's just random, or
I was just browsing through YouTube, and then YouTube decides to advertise a video from Jubilees, this channel Jubilees, giving a
Yo, I'm watching that right
recording
now.
an interview. You watching that video
The
now?
Siamese twins. The Siamese twins joined the UFC.
See, this is just a tactic to get us.
And count as one
This is
person.
just an algorithmic tactic to get us distracted. Once again, the masses, they're enacted with the contracted, consensual reacting. I'm a bastion. I don't know what happened and laughing. I'm sitting back in the lacking. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Feeling a little uninspired. My eye, it's not.
I knew it. I heard another rhyme. Like, oh wait.
All right. I'm done for the night.
I threw those pictures in there for you, Elijah.
Yeah. But yeah, I was definitely mistaken. It was the moon. And still, I had never seen the moon like that and did not believe that fire from Canada made the moon that I was looking at red. It just, I'm definitely skeptical. Would like to see how that could have been validated. That's all I'm saying. I'm not gonna just be like, no.
Well, I'm just saying I don't doubt it because it's happened plenty of times before where they said that there was, well, at least a couple of times before where there was wildfires 1,000 miles away or 1,300 miles away up in Canada, and you could literally smell smoke in the air here, like, and it was like harder to breathe and shit like that. It's happened.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I didn't smell any of it. Like you said that day, and I was like, I don't smell any of it. Second of all, I had never seen that before. I'm sure there have been fires before. I had never seen that before. I don't know anyone else who's seen it before.
Being from the
Unless
Midwest,
you're in the area. Sorry.
Like being in the Midwest, it has some effect. And then there was Mount St. Helens. Eli, are you old enough for that? That would have probably gotten all the way to the East Coast. But yeah, in the Midwest, we have some like coloring effects from what's going on, to the west of me.
I think the statement still stands that I in New York and everyone else that I've spoken to on the internet that has never seen the moon red in their location as a result of some fire elsewhere. None of us have ever experienced that. That's a claim that requires substantiation.
Fair. Can't substantiate anything about a light in the sky, really.
It's not. Then don't make the claim.
Substantiated.
I'm not totally. Just coloring.
But
that's not a claim.
But that's the thing. It's like, well, then why are we talking about what smoke is doing to it then?
I don't know. Sorry.
Not you, but I'm. You know.
There's something that's needs to be mentioned. When we make claims about what can't be known, that claim itself must have a justification. It's not self-justified. I don't think people appreciate that.
Oh, I think I got the penny to drop with Matthew earlier. I explained I can't look at the moon to measure a part, to have any actual knowledge of it, when all I have is an angular relationship to it. That's the problem with actual knowledge of anything in the sky.
Well, be that as it may, not just this particular issue, but just in general. Claims to knowledge and claims to knowledge about the impossibility of knowing, both must be justified.
Because we can't, all we have is an angular size relationship to the item we're looking at. We can't physically do anything with it.
Does your statement invalidate what Gregory's saying?
Yeah. Yes. No. It proves that they can't make
he's
claims.
demonstrating the justification
That's my
of what
point.
he's saying. Yeah, he's doing good.
Yeah. My point is if I measure a part at work, I cannot look at the moon to get an accurate number, and I cannot look at it from a distance to get an accurate number. To actually have knowledge of the item, I have to have it in my hand. That's a powerful statement.
Well, more than what you can know from observation.
Yeah, there would have to be, say, an optical comparator can measure the shadow of it, but you have to have a frame of reference already set in. You don't have a frame of reference from a distance. In actuality, you might imagine you do.
Does the moon have
I could
light
take a
rays?
zoom in picture of a miniature car or something and then try to put it next to a regular car and then try to come up with different distances for the two and mix match them and then try to figure out which one's supposed to be the actual big car. You could really screw things up, and that's exactly the point with looking at things from the distance. You can't actually know. And to claim actual knowledge is a forfeiture of the argument at that point on their end. They've been goofing that up the whole time.
So,
Does the moon have light rays?
It is light,
Like-
yeah, but angular size
I don't-
relationship to the viewer.
I don't think so. I don't think I've seen light rays. I've seen the visual effect
light
where
rays?
you ever see you ever see a light like maybe from even like a headlight from a car, and you're looking at it through fog glasses or fogged anything, and you have that like I forget what the effect is called, but it's like kind of rainbow like it's like a halo of colors. And that's what the moon kind of looks like in some conditions, but I've never seen like moon rays.
I know y'all have seen the moon shine across the surface of the water to your feet, and then maybe on a foggy night or something, you've never seen like the light peek out from behind the moon, like kind of like diffraction.
Say that again.
Like moonlight diffraction, like when the moon is in the like there's clouds in the sky, there's fog, and the light it looks like a light ray to me. Never seen that?
Can you post a photo?
Here, the Earth is flat. What's up, everybody? Smurfs here. Did you know that no matter how far you look, the Earth is always flat at any altitude, no matter how far you go?
Is the moon following us, or what do you think?
Great question. Following us. Great
idea.
Well, we said the same thing basically.
What the hell?
We said the same
What do you
thing.
mean? Following something that don't move? I don't know what you mean.
Follow something that don't move.
From like when you're when you're a little child and you're in the backseat of the car or whatever, headed down the road, and you're like the moon's following me, right? You ever thought that to yourself from your vantage point, from your perspective?
Yeah.
Or
that thing's always here behind me.
Do what?
Hey, just because that thing is following you, what's that got to do with the surface of the world you live on? What's it got to do with the Earth being flat?
Well, the first thing I thought of was the moonlight.
Please get ordered. Just aggressively
on the surface of the
interrupting
water
the
coming all the way to
conversation.
your feet.
Hey, so what if so what if the moon is following you? How does that make the Earth any less flat than it is? Clearly, it's flat, dude.
So you do kind of get moon rays in the sense of like if you have a certain contrast setting on your phone and you take a picture of it, but not like when you're just looking out into the distance and you have a cloudy day where there's clouds and there's like no clouds and the sun is peeking through and you can see the rays. I've never no, there aren't any images on or pictures online that I can find, nor have I ever seen anything like that.
But if the moon was or wasn't, if the moon is moving or it isn't, or if all the constellations decide to move one of these days, and they never do, would that matter? I mean, how is that relevant to the Earth having motion? If the Earth
Can you
has no,
please stop digressing the conversation away from the pop, the
what's
subject?
the conversation away from the movement of what? Go ahead.
Because you're preaching to the choir.
I'm just asking if anybody's seen any motion here.
Jimmy the chicken thinks he has.
The what? Chicken? Who?
I've been summoned. What's up?
So,
Jimmy the chicken. Yay, you seen some motion or some curvature, man? What's up?
Not sure exactly what you're talking about, but
And I'm not sure either. That's why I asked you. Have you seen any sort of proof that the world is moving in 5 different speeds?
5 different speeds. No, I don't think I have.
But you don't know about the motion where it's rotating and moving around the sun, or the solar system's moving around the galactic core, or that's moving near the speed of light away from the Big Bang. You don't have any proof of this?
No, I've seen these things. I've made observations.
Yeah, you've got some proof. You've made some measurable observations that the world is moving. Can you share this with us? That
But the world is moving. I don't think I have any specific observations that are going to convince you guys.
Why don't you have any?
Whoa. We're not asking you to convince us. We're asking you to prove your position.
No, I haven't even made a position. That's.
I want you to make one. Go ahead and please demonstrate the motion of the world. That we are experiencing a flat, motionless, stationary, beautiful, flat existence, and you're trying to tell me it's moving that beyond my senses.
No, I'm not telling you anything. I haven't said
You're
anything.
trying to say that the Earth is moving around the sun. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's it. Smurf, that's it. He said he's not trying to tell us anything. That's it.
Oh, there we go.
I haven't. I was called upon.
You've been called upon. Can we get any proof of the world, of the motion of the Earth?
All right. Hello.
I mean, whistling past the fact he just said he observed all the motions that you listed earlier, Smurf, but he said he's not saying anything.
Wow. Somebody observed all these motions of the world moving at 5 different fluctuating speeds?
Fluctuating.
Isn't that amazing?
That's where I disagree.
Oh, okay. So it's not fluctuating near the speed of light.
Constant, yeah.
Not fluctuating.
No, I mean I've been able to make basic observations about the redshift of receding galaxies.
So you're trying to say that everything is floated perfectly in a perfect way in the Big Bang, and that everything's moving near the speed of light away from the Big Bang in a perfectly consistent pace. Yep.
No, you are saying that I said that.
Well, you're talking about the Big Bang, right? That the Earth.
That's enough. He's contradicting himself. That's enough. He just said that he observed the motions that you just listed, and then he said he didn't see them.
You're accusing me of contradicting myself. I'm just asking.
Not you, Smurf. Jimmy.
I
want some proof that the world is moving.
You just told us that you observed all these motions, and then you said that you're not making a position. You haven't observed these things. You can't be both.
I'm not making a claim. I'm just saying what I've observed.
No, you did make a claim. You just told us you observed these motions.
Right.
Can you elaborate on these observed motions? Can you tell us more?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty basic. There's measurable redshift of distant galaxies. Certain frequencies of light that are not that are well known and very consistent, are observed to shift by an expected value,
Hey,
which
if
would
that's
indicate.
true, then what's up with all the ancient pyramids that are aligned perfectly with the constellations thousands of years later?
I don't think that's relevant.
It's not relevant. You're talking about shift. You're the shifting of the sky. The sky is either shifting or it's not.
Well, measuring something you can't handle is a redundant claim. It's not possible. You cannot measure something you just look at and claim actual value.
You can't measure something that the pyramids have been aligned to for thousands of years.
Well, no, Smurf. I mean, because it's not a drift. Well, it is a drift laterally, but that's not what we're talking about with redshift or blue shift. We're talking about looking out into the sky, seeing red and blue hues, and then presupposing the Doppler effect.
Right.
You don't know how far.
The Doppler
You don't
effect
know.
is.
You don't know how far or how close. If they're moving further
that's
away
never
from
been
you or close.
measured.
Thank you.
Okay, that's cool and all, but that's never been measured.
Smurf, you're missing the point. Elijah's agreeing with you. Slow down and listen.
I heard what he said, but it's not been measured before.
That's Elijah's point. You're agreeing with him. Slow down and listen.
I'm not here to agree or disagree. I'm looking for that proof that the Earth is curved. Does anybody have the proof of curvature?
Okay. So Jimmy's argument appealing to quote unquote redshift, right, has all these presuppositions about the motion, the nature of light, the motion of light, the motion of the thing emitting the light, which are not provable and have not been proven.
So, okay, so are you saying? I want to be very clear. Are you saying that the quote unquote modern understanding, in the broad sense, of light and the way it behaves, and the Doppler effect, is unknowable or unknown?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Hold on, Smurf. How we experience light and any things that we've done to experience different wavelengths, so-called, of light, has nothing to do with the presupposition of the Doppler effect being applied to the stars in the sky.
Well, that's fine. I'm just want to clear up that. Do we all agree that the Doppler effect
I was
does
clearing up.
exist?
Well, the Doppler effect, as far as sound is considered, that
specifically
exists.
with regard to light.
Well,
because this is something that we can test on Earth as well.
Okay,
No,
tell me how you do that.
How do you mean?
Do you see light bending when you're?
Hold on, Smurf. How do you do that?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty simple. There's interferometric tests that we can very clearly observe even very, very minuscule Doppler.
Can you explain it? Like I'm very unclear. I'm very ignorant. Explain it
Jimmy,
to me.
turn off the smugness and explain in detail how you know the Doppler effect applies to light.
Okay, so if we can use the redshift of light that is measured by, so you can take a source of light, and you can move it towards or away at a very consistent speed, and you can very clearly with interferometry, and using interference filters, you can very clearly detect the shift of the wavelength of the light.
Okay.
Is there anything physical about that?
That's okay. That's fine. I'll take it as read, right? So you're saying that I'm like, okay, perhaps they're doing this. When you're looking at the stars, though, when you see them, they're already red or blue. You don't, or they're twinkling, and they're on a spectrum. going from
Showing too
red to
many different
blue,
colors.
going from red to blue and blue to red, and the colors in between. So no, you can't presuppose that those are stars moving to and away from us. There's no evidence of that. We understand what the claim is. I'm just saying there's no way to prove that.
Right.
Yeah,
So what I'm
it's
saying
a
is,
optical, not a physical thing. You don't have control over that. What you're looking at, you can't verify based on what you're looking at.
so you're
You
saying
can't
that if I
claim
can't
knowledge.
manipulate something, I can't test it.
Exactly.
So then, how am I supposed to test anything on a scale larger than I am?
Hey man, have you ever demonstrated that light bends?
Hold on.
It's a legitimate
Science
question.
exists. Science exists. Phenomena exist, and establishing cause and effect relationships, that happens all the time. So that's not in question. But you're asking your question as if that's in question. That's definitely not in question. What you have is a presupposition that can't be validated or invalidated.
Well, let's say I'm not
If that's
presupposing
wrong,
anything.
then
I
argue the
just
contrary.
so
What do you mean you're not presupposing anything? You're presupposing that the stars are bodies of things that are moving to and away from our location. That's not
so
a presupposition that you can justify.
It's debunked on its face, man. You're not in control of what you're looking at. It's optical, not physical. Do you understand?
So
Now,
optics
if what they
cannot be
said is
used for
wrong, then
valid.
argue the Jimmy. If what they argued is wrong, then argue the contrary. But don't just reassert what we're
No,
contradicting.
I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying. So I want to be very clear with my understanding.
Clarified. We've already clarified to its purest form. We're at the point where you said something, and I said, yeah, the Doppler effect applied to the stars is not justified. That's my response to what you continue to repeat in
So the
different ways.
Doppler effect, as I hope that we can all
I'm not
agree,
questioning the Doppler effect. I'm not.
right.
Listen.
It is a phenomena that is well observed on Earth. So asserting that it would not apply to the stars because of some arbitrary reasoning
Why
is a
can't you
fallacy.
hear what I'm? Why can't you hear what I'm saying? You can't validate that that is the case. That's it.
Sure,
We're not
I'm making an
questioning
observation.
the reality, Jimmy.
No, you can't.
We're
You
not
can't. You
questioning the
can't
reality
say
of the Doppler
sure.
effect.
You
That's not what
can't
we're
say-
saying.
Eli's right.
You can't say sure and ignore everything that I've said.
Yo,
You're saying the Doppler effect.
that
You're
light.
saying,
Hey, hold on, buddy. He's trying to
hold
imply that
on.
light
I was in the
bends.
middle of a sentence, and it's like it's getting annoying now. And it's not. It's not just you. It's me trying to have a conversation that's coherent and makes sense. And the bottom line is, I've already responded to your rebuttal, and the response is, okay, the Doppler effect is a thing. They also have, colloquially, the term theories about light, okay? And the Doppler effect on light. They have theories, the colloquial version. So, with that in mind, you can't justify that you can apply that to the heavenly body. Period.
I would say that physics is well understood and can be applied to any body of any sort.
I don't understand how that.
Just because
Jimmy, you're
something
missing the point.
understood doesn't make it factual.
Physical.
Jimmy, you're missing the point.
Physical.
No,
The
it
point
doesn't
is
make it
that your
reality.
application.
Something is well accepted doesn't make it reality. That's a logical fallacy. If we all decide to believe something today, that doesn't make it true.
I think you may
Okay.
have.
So Jimmy, you're missing the point. Elijah's point is that your association saying that the Doppler effect is applying to light from the stars is unjustifiable. If
Why
that
would
is
the light
wrong, then
from
argue
the
the contrary.
stars The light from the stars is no different from light from any other source.
Your entire argument that what we're observing is the Doppler effect, though, is just the Doppler effect exists.
Well, I haven't been able to make an argument yet because
well, that's all you've said so far.
Semantics.
You have to make an argument. You see, we can't do this. What we can't do is you make an argument and then you deny that you make an argument and then make an argument and then deny that you make an argument. Please stop doing that.
So let's see. Let's ground this in physics. Let's say, for example, there's an H2 region in a galaxy, right? We understand
that's
excited
theoretical.
hydrogen
That's theoretical
produces.
physics. That's
No.
physics.
This
You
is
can't
not physical.
You're talking about. Listen. You're talking about galaxies, my man. That's not.
right. Galaxies
physics.
exist.
Listen. Okay. Listen. Listen. 500 years ago, there were certain people who called themselves Christians that were in high positions of power that changed the world with their theology under the noses of everybody. They came up with heliocentrism. And then along that way, at some point, the advent of the new sciences emerged, and everything that you think about physics today can be linked back to these people and the presupposition of heliocentrism. So when you tell us physics, you're talking about the very thing we're questioning, cosmology and how things work in it. And that's the thing we're questioning. So you can't just say it as fact and have us take it as read.
Hey,
when you talk about when you talk about the Doppler effect, you're saying that those things in the sky, I mean, because you're not making any distinctions, I'm assuming that you're a heliocentrist. You think that those things are composed of gas. Not only that, but there's some moving away from us and some moving towards us, and that is what is known as the Doppler effect. That's not something that can be validated. I don't have to take that as fact. Period.
Optical and physical are different.
Right, and there are physical
Can you describe
processes.
the difference between optical and physical and the potential
Hang
of
on.
knowledge?
Why the fuck is everybody else coming in trying to get their word in? Shut up.
Sorry.
I don't mean to be rude. I told you guys I'm getting annoyed. Please.
Okay.
Either be a part of the conversation I'm having or wait till I'm done with my one point that I'm still trying to make. And then y'all can have 1,000 points that mean nothing if you'd like.
So anyway, as I was saying, there are physical phenomena that produce very specific optical wavelengths, right? An example that I'm making is H2 regions in galaxies. Galaxies are observable even with the naked eye in dark enough skies. We can at least agree that they exist, even if we don't agree that they are the same thing. So I might think that they're one thing. I might think that they're extremely far away.
I don't know what a galaxy is. Are you talking about the galaxy in the way that Georges Lemaitre and Edwin Hubble described when they identified that there are multiple galaxies versus the one that everybody was used to believing? Because all of these ideas are actually 100 years and less old. Not even 300, 200, 400, or 500. So is that what you're talking about? Are you talking about the ideas from those men?
I'm not talking about ideas. I don't.
They're ideas about what the things in the sky are, based on what they're looking at. So you're talking about galaxies. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to get me to accept. That's all.
Right. So I'm talking about the physical objects that are in the sky that we can observe. Right. We've been able to observe them for thousands of years. They look like a faint little smudge through a telescope. They look a bit more resolved. You can see spiral structure. Those objects in the sky are what I'm referring to, right? Can we at least agree that those exist?
Cool story.
Well, whatever you can see in the sky exists. Sure you can, Gregory. You haven't said anything off base.
So with that being said, Jimmy, how do you know? Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, if this is what you believe is the case. How do you know that those little smudges with the little spirals that you see in the telescopes? How do you know those are collections of humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas?
So there are some connections that have to be made. One of which, the point that I was trying to make earlier, are H2 regions, which are present in almost all galaxies. Right? We understand.
Presupposition.
Right. That's fine. We can
Go
say
ahead,
that.
finish, yeah.
It's actually
Consistent.
not fine.
Another galaxy and measure any of this stuff?
Well,
Hang on. Jimmy, go
a
ahead and finish.
presupposition is
I'm gonna continue.
presupposition is not, but a presupposition is not fine, because if you're presupposing it, then there's nothing to talk about, because once the presupposition is accepted, then there's nothing for me to argue against. I already accepted the thing.
You see what he's saying? You see what he's saying is you're coming in here assuming a bunch of stuff that you cannot confirm any of the stuff.
All I'm saying is,
Here
if I
we go.
say it's
So let's-
presuppositional and you say, well, yes, I'm saying, well, then in that case, there's nothing for me to argue, because that means that I'm all ready to take it as is. Instead of me questioning, okay, well, what is the foundation of this understanding before we move
Right,
over?
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so
But you can't. You're saying it's fair, but there's no way for me to take this from presuppositional to supposition. That's
well then let me give you some backstory, or some information so that we're all on the
Is
same
it going to
page.
move
Right?
it from? Is the information going to move it from presuppositional to supposition that can be proven? Is your word? Yes, that can happen.
Backstory.
I will present the facts. So within galaxies,
I had a specific question, and I'm not sure what Gregory said, but I said, "Are you with this backstory going to take presupposition into supposition that has been proven? Because if we're proving it, then I don't have an argument against it. Is that what's going to be happening in this reimagining?"
I will present you with some facts, and then you can decide from there, because that's entirely.
Why can't you say yes? Because the only thing that I'm waiting for in this conversation, I wouldn't be screaming if I didn't know that you were going to come in at the back of my heels, Smurf. So the bottom line is, my argument against you is that no, we can't just take presupposition as proved. And so when you said, yeah, it's presuppositional, I said, well, that's the thing we're trying to argue. At the end of you going back and giving me facts, quote unquote, is it going to move it from presupposition to it was actually justified by some standard of proving something that is logical and makes sense? Is that what you're going to be doing, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
So
what
in
I
other
can
words,
tell
you're going to give justification for your presuppositions. Okay, good.
Yes, sure. So, there are specific regions within galaxies, whether you think that they are extremely distant balls of gas or whatever else. It doesn't matter what you think of them. There are specific wavelengths of light, specifically in the case that I'm talking about and what I've been able to observe, which is H alpha at 656 nanometers, that only can exist by the ionization of hydrogen.
How do you know?
What I can observe, because that is a well-established physical property, we understand that there are specific wavelengths that only exist by very specific elements being excited to a certain state.
How did you do that? Can you replicate? Can you repeat this process?
Why are we struggling so hard to let people finish?
So,
Go, Jimmy.
with that established, which if you dispute that, that's fine. We can discuss that further. With that established, there are specific regions in these galaxies that produce that exact wavelength, but we notice that the perceived smaller galaxies, which we would infer to be further away, also produce that same wavelength, but ever so slightly shifted. by a few nanometers in either direction, depending on the distance. And so, as an observer, I can use my telescope with dedicated filters that isolate this exact wavelength, and I can observe that that shift occurs. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Well, how do you know it's
So
actually
my critique to try and make this conversation move forward, my critique is that your argument that you just gave to justify your presuppositions just reasserts your presupposition. I don't think you realize that.
I don't hear how. I don't hear. I heard you talk about wavelengths. I don't hear how that denotes distance at all.
So your
I
argument
didn't say that. Did not
Well,
say that.
no, you're saying you didn't say that, but that was the connection I needed to be made because you're saying the movement either toward or away from us, that is what you're proposing. That's why we're seeing what we're seeing. So when I was listening to you, I was trying to hear where those two things were combined. And now you're saying you didn't say that. Okay, so studying what light looks like under certain conditions, what does that have to do with moving to or away from an observer?
That is the Doppler shift, and that's where, the whole argument kind of turns back on itself.
Do you have a paper and a citation that I can read along with? Because again,
About the Doppler shift of distant galaxies?
Again, I did say I was ignorant, and I'd like to look closer.
Are you just to clarify? Are you asking for a paper on the Doppler shift of distant galaxies?
The things that you said specifically today, whatever paper encompasses what you tried to say today, that would be fine.
Sure. Yeah. Hold on up.
While you're doing that, what I wanted to say was, we asked you for a justification for your presuppositions, these metaphysical, cosmological presuppositions about the cosmos. And then when you answered that, you just reasserted the presuppositions that we're scrutinizing. You reasserted that there are galaxies, these collections of cosmic items that are unfathomable distances away from us, supposedly us living on this ball in this incomprehensibly vast void. And that the light is traveling incomprehensible, unfathomable distances from over there to us in our eyes. And that light are little bits of so-called photons traveling from point A to point B. These are all the presuppositions about the world that you are reasserting instead of justifying.
Okay, I would disagree, but that's a fine position.
How do you disagree with reality? Like that's the reality of the situation right now.
That's what you did.
I'm not disagreeing with reality.
So what? No. Listen. Let's not equivocate. I'm talking about the reality of the conversation that just took place that people can go back and listen to on the live stream.
Right.
What about what Gregory just said do you not understand? Well, that you don't disagree with. Sorry. But that you do disagree with.
Yes.
Right. I would disagree with you saying that I have entirely presupposed the whole time. I think I broke down the argument into...
Brother.
Okay, so the reason that I say that you just reasserted your presuppositions rather than justify them is because that is what you did. You began the very argument with there are galaxies, quote unquote, which presupposes that there are this humongous collection of cosmic items that are some unfathomable distance away from us in this humongous void, and we're standing on a ball.
Right.
Flying
so
in a void.
That's terminology. That's the difference. What we in modern times refer to as a galaxy can simply be summed up as a generally spiral-shaped smudge in the sky. Right?
Are you?
So that's what I'm referring to. I'm not asserting necessarily that these things, these galaxies, what we would call them, are even necessarily at that distance or of the composition that something like NASA says.
Do you claim that you're moving around right now?
Smurf, I'm not making that claim.
Oh, you're not claiming. Whoa.
Jimmy, every time you interject, you digress the conversation. I'm sorry, dude, but you digress and devolve the conversation. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna chill out and relax, but I really think this dude's claiming that the world's moving in 5 different speeds. But I'll go ahead and back off if you guys got this.
Okay. Your points are true. They're just digressions from the current subject.
My fault. I'm sorry. Take it from there, buddy. You got it.
So, Jimmy, if you're not asserting that galaxies are humongous collections of cosmic items unfathomable distance away from us from the supposed ball that we live on, in that galaxies are just these smudges, right? These brilliant smudges that we observe through our telescopes in the sky. Why are we talking about them?
All that I'm saying is that I've been able to make these observations that hydrogen alpha ionized hydrogen gas is obviously and clearly redshifted with certain galaxies. I would equate that to the Doppler shift.
Well,
how do you know that what you're looking at is the Doppler?
That's the presupposition, redshifted, right? That's what we're talking about.
That is not a presupposition. That is a well-understood scientific phenomenon.
How do you know that the interpretation is correct?
That the
in other words,
interpretation
when you
of
look
the
at the
Doppler
star in
shift,
the sky, just to clarify before you answer, what we're saying is your interpretation of the light you see in the sky, your interpretation is this is the result of the Doppler effect of light, of the light traveling from A to B, these photons traveling from A to B. That's a presupposition. That's your atomistic understanding of the universe overall, including light. That light, which we are observing from the star in the sky, which happens to be red, is photons traveling from that light source to our eyes over vast distances over a very long amount of time.
Does something have to be Doppler shifted to be red?
Okay.
in this very
That's
specific
a
case,
presupposition.
yes, this does.
Why?
Well, that's why it's a presupposition.
There is no other
In this
scientific.
very specific. What do you mean by in this very specific? Okay, can you?
I don't believe you guys quite understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
So,
I don't understand. Neither does the guy that asked you why. I would like to know the same thing. Why must it be this?
Redshift generally is a minuscule shift in the wavelength of light. As again, in this case, because I equate this to the Doppler shift. In this very specific case, it is a very, very minuscule shift. So things do not just appear red at distance. That's not how that works. They will appear redder. The wavelength will be shifted longer. But it's not just red. So for there to exist a wavelength of light at 656.82 nanometers, it must occur from the emission of ionized hydrogen.
That's the only way you can get the wavelengths you're observing. No other possible way.
For there to be that one and only very specific wavelength, that must be the process that creates that wavelength.
Is this your proof that the world's a globe? Is that what you got?
You're
continuing to derail the conversation.
No, I'm just
okay. So at this point, Jimmy, I want to say this. At this point, I want to say this. Okay, so there's that what you said with redshift. Correct me if I'm wrong. Redshift is the change of the wavelength of light traveling through space over time.
No. generally redshift is just the change in the wavelength of light. Doppler shift, cosmological Doppler shift, is what you had just described.
Has this ever been demonstrated, man?
Okay, so in other words, how
Stop,
like with what Smurfs just said.
No, but wait a minute. You just answered the question. You said the two things are different. So when we said, okay, what does redshift and light frequencies have to do with when you're looking at the sky and talking about the cosmos and saying that redshift is the Doppler effect? And you said, no, what you said is that. It's different. There's a distinction.
Right, it's a subcategory.
Doppler effect as opposed to redshift.
So basically, you just indicted yourself.
No. No, there's... They're both the same process. One is just a more specific subcategory of the other. That's all.
That's the thing that can't be justified. The one thing is real, the other thing can't be justified, but you're calling it a subcategory of the other. Well, the thing that you're calling a subcategory is the thing that's the begging the question fallacy in the first place.
I don't think that's accurate.
It is.
Let Jimmy respond.
Anyway, what he asked was...
But he's going to say, I don't think it's accurate. But I would like him to challenge. I would like him to challenge the begging the question fallacy versus saying that's not accurate, aka hand waving it and then going to the next point. Like that should be addressed.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, so
Jimmy,
all I was doing was clearing up the definitions that we're working with.
Okay.
So
no, you're making up the definitions.
Okay, you can say that. That's fine. What I recall him asking was if what he had described, which was the movement of distant galaxies causing redshift, if that was redshift. I said no, because there are other processes that have nothing to do with space, or what I believe to be space. You guys can debate that. Mm-hmm. There are different processes that can also cause redshift that have nothing to do with that.
That's what.
So all I was doing was.
That's what the other guy just asked you, and you said, "Well, in this specific case, it's X, Y, Z." But actually, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy because, again, when you look up and you can't say it's redshifted necessarily because, well, there are multiple things that could be the result of that. But you're saying in an assertive way, in a dogmatic way, that it is the Doppler effect,
the cause of
that it is a result of the Doppler effect. You're the one that you just said. You tell me. You just said. So you tell me the multiple things that would cause a redshift. Because that's what you just said.
Right. Ultimately, it comes down to the Doppler effect. But that does not necessarily have anything to do with this.
You affirm the consequent. And what you said is my proof of that. Like you literally just said, well, we're looking at a redshift, and that's what it is. But then you said, well, not necessarily that, but it's the result of what we know to be the Doppler effect.
I don't think you quite understood what was happening there.
Go ahead.
So all that happened was he asked, he described the process that I am talking about and asked if that is redshift. That is an example of redshift. That's all the point that I was trying to make. The very specific type of redshift that I was talking about.
My point is also within that.
Okay, yeah.
So, Jimmy, you say what Elijah's trying to get across and trying to progress the conversation forward, what Elijah's trying to get across is that you are describing a supposed instance involving redshift regarding the light from this cosmic entity, from the celestial entity or entities in the heavens.
Sure. Right.
Right. So his critique of that is saying that you're affirming the consequent because on one breath you say that this is a necessary conclusion, that this is the result. Us saying what we're saying is the result of redshift concerning these cosmological celestial entities, and then in the next breath you say, no, that's not a necessary conclusion. There are other things that could be
No.
involving
So
redshift.
that's where the misunderstanding is. Other things can cause redshift outside of cosmological Doppler shift. That's all that I'm saying. But the
Well, that's
cosmological
what makes
Doppler shift
that's
that
what
I
makes
have
it a
observed,
question, though.
that
That's
is
what makes it begging the question because you're separating the many things that can cause a redshift from what you know to be the Doppler effect in the sky. The initial question was, how do you know that when you're looking at the sky that that's the Doppler effect? That's the question to begin with.
the way that I know is because.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
This is getting circular.
The way that I know is because there's only one way that these very specific wavelengths can be created. That's what I'm saying. So that's a well understood.
Yeah, but that's not. But that's non sequitur. Like what light? That's non sequitur.
No, it's not non sequitur. It's just an unjustified absolute
Because
statement.
he's talking about the composition of gas in the state that it's under. And I've asked him already, what does that have to do with that gas emitting that light moving to or away from you? And he said it's a separate
It
issue.
is a
I'm
non
like,
sequitur.
exactly.
Yeah. So, Jimmy, to clarify, because we don't want the point to be lost, how do you know that the light that we observe in the heavens is the result of cosmological Doppler effect?
Because that is the only process that would be able to create the wavelengths that we see.
How do you know
How
that?
do you know that to be the case? What is your method of inquiry to establish that conclusion?
The wavelength that we can observe in galaxies, right, is, again, in this case, I'm referring to hydrogen alpha emission, is 656.281 nanometers. That is the exact wavelength of light that is created by hydrogen alpha ionization. And so we know that there is only one process that can create that exact wavelength. So we understand that that wavelength will be the same always.
What process is that? What process is that?
That's the ionization of hydrogen gas.
Okay, what does the ionization of gas have to do with its movement to or away from you?
Well, we'll get there. So that is the wavelength that we can observe. And we can see that same wavelength across every single facet of space. So we can see it with localized nebulae, which are primarily hydrogen emission. We can see it in distant galaxies, which also have hydrogen emission. It's a universal constant. So we can observe that in some galaxies, which are perceived to be very distant, we know this because of the Doppler shift, and because of other things like Type 1a supernovae and etc. Again, that's a different point.
Elijah's point, maybe the way he's phrasing it is being lost. I'll rephrase what Elijah's point is. In other words, the hidden assumption in your deductive argument, because that's what it is. You're saying that it's the only one. So this is supposedly the result of the deductive reasoning, deductive inquiry. The hidden assumption in your deductive argument is that the thing in question, the light in the sky, are gaseous entities with light traveling from A to B.
Right, light does have to travel for you to see it. So light at the very least
do you
does travel
see
from A
our
to B.
point? Now, do you see our point? We're trying to address your presuppositions. Okay, so what I just said, you had a hidden assumption that the thing in question is a gaseous entity that is emitting light and the light is traveling from A to B. That is what we question. So you must justify these presuppositions. How do you know that that is a gaseous entity in the midst of a void? And how do you know light are concrete particulars that travel from A to B over time?
So it's very it's very easy to identify.
You also tried to equivocate just now between the idea that light travels through a medium and having like what we're talking about, for example, a light bulb moving toward or away from you. Please don't equivocate, so that the people listening can understand the points as they're clear. So we're talking about these bodies moving to or away from you. That's what we're talking about. Where is the justification for that? The fact that they're bodies, or the fact that they're moving to and away from?
I'll start with how we know that it's a gaseous body, right?
No, you already did that for the last hour, bro.
Guys, that's the presupposition.
That's what he asked of me. So I'm going to start with that.
Yeah,
You're assuming gas in a not
But we've
filling
been
up the
talking.
volume.
Wait, time out. Did he or did he not just explain what you would see at specific wavelengths dealing with the specific composition of gases? Because if the answer is yes, why would we have to sit through this?
No, that's not what we're asking him to do. That what
That's
he
what
just
he's saying
explained,
he's
which
gonna do.
no. He's saying that he's going to explain how he knows the entity in question is gaseous.
But first, we have to pretend that the sky's a vacuum.
Well, let
That's his
Jimmy answer.
presupposition.
Yes, but let Jimmy answer.
Right. So as I had explained, because I have explained this, the way that we know that this is elemental hydrogen is because of the wavelength that it produces. Spectroscopy is a well-studied field. All right, we can very easily identify the composition of an object based on its spectra. All right, so that's how we know. Does that?
Let me address that before we move on. So, you describing how you know that the light that we see in the sky is the result of light being emitted from a gaseous entity in the midst of a void. Okay, and then I ask you,
it has nothing to do with it being in the midst of a void or distant or anything at this point. All I'm saying is we have this wavelength that we know can only occur from hydrogen.
Jimmy, I'm appealing to. I just mentioned an aspect of the cosmic paradigm you and I know you subscribe to, that we are on a humongous ball flying in a void, quote unquote outer space. Okay, that's why I said that. So you explained that's how you know that light that we see from the star is the result of this motion, right? Okay. Then I ask you, how do you know that it is a gaseous entity flying about in the midst of this great void, emitting light from A to B? And then you say, because of how this gas would behave in this environment and how it does in our experiments. That response presupposes that the entity in question is gaseous. Doesn't prove it. So your explanation of how you know it's a gaseous entity is to presuppose that it's a gaseous entity.
That's inaccurate. No.
But the yes, that's obviously you can't have gas in a vacuum. Okay. I the broader point about the Doppler, yeah, I know. The broader point about the Doppler effect, he keeps on saying over and over that the composition and what it looks like has nothing to do with the movement. He just said it again. That's what I'm asking. How do you know that it's moving to or away from us? He keeps saying we'll get there, but everything he said has nothing to do with that part. Because
so the reason we know that it's moving, the reason that we know that it's moving is because the very specific patterns of spectra that are created with emission sources, which again, it's basic spectroscopy, it's very well understood. The way that we know that it's moving is because the wavelengths shift. There are no elements that will produce the wavelengths observed that have not been redshifted. Does that make sense?
If you can justify that that's true.
Again, this is the field of spectroscopy. we know and understand very well the emission of.
Well, spectroscopy and your claim is two different things.
Well, no, ultimately they're the same
You know
thing.
how much? No, it's not the same thing. Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself. Like, you can't sit here and say it's the same thing. Give it its respect.
Right,
And even in your paradigm, it would be two different things.
Right. So the process of so the field of spectroscopy is what I'm using to justify my claim. That's all I'm doing.
Okay, but
So you know that the object is moving.
You look at light, I guess, through gases, right? Which coincidentally, when you're looking at the stars, you're looking through our atmosphere. That's gases. So I'm still missing where you can justify the claim that those are galaxies moving toward and away from us.
Right.
So you know that. Let me get this straight before you say that. So you know that the light entity in question in the sky is moving toward or away from us because of the behavior of the light waves.
Correct. Yeah. Just as you can tell.
Spectral phenomena that he says can only occur in those conditions.
No, this occurs in every condition. That's why spectroscopy
in those
exists.
circumstances.
No
does.
circumstances required.
Okay, so then you just invalidated your whole argument?
Well, yeah, they're coming down.
No, what I've been saying the whole time is if you excite hydrogen, if you ionize hydrogen, it will produce hydrogen alpha,
Thank you very much.
which is 656.281 nanometers, which is very well understood and is very common, right? And we can observe that an object must be moving towards or away from us based on the shift of that emission line.
Those are the conditions or the circumstances.
But you don't
that we're
shift.
talking about.
But do you? When you say the shift, do you see a shift, or do you just see red or blue, or do you, like
no, you see the shift.
What,
the wavelength physically elongates or contracts depending on whether it's redshift or blue shift.
No. You're looking through some apparatus to see the stars, right? Okay,
Sure.
and from there, it's red-ish or more red on the red part of the spectrum, and then it shifts to blue, or blue and it shifts to red. We can see this.
Yeah, in extreme cases, you can see that.
Not in extreme cases, just in general. So you're saying, yeah,
We observe it.
I'd love to see this, and not only that, because I'd love to see that it doesn't go from red to blue to red, because obviously, if this was the case, it couldn't do that. But not only that, did you know that there were many cosmologists that dispelled the notion of the Doppler shift, the Doppler effect?
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's very acceptable that people can be wrong.
Okay, so you're saying that the other cosmologists that have scrutinized what people are, them calling it out as a presupposition, same as us, you would say that they're wrong too, instead of justifying your. Okay. That's interesting. I would love to talk about this in more depth, because I do have a surface, like I'm riding in the rain right now. I can't remember or pull my sources right now, but I'd love to visit this conversation with you again when I have more sources gathered about the topic, with who discovered this, what conventions they were working with, like, because that would be interesting and important, pertinent, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Because that's what I asked you for. You didn't produce it, so I'll do it myself. Just be around.
Okay.
So at this point, you know the object is moving towards or away from us, given the behavior of light.
Right.
Now, is this light a concretely real particular traveling from A to B?
Can you rephrase that?
Is it a material, physical, particular entity that is traveling from one point in space through
Well, photons are
space to
generally
another point in space
regarded
over time?
as non-physical, but yes, light does travel across space through time.
Okay.
Prove it.
Is light composed of subatomic particulars that travel from A to B?
I would generally assert that they are most likely photons.
Mm-hmm.
And the generally accepted sense.
His answer is yes.
Okay.
So yes.
And all things in the universe are composed of quote unquote atoms. Correct.
Generally, yeah.
You see how this is I don't think you understand this. Perhaps you don't really study philosophy. That is a metaphysical presupposition about the world. Throughout the history of philosophy, philosophers have been trying to answer the question, is reality one thing? Is it two things? Is it many things? Or do we not care? We can't know. In other words, monism, dualism, materialistic atomism, or even idealistic atomism, or just pragmatism. We don't care. So you are an atomist. Are the atoms matter, concretely real matter, or are they abstract ideas?
I would say that they're concretely real. Yeah.
Okay. So you're a materialistic atomist.
Sure.
How do you justify your belief in materialistic atomism?
Again, there are physical properties that lead me to conclusions. That's the whole thing. So, take that as you will.
Okay, I need a little bit more explication. What is the justification for you claiming to know that reality is ultimately composed of material atoms?
Right. So atoms have been, again, very well understood. And this is not my area of...
By who?
Let him explain. Go ahead, Jimmy.
So there are multiple theories, and I'm not going to say for absolutely certain that there is one specific way that, that we can all agree on that the universe is composed of these very specific things. So I think that there are, it's still being worked out. So generally, I would say that I don't want to use the word believe because I don't think that's fair. I think it's pretty clear that atoms do exist and do compose most things, and that's the best theory for what we can observe at the moment.
Okay, how did you come to the conclusion that is the best theory?
It's the most widely accepted, and again, this is not my area of expertise, so this is a presupposition.
Okay.
Appeal to popularity.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, we don't know everything. I mean, we dialogue as long as possible, as logically as possible, unto the end of the dialogue. So
basically, even
as you just said,
foundationally, well, yeah.
As you just said, you have a metaphysical presupposition, materialistic atomism. All things are composed of these indivisible, particular entities that are not visible to the eye.
They're indivisible.
Oh, they're not? Well, I know what you mean when you say that, because
continues.
Yeah, the modern academic doctrine is that an atom is composed of subatomic particles, right? Which are, again, in essence, atoms, like atom, indivisible. It's from the Greek, indivisible thing. Okay, so yes, atoms. Anyway, so yes, atoms, regardless of how you taxonomically label the particular entities in this metaphysical concept, you know what I mean? So there are indivisible, concretely real particulars, invisible to the eye, intangible, to grab like one particular atom or two or whatever, which compose all things. And you don't really have a justification. And when I ask you how you know, you say, well, this is the majority consensus. So you know this to be the case because it's been taught by the establishment, by academia, and most professionals in academia believe it. Okay, which kicks the can down the road. How do they know this to be the case, or how do they know that this is the best explanation? So that's a question that needs to be answered.
Sure, yeah, and
until
that's
it is answered, the entirety of the paradigm is without justification because the entirety of the paradigm is based on this metaphysical presupposition.
well. So just out of my pure curiosity, if I'm a material atomist, right? What are your beliefs? What would you align yourself with?
Me, I don't know. I don't know, but I would say the best explanation, according to Truth and Reason, is that reality is not ultimately material atoms flying around in space, where reality is ultimately part void. I believe there is no void. And the reason I believe there is no void is because absolute nothingness, true nothingness, is not real. There is no void anywhere. Especially,
I
and you
agree
know
with that.
this. Okay, good. Because when you send things, when you send things through space, no matter how big it is or how small it is, whether it be solid, liquid, gas, or quote unquote plasma, whatever other kind of physical entity that I'm not aware of, it is able to exist there, whatever that is, and can come out of it. You see, where there is nothing, there is nothing. Where there is nothing, there cannot be anything. So the idea that there is an absolute void locally somewhere in the universe is an absurdity. It reduces the concrete reality in principle and in practice to absurdity. There is no void anywhere. So everywhere there is something, no matter how vacant it may appear to the naked eye, or even to the aided eye, there is something there. And so even the smallest physical entities, concretely real entities, are existing in something, not no thing, something. Therefore, reality is not just material atoms flying around in a void.
Yeah. I would agree with some of that.
So that was
a similar page there.
That wasn't that was an a priori, right, justification as opposed to an a posteriori presentation of any facts or any empirical experience. I mean, in principle, if the a priori theory is true, then that is what we experience a posteriori. We don't experience a void, so there's no justification to conclude that there is a void. And in principle, to say that there is a void somewhere reduces reality to absurdity.
Sure, yeah. I can buy that.
And so with concerning light, the predominant consensus on the theory of the nature of light and its behavior, which dictates its behavior, it behaves according to its essence, its properties, is what drives these quote unquote scientists to their conclusions. But if the fundamental metaphysical principle about all things, which includes light, is wrong, then the theory about the nature of light and the behavior of light is wrong. It's unjustified, which invalidates all their theories concerning any particular thing in the universe or the universe as a whole, including the cosmos, its structure, and its cosmogony, the origin and history of the cosmos.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that so much, but
Well,
that's okay.
I would say even if it doesn't invalidate it, it exposes. I would say this: it exposes that it isn't valid, that it hasn't been validated. Because whenever we ask someone, how can you validate, you can't even philosophically get there.
So if you expose a discrepancy in the theory, then the theory is invalidated. Validity has to do with the a priori theory. Now, falsification or verification can either be a priori or a posteriori. But if the theory in principle is containing a discrepancy, it is not coherent within itself, then it cannot correspond to reality because reality is not incoherent. Your a priori theory about concrete entities must be coherent. If it is incoherent, then it does not correspond to the concrete entities in question, let alone the entire universe overall.
Well, see, I think the same supposition can be applied to anything then. If we can't necessarily know that anything is actually physical, then how do we know anything?
No. That's not what I just said. No, what I said was if the a priori theory about the concrete entities, the physical entities in question, is incoherent, then the a priori theory is invalid, not corresponding to reality. It's invalid, there's a discrepancy, there's an incoherency in the theory, therefore it cannot adequately account. It cannot correspond. It does not comport with the concrete entity in question. So if the theory about light, its essence, its properties, its behavior, is incoherent and or reduces to absurdity, then it is not an adequate, veracious, truthful theory that corresponds to light, the
Right.
concretely
Okay. So
real entity in question.
Then could we get on the same page in saying then that a laser test across a large body of water, let's say, would also not be concrete evidence by that same logic?
No, you can't substantiate an incoherent theory.
Right. So if the theory of light itself is incoherent, then
Wait, how does that follow?
He's trying to understand.
Okay,
right.
well here's the thing. When it comes to a laser test, all that means is we're trying to see if light is going to go from point A to point B without any with if there's any impedance in any way, or if there's any divergence from the any divergence, or if there let me put it like this: if you have a target and it's a specific distance, and you know the parameters or the dimensions in which the globe is, and so you're like, okay, I'm shooting this laser 2 miles, 10 miles, whatever, and because I'm on a curving surface, then I should expect this result. So that's validating the claim that the globe is specific dimensions, or invalidating it. I don't understand how it could not be that. I don't understand how that could not be coherent.
I think you guys must be disagreeing then. If the properties of light itself are incoherent and there is no true theory regarding it that is accurate or substantiable.
Can you explain? I mean, because
Well, so he's
I'm not talking about what light is, what it does, what atoms are, what they do. I'm talking about using a straight standard to figure out if the surface we're standing on is convex or not. That's
right.
it.
So I'm just talking about light.
We're just trying to just trying to validate the convexity of the surface using a straight standard. So are you saying that because we don't know what light is specifically, and we have many different theories on how it propagates, if there's a speed, et cetera, are you telling me that because of that, we can't determine that when we're pointing a laser light to a wall that it's straight? Because if you're not saying that, then your rebuttal is non sequitur.
Well, I think there was confusion because I think he was just asking a clarification question, trying to understand me. That's all it was.
Well, he's
Yeah,
but
not
it's
necessarily making an entire new argument.
category error because he's talking about the idea behind light versus us talking about whether or not there is any bearing on whether or not the floor is convex.
Right. So understanding that he didn't really say it as an argument, he was saying it as a trying to understand me. Nevertheless, your point is correct. So he wasn't making an argument saying that question. Yeah, your point is still correct and highlighting the error, the hidden assumption.
Well, what he was saying was, because of what you said about light, therefore, when it comes to seeing things or using light specifically, like a laser, how could you make any definitive statements? Because we have to, without light, we can't see. And so,
Yeah.
since we had this whole conversation, how could we determine anything and come to any conclusions as far as observations are concerned? Is that what you were trying to say, or am I strawmanning you?
I think it'd be a little bit of straw man, but that's okay.
So if it's a little bit of a straw man, please go ahead and state your, just give us the summary, because I don't want to straw man you.
So
But I would like a summary, please.
all that I was questioning is because he said that I believe it was Gregory was talking about how the theory of light and its composition is incoherent and thus cannot be used to make deductions. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's an unjustified theory which reduces light, the thing in question, to absurdity.
Right. So, were we to use light, or were somebody who was interested in providing evidence that the Earth is in fact flat, were to use something like a laser, how would that not be unjustifiable? If we can't necessarily conclude that a photon or whatever makes up light behaves in a certain way to prove my point, we would also thus have to conclude that there is no way to use it to prove any other point. Is that accurate?
No.
So what would the distinction be between using...
Because the flat earthers don't hold a materialistic atomistic presupposition.
But that's exactly what I said. You said, and you said it was a little bit of a straw man. Why is this? Why is there such opposition where it's not justified to be so?
So I think Elijah just said what I said earlier. I kind of missed it because I was being interrupted. So the answer to your question is it doesn't unjustify their experiment. It doesn't. Their experiment using or their attempt to measure the surface of the Earth or the convexity or flatness of the sea is not rendered unjustified because they don't hold to materialistic atomism.
So because of the underlying beliefs of the experimenter, my experiment is invalid and theirs is.
If your
is that
to clarify, if your metaphysical presupposition about the essence and behavior of light is false, and the flat earthers' metaphysical presupposition about the essence and behavior of light is true, then their theory, their interpretive conclusion, the concluding interpretation of their experiment is more likely to be that sound should
I
their
would disagree very much
experiment
so.
be done. Should their experiment be done, you know, without flaw. Okay, but if you interpret as a glober, if you interpret your experiment or your measurement through absurd presuppositions, metaphysical presuppositions, then that will render your interpretive conclusion unsound, invalid even.
So if something such as light is so unsubstantiatable, then who's to say that nobody has a proper interpretation of it and that no
No,
use is valid?
but
Well, I'm
listen.
not saying no theory is
Wait,
substantial. I'm not saying that it's.
Can I just say this? We're now talking about light when your presupposition is that those things up there are balls of gas moving to and away from us.
Right, it's
But
a substantiated.
now we're talking about light, and you're using theories. I say that very loosely, colloquially.
Don't get this one.
Theories on light that conventional mostly, to justify that there are balls of gas in the vacuum of space moving to and away from us. That is the definition of begging the question.
Right. So all I've said is that I've made an observation,
Why do
and
you
I've
keep saying
connected that
all that I've
observation
said? What
with.
about what about all that I've said? But it's a response to you. When you say all that I've said, it's almost
so
like you're saying I'm not saying the thing that made you come to your conclusion. All I'm saying is this thing. Well, I don't get why you keep responding to me that way.
Right, because I think your interpretation of my argument is not accurate.
So if I tell someone that the formulation of their argument is a logical fallacy, and then I tell them specifically what the logical fallacy is, and then I use their words to basically put it in the logical fallacy, you're telling me that I've got something wrong?
Yes, because I don't think I don't think there's any grounds to stand on to say that I haven't substantiated anything.
Bro.
Okay, so you disagree with the logic? Go ahead.
You're telling us that they're balls of gas, but we're talking
Right,
about
I
light.
explained to you why.
Definition. So you're begging the question. It's not like it's
The thing is, though, is that I've not just spewed this incoherently with no rationale or thought behind it. I've given the rationale for.
The things that you've given was non sequitur to the claim that you made, and I pointed out at the time when it was happening that it was non sequitur, and I said, how do you justify everything that you said about light and what is it, spectroscopy? How do you marry that to the cosmological idea of balls of gas in a vacuum moving to and away from you? And
Right,
you
no,
haven't done that.
I very clearly went into that earlier.
No, you just reasserted it. But I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you at all. That's not. I'm just.
I mean, I could
It's like
reiterate what I've said.
the conversation happened the way it did, but then it's like. Anyway, I don't know. Gregory,
So either Jimmy, you can respond with your rebuttal to his critique of your argument, or what?
Right. So I mean, we've seen that I substantiated my claims for why I think, or rather, why I know that galaxies are indeed gaseous and distant. Right. So there's not necessarily an argument to be made whether or not I did do that.
No, you begged the question. You didn't. You didn't.
Okay, so Jimmy, what you asserted, what you supposed as a substantiation, we are critiquing as a begging the question. That's what's happening.
I don't think that's. You can't just necessarily say that something is begging the question and have that be a valid argument.
Right. So I agree, which is why we went through that entire back and forth earlier about your appeal to spectroscopy to substantiate and thus justify your belief, your claim to knowledge that galaxies are humongous collections of humongous balls of gas emitting light from A to B. And the critique was that you are presupposing that those are humongous balls of gas emitting light from A to B.
So you're saying that my presupposition was the well-established field of spectroscopy as a whole.
So this is the problem.
Is that
you're appealing to facts of spectroscopy, and then saying that
generally
that
the behavior of
the
light.
behavior of light from the galaxy that we observe in the heavens.
Right. I think you just substantiated my claim. Spectroscopy generally is the study of the behavior of light. We understand that light is a constant. It does not change given circumstance. It will behave the same regardless. That's a physical property. Right? And if you have an argument against that, I would love to hear it. I would love to see where light does not behave as it does.
Well, specifically,
so with that,
specifically as the medium changes, how you view the hue of something is definitely different. So
right,
the very
there's
fact
absorption,
that,
which occurs.
the very fact that you're making the argument that there's a constant, and within this constant, all of these differences are justifiably explained away, but the constant is there. Again, this is textbook begging the question, my man.
In other words, to really get specific with the critique, which is what Elijah's trying to get across, is that your conclusion does not necessarily follow from the premises. What you've done in the conclusion,
but why
is that
the question? Why does my conclusion not follow the principles that I laid out?
Because you're supposed to justify it. It is not supposed to be off of. It's supposed to be off of evidence.
Right. I presented evidence.
But your evidence to support what's in question is spectroscopy. It's not to validate that which you are presupposing.
Right.
So
spectroscopy
listen. Hold on. Wait. So that we don't go around in circles. The premises you set up is given the essence and behavior of light. I'm paraphrasing and summarizing not to be long-winded. Given the essence, the essential properties of light and its behavior, which we know via the field of study of spectroscopy, therefore, the light up in the sky are humongous balls of gas emitting light from A to B.
Right. That is the deduction that is made. If we understand how light works and what can create very specific wavelengths of light, we can deduce what created very specific observed wavelengths.
Whoa! Well, that
conclusion does not follow. That doesn't follow. When you present an argument with those premises and you make the conclusion you do, you are presupposing that the entity in question is a humongous ball of gas emitting a certain kind of light.
Right. Nothing is presupposed here.
You gotta be kidding me.
I very clearly outlined the processes that
so what?
would
What
lead
is it?
you to
Is an outline proof? Is an outline
How
proof?
do you mean? That depends on your definition.
Is your outlining something here for us? Is that your proof?
That is a type of proof. It is evidence.
You're hilarious.
Hey Jimmy, what's your level of education? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't think that necessarily matters.
It doesn't really, but I just want to know what level of education you have, as in maybe how we frame the conversation. That would kind of benefit the conversation. So it would be beneficial for that reason. But see, and the reason why I think you're a bit apprehensive on that is because I think you're an educator. And this is my understanding of how you're speaking, your tone, how you're carrying yourself in the conversation. I can, just by listening to the way you say things, and probably you have a voice changer on, I'm not sure. But
to prove to you that this is my real voice.
That all aside, that really doesn't matter, right? The thing that I'm trying to get at here is because when things are actually told to you to examine within the context of this conversation, you kind of are not really seeing the picture that you're painting for yourself and in others in this conversation. So I'm not sure if you're listening to what they're saying. I think you're hearing them, but you're not listening. So
Also,
I
first
think
of all,
it's a difficulty thing. Like when you're trying to talk to somebody about something and you don't hear what they have to tell you and examine it and then apply it to what you're saying. So that's why I was asking, what level of education do you have? Maybe you have a high school level of education or a college level education, or maybe you teach people in college. I don't know. But the thing is, if you're able to take what is being offered to you in the context of the opposite of what you believe, then perhaps maybe you could see a different vantage point. And that's all that's being offered here, right? Is it possible that you are incorrect with and what you believe to be true with spectroscopy? Yes or no?
Is it possible?
Yes.
That's an
Wait.
absolute.
Time out.
It's an absolute.
Time out. Spectroscopy is not in question.
It sure seems like it.
Stars in the Doppler. No, stars in the
I really
Doppler.
want to say this again. I want to make this clear
That was
again.
his claim, but anyway.
Yes.
That's
So
what I thought he
Jimmy,
was claiming.
Well,
Jimmy, to say this
spectroscopy is a
again.
thing, but I'm just
Right. Spectroscopy is a thing. We're not questioning spectroscopy. I'll say this again. Given your argument, you are concluding that given spectroscopy, again, I'm paraphrasing, saying as minimal words as possible. Given spectroscopy, right, and given the supposed essence of light, materialistic atomism, photons, traveling from A to B, and its behavior, the implied behavior given that metaphysical theory of the essence of light, therefore, that the lights in the sky are humongous balls of gas, a specific kind of gas, emitting a specific wavelength of light, which we did observe from.
So I will grant you something.
Is in the void.
So I will grant you something. I have not made the claim of the size of galaxies. All I have said.
I didn't even mention that.
You said gigantic, so I'm assuming that you're.
Well, that's what you believe. They're humongous. I mean,
right.
You don't need to deny that. We know that's what you believe.
Right, but I'm not necessarily making that claim, and I have no way to justify that claim. I'll tell you straight up. And I think that well, we'll get to that later.
So
anyway,
he's saying
the claim,
again, like you're separating spectroscopy from the thing you're supposed to be justifying. This idea of giant balls of gas in a vacuum emitting certain wavelengths of light moving to and away from us, which is why we see the Doppler shift, which, funny enough, there's a little argumentation there from other cosmologists because they say, oh my God, does that mean we're the center? What does this mean? Blah, 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 blah. But I digress from that point to say the presupposition is the story behind everything that you believe about light. Okay, light is this, therefore, that's a giant gas ball emitting light in this way specifically because of my paradigm and my cosmology. That galaxy is moving away from me and that galaxy is moving towards me. No.
Right. So all that I'm saying is that, and let's even bring this to an earthly example. Right.
Can you just note that we just went back and forth with the all I'm saying thing, and it makes. What do you disagree with that I've said?
Almost all of it. Let's say, for example,
hold on. No, not take one specific thing that I said and deal with it.
Right. I think you assuming that spectroscopy somehow cannot relate to
I'm not
or give us information about.
No.
You see?
No. You're marrying the two, and I'm saying justify the marriage. And you keep bringing up the fact that I'm asking you to justify the marriage. That's
Right.
what you're doing.
Spectroscopy
That's
is
that's the point. I'm not challenging spectroscopy, so I don't know why you keep bringing it up, and I don't know why you keep saying all
you're
that I'm saying.
challenging the relationship between
I keep
spectroscopy and other
characterizing.
physical processes.
No,
Right?
the other
Is that
physical
correct?
processes are in question to begin with. How do you justify it?
Because spectroscopy is the study of physical phenomena. Right. That is understood. That is constant. Has nothing to do with the subject that you're studying. You could be holding a lamp, and I could tell you the composition of that lamp based on the spectrum. It is the exact same thing when you're determining.
Is the lamp moving?
Sure. It sure
What do you
can be,
mean?
and
Well,
it's
hold on. Time out. When you gave the example of a lamp, I find it very hard to believe that you were talking about spectroscopy in the sense of a lamp moving and then experiencing this phenomenon, which is
right.
what's
So
in question. I'm asking
if
you, how do you know that galaxies are moving to and away from us? But you gave me an example of a fucking lamp. And I was like, yeah, okay, spectroscopy, cool. But what does that have to do with your belief in galaxies moving to and
well, you
fro?
interrupted me, so I have no way to clarify. So if I can continue, that'd be fantastic. Anyway, the way that I can justify my argument is that it is irrelevant whether it is a lamp or a galaxy.
It's actually relevant because that's the reason that you and I are dialoguing right now.
You didn't let me speak.
But that's the reason you and I are dialoguing right now, because you're saying one has to do with the other. And Gregory asked you at least 2 times, why?
Because the emission is very obvious, clear, and observable. We can determine composition from emission. Whether it be a lamp or a galaxy, receding, stationary, does not matter. We can determine composition and we can determine velocity. That is the point of spectroscopy.
In a scale that no one has ever been to and no one can go to.
No,
So
that's
you're
not. But that's
No.
but that's not.
New
No,
scale.
he said whether you see whether it's a lamp or whether it's a galaxy, we're experiencing. So whether we're looking at a stationary light or a moving galaxy, the presupposition, we're looking at the same phenomena. To which I then ask you, how do you know that the lights in the sky are moving away from and towards the Earth then?
Spectroscopy. This is very circular. We know and understand the Doppler redshift, which can be observed on Earth or away from Earth.
But you just gave a stationary instance and a non-stationary instance in which the observed wavelengths would be the same. So my question is then, how could you assert
It would not be the same.
that the thing?
That is an assumption that you made.
Well, that's what you just said. You just used the example of. Well, you use the example of a light and a moving light. Well, you use the example of a stationary light, a lamp, and a galaxy. The thing in question that you're trying to prove is moving. And you're telling me the effects of a stationary lamp and the effects from a galaxy are the same. It doesn't matter because light is constant. So basically what you're telling me is it could basically be as stationary as the fucking light on my table.
No, you have dramatically misinterpreted what I've said.
Well, I mean, I'm
So
not misinterpreting.
we need to make some progress in this conversation.
It's not that I'm misinterpreting what you're saying. I'm asking you to justify your claim. The initial claim that we're looking at the Doppler effect when we're looking at stars. Which you
Jimmy,
not only have you not justified it, but you a number of times in this conversation pointed out that there's a difference between redshift and the Doppler effect. And you basically are saying in so many words, not so many words, that you can't justify the movement. You're just going to claim that the Doppler effect is with the galaxy. Because every time we say, well, this thing that you've actually done here on Earth, how do you know that that's what's happening in the sky? Because of this thing that we did here on Earth. And that's how we know the thing in the sky is happening. And Gregory keeps asking you, okay, well, the conclusion doesn't necessarily, well, he keeps telling you the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow. And then your answer to that is, well, I'm saying it.
So, in other words, what keeps happening, the reason that we're stagnant at this point of the dialogue is because you keep refusing to move on. Every time we give you a critique, you just reiterate what you just said, as though that debunks the critique. Or after we ask you an examination question, you repeat the same thing. And then we give you a critique, and then you repeat the same thing. Every time we give you a question to examine you or a refutation to critique you, you just reiterate what you're saying.
Right. I don't think that you've necessarily followed with what I've been saying, which is why I have to reiterate.
Right. So that's moving the goalpost. No matter what we say, even if we quote you verbatim, we still have not steel-manned you accurately, and we haven't given you a relevant critique, a valid critique.
Right. Yeah. I think you've been maybe not you, but there's been some very severe misinterpretation of what I've said.
I've specifically repeated your words almost verbatim, and you've still said that I've misunderstood you.
Yeah,
so
I believe you have.
Let's try this one more time. Because you're not going to concede that we have interpreted you correctly. So let's try this one more time. How do you know? I'm getting interrupted. Hold on. Never mind. She's not talking. How do you know that the light in the sky, including those little smudges, those little brilliant smudges with the spiral, are humongous balls of gas unfathomable distances away from us in a void, emitting light from A to B. And this cosmological Doppler effect is occurring on the light.
Okay, that's several questions. I will reiterate. Spectroscopy is a well understood field.
Yes.
I hope we can agree. And with that, it is easy to deduce based on the spectrum of the light emitted by an object. Again, whether it be a lamp, whether that lamp is stationary or whether it's moving at cosmological speeds, or whether it's a galaxy and whether that galaxy is stationary or not. It is easy to determine the composition and relative velocity of those objects. We can do that by looking at the Balmer series emission lines of well-known elements. One of the easiest to do is the hydrogen alpha emission line, which is present in almost every single type of galaxy. When we observe that very specific area with those very specific emission frequencies, we can see that those exact same frequencies are shifted in accordance with the Doppler effect as galaxies either recede or come towards us.
Okay. So, with that being said, okay. I hope whoever's watching this catches it. When he explained how he knows, I'm not a professor. I'm a twice college dropout. When
it's a derivative
he
argument
explains to us,
yeah, it's a derivative argument, so it's really not going to have a bearing to logical consistency for him. Because even though you guys have presented the most logically consistent argument, he'll just hand wave dismiss it in the end of all things. So probably another 45 minutes to an hour, he'll be done.
Well, Gregory's point is this. that we've called him out on the begging the question, and he said, I don't think you guys have understood what I've said. And we've said, okay, so how do you know that those are galaxies? In the way that you're contextualizing them. And in his explanation included the thing in question. He says, this is how we know that the galaxies are moving to and away from us instead of validating that they are what they are.
He presupposes that the thing in question is the case. He presupposes that the light in the sky, that smudge that you observe with the spirals, that those things are humongous balls of gas in a void, moving toward or away from us, emitting light from A to B, which are materialistic atomistic photons, and given their essence, their essential properties, and the motion, their behavior that they're doing, according to their essence and in the environment that they're in, moving in this void, therefore, those things are the case. He just presupposes that all those things are the case. He justifies his presupposition by appealing to spectroscopy. But his appeal to spectroscopy repeatedly smuggles in the hidden presuppositions that these things are the case. What he appeals to does not necessitate the conclusion that those lights are the academic cosmic paradigm, to put it in short, instead of going through that long list of details. He appeals to spectroscopy, assuming the cosmic paradigm that is in question. His appeal to spectroscopy does not necessitate the conclusion of the cosmic paradigm that he holds.
Yeah. So you just need to ask Jimmy one question. Are distances crucial to this spectroscopy? To what the information they're getting, are the distances important?
Okay, Jimmy, so since you're back with what you just last said, you have done again, and you've done again what we're critiquing you for doing. Your appeal to spectroscopy does not necessitate the conclusion that those lights in the sky are humongous balls of gas in a void, moving toward us or away from us, emitting light, which are materialistic atomistic photons traveling from A to B, being shifted, quote unquote. That conclusion simply is not necessitated by the premises.
Okay, you've said some words. Yeah. I don't know how you've.
I don't like the tone of voice, Jimmy. I don't like the tone of voice. I'll just be honest. I'm being real nice here. I want to ask you this: your smug attitude is just not working really well here. But listen, are the distances involved in the spectroscopy you're using crucial to the results?
No,
they're not crucial. The distances are not crucial.
I can determine the composition regardless of the distance or velocity. Distance inherently does not have anything to do with the redshift of light.
So you just said it again. You just said it again. Then how do you know that the galaxies are moving to and from then?
Because redshift is observed.
And you see how your conclusion from that premise does not necessitate your conclusion.
You said the distances are not involved, that they're not crucial or important to your results. And then you go on telling us that they're going away from us a distance or closer to us a distance.
Right, that's velocity, not distance.
Oh my God.
They're very different things.
Why you're contradicting yourself in one sentence?
So then, so then you are begging the question when you're saying velocity, and when the convention invokes velocity, because you're looking at light in the sky, you have to say velocity. Again, begging the question.
I would very much disagree.
Oh, well, I don't know on what grounds.
So at this point, No matter what critique we give, and no matter what question we ask you, you're going to repeat your argument.
Well, I think you've
We
asked me
went
to
through
repeat
the
my
circle
argument.
multiple times.
Yep.
You refuse to concede that the premises that you appeal to, the empirical data that you appeal to justify your belief in the cosmic paradigm, the academic cosmic paradigm, as I call it, is simply not a necessary conclusion. It's not even a strong conclusion from an inductive argument. Because with spectroscopy, it could be the light in question. With spectroscopy, the light in the sky could be something else other than a humongous ball of gas, several million, billion, trillion miles away, emitting so-called photons from A to B, moving back and forth to us.
Especially because you can do the same thing with a lamp. So I guess another pertinent question would be, how do you know they're not lamps? But the whole point is there's
in a philosophical sense, they are lamps. So
it's a multifaceted
call them whatever you want.
presupposition, and that's just semantics.
Right? Yeah, that was semantics.
And that's me calling semantics on something that's actually semantical.
Anything is a lamp if you try.
You're gonna argue that a light emission is a lamp. When a lamp is a lamp, a light bulb is a light bulb, and a fluorescent bulb is a fluorescent bulb, and LEDs are LEDs. Like, you're just
These things are
dragging the
distinct,
conversation
not
to the point of
indistinct.
absurdity.
But you guys talked over each other.
So your argument, Jimmy, is an invalid deductive argument or a weak inductive argument. Neither of the conclusions and either way you argue necessarily follow, because the entity in question could be something else other than, with the premises that you appeal to, the thing in question could be something other than a humongous ball of gas in a void emitting light that are photons traveling from A to B, moving back and forth from us.
Well, the claim is that it can't be, and it isn't. So I don't know where we're getting mixed up here.
It's a deductive argument. It's an invalid deductive argument given the premises you appeal to.
But no, don't straw man us, because first of all, you're committing a category error by your own illogic. Because we were talking about gas and you began talking about light. That's your category error. But the bottom line is that your claim, well, first of all, aside from your claim, what it can't be, it being the cosmos and the composition of the things inside the cosmos being empty as a medium, like nothing at all, then you have these balls of gas in there not expanding the way that gas does. So we're just saying that, well, you can't have gas pressure without containment. That has nothing to do with the fact that you can't logically conclude to us that those are gaseous balls in the sky.
See, I can't conclude to you.
Okay.
I can't conclude to you.
Yeah, you can subtract the clause, it still stands.
I don't
cross
think that's
out you, and it still stands.
Well, see, the problem is it's a lack of interpretation is spurring confusion, or maybe it's Maybe it's
don't lose the point, Jimmy. Don't lose the point. Forget the clause to you, quote unquote. You cannot justify your conclusion.
So my argument, I will reiterate in very simple terms, is if there is an emission source, regardless of what it is, I could tell you via spectroscopy what the elemental composition is and how fast it's moving. That's all that I'm saying.
Nope. What you think it is, but not what you know.
That being said, that conclusion from that premise does not follow. That is an invalid deductive argument.
So you're arguing against the study of spectroscopy as a whole, then? Because
that is not the implication of what I just said.
You're You're
That is not the
arguing
implication of what I just said.
You're arguing against the second law of thermodynamics. Period.
Okay, your appeal to the
I
premise
am
of
not. I've
spectroscopy
made no
does not
argument against
necessitate your
thermodynamics.
deductive conclusion of your cosmic paradigm about the stars in the sky. That conclusion is not a valid deductive conclusion from the premise of your appeal to spectroscopy.
And why isn't it valid?
Because it could be something else. The thing in question could be something else, regardless of how you study spectroscopy.
Anything could be anything, but I can tell you that those specific pockets in the galaxy are made of hydrogen and moving
to what I
away from
just
us
said to you.
at a very specific velocity.
Citation for anything could be anything. Citation, please.
Okay.
What are you
Right
talking
now.
about?
Right
hang
now.
on.
No, I want to start getting citation. I want a citation for what you say. Anything can be anything. Where did you get that from?
That's beside the point.
That's
The central point is
pedantic
this.
and childish.
Yeah, you're childish, bro.
Okay, so
Sure.
Jimmy.
Oh my
So
goodness.
you can see that the thing in question, which you are using spectroscopy to study, could be something else other than what you believe it to be, a humongous ball of gas in a void.
Could it be? No, it could not be.
See,
That is the point
you're
of
making
spectroscopy.
a deductive assertion. You're saying that it could not be, not that it is not anything else. It could not be. This is a metaphysical assertion about possibility. It is impossible for it to be anything else. How do you know that it's impossible for it to be anything else?
Right, because in the well-established field of spectroscopy,
Again, spectroscopy, right?
This is the premise for my whole argument. So if you don't believe that spectroscopy is valid, then there's no point even wasting our time.
No, incorrect. We do believe spectroscopy is valid, but spectroscopy is done usually in an isolated area, not in the open field.
No.
Yeah, actually,
Yes.
I was going to try to.
That is not how that's accurate.
I haven't been in this conversation, but that's pretty much along the lines of what I was saying. Like, and I've heard other people touch on it too. Like, when you're talking about such vast distances that you're claiming, and places that nobody's ever visited or sent a probe or anything to have any freaking clue of what is up there, like it just takes. It takes a lot of faith, I guess, for us to say that you know what you're doing. Do you understand that?
It takes faith, you say.
It takes faith to believe in this scientism, basically, because it's pseudoscience.
It's spectroscopy is pseudoscience.
No, not spectroscopy in the whole field, but when you start trying to use it in places that you can never ever go to test it, like.
You don't even know what you're measuring.
Jimmy,
by
you're
the way,
falsely equating
are you
your
measuring
cosmic paradigm that you believe with spectroscopy. Your
So how
conclusion
would you
is not a
recommend?
necessary. Your conclusion is not a necessary deductive conclusion from spectroscopy.
It is absolutely necessary and deductive.
It
because
isn't.
That is... well, see, this is
not.
never going to go anywhere.
Listen, this is your argument.
You say it is.
Listen. Given your argument, given the way spectroscopy is done, therefore the entity in question is a humongous ball of gas emitting a certain kind of light. A certain kind of gas emitting a certain kind of light. That conclusion does not deductively follow because it could be something else that is emitting light, and light could be something else other than your atomistic, materialistic atomistic photons.
Oh, look, to be fair, it's irrelevant what light is. All they're doing is receiving a pattern from a particular element. They verify the element, they verify the pattern. They then see a similar pattern or the exact pattern that they're receiving from a region where they point a telescope. And they then conclude, since this pattern matches this pattern, and I confirm that this pattern matches this element on the Earth, therefore, in something that's supposedly trillions of miles away, I've verified that that element exists. That's the logic jump, okay? Now, some people think that's fair logic. Okay, cool story. So propositionally, is it possible for a thing to be very far away from another thing?
Yes,
Mr. Chicken.
obviously.
Obviously.
Okay, is it possible for a thing to be very far away from another thing that's round?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Is it possible for a thing to be very far away from another thing that's flat?
Yes, I don't see your point.
Okay, perfect. So, regardless of things that are far away, the Earth is either round or flat.
Right.
So how would
I
you
don't
determine?
think I've made a claim. I've
Okay,
not made a
fine.
claim for the shape of the Earth based on this.
Who cares? It's irrelevant.
Oh, we will
I'm
speak
making a
about.
claim.
Why we are not speaking about food then? If we will
Oh, my
not speak
goodness.
about.
All right, let
I was
AI
in the.
let AI
He said,
let AI finish.
he said this is not a claim what will be connected with the flat Earth. Why we are speaking about
AI is
that?
gonna finish, but I think that I would like to rebuttal that, and it's specifically because we're already right about this 24/7, day in day out, because it's not a debate. If we're not trying to get to the bottom of this disease of the mind, then what are we doing? We're just trying to communicate with this guy on the level that he's at. If you don't want to meet people on the level that they're at, don't communicate. That's what I do. Whenever I get fed up with somebody, typically I go, one of you guys can talk. I don't even have the energy.
Yep.
Two things. AI's last point is that it's possible for a thing to be far away from another thing and that thing be flat, which means that your conclusion is not a necessary deductive conclusion from your premises.
I'm not deducing anything about the shape of the Earth. I'm not even trying to make an argument about that.
Dude, I knew it. That's why this whole conversation. That's why this whole conversation is redundant. It's stupid. You're only here to defend spectroscopy and it has nothing to do with the fucking Earth.
Yahtzee.
He just told us earlier that it could not be anything else. That presupposes that his conclusion is deductive. And then I say that his deductive argument does not follow, and he says, I'm not making a deductive argument.
There you go. That's the money shot right there. We got ourselves a live one, guys. Anyway,
That
go
was
ahead.
great. Awesome. Thank you, Jimmy. You don't know how valuable you are. Thanks for supporting our cause.
The
Go ahead, AI.
All right. So now that we've established the lights in the sky are irrelevant to the surface of the Earth.
You've established something, right?
Yeah. I have, haven't I? Which you already conceded to.
I have not
and I don't
conceded
need
anything.
a third party. Yeah,
I don't know. You guys are.
No, hold on. All right, just.
All right. Everybody who's not me or Jimmy, shut up.
Go.
For goodness sakes. We don't need a third party interloper trying to finish people's sentences.
Dude, you just started too. You're interloping also.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just ready to see you guys go at it. This is fun.
Yeah, this is fun, isn't it? Okay, so I'm going to yield the floor back to the confusion. Go for it.
No, I continue.
Yeah, let's go. Let's talk to somebody else. This guy is burnt.
No, come on, man. Stop doing that.
No,
No.
man.
That was the
We can
worst
go
story I've
another-
ever heard in my life.
Trigger.
I just gotta say, I mean, hey, muting somebody because you won't listen to my argument. That's That's
what is your argument?
What argument, bro?
Who keeps muting him?
Wait, your argument? You just told us that it's deductive, and then told us you're making a deductive argument. What is your
He
argument?
also said he wasn't making an argument. He wasn't making a claim. Remember that?
Yeah.
But now he is. But now he is, Elijah.
So no claim. All right.
Hey, no offense, guys, but that's your guys' cue to posit the positive flat Earth evidence, right? It's the whole point. At least I thought it was, rather than to go about spectroscopy.
if you have some legitimate evidence for the flatness of Earth, I'd love to see that Because we're obviously not going to get anywhere with my.
Finally. Can somebody
We're
vote?
obviously not going to get anywhere with my arguments because.
Yeah, no, you reported
see how that
belief,
have gone.
nothing else.
Who's going to take point? Who's going to take point? We need one person to take point. There's an opportunity here. I don't care who it is. I can stand back. I want to see somebody lay it out to them.
I'm pretty sure AI wanted the floor. Give it to him.
Yeah.
Please,
Go
somebody
ahead.
convince me the Earth is flat. I know that's not what you're here for, but I want somebody to do it.
Jeez Louise, man, we're trying to sort this out. We'll get to you in just a moment. All right, who's taking point?
I just posted a couple.
Same. I put a link, FE Core and Black Swan. So
I'll go if anybody doesn't want to.
go ahead, Mickey. You got this.
All right. It's up to you guys. All right.
Shut up, Mickey.
Greg, do you want to go? All right. So take it out, Jimmy.
I can do it.
Nah. You too late. You should have picked up earlier. Mickey got it.
If he doesn't get it when I tell him, you go ahead and come in after me. All right, so Jimmy, so basically
you almost missed it too. I posted evidence. Okay, if no one wants to post evidence, that's fine.
No, I'm going to go in. All right, so Jimmy, you say that the Earth is not flat. It's a globe by way of spectroscopy and all this other, content that you were bringing to us right now. But so let's focus as to why you're saying, well, somebody convinced me, right? So I'm going to. And now, if you have an answer for what I'm about to tell you, go ahead and give me the answer to it. If not, be honest in this conversation and say, I don't know. That's very useful in being honest in our discussion. Okay, Jimmy? So long as you're honest,
sure.
And we can carry a very good conversation. All right. So the understanding that the Earth is a globe. So it was established, a long time ago, right? So in ancient times, somebody figured it out because we're carrying this knowledge today, and everybody's running around like your name states with the chicken with the head cut off, saying that the Earth is a globe. So what we're doing now is trying to establish a fundamental understanding of how we got this knowledge. So in ancient times, how was it established that the Earth has been a globe? Who figured it out?
You're asking me.
Of course. Now, I'm not asking Jimmy the chicken. I'm asking the person behind that.
What if I am Jimmy the chicken? What if I am a chicken, man? Hey.
You're not.
Do you have any proof for that? Do you have a citation?
I like your little divergent tactics. Let's get back to the question. Go ahead and provide the evidence for whoever figured out that the Earth was a globe. And please demonstrate to us how they figured it out so we understand the method and how they figured it out.
Let's assume I'm completely ignorant. I don't know.
That's great. That's fine. All right, so let's move on to how you can demonstrate the curvature of the Earth today. So I'm not really assuming anything. What I'm doing here is ascertaining knowledge from your vantage point as to what you know. So basically, like I said, being honest with what you know is very key in this discussion. All right, so how can you figure out a method in which we can discover that the Earth has measurable curvature? So if I was to be able to measure this supposed metrics that they give us, right, the Earth's radius, diameter, and circumference, it's very important to know that the claim of the Earth has already been settled, and there's no way that you can come back around and say, well, maybe they got it wrong. It's probably a bigger ball or some other thing. So let's get to the metrics, right? You can punch this actually into Google if you don't know, Jimmy. So the metrics are stated as radius, diameter, and circumference. How can we measure with those calculations the curvature of the Earth so that we can verify that the curvature of the Earth conforms to those metrics? Jimmy, please tell us the method by which we can measure the curvature.
I'm gonna play completely dumb. I don't know anything.
Please, I don't want you to play dumb. I actually want you to tell us because we're actually getting
anything to avoid the burden of proof.
We're getting to know what you know about the curvature of the Earth. That way you can tell us, because what we've been doing here is investigating this very topic. And now, mind you, this specific question is basically the capstone for the understanding of the Earth being a spherical geometric shape. So if you can go ahead and demonstrate to us, the listening audience, I call them the council, then you'd be able to go ahead and move forward with perhaps presuppositions and so forth. But if you cannot, however, Now, this is very, very important, Jimmy. If you are not, however, able to demonstrate to us that the Earth has demonstrated to have curvature measurable 8 inches per mile squared per the metrics that have been given to us via the settled information, then you know what's going to happen, Jimmy? I'm going to hand wave dismiss anything that you present. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because the radius is very viable. It's very essential for what we can discover. Anything to deal with, like the distance to the planets, how rockets leave the Earth, because they actually go in a parabolic curve following the curvature of the Earth. And as you may or may not know, this is how they achieve escape velocity. So all of these metrics are essential for everything that we figure. Even with refraction, the R value is inserted in there. So we need to know, without a shadow of a doubt, that we can understand that the radius has been discovered by way of verifying that information and being able to falsify it as well. So, Jimmy, back to you. The one question that is on everybody's mind, we're at the edge of our seats. We want to know how Jimmy the Chicken knows how we could measure the curvature of the Earth. Now, if you are able to do this, then my friend, 7 years that we've been waiting is going to be over with. So, if you're honest with us, we'll be honest with you. If you can say, I don't know, we can gladly accept that. Now, Jimmy, your turn.
Sure. I don't know. I want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. All right, so let me go ahead and wrap this up, because this is one and done for the whole audience listening here. Jimmy the Chicken has now demonstrated that he does not know how the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Therefore, every other question or every other thing that he will assert to say about the globe will be hand wave dismissed, as in he does not know anything. If the
That's
Earth
a fallacy
is,
if I've ever seen one.
No. This is the foundation, Jimmy. This is the foundation for your knowledge of everything you want to presuppose, including Coriolis, including gravity, including any kind of other talks that you want to, spectroscopy. I don't even care what you want to talk about. Everything you want to get into is a derivative argument from the very foundation that you, sir, do not know that the Earth that you're standing on has curvature. And it's important because in this conversation,
that is a fallacy and a half.
Okay, so now let me explain. Let me explain to you why.
You're making the claim.
I know you want to interject, Jimmy. I know you do, but it's important that you understand the reason why we're not going to listen to you any longer. Because what you're going to do after I'm finished talking is you're going to launch into a sermon. You're going to preach to us about how you know things, and at this very moment, sir, you do not know anything, as I demonstrated to you. So the very foundation, which is the radius that hinges upon everything that the globe needs, you do not know. So why would we then entertain any other thing that you're about to bring forward, as in, I know this thing and the other? We don't need to listen to it. So basically, everything that you're going to present, like I said before, will be useless. There will be nothing but your rhetoric that you probably studied or think that you know, and, it's just not going to be useful to anybody in a conversation. So we're going to go down many rabbit trails, and I'm pretty sure everybody wants to listen to you talk about spectroscopy again for another hour and a half. I don't, but for any other conversational purposes, you might be, put up a challenge. But sir, you do not know anything about the globe, demonstrated right now by this one thing that you can't even demonstrate to us how the Earth has curvature. So Jimmy, if you think it's
That's
fallacious,
a stereotyping fallacy.
Go ahead. Tell me how go ahead. Tell me how it's fallacious.
Well, so you're asserting that because I am playing dumb and not explaining to you my vast knowledge on the composition and the geometric shape of Earth, that I cannot have any knowledge on any other subject or make logical connections. That's a fallacy.
That's not even what he said at all. He didn't say knowledge is absolutely impossible for you, Jimmy.
Yeah,
He said that every argument that I have or can make is now invalidated.
About what, Jimmy?
About this cosmological issue. Not about knowledge of anything at all.
Yeah, he wasn't listening. See, Jimmy, you're not listening. How can you teach people the things?
Can I chime in, or is it going to hurt anybody's feelings?
Now you go ahead, chime in.
Okay, Jimmy, you just demonstrated for everyone that you're stupid. Because you can't even pay attention to the own words that are coming out of your mouth and the propositions that he's claiming. Which
And the
is,
people
yes,
that
dude, you know,
preach fallacies the most can't recognize one of their own.
Jimmy,
cool
don't
story,
interrupt.
dude.
Don't interrupt,
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Let him finish.
Jimmy, check it out, bro. I'm just saying, by your own standard, okay, when he asked you, you said you don't know anything about the radius or the curve of the Earth being measured throughout history. So he just told you that you can't then make any arguments about that topic. You then said he accused you of not being able to make arguments about anything. So I want to ask you, my friend, were you paying attention or are you just that dumb?
Well, it's a fantastic thing that this is being recorded. So, he
Yeah,
said
cool story.
very
What are you going to do with
specifically,
that recording?
very specifically, he said that because I, quote unquote, do not know anything about the radius of the
Oh
Earth,
my. All right.
that I cannot make an argument that is validated about spectroscopy,
Jimmy,
which I have been talking about the whole time.
You think that's what he said?
I know that's what he said.
Okay, fine. I'll go back and listen. And if I validate what you said to be true, fine. If not, I'll ban you. Perfect.
Awesome.
Thanks. I love playing this game.
Yeah, he never mentioned spectroscopy at all, and it has nothing to do with spectroscopy. It has something to do with what you actually know. So either you had a chance to tell us what you know right then, or you lied about what you actually know and didn't tell us what you know.
I said I said from the beginning I'm playing dumb.
I wasn't done. You either do know or you lied about what you do know. That's it. You two choices.
Even if you did play dumb, you have failed to demonstrate that you have knowledge you claim to have.
By arguing for 3 hours. Okay.
No, so the
Well, it
one
doesn't have
thing
to be
that
3 hours, Jimmy. It has to be concise and clear.
Yeah,
It doesn't
the
have to
one
be
thing
3 hours.
the one thing I asked you for, Jimmy, you weren't able to demonstrate to anybody here. So, and you said, "Well, let me just play dumb and say I don't know." But I mean, I wanted to know if you did know or not. So basically, you could have just said I don't know, not just say add other things like, "Well, let me just play dumb and say I don't know." You could just be honest and say I don't know. And so by being honest with that, it's clear to all of us that everything that you think you know about the Earth, it can't be true. By way of your specific demonstration here and what you said. So how can you know something about the Earth when you don't even know if it's a globe or not? You don't know how they measured it.
I've not made any claims about the Earth.
The Earth?
If you would have been listening for this entire conversation, I've been talking very specifically about cosmological phenomena and spectroscopy.
And how do you know? Listen, how do you know what the cosmology is if you don't even know what Earth is? Like you're already going into launching into what you think the cosmology is. You don't even know what the Earth is.
In other words, let me say this. In other words, Jimmy, if your appeal to these celestial entities and their supposed properties and their supposed behavior and how you supposedly know these things is not trying to justify your belief that the Earth is a sphere flying around in the void, what and why did you appeal to these things for?
Correct.
Well, all right, and I just want to jump in. So, like, he's trying to pedal back to the spectroscopy thing, which we're no longer interested in. He was trying to move forward. He asked us to show him the proof of the flat Earth. Miggy did.
Right, I did not ask for you to demand answers from me.
Miggy did
and
the 3
ban me
point.
because I couldn't provide evidence of the Earth's rotundness.
Could you just wait till I finish the sentence, then you can respond if you want? Like, it'd be a lot easier that way. So Miggy presented the 3 points to try to present to the audience, because he's not just talking to you, to demonstrate that you don't really have any foundation to stand on. Okay, that's basically what he established. Now, if you want to rebut that, go ahead.
Right.
Well,
so,
a perfectly
Miggy,
good question. A perfectly good
Hey,
question was asked
hold on
before
there.
you jumped in. Not hold on. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. My bad. Excuse my language. It really grinds my. I know you heard Gregory just ask him a question, and I know we all understood it as a question. I'm rude for pointing that out.
Not sure what your point is. Anyway, as I will continue,
Yo.
No, fuck
Hey
no.
guys,
You
can I
won't.
talk to him now? Yo, can I
Now you
talk to
know
him?
you
Yo,
can do
let
it,
me talk
Jimmy.
to him. Let me talk to him. Let me at him.
Jimmy,
Come on, let me just have a chat with him.
Jimmy, I think you need to take whatever you think you know, go back to the drawing board. I'm being nice. I could think of a lot of words to describe your behavior here, but I won't.
Let me talk
You
to him. How come I
nothing
shouldn't hurt?
at all. Nothing at all.
Jimmy, are you there, buddy?
You can ask a question, but you damn sure can't have it answered because I'm gonna ask one right after you. Don't worry about it.
Jimmy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. No longer muted.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Nice.
Mr. Moderator, for your.
Nice. So, Jimmy, I'm going to do this a little bit differently, right? So, I'm not going to go into spectroscopy. I'm not going to go into some of the very nuanced definitions that, the men here are going to go through because they're doing this for a reason for you. They're trying to make your mind focus on very specific things you're saying, but you're not grasping it. So I'm going to do
very specific fallacies, right?
Exactly. That's fine. Whatever. But what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to take it to like first grade. So I'm going to look like I'm going to use pictures. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to use pictures that you can picture in your head, and then you can tell me if the picture makes sense.
I'm sorry, Vagabond. Jimmy, don't interrupt, man. Like that's rude. Just let him finish
No,
talking.
Miggy, I got him. Miggy, I got him. Don't worry, I got him. So I'm going to post something for you, okay, Jimmy? And like I drew this just for kids like you, okay? Now, we're going to go to voice, we're going to go to live stream voice text.
Uh-huh.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Following. Cool. Give
Doing
me one
fantastic
moment.
so far. Yeah.
Thank you. Listen, I'm good at this. I'm trying to tell you. I should be paid.
You should be a
All
teacher.
right. So I should be, but I spent my whole career in finance, making money, fucking pretty girls. Those that can't do, teach. Those that can do, fuck pretty pussy. So I made all the right decisions, Jimmy. So I uploaded 5 images for you, Jimmy. If you see those images, what you'll realize is I tried to break it down for you one step at a time. Now, you're going to have questions, and I'm going to try to answer them. But as Mickey was saying, all I ask is that you be intellectually honest. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Did you get the images? Well, they're uploading now. Give it a sec. So before that uploads, I'm going to bring your mind to a very simple example, and then it's going to tie into this example here, okay? So when you get on a flight, Jimmy, one of the 2 times that the stewardess does not serve you drinks.
Takeoff and landing. Sure, let's go with it.
Nailed it.
Perfect.
Gold star.
Awesome.
Well done, Jimmy. Why don't they serve you drinks on takeoff and landing?
Do I get a cupcake? Let's say
No,
because
not
of
yet. You gotta earn the cupcake. You get a gold
turbulence
star. Baby steps.
during
Baby
takeoff
steps.
and landing. Sure.
Why?
Because of the turbulence, let's say.
Yeah, let's say the turbulence. But let's talk about very specific things. You know how the plane has to ascend and descend?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So remember, our proposition or our position is that we are on a flat level plane, right? Now, I used to go back and forth between New York and London a lot. And what I noticed is because, remember, it's not my money, I'd get my Tanqueray tonic on the flight. And since water's a natural level, I'd realize, when the plane is climbing, number one, the water will still find its own level. But when the plane levels out for the entirety of the flight, my Tanqueray tonic on my tray table is perfectly flat. Now, I've crossed a decent amount of distance there. The liquid in my cup hasn't budged. One thing I want you to picture real quickly is, shouldn't the level of the liquid in the cup dictate to your mind that the plane is flying in a perfectly flat and level line? Now, if the plane is flying in a flat and level line, which my Tanqueray tonic tells me, dictates that actually, what you have to think about is, shouldn't it diverge from the curvature of the Earth eventually?
No.
Yes or no, Jimmy? No, it shouldn't. So you're saying that
it should remain tangential to the center of mass
I heard you know. Let me tell you why the no is wrong. Because if the pilot is dipping the nose of the plane to follow the curvature of the Earth, he would have to be flawless. Let me give you an example. I'm going to take it to an extreme so it clarifies in your mind. Let's imagine it's a snowstorm, right, Jimmy? No autopilot. The pilot actually has to be nice. He has to actually get this right flawlessly. So snowstorm, middle of the night, we're on the red eye, you know, sleet, hail, rain, storm, winds, turbulence, all of the above.
I hope
You're
you're not
telling
flying
me
in
that
hail.
this pilot is going to be nailing the amount of distance he has to tip the nose down to follow. Remember, we're following a curvature of the Earth. So he must, at some point, follow the curvature. Do you understand? But the liquid in my cup is telling me that is not happening because let's think about it in terms of liability now. If it were hot coffee, remember you said, takeoff and landing. If it were hot coffee, they'd be liable. They dip the nose of the plane too quickly because when they do dip it to land, they don't serve you any fucking coffee. When you're climbing, they don't serve you any fucking coffee because if it lands in your lap, they're fucked. If it lands in everybody's lap, they're all fucked. Now, think about the straight and level flight that you've taken from all over the world to all over the world. It doesn't happen. Straight and level the whole time. Now, let's stay in the plane. Now I'm trying to bring your mind to the Earth that's on the ground that you're no longer touching. From flying from New York to London is a 6-hour flight. 5.5 roughly, but let's just say 6 hours to make it easy for your brain. Now, the Earth is spinning under the plane. Now, if the Earth is spinning under the plane, that means that the flight there and the flight back should take 2 different times. There's a problem there, though. It should not take 2 different times if the Earth is spinning at the equator at 1,000 miles an hour. So explain that to me. So how do you reconcile it?
Why would your reference frame suddenly shift to be drastically different and impose some arbitrary velocity on you that does not exist? The atmosphere and the Earth are a single body that travel together, and the plane is a part of the atmosphere. You do not become an independent body as soon as you jump off the ground.
Okay, let me chime in. Remember, I'm trying to present something to you. So obviously you can get verbose, and let me just chime in. You know, I don't want to feel like I'm disrespecting you by cutting you off, but I just want to point out where the assumptions are made, right? So you see how you said the Earth and the atmosphere are stuck together? Now, when a helicopter, you just said they're stuck together, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right? So when a helicopter leaves the ground, you're trying to tell me it's actually moving with the Earth and the atmosphere.
Yes, the helicopter does not shoot off in the distance at 1,000 miles an hour. Conservation of momentum exists. There's no reason, even supposing the globe model, why that would ever happen.
So no Coriolis?
I'm not saying there's no Coriolis effect.
No indication it's a globe.
But
Don't move.
How do we tell the difference between
Don't move away from
that
Sir Vagabond's point
and just the flat stationary world?
I'd like to continue with the guy that was talking. I want to see how you can fix my chicken brain, please. As he disappeared.
Sir Vagabond.
Nice. Can I ask only one question, please?
Okay, so what I did is I tried to draw out time-lapse photography as well as the planes of motion that are involved with the purported movements of the Earth we've been told. Okay, do you know what time-lapse photography is, Jimmy?
Very well aware, yep.
Good.
Do it all the time.
That means you can grasp that.
Okay.
So would you agree with me that for time-lapse photography, the camera must remain completely still or you will ruin the exposure?
No.
No. So explain time-lapse photography and how we would form an image where the exposure, the shutter of the camera is open for an extended period of time, and thus you would not see some type of movement or squiggly lines where you move the camera. You're going to get a perfectly still image with a camera that's moved?
Are you tracking a stationary object? If the object that you're looking at is stationary, then sure, yes.
Hence figure 1. Are you looking at figure 1? We're talking about Polaris, the North Star.
Polaris. Love that star.
Exactly.
It's one of my favorites.
Welcome to the party, Jimmy. Welcome to the party. So now Polaris and the camera that's on the ground, which is open exposure, time lapse, 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, whatever. That basically is creating a tidally locked connection between the lens of the camera and Polaris. Now, Polaris has a tiny little wobble, but it's imperceptible to the time-lapse photography because you can Google time-lapse photography Polaris, correct?
Yes, no, I'm very well aware that Polaris is at 89.34 declination, not 90 degrees exactly.
Don't get
I'm
ahead
very
of
well
it.
aware
We're
of that.
not getting to the hard part yet. We're still building this foundation so we can walk together, Jimmy. Because I'm more patient than most people because you are kind of annoying, I'm not going to lie. But I actually like people, so I'm going to take the time to fucking teach you this shit. So now because the camera and North Star are tidally locked to each other, now I want you to look at the next image. Now, Jimmy, imagine me and you are standing on the ground together.
Oh,
Okay,
perfect.
Jimmy?
We're
Me and you.
together.
Yeah, we're together, exactly. Friends, buddies. We're standing together with the camera, right? We have an extremely high-powered laser in our hand. We're pointing that laser at Polaris at the same angle as our camera. You can even hold the laser, okay, Jimmy? Now, because you're holding the laser...
Perfect. I love lasers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to give you a job here. I want your brain to actually think. So, now, because we're standing on the Earth, let's just say we're in New York, wherever, doesn't fucking matter. And the Earth is rotating on its axis now, Jimmy. Do you see figure 2 where I drew Earth with the laser and me and you? Well, I just wrote you, but we're together. And how that would form a bit of a cone when the Earth completes a full 360-degree rotation? Do you get the image that's there?
Right. I think the distances are
let's not talk about distances yet.
vastly wrong.
Let's just talk about. Remember, this is to prove planes of motion. Forget about distances for now. That's way too That's too complex for you right now, Jimmy. Let's stay with the baby picture images. So what I'm showing you in figure 2 here, Jimmy, is that now we're moving on one plane of motion, which is the Earth rotating on its axis. Now, should we slice the Earth in half and make that slice a piece of like paper that extended infinitely? The Earth is rotating on that piece of paper's plane of motion. Okay? Do you understand what that means, a plane of motion? I don't want to go ahead before you get it. Good. Good. Now, we have to add the next movement of the Earth. Purportedly, mind you, purportedly. Now that rotating Earth that's rotating on its axis, stationary, because that's only figure 2, is now rotating around the sun. Because we're standing on the ball, allegedly, do you understand the image that I drew right beneath that image that shows the loop-de-loops of the Earth going around the sun? And do you see how we're still technically in our brains standing next to each other as human beings with the laser and the camera? Time-lapse photography still exists. Now we're moving. Now let's say we were to take another hugely big piece of paper and slice through the Earth and the sun on that plane of motion. Do you follow yet?
Yep, still following.
That is the second plane of motion. Now, the images that they tried to show you about the Earth and the planets, parentheses, and the sun hurtling through the galaxy at astronomical speeds is moving in a different plane of motion. I'm going to try to just sum it up for you with one good line, and I actually wrote it all out for you so you can read it later, but I'm just trying to tell you, should you just take the purported planes of motion, put them all together in your head, think about time-lapse photography, and the laser I gave you to hold, because you're a good student.
Still got the laser.
Wait, let me finish my statement before you say a word. Can the image that is created through time-lapse photography be created with the purported movements of the Earth that I've just drawn for you there? Yes or no? And you have to figure that out. Yes. Okay, well, you go home with the images and you tell me how.
Right. It's very easy. Polaris is ridiculously far away.
I'm okay.
And so
remember, we're talking about planes of motion. Planes of motion.
Traveling
the
on
tidally
planes.
locked. Bring your mind to this, Jimmy. Bring your mind to this. The North Star and the camera are tidally locked. Once the camera budges out of alignment with that North Star, the image could not be created. That's why I brought you to the third plane of motion. It breaks the other two. The first two, maybe, perhaps, if it's really far and, all the stars aligned, quote, quote, whatever. But the third plane of motion breaks the direction that the laser would have to be going in to hold that tightly locked image. It's a lot for your brain to understand, but that's why I gave you the pictures. And because there's stars in the sky,
I'm very well.
what you're gonna have to do is every time you see a star now, you're gonna have to think about these images, and you're gonna have to let it marinate, open them up again, and then think about it.
Well, see, what you don't understand is I'm an astronomer, and I very well understand these things.
Oh, there it is. There it is,
So what
folks.
I lose?
Thank you. I knew it. I freaking knew it. I called it.
Where'd
By
I
the way.
lose you
Sorry.
there, Jimmy?
No.
Oh yeah,
You
I'm
called
done.
it out a long time ago, too.
I tried my hardest. I tried. I drew images for the guy. Everything. I tried my hardest.
Thank you very much, sir. You were
You're
very
welcome, bro.
good.
I'm tapping out now. All right.
No,
Good luck,
yeah,
Jimmy.
so
I wish you the best.
I called it, Jimmy. Hey, everybody, you guys owe me $5, by the way. Pay up.
$5.
You got to
What's
pay
an eye on
pal.
this?
Yeah, you guys gotta pay. I called it. I knew it. I knew he was an educator. That's bro, man.
You're a
Jimmy, I
teacher?
called you.
Astronomer.
Oh man.
Jimmy, I saw you a mile away, dude. You can't.
Oh,
man,
that makes so much sense now.
Hold on.
Makes so
You
much
realize
sense.
If you tap on his icon, excuse me, Miggy, if you tap on his icon, you see nightlyastronomy.com.
You see, astronomy is not
Bro,
education.
you know what, dude? I enjoy that you're here, and I'm glad you're using the voice changer even because so that your peers don't know that you're here. But you know what?
Let's see. How should I prove that it's not a voice changer? What should I play?
Whatever.
I'll play something on my phone real quick.
I don't care, Jimmy. But the fact that you're here anyway.
I do care. I want to hear.
Let's see what. Name a song.
Right, Jimmy, you're making a little. Nobody cares anymore. Anyway, the fact that
As soon
you're
as he
here
spoke, I
though,
was like, whoa.
as an astronomer, I think that's
Not
gonna.
an educator.
Well, what do you do? What do you do in astronomy? Just look at stuff and tell no one?
Right. Yeah.
Huh? What are you telling Jimmy?
No, you
about
have
your
to.
findings?
You have to name something. You have to name something. That's how you become an astronomer.
He tells him at Gem Pandas.
Who do you tell about your findings, Jimmy? If you're an astronomer, no one, just yourself. You write them in a book.
Astronomy is simply studying the cosmos. It has nothing to do with educating people.
So you don't educate.
Every time you ask him a question, he gives an answer we didn't ask.
So you don't educate anybody about things that are happening in the sky. To no one. You don't educate anybody.
Not a single person.
Not a single one.
Hey Jimmy,
No,
can I ask you? Can I ask you a
I
question?
do not lecture.
I mean, like
Sure,
people
yes.
could just be an assistant to an astronomer or working like the building, or they're reporting to somebody.
Can I ask you a question?
I never said I was an astronomer by profession. I don't know why you've made that assumption.
Let me ask Jimmy a question, if I can, real quick. Hey, Jimmy, when you look at the stars and you look through them with the binoculars or a telescope or a high-powered camera, you know how when you zoom in on these wandering stars, I call them wandering stars, not planets. You know how they get larger in your field of view in the telescope and in the cameras and whatnot. How they get larger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you even think it's remotely possible for those to get larger at 10 light years away like that? You know what the inverse square law is? How things get smaller when they get further and further away. You really think that's possible? That those things get enlarged in the screen in your field of view in those
at 10 light years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, any of those stars, they all focus in. Every star in the sky, and when you zoom in on them, they get larger. Every single one. Huh?
Nope.
They don't?
This
video that you linked? Let's see. Is that what you're talking about? The most recent video in chat?
He's not linking anything. He's talking to you.
I'm just asking you that if these stars get larger in a camera, they actually get larger in the view in the camera. I honestly believe that that's possible for them to get larger in like a P900 camera if they're 5 light years away or 100 light years, however far they are away. You think that's remotely possible that they would get bigger?
There's your problem. They don't.
Yeah, they
No, he
Would you like to present some evidence for that? Because
Sure.
I know what you're going to show me, and it's remarkably easy to demonstrate what that is.
Oh.
Oh, you're
They
divining
get
it. Oh,
larger.
that's crazy.
They get
Anyway.
larger. No, you're. I don't think you know what I'm talking about. I'll
Well,
present.
yeah. So while he's
Please
getting the
show me.
evidence, in the meantime, hey, listen. While he's getting the evidence, in the meantime, what kind of astronomer are you if you're not one by profession?
It is a hobby.
Ah,
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You're an enthusiast.
Let's be clear. You're a hobbyist, not an astronomer.
Right. Astronomer is just a term for somebody who is interested in the field of astronomy.
That's fine. We don't need to debate that. That's fine.
Simply
No, we do need to debate that.
No, in interest, you can have an interest.
The only reason it needs to be debated, because I'm an astronomer too, except for the fact that I don't believe in astronomical units because it's not justified, so it's a misnomer. But when it comes to viewing the sky colloquially, I do the same thing that they do. So I'm the same as them.
Me too.
How can I get these? I clicked on the stars down.
And I'm a musician because I listen to music. I mean, think about it, guys.
Well,
Eventually
come on
you have
now. I
to
mean,
start
there are
listening
people
out.
studying the stars long before academia.
No, a musician is someone who plays music.
Oh, what about someone who's just interested in it?
Who uses an instrument? Well, you're not playing with the sky. So the only category you have for the sky, they've termed astronomy. But the only thing they can do with that is look, I fit that bill. So does everybody. But that's not the same as it's not like looking at music or listening.
So if you want to get very specific with it, I am a hobbyist, astrophotographer, visual observer, and solar photographer. All right.
Okay, there
That's,
you go.
Okay. Which is a subcategory of astronomy. So that's like a mute point. All right.
Not really.
Jimmy, did you
Let me
ever?
tell you why. Listen, it may be fine with you, but a lot of people come in here and posit the idea that they're physicists, they're astronomers, and all of this in an attempt
I'm
to
not
somehow.
a physicist. I am an astronomer, though. That's
No,
what
it
I'm
is
saying.
okay. It is okay, in all fairness, my friend, to let people finish their sentences. Completely okay. Okay, we don't punish people for not letting finish their sentences. Okay.
Go ahead. Finish away.
So anyway, thank you for being honest and parsing out your amateur status.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, just to clear up the semantical issues, there were people studying all sorts of things long before any academia was established. So let's not say that you're not an astronomer, you're not a physicist, you're not a musician if you don't have a university graduate degree and do it professionally. That's not justifiable.
And for
No, but it
whoever
matters.
was
It matters
betting
in this.
$3,
It matters in this arena because people use it to accept to themselves vicarious merit somehow, or the statuses that they don't actually possess.
Yeah,
but to
I agree
be
with
fair
you.
to your point, some people who do things at an amateur level do actually have more good data sometimes than the professionals.
And I gather my own data. So there's no problem with what I do. And it doesn't make me less of an astronomer.
Jimmy, can I ask a question?
Ask away.
What do you think? Why these old people think the Earth is flat?
What do I think? Why people think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
That's a fantastic question, man. I have no idea.
Okay.
Wow.
Can somebody tell him why?
Yeah, we did. I just walked him through it at the very beginning. I told him why. Yeah, I did, Sasha. I told him. We actually walked through it. And he actually told me that he could not demonstrate to me that the Earth has any measurable curvature. He basically he demonstrated to all of us listening that he was not capable of demonstrating Earth curvature. And that's it. So if you can't demonstrate Earth curvature, how are you going to then stand by a claim that the Earth has curvature? and
Jimmy
whatever
the
else.
incapable chicken.
Yeah, but
What a
My name is
title.
Jimmy, and yes, I did
You
demonstrate
did,
it. I
man.
built a spectroscopy.
You said it, Jimmy. Like you're the one that said that you could not do it, or are you now able
Jimmy,
to? I
why
don't
do
know.
you think the Earth is round?
Oh, I can't change my nickname. Somebody's got to do it for me. Jimmy the incapable chicken.
I don't think he knows it. I think he just believes it around. So anyway,
Yeah, he just believes
Jimmy, how
he
do
just
you
believes it.
know the Earth is round? Why do you think that?
Why does that matter?
Bro,
Because that's
why can't
your
you just
claim,
answer the question,
Jimmy.
Jimmy? Like,
That's your claim to
seriously, man.
knowledge. That's your claim.
Bro, just
Oh, my
answer the
goodness,
question.
man.
Like the guy's just asking you a question. You could just be just hey, this is why I
We're
think the
asking
Earth
him
is.
a question that's already been belaboured to death. I mean, if you want to go around in circles and circles and
Yeah,
circles ad
it has
infinitum,
been.
ad nauseum, then we could just have every new person that enters the room ask him why he believes it's a globe, and then we'll play the dithering game on repeat. Or one of us could just competently present him the flat Earth facts.
Oh, we just did that.
Sounds like he already did that.
And I very
Really?
much disagreed.
Miggy and Sir Vagabond already did
Okay.
that in multiple
He
detail.
disagrees with the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, friends. I know you think that that's what was done, but what was actually done is somebody who has a quote unquote astronomy background just appealed to it's super far away, completely summarily dismissing the entire argument, right? Because it was an argument about the sky, not about the flatness of the earth.
Yep.
So it is not true that the presentation of positive flat earth facts has been presented to this point so far.
So
No. Miggy and Sir Vagabond just went through a long explanation.
Oh my
So
goodness.
minutes
I
earlier.
just told you why that wasn't sufficient. Did I stutter?
So Jimmy,
what?
Let me guess. You think we see too
AI,
far
AI,
away because of
yeah, let me just say something. I agree with what AI said because I remember when I first got to the server, I used to always say like, why are people always going to the sky? I was like, well, I'm gonna just keep shit on the ground under our feet. So it's like I didn't touch on any of like the purported measurements and the curve, the rate or the black swan, but I think those are stronger arguments. I just used the one in the stars because for me it just broke my mind because I was like, oh no, that's impossible. So that's why I'm trying to hand him like an impossibility. So if he just chews it over, it'll break his head open. But I do agree. Nobody actually did tell him.
You know why?
Give him proof that it's flat on the ground.
Well, see, I'm glad that you used the example that you did. I'm very glad of that.
Yes, Elijah.
You're welcome. Anything for you, Jimmy. I got you, brother.
So the reason that I disagree is because actually they've hijacked the word level, and if that wasn't the case, then his plain his plain example was fine.
Right, and see that's the problem is because
the fact I'm not asking you.
That's fine.
And I say this to say please butt out because I already know that you disagree. I'm speaking to everyone who's trying to make a decision on whether or not we anyway. The bottom line is level is level. And when you level something, it's because it's parallel with the horizontal. So just because they hijack horizon and level doesn't mean that saying that something is flying level is adequately expressing that we live on a plane, therefore a non-curving surface.
See, and the problem that happened
But I'm not
is
asking
the
you,
globe.
bro.
No,
I
that's
understand. I already know. I'm not asking you. I'm
That's
just
awesome.
trying to
Well,
figure
then
out
let me
whether or not. No, bro. Because
see.
when I find my phone, I'm gonna mute you because it's annoying. I'm literally telling you that I'm communicating to not you specifically and the other people because we just kind of had a small. We have a disagreement where it was said that there was no evidence, and so we're having that discussion like reasonable people. You are not a part of this discussion because
You only have belief.
definition of the word level. So you don't count right now. I already know what you think.
Plus, he only has beliefs of the globe anyway.
That's
It's only a belief.
FE core laser test, or the math around curvature, geometry, like that is more substantial to say the ground is not fucking curving. You see what I mean? And like we didn't prove those points yet.
Deny that. That's only to deny. That's true, but at the same time, it's denying the simplicity of understanding that when you level anything, it's because it's parallel to horizontal.
Yeah, I hear you.
Doesn't matter if you're in the basement. Doesn't matter if you're on the ground level. It doesn't matter if you're in the attic. Doesn't matter if you're fucking in China or if you're in America. Level is the same for everybody.
Level is level.
Which they disagree with, but under
right, which is why we have to arbitrate it in another manner. So, for example, the plane is not attached to the Earth. Therefore, whatever path it takes isn't necessarily determined by the shape of the Earth. So you have to make inferences about the nature of the plane in comparison to the Earth. So the flat earther will claim the plane raises an elevation, maintains level flight, and then lands. The glober will claim the plane raises an elevation, maintains level flight, and then lands. And you're correct that the term level has a contention. So how would we prove one way or the other? Well, we need something else. And what that would be is the surface, because their claim is that it's flying level over a curved surface, and a flat earther claim would be it's flying level over a flat and level surface. So now we're back to the question at. Go ahead.
No, I said, it's fair to concede up until that point. If the point is,
I agree.
At that point, how do you adjudicate the matter thereafter? It's like, okay,
we have to go back to the ground. Yeah. Well done, AI. That's very clarifying. You said it right there. Very clarifying. Thank you.
I would contend that in regards to what is necessary to prove one way or the other. When we talk about this being level, that being level, semantically, in principle, that already is presupposing the object in question is not curving. So you really don't need to do any measurements if the fact of the matter, when describing the fact of the matter, is that the object in question is level. It cannot be justified to say that the thing, quote unquote, that is level or flying in a level trajectory is actually curving.
That was my position.
Yeah, that's great. But the problem is that they set up a paradigm of language in which certain things mean certain things. So to them, level means perpendicular to plumb.
Right. So they're reducing the concept of level to absurdity by saying it's the very opposite of level.
And they've changed that recently. They've just changed that recently just because they couldn't win the argument any other way. They said that flying over a curved surface is flying level. That no one used to say that, and that's not what happened.
Right.
A plane following a curved surface is not flying level.
Right.
I don't care what anybody
says.
It's following the tangent to the Earth.
Let's all agree.
That's what it's always been.
Okay, perfect. Let's all agree that we now have a language dispute. Okay?
Right.
And the correct way to arbitrate this dispute is to measure the object in question, and that will decide who's correct.
Well, that's not true. Because if they're going to be as consistent as possible with their absurdity, they're going to interpret that to be level.
So I like the image that Conrad just posted there. That's good, because that brings up a good point. Okay. Is that flat earthers will often say that why don't we see the tip of the nose of a plane way up while it's coming over the horizon? The thing is, you do.
What?
What? It's a legitimate thing that does happen.
What are you talking about? Here's another claim from someone who doesn't know that the Earth is a globe yet.
Yeah, he's running away at the moment. There's people. Okay, he's getting sidetracked now.
Yep, another going up in the air with the air.
Well, to be fair, it's because why wouldn't he? Because the flat earthers can't even decide on the point proper of the proposition.
Needs to stay on the surface.
Okay, so let me wrap the logic string up, okay? If they claim that level is curved, right, and that the Earth's surface is level and curved simultaneously. If you disprove the curvature, you disprove their claim about what level means necessarily. So if, for example, just propositionally, you prove that, let's just say the water isn't curving, then their claim that water level is adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water would be falsified.
But again, that's not going to force them to concede. And you've already won the debate from the beginning without needing to measure it. Why? Because in principle, again, with the a priori question, the a priori assertion in question, flat earthers say level is level, it is not curving. Globalists say level is curving, the surface is curving. The globalists are subscribing to an absurdity that is prima facie self-contradictory. If they are consistent with that premise, they're going to interpret your measurements the way that they are interpreting curved level to be curved. It's not going to decide anything.
Incorrect.
When you don't need data, you don't need the measurements data. You can refute this nonsense by
But you're making the assumption. You're making the assumption. You're making the assumption that one point is going to be clear enough because it is definitive to convert someone's mind to your point of view because it's definitively right. What AI is saying is that let's tie up the logic string and make sure we use like an MMA approach. We will just ground and pound and ground and pound and ground and pound from every angle until they tap out. I like that point better.
Your response misses the point I think Gregory's trying to make, which is if he sidestepped having a logical conversation to conclusion for his initial premise, then moving along to the second thing is going to lead to even more absurdity. Not
perhaps keep pounding them. Keep pounding them. I say keep grounding and pounding.
But that doesn't
invalidate. You can keep grounding and pounding them by refuting the absurdity on the face of their claim. That's my point. You don't need the measurements. If what they're saying is prima facie self-contradictory, then that's what you address. You don't need the measurements.
How is it self-contradictory?
Yeah, I'm doing headbutts. I'm throwing fists, elbows, feet, knees, whatever hits me. Whatever hits me. I don't give a shit.
For example, when he says you don't need the measurements, you can just refute the claim for its absurdity. Example, we have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space.
Oh, that's a good one. Let's talk about that.
Let's not talk about it.
Let's talk about anything except the direct measurement of the surface curvature.
Yeah, anything but the Earth, guys.
The flat earthers are in agreement.
Let him take you to anywhere but the Earth. Just keep on talking for him for another 6 hours about anything but Earth.
Well, I was definitely done with talking to him. I thought it was interesting to kind of go back and forth between us and kind of sharpen our skills. That's I could literally just play Call of Duty. I don't care.
Don't play Call of Duty.
I agree. It would be much more worthwhile if we did what we were doing.
So
amongst ourselves.
So it's entirely consistent. Okay, and this, by the way, is an if-then. Okay, if it is true, if it's true that the Earth is a globe, then what we experience as level must, of a necessity, be only perpendicular to plumb as it's around the surface. So in their worldview, that would be a coherent statement. Right? And then in the other worldview, it would be incoherent, right? So again, you end up with the same proposition, how to adjudicate the two. Because one just claims it's axiomatic on its face on our side. The other claims it's axiomatic on its face on our side. So you have two people that need to adjudicate a proposition, and you have a direct surface that's tangible to be measured and decided. So the most rational thing to do would be to measure it. Figure it out.
This is good nuance.
But after you measure it, and if they're going to be consistent with these a priori axioms, they're going to interpret the measurements to be curving.
Not necessarily.
If they're consistent. That's my point.
Not how measurements work.
The measurements are not the deciding factor, especially when their claim is is prima facie absurd on its face. Even in their worldview, where they believe that there's a globe.
I definitely doubt that because in their view, there's supposed to be a hump in the way, and when there is no hump, how could they claim there's still a hump? It just curves. Come on, get out of
No, but the point is, you're saying that because that would be the logical conclusion, but instead of not being absurd, they're going to take it to beyond terrestrial refraction. It's some kind of refraction that we actually can't justify, but will say this word, and it will have no basis in reality, context in which I'm trying to use it.
Yeah,
That's
unfortunately,
literally what they do.
Unfortunately, a radius needs a radius needs to be established beforehand for the called refraction and terrestrial refraction. So
No,
I mean, you just mentioned a radius.
absurdity. The point, look, no, but we're not arguing about what's right and wrong. Yeah, you need a radius. No, we're talking about the levels of absurdity that they will go, whether you measure it, whether you argue on principle. It's going to be absurd regardless. So we're at the level.
I want to help you guys out.
We've shown the measurement.
Yeah, you help us out. Go ahead.
Before you help out, before you help out, it's this what you're saying is a fallacy on itself. You're divining his thoughts.
Anyway,
so
before he helps
as
us
a
out,
birther,
no, listen, bro.
Thoughts. We had the conversation earlier.
No, see, I really want to help you. I want to figure out the
Irrelevant.
truth, whether I'm right
cool.
or wrong.
So, friend, the only question you need to decide is direct measurement the arbiter of what something measures as, or is philosophy about it? Which one?
No, I think the measurement is the key.
Geometry presupposes
there you go.
metaphysics.
So let's suppose I wanted to try to prove the Earth's shape one way or another, right? The problem that you guys were just describing is that globe earthers will always say there's some sort of refraction occurring. That's
Bingo.
invalidating the measurement, which I would tend to agree with, because atmospheric refraction does exist. And
Okay,
it's
stop
problematic
right there.
for determining. Hold on, no. Let me. I'm helping you. Remember, I'm helping you.
Let it finish. Yeah.
So,
let it finish.
If refraction is the problem, why not just use a source that does not have refraction?
Perfect.
It's that simple.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point we've been trying to get you. Okay.
I'm very shocked that nobody's
listen,
done this
bro.
before.
I'm going to ask the field of flat earthers if they know the answer to this problem. If you know the answer, I'll let you go. If you don't know the answer, I'm going to go. So who knows the answer?
To what?
What's the question?
Yeah, what's the
To what he just said.
I wasn't listening that close.
Restate exactly what he just said that we need to answer. Him or you, whoever.
He said, well, why don't you use a source that doesn't have refraction?
Yes, what he said is a measurement methodology that is not succumbing to this quote-unquote atmospheric refraction that the globers claim.
Laser test. Hello.
No, it's not.
First of all, I think we need to define.
It's not. There's no practical way to do that. It's
oh my goodness, bro.
There's no demonstration available that refraction shows light bending. That's not available. That's all fantasy.
Refraction doesn't exist.
Right there. There's no observation that proves light bends over water.
Yeah, that's not even in the topic. Infrared photography.
Well, not the form of it that he's invoking.
Infrared photography is how we take out 98% of any effects of the
There you
atmosphere.
go. Now you're getting towards it.
But Earth does
what
not.
did he just say?
No,
we missed it. AI. So what?
Well, I just want to ask what he said that he agreed to. Did he say infrared photography?
He sure did.
You're
Okay,
on the right track.
I posted video.
Yeah, perfect. So there is infrared photography that's in excess of hundreds of miles, right? That shows no demonstrable Earth curve hump of water in between point A and point B. But let's get back to the lasers, right? So lasers are an effective way. Of course, globers will claim refraction is deflecting the laser around the curve, which is why any flat Earth laser test is falsified, right? That's their claim. So, for example, the FE core test has a laser 25 miles away to the target. The differential is 2 meters on one side, roughly 6 feet, 2 meters on the other side, roughly 6 feet. Right? So you have essentially what's known in this as a laser transit, which is used to build things and determine whether the surface is flattened in between point A and point B. So if the laser hits the target, all things being equal, then that means that there is no hump of Earth curve. And of course, the curve in between those 2 points would put the off angle of the hidden height at 90 meters, right? So 2 meters minus 90, you got 88 meters, plus or minus the beam, which is another, we'll give it a liberal 2 meters, even though that's an excess. So you're still above essentially 2 orders of magnitude if you convert it into feet. So this would be a sufficient falsification that there is no hump of Earth curve in the way. Now, to Glober's credit, they do say, oh, well, refraction solves this problem for us.
You see?
That's
my point.
No.
Go on.
Okay, I'll go on. So the Globers will claim that refraction solves this problem for us. Now, of course, that's a philosophical assertion because there's no evidence that that refraction is there. They just assume it must be there for this thing to happen. They don't actually demonstrate it's there. Okay, perfect.
All right.
So now we have an assertion on the globe side, it's refraction that they believe in solves the problem. Okay, so recently the government chartered a university in cooperation with some major corporations to do a laser test for them. Okay, completely unrelated to this, completely for military purposes. What they did is they shot 3 lasers 120 kilometers. And then they measured it where they landed. They had a target, which was a telescope. Now, we all know that, quote unquote, different chroma refract at different rates. And we know that the atmospheric refraction model is an idealized model, which has certain rates. And the problem is that after they did this test, they found that all 3 lasers hit the same target at the same spot when they should have been separated by many, many feet. Now, to their surprise, this does not fit. In fact, it invalidates the classical excuse that Globers have of this magical refraction that carries things around to make the Earth look flatter than it actually is. So, on the one side, flat earthers have direct measurement that shows the Earth's flat. The Globers have an excuse of refraction, and the government has invalidation of their excuse in practical terms. So, again, the Globers have nothing in this regard.
Right, so you've made some claims.
So yes, flat Earth measurements, if you measure it, that's sufficient.
So, as likes to happen in servers such as this, you've definitely made a claim, but where exactly is the proof that the military did this test and they found that atmospheric dispersion does not exist?
Oh, now you changed it from dispersion to dispersion?
Dispersion is generally the differential in the refractive index depending on wavelength.
Ah, now you're getting somewhere. Yeah, so we have this paper right here in the server. You can have it if you want it.
Sure, right.
Yeah, while we're at it getting that paper for you, you provide the direct evidence that the refraction necessary to divert the beam 90 meters exists at all. How about that?
And that the image would be perfectly clear when it got there after being refracted that much. The image would be so jarbled up and garbled up. No way it would be clear what you're even looking at. Refraction breaks light up, makes it look all wound up and wobbly and all kinds of crazy shit.
That's generally referred to as atmospheric seeing. And so that's the difference in refractive index. So it's disturbances that cause density differentials that cause differences in refraction, which blur the image.
And when those disturbances reach your eye, they're all disturbed. It's not a clear picture.
Right. That has nothing to do with refraction
It
itself.
has everything to do with it because the images that we have are perfectly clear. No disturbance whatsoever.
Well, again, you can have perfect refraction. That's not a problem.
Citation, please.
Yeah, I'd like
Oh,
to see
so we can have refraction where the thing being
Refraction.
observed is absolutely undisturbed.
He laughed.
Absolutely, guys. Refraction is so perfect. It's always present in the exact amount needed to always supersede any quote unquote observation.
Hey, that's not what I said. It's not what I said.
Pretty much.
That's
Pretty much what you're trying to get away with.
That's what everyone else says.
Diffraction limited optics exist. Refraction can be, quote, perfect. That's
where no distortion is even detectable at all.
Wait a minute. Are you speaking with
diffraction
inside the
limited.
lens?
Right, I'm talking about optical lenses, which use refraction.
Right.
Can be diffraction
You're
limited.
talking about
Meaning
you're talking about an engineered piece, right? That handles itself within itself, not about the atmosphere.
What I'm saying is that the notion that there absolutely has to be disturbances in the atmosphere that would be sufficient to cause insane blurring to an image, that's not necessarily a valid claim.
That's good because I didn't hear anybody make that claim.
God, just anything to avoid what is said. This is the kind of sophistic
Hey,
defense.
I'm agreeing with you guys. I don't know what you're on about.
You just told
We're
us.
getting to the bottom of this.
You just told us that the image we would get as a result from these laser tests would be indistinguishable from a picture that does not have any refraction in it. There's perfect refraction.
That
It has
is not what I'm
refraction, but it's
saying, no.
indistinguishable from an image that has not been refracted.
Nope, not what I'm saying.
Again, listen to Beethoven.
That's the same thing he did earlier. From well, we can the effect is constant whether or not it's a lamp or a moving galaxy.
Yep.
When the presupposition was that it's a moving galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Now it's a lamp. Now it's a galaxy.
Everything that anybody's going to say in here, she's just going to say, "Nuh-uh." Like, so,
Right,
let's be clear.
You can't steal him. You can't refute him.
Yeah.
There's no reason to refute him. He hasn't provided any evidence. So
That's
he
the
said
refutation.
refraction. He just simply says refraction exists. How is that evidence of anything? That's just wishful thinking. That's like saying, listen, that's equivalent to saying, I'm going to pay my bills because money exists.
Yeah.
You need to have the money in your hands, brother. So when you come up with, demonstrable evidence, that the refraction pipe dream you need to disprove not only the FE core laser tests, but the many, many other laser tests that have been done. Okay, when you come up with that, you let us know.
As opposed to ad hoc, unjustified rebuttals.
that cool with you,
That
Jimmy?
presuppose absurdities.
Nobody hit him with the black swan at all.
Oh, see, here's your problem,
Posted it a
guys.
long time ago.
Here's your problem. What do you mean?
All right,
Here's your
so
problem.
Here's the problem. So the article that you've linked me. I'm sorry, I've been reading through that. This was done between the peaks of Mauna Loa and Haleakala. It's nowhere near the curvature of the Earth. They actually show the curvature of the Earth and what's expected.
Oh boy!
Holy shit!
Yeah, dude. Wow. Like that's the
Go
wow.
read the document. That's I
No,
mean,
go read-
he's right.
No,
So
Matthew-
hey, I'm just saying that you sent me a
don't
document.
advocate for this guy. This guy is epic levels of sophistry, like to the highest degree. So I
Maybe
mean,
I can leap in.
please.
Can I leap in? Yeah, sure. What do you think the point of the document was, Jimmy?
I have no idea. The point that was presented to me is that not only does atmospheric dispersion not exist, but it somehow proves that the Earth is flat. That's how I interpreted it. Anyway.
No. Okay, well then you weren't listening. I've been listening for the last sort of 20, 30 minutes, and that isn't what he said. Maybe I can present it in a different way. So the argument from the globe side is that the invalidation of our laser tests that we present is due to this thing called refraction, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So what AI has presented you is a paper demonstrating that the refraction you require in order to invalidate those tests doesn't exist. Not that refraction doesn't exist, but the type of refraction you require doesn't exist. Okay, so there's a difference there.
Do you got that?
So it doesn't matter that it was done it could, I don't know what the elevation was of this test, but
this was
the
at
elevation
10,000
doesn't
and 14,000
matter.
feet. 3,000, 4,000
Doesn't matter,
meters.
because what you said, you were talking about how is this supposed to refute the curvature of the Earth. It's not. It's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. That is specifically to do with the paths of light, and you've got the different wavelengths, and what their separation was expected to be versus what actually happened.
So I'm gonna quote him here. I'm gonna direct quote from what AI said. This experiment falsifies the claim that terrestrial refraction exists. If you just simply go to, let's see, what page is this? Page 7. Page 7 and page 9 of the document. And actually most of the pages of the document, page 11 especially, you can see that the deviation is exactly as expected with terrestrial refraction. It quite elegantly proves terrestrial refraction, if anything. You can see that as the wavelength decreases, the refractive index of the atmosphere increases.
Does we need radios for the terrestrial refraction?
We need radios for terrestrial refraction.
No, but none of that has anything to do with what AI said, though.
That the experiment falsifies the claim that terrestrial refraction exists. That's what he said. His words.
Okay, so
direct quote.
Do you know what? Okay, can you define terrestrial refraction, please?
That's not my claim. I would love to hear what you meant by that.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you for a claim. You have quoted this saying the experiment falsifies the claim that terrestrial refraction exists. If you don't know what terrestrial refraction means in this context,
here is exactly what terrestrial refraction means, given the way that it is worded. It means refraction of Earth or on Earth, being of Earth.
Okay, so you don't understand. Okay, you don't understand what is meant when that phrase is presented. AI, do you want to maybe go through that?
Please do tell, because if terrestrial refraction means not terrestrial refraction, that's great.
Terrestrial refraction is the claim that light curves around the Earth to match the curvature of the Earth. Essentially, that's the simplest form.
Terrestrial refraction requires two separate mediums, not just one.
Yeah, but God, let's just stick to the point because it has to be very hyper specific.
I'll stay out. I apologize. I'll just back down.
Yeah, the claim is that light curves around the Earth in a specific way at a specific rate, with the intention, to be fair, of defeating observations that supersede the globe predictions. Okay, so the answer to these is, well, light must be curving around the Earth, because if we already know Earth is a globe and we can see things that are beyond the limits of the geometry, then light must be curving in this manner. And there's a whole ideal model created. It's what they use in some of the Earth curve calculators, etc., and different refraction models to explain certain observations. Okay, that's what terrestrial refraction is.
Right, and so you're claiming that this paper proves that does not exist.
Okay, if the standard lapse rate and the standard model that they assert exists, right, then the lasers would arrive at the target in differential positions. They did not arrive in differential positions, therefore that model is falsified.
That is exactly what this paper does not say. very, very clearly demonstrates that there is a difference in the refraction of these wavelengths.
Wow.
Sure about that?
I am 100% certain. That is the entire point of this paper.
Really? And have you read the entire paper?
I'm reading through it, man.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, they're talking about scintillation of the beam, which is perfect. That's expected.
Ooh. Now, are they talking about it in the context of trying to put the data through different models and you're reading the part of the model? Or are you reading the actual stuff? Which one?
I'm reading the observations they've made.
Yeah, so how about this? You find the pages, you snapshot them, circle them with your little pen tool. And ipso post them in the live stream text.
Let's see here. So yeah, what they say, according to this paper, is that the model of refraction that they were initially using to estimate the refractive index of air at these altitudes was incorrect and needs to be adjusted. They're not claiming that it doesn't exist. In fact, they claim that it's actually more than what is expected.
So the lasers hit the same target at the same height?
That is not the case. The laser assembly, as they show, is in a gimbal mount. So they did correct for this. The lasers were not and were never claimed to be in the same position or pointing at the same spot.
Yeah, so did you do what I said and circle it?
One moment. I don't have
Fair
permission to
enough.
post images in there anyway, so.
What? Why not? You've been so trustworthy so far.
I'm sure. Sure you think that.
Oh, man. In the meantime, receipts are evil.
Receipts?
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, here we go. Let's see. Let's quote this up real quick. There is more refraction than previously thought. Specifically talking about scintillation, which is the deviance of the beam. Over time, that is.
Is the deviance
Don't
always
you mean
in a
over
downward?
distance?
What's that?
I said, don't you mean over distance?
As the light travels a distance. It's the change in the position of the final beam over time is scintillation. You could think of it as the overall the change in flux that the receiver is collecting.
Does it indicate that this change in flux is always in a downward position?
No, this has nothing to do with that. This has absolutely nothing to do with the atmospheric modeling that's responsible for direct refraction, not scintillation, not changing refraction. Well, I'm glad I read this. It's cool paper.
Yep. All right. So now we have your proposed rebuttals, which we can scrutinize. Congratulations for being the first one to accomplish anything in regards to this.
Hey, it's an achievement. I'm just gonna drop another quote in here. This disputes the point that the beams were all aligned and fell on the same position, regardless of atmospheric diffraction or refraction. Sorry. Hence the gimbal mount that they show in the diagram.
You think that quote that you just posted substantiates what you just said?
I'm saying that they were repositioned. That's what that quote says.
Okay.
They were on
that's not what that quote says.
Or rather, it refutes the point that it was a perfectly stationary laser setup, which was not the case.
Okay, that could be true. But you made it sound like this quote means that they moved them all in different directions, which, listen, could also be true. But this quote doesn't substantiate that.
No, I'm not saying that. Not saying that. I'm just saying that it was not perfectly stationary. And was mounted on a gimbal. That's the whole claim there.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Nothing.
Yeah, you achieve level and you lock it in.
Well, I'm sure they wanted to test it at different angles.
Right.
Right. There's no, from what I've read so far, nothing to say either way with that. One moment, I'll be right back.
I have an idea.
Yeah, well, they also state chapter 3, atmospheric turbulence causes random index of refraction fluctuations because of variations of temperature and pressure which arise from turbulent airflow.
Yep, that is exactly the point that I made earlier.
Well, you can't use your perfect static refraction argument then.
No, I said refraction in itself does not create a blur. It's the turbulence in the atmosphere that causes the blur, the change in the index of refraction.
If it's causing a blur, then how could it project a horizon 10 times further than it should be according to your geometric limitations?
I didn't say that.
Oh.
And I didn't say that the atmosphere was free of turbulence either.
That's good. You haven't seen the Black Swan then?
No, I don't know that I've been linked that.
Well, we were trying a few hours ago, just...
Yeah, but
I want to get to the bottom of this
people-
paper, for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, go for it. But typically, when people come into a flat Earth server, for some reason, they're, just in awe of the sky, and they want to talk about the sky and things the sky does all the time. So usually, the conversation goes to the sky rather quickly.
Yeah, like I said, I'm an astronomer. I appreciate the sky. I enjoy looking at it. But I have no problem talking about the Earth, talking about the atmosphere. Oh, so that's the Black Swan there. Okay.
Right. Are you familiar with it?
I've seen that a couple times here. Didn't know that was what it was called.
So if you would read the modus tollens, about if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,950 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. So if it's not Q, in other words, horizon's greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. So where in the image below the writing there, or the text, where do you see the horizon? Is it before the platforms, between, or after the oil rigs?
No, I see that it's beyond the oil rigs, and I have no problem acknowledging that. Okay. But the problem is that it is, well, I don't want to say impossible because somebody could make this argument, but completely illogical to make the argument that there is no refraction occurring here. Because there very clearly is.
That's fine, but where is the refraction occurring? Where?
It's occurring all throughout the photo.
Oh, is it happening right at your geometric limit, 1.22 miles? Because at 1 foot above holy shit. 1 foot above the sea level is what this observation is taken from. Your geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. It's at 10 miles or further.
Is this what you would call the perfect refraction? Because take a look at the image after it. So that first circle in the middle, the smallest one, that's your 1.22 mile range. That's what the globe predicts you would see. And then the next ring, that's the first oil rig. And the third ring, that's the second oil rig.
Okay.
So the question is there anything refraction can actually do to get your geometric horizon to that distance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
okay.
Really?
What?
Okay, good. I'm glad he said that.
So we can observe refraction occurring here, and it's imperfect refraction.
Hold on.
That doesn't answer the question.
Hold on. Listen. So you said it can do that. Okay. I submit to you the video that these images were taken from. Go to 2 minutes 22 in the original video, and you can see the islands at 30 miles.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. How is that explainable with your refraction? That means that would make your radius more than 2 million miles.
So that means that you're claiming that your apparent radius is being made to that size by refraction.
Yep. So
where's this video?
Where's your refraction? Where's your refraction that causes the Earth radius to increase to 2 million miles? Can you show me that one?
I'm just waiting on the video that you said that you were linking.
It's already in there. I'll push
Guys, it would be helpful though to know his tolerances, because keep in mind,
that's true.
He has no way of identifying like a specific metric of what's capable with refraction that I could surmise. So, for example, obviously we all know about the Canigou shot, which is like 300 miles in infrared, taken from 9,000 foot observer height. mitigating quote unquote refraction to nil, and the mountain should be a mile below the hidden height, yet you can see the entire mountain range all the way to the base. Nothing's missing from the photo whatsoever. So the question would then be, is he just going to explain that away with refraction? Or is there ever going to be a limit to where it would falsify?
Yeah, so in a couple of seconds, I don't know if you're at that place in the video, but I dropped a short clip of the video, 30 seconds, where it shows the entire camera setup. And it shows him rotate the camera up where you can see the islands in the background. Those are known distances, 29 miles minimal. And then he pans over to the oil rigs. So the 10 miles to platform habitat would make your Earth radius 264,000 miles. That's just the radius. The islands are another magnitude of error. So you have 3 magnitudes of error on your globe. How do you rectify?
So I find this.
How do you rectify that?
So I think this video is a great example of atmospheric refraction, actually.
Really?
Fantastic, even.
Okay.
If you observe the cranes on the oil rigs, they're
Horribly
horribly disfigured.
We're not talking about the cranes. No.
Hey, this is
They're
important.
disfigured.
Though.
No, it
They're
isn't.
disfigured.
It isn't
But what we're supposed to be talking about is the horizon, and it is not
horizon.
disfigured. It's perfectly uniform and horizontal, and two orders of magnitude further than your globe radius would allow.
Yeah, first of all, let's get this clear. Even from your refraction experts like Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University astronomy department. You like astronomy, right?
Sure do. Yep.
Yeah.
Well.
Why don't you look at your experts? Because he's telling you where the geometric horizon is.
And why are you claiming that this is a great example of terrestrial refraction when that requires the very radius that you can't have measured because of the same terrestrial refraction that you're trying to claim here?
And
No, I'm just saying. Hey, hold on.
Terrestrial refraction requires 2 mediums, not 1, 2.
Right. The mediums are warmer, more humid, more dense air.
Oh,
and
that's still the same
dense
deal.
air.
You cannot do that. It requires 2 completely separate mediums, my friend.
And they're all swirling around and moving. Listen, you don't have a static atmo. You don't have gases that are static. They can just stack them up like that and say this is a layer and that's another layer and that's another layer, all stacked up uniformly. It doesn't work that way.
No.
Gases ever behave like
Well,
that?
see, and that brings us back to the paper that I was linked.
No, it brings you back to reality. How actual the
it is because
air is circulating. No, air is circulating all the time. It never stops. You don't have.
What you're describing is scintillation.
No, you don't have.
That's what this article describes.
No, you don't have a homogeneous layer of gas that you can say this layer causes this refractive index. You don't have that. It's swirling around, moving all the time in different directions. You don't have
swirling, causing
you don't have
turbulence, maybe.
You don't have vertical or horizontally stacked anything in the atmo. Period. To use your little phony refraction argument, you don't have it.
That's funny.
Your nervous laughter.
No, it's really funny.
Yeah.
So again,
the radius that you're using.
Listen, you know why it's funny, Jimmy? Because you don't even understand your own refraction argument. Refraction does not affect the horizon's position at all. Period. End of discussion. Only what's above it.
That's what we're arguing, I guess.
No, we're not. Go look at your experts.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Even they say it only affects objects above the horizon.
And sometimes below, but doesn't affect the horizon's position at all. Go look at Andrew Thomas Young. You do it yourself.
And not only do you not have the radius to base your refraction claim on, the model that you're using even after that does nothing to account for that much of a discrepancy.
Exactly.
I don't know. The paper that I was linked seems to quite elegantly support my argument.
Yeah,
the article that you guys linked.
That's funny that you went back to what we weren't talking about, though.
It's funny that I went back to what you guys could not dispute.
No,
Jimmy, you
no, we're
appeal to
talking about
terrestrial
the
refraction to
Just to add, if
substantiate your belief
we're
in the
talking about
globe.
this,
You
if we're
appeal
talking
to
about,
terrestrial refraction to substantiate your belief in the globe. But your
Needs a
appeal
radius.
to terrestrial refraction presupposes the globe is a sphere. You don't see the
No,
circularity in
sure
this
does not.
argument?
No.
You don't see how presupposing your radius is circular?
I'm not presupposing a radius.
You are with
You
refraction.
appeal to
we've been doing
terrestrial
it the whole time.
refraction to
And you would
substantiate your
have to have
belief that the Earth is a globe.
You would have to have a
But your
measurement.
appeal to terrestrial refraction presupposes the Earth is a globe. Your appeal presupposes what you should be proving.
Again, I did not make the claim of any given radius.
You made
In
the
fact, I was
claim of refraction,
quite vehemently
which makes the claim of
criticized
the radius.
He's
for
given up
not
the
making
radius.
that claim.
Makes the
He
radius
just-
claim.
He just conceded the radius.
I did not
Okay.
concede
I thought you
anything.
were
I
fine.
didn't
No,
claim anything.
Jimmy, let me explain. Everything that you believe, basically, that it is extrapolated outward from this place that we live on, is derived from this radius presupposition. Okay. The distances to all the stars, the distances even between continents, all of this stuff
And
is
what else? Refraction, the thing that he claimed. And he said that he didn't claim the radius. But the radius is part of the refraction claim. So
Yep.
yes, you did.
And everything else
There's
he
nothing to do
said
with
the
refraction.
entire time, everything else
What?
you said the entire time he was here, everything else he said, it falls into the same category of presuppositions, reifications. He's provided no proof whatsoever.
He also just said that his refraction claim has nothing to do with the radius. So at this point, I can only surmise that he doesn't know his own claim.
No, he doesn't. And also, what he said about the stars still applies as well. All your distances of your fucking stupid ass red shift, blue shift crap that doesn't prove anything because you have never been, you don't know what is in between you and those things. You don't know what the source of their energy is even from. No one's been there. No one can go there. It can't be tested. It's all bullshit. You need the radius of Earth for that too.
No, you
Everything
don't.
you've said, everything you've said since you've been here, bro. Everything you've said since you've been here relies on this radius value that you don't have. You sound like a doofus right now.
Except for one
Radius
thing.
value.
You got to be fair, okay? The radius value doesn't have to do with spectroscopy patterns.
See? Thank you. I'm glad we can be reasonable.
Oh yeah, because you're here to only to defend spectroscopy. Like,
Hey, you guys brought it back to
You're
this.
somehow
I
relating it.
wouldn't-
You're somehow relating it to the proof for the globe, but it has nothing to do with it.
No. You guys are relating it to the proof of the globe.
Well, then why the fuck are we talking about it, dude? Seriously.
No, that's a great question. I'm trying to figure out
That's
atmospheric
enough.
refraction.
Out of him. I mean, that's enough out of him. He's contradicting himself over and over again.
I think it's enough out of him. I do.
No, I mean, listen, he made a good point. He came in, and I'm not sure, but maybe, just maybe, somebody went to the sky first. And he's like, you know what? I love the sky. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
They did indeed ask me about the sky.
Oh, there's your answer.
Wait, which
You
guy?
appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate your belief that the Earth is a globe, but your appeal to terrestrial refraction presupposes the Earth is a globe. And then when we say that, then you say you didn't say that. So now you deny that you made an argument which we heard you say multiple times.
Yeah,
and
but
you
the
move the
foundation
goalposts
is
over and
off. He's
over
in a
again.
flat Earth server. He's in a flat Earth server. He's not fucking Walmart.
Just point out
Server, flat Earth.
whoever brought up the sky before you did, and we will ban him immediately.
I know who it was, and
Yeah,
that's
I
not
don't
what
need
he
you
did.
to ban anything.
It was
Wait, which
Smurf, and
guy?
he just asked him for proof of the movement of Earth, and that's what he's calling the sky.
Hold on.
Spank him with Van Allen.
It was Smurf, and you went to Red Shift and Blue Shift, so it was you who brought all the celestial stuff in.
Yes.
Let's see. What time did I join in here? Jesus, it's been a long time.
You guys keep saying.
Oh man.
So long, nobody
about
can
time.
remember what you said, just like you can't remember what we. No, we remember what you said.
It's actually pretty funny though.
When you
prove
are
to me the Earth is moving, well, yes, of course, because stars are moving.
Hold on, I'm reviewing the video.
What movie is that from? I feel like I recognize that.
Spider-Man 2.
But anyway, who cares? Look, I think we made some progress, and maybe next time you're here, we could have even more cool chats.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so. I figured I was going to get banned, given the I'm done with you.
Probably
No, we're done with this conversation. This conversation, everything you talk about, comes back to spectroscopy, which you freaking studied amateur.
No.
So, like,
You guys brought that back up. That wasn't on me.
oh my god!
Let's go back to the last thing we left off on was talking about terrestrial refraction. You appeal to terrestrial refraction to substantiate the globe model, but it presupposes the globe model. It's a begging the question fallacy.
Yep. So let's go back to the surface.
What's that?
I said, so let's go back to the R part of that value, the radius, the surface. Let's go back.
Actually, I think we should focus on the fact that that's basically a concession. That everything that he argued for the last 2, 3 hours, 4 hours, however long that was not even relevant. None of it.
Nothing to do with the entire topic of the server. Great job, guys.
Yep.
To be fair, the
Does not
server does
necessitate the
extend well
conclusion of
beyond the
the Earth
shape of the
radius.
Earth. You
All
can't
your
deny that
appeals
there's
to all these
certain...
celestial phenomena and objects do not necessitate the conclusion of your globe model.
I never claimed that the distance to galaxies necessarily claimed anything about the flat Earth.
There we are again.
Okay, so there we go again. How we address what you say, and then after we address what you say, you just tell us that you never argued that in the first place. That is a moving the goalpost fallacy.
If you never claimed that the celestial stuff that you brought up has anything to do with what the Earth is, then why did you answer with that non sequitur when Smurf asked you, how can you show us Earth moving or rotating?
If every time we critique your argument with our counter argument, and your rebuttal to our counter argument is to say, I never argued that in the first place, we will never make progress in any dialogue at all.
I just want you guys to be honest with what you actually expect of me. Because
we expect of you to stop moving the goalpost and stick with the arguments that you pretend that you want to stick with. You make an argument, we counter it. After we counter it, your response is that I never argued that in the first place. That's a moving the goalpost fallacy. No matter what we say in response to you, we never responded to what you said. Let you tell it. That's sophistry. That's dishonesty. That is the impossibility of dialoguing unto the truth. That renders gaining knowledge from dialogue impossible.
That's funny.
How come I like to do this? I can just tell from your voice, though, that you're not here honestly. You're just here to troll, aren't you?
I'm not here honestly. I've been here for the past,
I'm good at
your
3-4 hours.
I agree with that.
Oh, really? I just got here, but sounds like it's been like this for a while, where you're just being dishonest and slimy and moving the goalpost.
He is a little bit slimy, but I don't even think he knows he's slimy. That's the way it works. Like they don't know what they're doing.
You give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm more cynical. Let's just say that. I think he's here purely to troll.
So thoroughly self-deceived and so arrogant that they are genuinely sophistic.
Oh yeah, he's possessed. Yeah, he's a narcissistic psychopath, so he's possessed by some kind of demon. That's way above his head.
What? Oh, yeah.
That's way above his head. Let's not even go there.
I think every Glober
I want to know what evidence you have to.
Actually, let me
claim that I'm possessed.
edit that word. Not sophistic.
Pay no attention. Pay no attention to the peanut gallery, okay?
Okay.
You can still hang around.
There are some people like that in the world. They're so smug and self-deceived and so arrogant that they are genuinely casuistrists. But they're so strong with their casuistry that it seems like sophistry.
Well, I think you might be confusing it because it's a typical response of narcissists to behave this way.
He's a narcissist.
It's textbook narcissism.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
riddle
In
me this
20
then.
minutes, I guarantee
I didn't get
you
confused.
guys
I
will say
agree
I'm
with
right.
He
that.
believes what he's saying. At least it appears that he believes what he's saying.
I'll concede
20
that I'm a
minutes, you'll
bit
all agree I'm
arrogant.
right. Shut up.
He's like that's a good concession too. He's had a few of them tonight. If we scrolled up, there's at least 2 that I
Hey,
marked.
yeah, and to be fair, listen, most globers are arrogant by proxy because they think because they believe the Earth is a globe, that somehow that automatically means that they imbibe and absorb all of the knowledge, right, that everyone else who believes it's a globe has. And they come in here as if we're the retards and they're the intelligentsia, simply because they believe the proposition the Earth's a globe, not because they have
Right.
any rationale or logic or knowledge base.
I'm
If
gonna
you
put it out
stand
there.
on
I
the
don't think
rock
you
and you
guys are.
flat earthers stand in midair.
I don't think you guys are stupid or anything. I don't think that there's any problem with any of you guys. There's a difference in the way that we think,
Well, we
and
think
that's
there's a
fine.
problem.
And I want to
We
talk it
think,
through.
listen, we think there's a problem with the way you think. Why do you think that is?
It's a great question.
Okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer. The answer is because we used to think the same exact way, and we broke out of it by re-looking at the information available in nature, on Earth, on the surface.
In
That's
other
why.
words, we feel like we've been indoctrinated and we broke free from it. Like that's a much simple. That's the same thing that you said, Sonny, but very shorter. And I'm not trying to cut on you or anything, but
Yeah, no, I understand that. I understand the desire to seek the truth.
I think everyone here was a glober at one point, but I don't think we all thought the same way. I think a lot of us here already had inquisitive minds. It wasn't just that. I mean, of course, I don't think anyone survived the indoctrination when they were young. But it's not just about believing in the globe or not. It's about your state of mind.
Yeah, it's about the process, the process, the logic processes that go on. When you see something out in nature, all of us experience here a flat and stationary Earth with gas pressure only having a container. So with those 3 premises, that's what our human experiences are. Every one of us and anyone ever born here has that same experience. So what you're saying is countering all our common senses and experiences. You have the burden of proof.
if you use a pair of fresh eyes and you go out and look at the world around you with this in mind, you might find yourself looking at it in a different light. You might be a little bit too involved with this whole pseudoscientific religion that I spoke of earlier. I don't know. You just gotta, with it in mind, like actually take a look at where you are when you get a vantage point, observe how far it is, and realize the impossibilities.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if the Earth is indeed flat, I would want to know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, and I think it makes, dude. I know it was posted earlier, but and this isn't your thing because you're always talking about light, but like, we got a video, and there's people have a bigger list actually now because it's an old video, but of 35 instances where the government, like like NASA and FAA and the Navy and the Air Force and so on and so forth, like where they're all saying that in order for this stuff to work, you have to assume a non-rotating plane, like a flat non-rotating Earth.
Every single
Flat stationary non-rotating Earth, right?
Every single paper they use, they make this assumption in the first page, right? It says flat and stationary. You go NASA, Air Force, whatever, any engineering journal.
So
Just one moment.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to us. Like if we have to assume everything's flat and everything appears flat, but we also have to believe that the Earth is a ball, even though we've never experienced a ball.
Yeah,
You
it's
know, like,
cocked, dude.
dude,
Jimmy,
I don't know, man.
Jimmy,
It doesn't
Yes.
work.
your voice, I had to say this. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. Your voice sounds exactly like the narrator of this YouTube channel called Captivating History.
Never heard of him.
What, my
Please look at this channel.
Where's it at?
Yo, if it, I
I
want
posted the
to.
link in live stream voice text.
Yep. While you're looking at that, bro, I also linked you our wiki page with hundreds of observations that supersede the global predictions. You got optical, laser, mirror reflections, all kinds, right? And of course, there's also ones that demonstrate this quote unquote phenomenon, which has long been linked to a alleged proof of Earth curve, which of course is formulated in affirming the consequent formological fallacy, which goes like this. If the Earth was curved, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up, therefore Earth is curved. Now, we all been taught that our whole life. Problem is that it becomes an axiom and it becomes a tautology even. And it becomes this type of assertion that the only way that boats could possibly disappear from the bottom up, or anything could disappear from the bottom up, is because of a big hump of Earth curve in the way. The problem is that when you actually go out into the world and look and try, you can actually prove to yourself that things disappear from the bottom up due to optical phenomena well below any threshold of any Earth curve being present. And there's a lot of optical things going on, obviously, with optics.
Right.
So, for example, that myself, I have a lake, right? And I could see an entire kayaker disappear up to his paddle. But the distance of that lake, the quote unquote Earth curve, would be like an inch or so, inconsequential to the amount of differential that I experienced. So by my own experience, I know of a fact, not to mention all the ancillary evidence and proofs, that it's not necessary that you have a curved surface for something to be blocked or quote unquote, the more accurate term, unresolved or disappeared. The idea that it's blocked is an inference. People say to themselves, oh, I've seen the curve of the Earth. And you ask them how. They say, well, I saw a bottom of a boat missing. Therefore, I saw the curve of the Earth. I'm like, no, you saw a bottom of a boat missing and you inferred something. You didn't actually see any curvature. You never actually experienced any curvature.
So,
and hey, that ultimately comes down to personal experience, you know?
Well, everyone has the
Perception is
same
key.
experience.
I was just going to
That's
say,
not
real
Yes,
quick,
it doesn't come down to experience. This is a very key epistemological point that must be appreciated. We are all working with the same data in regards to the Earth. The Earth.
Yeah.
We're all working with the same data. The difference is our interpretation of that a posteriori data.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, yeah, interpretation, but we clearly have to always use the Earth one permissible way. There is only one to do anything successfully. So everyone ever has experienced life on Earth, having to utilize it as flat and stationary.
We have all experienced Earth, but who's to say that we've all experienced Earth the same?
Right, well, let me ask you this. Right, but check this, bro. Have you ever experienced an Earth that wasn't stationary?
The perceptions that I've had have led me to believe that the Earth is round and rotating.
Right.
I know
so
that doesn't align with what you guys observe.
Yeah, okay. That's a good word to say. So that's our point, though, right? So the only point that you can agree before we go further, and you sound pretty honest. Like you agree before you go further, we need to address that the, let's say, default position, right? Like all empirical evidence and observable phenomena shows us that the Earth is stationary, right?
human perception would dictate that you do not feel like you're actively moving.
Right. Or if we fly a plane like hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour over the Earth, we know that the Earth is just sitting still underneath the plane. That's how we fly it, or we couldn't fly it, right?
That is a perception that is valid.
Right. Like I just dropped a video of me talking to those two pilots. I mean, you can't fly a plane like the Earth's moving or anything, right? I mean, so logically, if the Earth was spinning and we just couldn't feel it because it was so big and it fits in this perfect little RPM where we don't feel it, and our vestibular system magically stops working all of a sudden, which is the your brain's ability to find equilibrium. So it can't detect angular motion all of a sudden. We still would expect there to be a difference between us and moving objects up above the Earth, right?
No, I would disagree, but that's fine. That's fine if we disagree.
Okay. So
you see, this is illustrating my point earlier. You see how everything you're giving him with it, he's going to every a posteriori factual data that you're giving him, he reinterprets it differently. Why? Because he has a different metaphysical presupposition about the cosmos.
Yeah, he's got a philosophy for sure. Yeah, but like that's what I'm trying to say. We're really going to hone in on the fact that one side in this discussion, whether stationary or moving, is the default position, because all evidence shows us that if we throw something in the air, it shows us that. If I hover a drone in the same place for an entire day, it shows me that. The helicopter shows me that. Everything that we utilize in the real world. That means people would die if we didn't do it. That means if we assumed that wasn't the case, people would die. So it's just very substantive, factual evidence that we're discussing. It cannot simply been hand-wave dismissed with philosophical preference. This is outside of philosophy. This is empirical, physical, provable evidence.
Well, what you just said, we would be dead if what they said was the case. That argument, that's not an a posteriori argument. That's a reductio ad absurdum. You reduced his counterposition to absurdity.
Yeah.
You see? So you debunked his position in principle via the a priori argument, reducing his position to absurdity. If it was the case, then it implies so-and-so, but so-and-so is not the case. Therefore, the initial assertion, the initial paradigm is not the case.
All right. Are you following us?
Proof by contradiction is also what's
like let's say that I'm in the military and there are some bad guys over there. Okay? Normally the bad guys aren't actually bad guys. They're normally just characters in a script that the media tell us about. Right, but anyway, say there are some bad guys over there. And we first need to locate them so we can try to take them out. So what we do is we map out from our position as the central point. We map out, treating the Earth flat. Okay, and then we use these Cartesian coordinate systems. We find the bad guys, okay? Now we're going to try to go take them out. We get a little bit closer and we can see them from a good distance away. Now, when I go to try to take these guys out, I'm obviously going to put the target on the target, right? Like, there's no other way around it. The scope, maybe, would go directly on the target. Once you see the target in the scope, you would then take them out, right? You would not say, well, this shot is so far away that actually that person's image is being refracted up over the curvature of the Earth a little bit, and the Earth is going to spin underneath this bullet east. So let me figure out how I can actually hit the target despite what I'm seeing. No one would do that though, right? They see them and take them out. And if they did not, they wouldn't be able to do anything that they do in the military. So this seems pretty substantial to me. I like to say that if it was all about money, if it came down to money, investment, facts, the earth would be flat overnight.
So, Jimmy, with what Witsit just said, he beautifully explained the reductio ad absurdum against the Coriolis effect, so-called, in the cosmic paradigm that you believe.
And
we have a position. You have a position. We give our arguments in defense of it. You give your arguments in defense of it. You counter our arguments, particularly in instance, again, with this phenomenon when we see objects being hidden by the horizon, should they be far enough away. Or like with what Wizard just explained earlier, that if Coriolis is true, X, Y, Z implications, but those things are not the case, therefore Coriolis is not the case. You say, you give that counter argument, and we give a counter argument, should we be arguing as well as possible, how it is incoherent, or there's a discrepancy, there's an empirical inadequacy, and or it's unjustified, if even also unjustifiable.
Yo, AI, can I tap you in with the laser thing?
Oh, listen, we already talked about the laser thing, but I will attest to the fact that, as a scout, this idea of Coriolis or Earth curve or any of that stuff, it's just absolutely not addressed whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Period.
Yeah, because it can't be, or you could literally not have successful practical use.
And yet, yes, the weapon systems that we use superseded the quote-unquote tolerance to where somehow magically the Coriolis, quote-unquote, begins to take effect, which is supposedly, allegedly, after 1,000 yards. However, if you look at the firing tables, you'll see that it's a ubiquitous correction. 4 centimeters to the left in the northern hemisphere, 4 centimeters to the right in the southern hemisphere. Anybody worth their salt with any kind of math and 3D spatial knowledge would immediately understand that it cannot be ubiquitous in either direction. It must be spontaneous. Because, let me tell you why. You're going to be firing at different angles. You're not just going to be firing in the same angle. Your target's going to be at a different angle. So there's all this extra stuff you'd have to do. It wouldn't just be as simple as a minor left or right correction. And of course, you'd have to toss in the Magnus effect and all of that other stuff. But the point is that it's always just put out there as this thing you kind of have to do at certain ranges. But of course, practicably, it's not done.
Right. And so that is obviously it's a simplification, the Coriolis effect on targeting tables. Because when you're in the moment where it is important, a good, robust estimation that will not be precise is better than having to work out the exact offset that you need when it's time critical to hit the shot. Right.
Yeah, we could just go to regular ballistics like we've always used.
Sure, you could do that. That is an estimation, and it's very easy.
No, it's not.
But
Yeah, it's an
correct?
estimation. Yeah, because it's a flying object, the bullet.
Right,
So
it's
yeah,
never
it's
going to
an
be exact.
estimation. Yeah, but it's not flying.
You could do
over
all of the
curved
atmospheric simulations that you want, and all of the physical simulations that you want, and you could narrow down the position of your whatever ballistics you're using down to a very small margin. But obviously, that doesn't make sense to practically do in the heat of combat, especially.
Well, yeah, of course.
For those
This is the
applications,
problem with all these. This is the problem with all these globe things: is that at the practicable level, they're inconsequential and unnecessary, or undiscernible. For example, we as humans experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? But of course, the excuse is, well, of course you do, because it's so imperceptible or it's so big, right? So again, this isn't evidence that it is that thing. It's just an excuse of why you don't recognize that it is. It's not good
Reducing our
reasoning
human experience
prove
to
it
absurdity.
one way or the other. Exactly. So let's talk about another example where the quote unquote claim of this Coriolis mumbo jumbo or Earth curve, whatever. calling in fire. So practically in the field, right? How you call in fire is bracketing, right? So bracketing is basically a 100-meter swing. So essentially a 200-meter bracket. Anything within 300 meters, you need to call danger close because you don't know if the round is going to land within that radius, right? So you don't want to call in fire on yourself and be 100 meters off and blow yourself up. Now, all this alleged about Coriolis, the differential for the alleged swing with any Coriolis correction whatsoever is less than 100 meters, which means that all of the bracketing mitigates it out. It's irrelevant because the round error ballistically, right, is at the ranges that we need to call it in is going to be a 100-meter swing anyway. So what happens is the round hits the ground and you then readjust either 50 meters, based on your judgment on the field, or you say I'm down 100 or go up 100 or whatever. So again, practically, any accounting for Coriolis is essentially pointless.
Yeah, I would agree that generally accounting for the Coriolis effect in ballistics is pretty negligible.
Yes,
but of course
this
there
is
are
the problem.
larger scales
Everything about the globe is negligible.
Not just in ballistics.
The reason you're saying it's negligible is because it doesn't correspond to reality.
Yeah.
Like building bridges. Sorry, go on.
Well, no, I'm just like, you want to talk through it one point at a time? Like very specifically, if you shoot a bullet, what do you have to account for?
You want me to list the factors that you need to account for? And
just a couple of the primary ones will work.
There are hundreds.
Okay. Well, the two primary ones are the bullet's drop itself based on the distance it's going to travel. And two would be the wind.
And, well, and three, which is probably even more important in certain situations, is the leading of the target.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is the trajectory it's making across your path, right? Because you want the bullet to meet it, or the round.
But you have to account for the first two. So, like, these are fundamentally different on a globe and a flat Earth, though, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
Okay. So if I shoot a bullet,
ballistic trajectory and wind are different on a globe dramatically than a flat Earth.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if I shoot a ballistic 100 miles, and so that bullet goes up in the air and then comes and lands down in 100 miles, if I'm accounting for that much of the drop trajectory and shooting it that far, I'm obviously going to have to account for how much the Earth drops down and away from the bullet also, right?
Sure. To an extent. I mean, you're not generally going to be shooting ballistic objects 100 miles.
Right. So if you were to do that, then...
But if you were...
That would obviously be a bit of an issue.
It's done in wars. It's been done a lot, shooting hundreds of miles. So I don't know if those guys got the memo about the Coriolis.
But the average
regardless
person
of how rare it occurs, it occurs.
It's not about Coriolis. Right. And I'm just asking you, if I shoot something 100 miles, you agree that there's going to be a lot of drop in the Earth's surface over 100 miles.
Yes, the Earth's surface will be problematic if you're operating under the notion of simple ballistics.
Okay, so if I were to hit my target at 100 miles, assuming a horizontal plane underneath, then that would debunk the globe, huh?
No.
It wouldn't?
I don't think that would directly debunk the entire shape of the Earth, whether or not you're able to hit a target or not.
All right, well, let's get real specific here. They say the Earth's a globe with a radius value of 3959 miles. Okay, so it can't just be something else. If it's not a globe with a radius value of 39, 59 miles, then every other claim about the model is literally 100% incorrect.
Because
hitting
it is
a
based
target.
on that foundational premise.
Yeah.
Of the radius of the Earth.
That value has to be accurate for any further claims of the model to be considered. Right.
This is
So if the one
reassuring.
and only premise of the entire paradigm is false, everything that is based on it is undermined. The entire integrity of the paradigm crumbles.
This is reassuring to me. If the Globers and then the Flat Earthers ever got into a war, we would win because they wouldn't be able to hit us. Right? They'd be way
Sleepy
off.
Joe.
What?
Sleepy
Oh,
Joe.
What?
Sleepy
Of course,
Joe's
in
not paying
war, they would.
attention. Hold on, friends. Listen, Sleepy Joe. I
Yes.
just done told you, okay, that the practical effect is that all this bologna sandwich is inconsequential. So it's highly irrelevant. Pretty much every system we use, it's highly irrelevant. So it's like both sides would pretty much be on equal footing.
Well, I think they
for example, Sleepy Joe, for example, if we don't calculate the irrelevant information and they calculate the irrelevant information, we both end up with practically the same thing, right?
I don't think it's irrelevant. I mean, I think if you're firing over hundreds of miles, there's a big difference if there's curvature or not. How is that irrelevant?
What AI is saying is that the reality is the reality regardless of our conception of the reality. So
I don't
reality
think
is going to behave the way it's going to behave regardless of how we perceive it.
I don't think I understand my joke, and maybe it's because the joke was so bad. But just
I think I missed the joke.
All right, don't worry about it. Just go on with the real discussion.
Okay, so practically indirect fire is almost never free fired. It's almost always called in. So you have an observer, the round hits the ground, then they correct it.
Okay, what the heck?
God rocking.
Or it's a smart munition. Right?
Can someone? Okay. Who's hot mucking?
That's God rocking.
I muted him like ASAP.
There we go.
So like I looked it up quick for the most modern. It says it could go 300K, which is 180 miles, right? And that these are artillery, versus munitions like missiles and stuff, which use more advanced targeting systems. So, I mean, I do hear your sentiment, but
I mean, I'm just saying that like there's a difference. If you have a rail gun on a carrier ship, so there's a military ship with a gun about 10 feet above the water that shoots something 100 miles and hits its target. That sounds like a globe Earth problem. Probably why we don't know so much about that weapon publicly. Same thing with the lasers, and that's why like. Lasers are the laser weapons, which is obviously where the government would have invested a lot of energy and money, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously. Yeah,
yes.
we basically know nothing about it other than the amount that the contracts are for and what they're supposed to be trying to make, which is something of like 150 kilometer range. And that's it. We know what company they picked. What do you think? They just picked the company and they're like, oh, how do you shoot a laser 150 kilometers, assuming horizontal, if the Earth's actually a ball?
Yeah, you're not going to change. The laser's not going to bend no matter what you do.
You're hitting a target and blowing something up.
Well, see, okay. I'm going to be honest here. I don't know what these weapons that you speak of are.
That's
you
cool.
could enlighten me, or send me some information. That'd be fantastic. Because
sure, yeah. I remember when I looked into it, the most I could find was a contract that the government had 3 contracting companies basically bid for the right to make this laser weapon that could shoot 150 kilometers.
So I'm assuming that this is mounted on a ship. I take it.
This is not exclusive to that. Now that's the rail gun.
It's on vehicles.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be on the ship.
Sure. So let's anywhere it's positioned or mounted doesn't necessarily, the existence of this weapon does not necessarily prove anything.
Yeah, but these are
Because
two
there
different
can- there
weapons,
can-
right? Like,
Well,
just to
so-
clarify, they're two different weapons, man.
Specifically about the laser, right?
Okay.
There's no reason necessarily that a laser being mounted on a ship couldn't be a ground to air weapon, especially if we
Okay.
have very limited information on it.
Can we
There's
put the
nothing
laser on a
necessarily-
mountain and shoot down on the ground if the Earth's a ball?
You certainly could.
And you'd have to know that the Earth's a ball, though, right?
Not necessarily. I don't
Yeah,
think that
you
proves
would.
anything one way or the other.
Well, you're gonna.
Wow.
There's a verbal dispute. What Vincent is trying to say is that in order for the using this weapon to be effective, right? In order for it to be effective, it has to be on. You have to use it in the proper situation, the proper environment, in order to use it effectively. Not
I would
talking
agree
about
with that, yeah.
epistemology.
Yeah, it's not possible on a globe, man. I thought, and AI said he'd already talked about these other lasers. Yo, you can't just shoot lasers across the ground and hit stuff horizontally, even if you got a little bit of
a very
elevation.
limited different distance. Yeah.
What?
I think we're in agreement.
Well,
You'd be
okay,
very limited by the distance that you could use the laser effectively if it's a ground to ground target and the laser is on, like sea level, let's say.
So what's
Oh,
it?
yeah,
How
but
far,
you would never shoot like that. What's up?
how far did you say it fires these laser weapons that we?
The contract was to make laser weapons that shoot 150 kilometers. I think it could be miles, so I just went with the lower to be
All right,
safe.
so let's just say it's 100 miles. It's a little less, but so how much curvature is that? That's
6,666 feet.
Jeez, 666 10 feet. Okay.
So here's
It might
the
be
thing.
true.
At 10 feet, yeah, 6,666.
Yeah.
This is assuming
okay.
that this is a ground to ground target.
So
or a
the laser's
sea
gonna go
vessel to
straight.
sea vessel.
Okay, dude,
Okay.
the laser's going to go straight. It's not going to go through the globe, right?
Okay.
Like it's
sure.
not going to go through the ground. So we're
Yes,
assuming it's the
going
globe.
to go through the ground. Right.
Okay, so it's not going through the ground. It's going straight. So it's going on the tangent of your globe, right? How is it curving around to make up for that 6,660 feet?
So
It's a
again,
laser.
this is we're assuming that they're shooting a ground target.
Okay,
Give us
what
the
do you mean?
point.
Wait, so you agree if
I
they
don't
are
think
shooting at ground target that it's impossible on a globe?
I think that would be, not very efficient use of laser range.
No, it'd be impossible, right?
You could not from a boat.
To put it lightly, it would not be efficient.
It would be very inefficient.
Yeah, like the epitome of inefficient for sure.
All right, all of the energy would be going into the ocean, presumably. If it's
Right.
150-mile range, mounted relatively low on a boat where there's not line of sight. I agree with you there.
It's gonna devastate a lot of sea creatures. And
So
not the
basically,
target.
That would be
to simplify it, it's that hump of Earth curve, basically that physical hump in the Earth's curve would physically block the laser, and you couldn't go through the Earth with the laser to the other side. Thus, if you were to hit the target on the other side, right, then that would debunk. I mean, you shouldn't be able to get the laser past the Earth at a certain distance based on how high you shoot the laser.
I don't think anything
Disagreeing.
is too profound here.
Right, but we've done this. We've gone out and tested lasers and shot them way too far, bro, where it would have to go through the Earth's curvature. We've literally done it, and we've done it numerous times. And we've done it from where we get the outside shot that shows the laser completely horizontal from one side of the body of the water to the other side. You literally get the outside shot to show you exactly how horizontal it is. Yet there's supposed to be curvature blocking the laser based on the globe math.
Right,
you shoot a laser over
let's
water, it's
marinate
not
on
much
that.
more to talk about, man.
Let's marinate on that. Think about that, please.
So we've been through this conversation earlier. I'm not sure how many people are just now joining yet. We discussed this earlier. We had quite a lengthy discussion about atmospheric refraction and its limits. So it's obviously we can't see all the way around the globe. atmospheric refraction. And so there are obviously going to be limitations to the ground-to-ground effectiveness of a high-range laser weapon. That's obvious, right?
Oh yeah.
What it ultimately comes down to.
So it's only useful for air combat, anti-air. Is that what you're saying?
No. Within a certain range, it's perfectly viable for ship-to-ship combat.
Yeah, wouldn't even the air be different though? Right? If you shot something in the air, it's going to be different depending on how far you're going. I mean, you have an angle from a horizontal, or you have an angle from a globe.
Achieving line of sight to an object that is in the air that is 150 miles away is trivial. Whereas, obviously, seeing an object 150 miles away while you are both at sea level is obviously going to be more problematic.
Yeah. You see Amish Earther's picture there?
Yeah, no, I very well understand it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, it's pretty simple, right? So, conveniently, because it's very dumb to, like, Nikola Tesla made a weapon like this, bro. So, and it was a tower. And he would just put the tower on a higher elevation, and you could take out any enemy. Now, how would that work? Now, of course, I can't invoke it as proof or anything because it doesn't publicly exist. But it would be insane to think that the government is so incompetent that they took 2/3 of Nikola Tesla's chess, and of course that was only after they returned 1/3 of them. And right after he died, we never got the dynamic theory of gravity. We use his innovation for everything, still to this day. And he made a death beam weapon and destroyed it himself. So it's because he didn't want it to get in the wrong hands, right? I mean, he writes about it, at least. I wasn't there to even prove that dude did anything or was alive, but
worthy of consideration.
Yeah, and so think about that. I mean, it's my point I'm making is, of course, the military would pursue that technology, bro. It's like the best weapon ever, right? I mean, it is straight to the point, literally. I mean, it's like the best weapon. So you don't know anything about it. It's super classified. I've tried to find it. They're not going to tell you about their weapons. No country's government publicly really speaks about their weapon capabilities until they blow a drone out of the air and someone catches them or something. So it's very crazy. It's convenient, huh? Convenient that we don't get to know about these weapons. This would prove everything. The military should just go live stream it on national television and debunk flat Earth.
For some reason, I doubt that would be very trustworthy in the communities that value the.
Of course, but my point is very simple, right? It's like that weapon would be. It clearly would prove one way or the other, and that's why they'll never come out and talk about it.
They could so easily disprove flat Earth if it was actually a globe. That's the point.
Yeah, for sure.
There is no reason for all this secrecy and information suppression and whatever.
Dude, the government would just come out and show you that you can shoot a laser and physically measure the geometric horizon.
Exactly. It would be so easy.
You would just shoot a super powerful laser right at the geometric horizon. Bow. Game over.
They would
while simultaneously destroying ISIS.
Well, whatever. Yeah.
Or whatever acronym.
While destroying ISIS, they could be like, look, we're going to shoot this laser at ISIS and counting for the Earth's curvature.
They worship ISIS and Osiris.
Well, they called it ISIS. They called it ISIS for a reason. You're right.
Yeah, they worship ISIS.
Now they call it ISIL.
Okay, now there you go. They have all sorts of word games.
Hey, man,
so once again, Richard was appealing to another particular empirical subject matter, which demonstrates the empirical adequacy of our position. That's what just happened. Okay. And then you, the globalist Jimmy, is going to respond with a counter argument that says, well, it is possible on the globe. I know you say it isn't possible on the globe with it, but I, Jimmy, the globalist, say that it is possible. And then you give your arguments. And then we rebut saying, well, it's not possible because of XYZ implication of the assertion and ABC ramification or consequence in reality. So we both reduce it to absurdity and appeal to more empirical facts that debunk the absurd a priori theory about the shape of the Earth and the cosmos overall. Again, the central point being the radius of the Earth being a sphere. Now, here's a psychological point. No matter what a priori argument we give or posteriori data that we present and the justification of both, if you are devoted to this cosmic paradigm, there is nothing that will convince you.
No, I mean,
Nothing that will
there's plenty
convince you.
that could convince me just fine. But
Okay,
you know,
so that's that. So if you are devoted to your cosmological paradigm, as we used to subscribe to, okay, if you're devoted to that, then your arguments against everything we say is simply going to reassert your position and whatever arguments you may think you have in defense of it, and then we're going to reassert our rebuttals and refutations against it. Hence why the circle keeps perpetuating on and on and on and on and on in this dialogue.
Yeah, so dude, if I have a laser at 5 feet and I shoot it 30 miles, there should be 495 feet of curvature blocking us. Okay. I have some homies. It's actually in a little documentary that did that very thing and got it documented from the outside, like from the profile, if you will. Okay. And you can see the laser in entirety from beginning to end to the target, completely horizontal. You see the picture there. That little arrow that says horizon, that's a physical place like we just talked about. I cannot shoot the laser there. So you're going to have to say what you said earlier. Atmospheric refraction took that laser 500 feet, bent it back over the Earth, and then straightened it back out to hit the target? That's wild,
I think that's
bro.
entirely possible. Yeah.
What?
Well, and so the thing is, though, is it's not doing these things with intention. The atmosphere doesn't care whether the line looks straight to you or not. The atmosphere will do with the light what it does, because that's physics. And, whether or not it appears correct to an observer is a completely different thing.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
like,
what if you can lay a straight edge on that in the image? What if you can actually lay a straight edge on the image and show it's actually flat?
I don't believe that you could do that to a sufficient degree to justify.
All right, let's do it like this, man. I heard you say something earlier. Oh, sorry, go ahead, son. Okay, I heard you do something earlier, man. All right, I heard you say something, and I was like, I like this guy, right? Because right when I popped in, I heard you say, yeah, I mean, if the Earth were truly flat, I would want to know. That's why I'm here. Now, I don't know if someone asked you that question. I used to ask that question a lot. It's one of my go-tos. So I don't know if someone asked you or you just said it. I just heard you say it, so I was like, that's awesome. But maybe someone asked you. Either way, like, if it truly were flat, you would want to know, correct?
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay. And you, of course, know that when we say flat, we don't mean like a tabletop. It's a topographical plane. It's just overall plane, basically like a basin, because it's got upturned edges, highest elevations on Earth, Antarctica. Water always gets contained anyway, obviously. So topographical plane, not like flat or a disc or any of this nonsense. I'm assuming they kind of covered that stuff with you. But just so you understand, because when you really see it, we're not really making very many claims here. It's actually a misnomer. Okay? So if it truly were stationary and flat, you would want to know it. So I'm assuming I can continue to go and say if it was contained, etc. All right, well, the only way we're going to know it is because of the fact that the government is actually the primary perpetrator of supposedly proving this claim, we're going to have to discount them, man, right? We cannot count on them as credible. Ironically, we just invoked the military, but it's because literal practical use proves things, right? So we can physically watch them blow someone up, but we can't actually verify any of the stories of outer space or anything. So it's like you have to say, oh, NASA's the one government agency that doesn't lie. That's ridiculous. So my point is,
a fair argument to make. Yeah.
Right. So my point is just we can't take them as credible. We're going to have to be able to verify this independent of the government. You agree?
I think that you should be able to verify your model regardless of the government, whichever side you stand on.
Okay. So I'm assuming someone's probably tried to tell you this already, but there isn't a flat Earth model per se. There are things that can be boiled down, like, well, you have to say this and blah, 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 blah. No, there's one model, meaning someone created a model and it claims to describe everything that happens on the Earth and what the Earth is. And that's called the globe Earth. It's within a heliocentric model, and we were all taught that from like 5 up at least. So that's the model claim. This position is simply critiquing that claim, saying, okay, well, you're making claims antithetical to all observable phenomena. Therefore, you have the burden of proof for your positive claim in opposition to everything observed. That is it. So, in order to substantiate these claims antithetical to all observable phenomena, we need actual empirical, meaning repeatable, testable, falsifiable, observable, okay? Evidence. That's what we need. Right?
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, so because again, we don't have the burden of proof. If the Earth were stationary, well, how would we experience it?
Is that rhetorical?
Well, pretty much, yeah.
We carry it.
Pretty much rhetorical, right? So we'd experience it stationary. So we would, if the Earth were stationary, we would experience it exactly the same as we do. Right?
Obviously, because I prescribe to a certain model, if the Earth were to not be spinning as I know it to be, that would cause some differences. But yes, there is a situation where there could be a non-spinning Earth where you could, in a very handcrafted, let's say, scenario, not feel any different.
Okay, but really simple question overall, right? If the Earth were stationary, we would experience it exactly like we do. Because even if the Earth is a spinning, gyrating ball going around the sun, shooting through the galaxy, which shoots through space over 1 million miles per hour, and we just don't feel any of it, okay? We still don't feel any of it. Even within the proposed model, we experience Earth identical to it being stationary. So my question overall is simple. If the Earth were stationary, we would experience it exactly the way that we do, right?
There could be a scenario where the Earth is stationary and would feel "quote unquote" normal. That's fine. I have no
right?
problem saying
Can we feel or detect or prove motion on the Earth?
I would argue yes. You would argue no.
Okay. Well, the only way you could argue yes is to invoke 1851 pendulum or gyros. But both of those don't prove that. And
well, see, what I would argue is in my model, or in the globe Earth heliocentric model, the stars are at near fixed. They're obviously moving, but imperceptible differences. Imperceptible amounts over perceptible amounts of time,
right?
I would say that you could observe the rotation of the Earth by observing us moving around those stars. But
Okay.
again, obviously you would disagree with that, and that's fine.
Okay, yeah, we don't move around any stars even in the heliocentric paradigm. We don't move around the stars. But so
Or
what
moving
I'm
around within the field of stars. It's
okay, yeah,
but
sure,
anyways.
whatever. But no perceivable star in the heliocentric paradigm are we ever going to run by in space, fly by. But anyway, the point is, so again, if we were to say that the Earth is stationary and that the stars move in the sky, then we would experience and observe the very thing that we do observe, right? Even if the Earth's a globe. Even if the Earth's a globe, right? I mean, simple. I think you agreed. So,
I didn't hear that last bit.
well, yeah, I mean, even if the Earth's a globe, that's just the truth, right? I mean, it's subjective. So you have two options. When we look up at the sky, we see the stuff in the sky move. Okay, so option number one, we don't feel that the Earth's actually spinning, and the stuff in the sky is still relative to us. Yet we see the sky spin because we are, in fact, spinning. We just can't feel it. The second option is that the reason we don't feel the Earth moving is because it doesn't move, and we feel it when it does move, like an earthquake. And when we look in the sky, the stuff in the sky moves over top of the Earth that doesn't move. So we would observe exactly what we observe if the Earth were stationary. Right.
I would disagree, but that's okay. I mean,
Well, it's like I could quote the brightest minds on your side at the top of everything, man, and they'll tell you there is no way to prove a certain model between heliocentric and geocentric via terrestrial observation, earthly observation. It's nothing more than a coordinate preference.
Well, so that's not correct, really.
It
I mean,
is correct.
there
I
are
quote
parallax observations of quote unquote celestial bodies, stars, that can be made from Earth that are very apparent.
Okay, so would you consider Edwin Hubble a valid source?
For all things? No.
Well, for this
want to assert that
particular,
any person is a valid source for all things.
His supposed field of expertise that we're speaking of right now?
Sure, I think that he has some valuable insight.
Right. So he explained that particularly in the case of redshift and blue shift, right, of these distances in the sky, the idea of the Doppler effect and things moving away from you towards you.
My favorite.
Okay.
You should have been here earlier. That's why you said that.
Yeah, spectroscopy. Good times. So he said that actually, if we are misinterpreting this phenomena, very simply, the stars in the sky could be significantly closer, so smaller and more local. And in fact, over top of an Earth, around an Earth that's very young. That's what he said. Now he explains the issue he has and how he has to come up with a new framework to even make it possible that the Earth isn't the center. And he's very blunt. And they named a telescope after this dude. It's so funny. So that's just one of like 50, okay, let me not exaggerate, 30 people I could quote right now around the same credibility within the heliocentric paradigm. I mean, he's pretty infamous, so it's hard to, but you know. So that should be eye-opening to you, because if you're being honest, you did not know that. I know you didn't know that because I didn't know that, and I didn't know that for years after finding out they lied about the Earth. I didn't find all this stuff. So you've never heard it.
So I would disagree with the position that you take, obviously. I think that the interpretation of Edwin Hubble's words are maybe a bit off. And I'd like to see an exact or direct quote, if that's
sure
something that you have.
I got you. I'm going to give you all the quotes.
Didn't mean to interrupt, but I was going to say you should hear what their philosophical ideas about why they believe what they believe or think what they think. If you heard that, I think you'd be really shocked.
Sure, send it my way.
Okay.
Well, we have a couple videos, 200 quotes that you've been lied to. That's one of them. But there's the philosophical argument. I'm not the expert in that field. People like Indio and others have all those documents, everything. Actually, Witsit, you probably have a lot of that. But I know you're busy.
Well, I'm just on the phone, but like, yeah, I'm gonna get you all these quotes for sure, man. It's gonna be a rough
All of
ride, bro.
the
But what I'm saying is, if you'll be honest, yeah, all the geocentric quotes, all the people that say just point blank that you cannot prove that the Earth is not the center from the Earth, and it's nothing more than a philosophical coordinate system preference, going as far as to say, in fact, it cannot be disproven, yet we ignore it because of the implications of a special unique position of the Earth. In fact, they say the horror of a unique position. Okay, this is philosophy, bro. This is a philosophical preference. In fact, it's a philosophical desire to fight design at all costs, the implications of design. It's a philosophical grasp at straws state of despair to explain away design. That's philosophy. That's not science. That's religion.
I'm not
unjustified, unargued philosophical biases.
So I'll get the quotes for you, but I'm just explaining to you. Think about the idea here. If someone says, "Well, it actually, in fact, we have this discovery where it really looks like now we have a problem, and it looks like the Earth's the center. In fact, it can't be disproven that the Earth is the center, yet we choose to ignore that. So it cannot be disproven. It can't be disproven, but we choose to ignore it and try to explain something other than that. That's
to be
weird.
completely fair, in the relativistic sense, there is simultaneously no center of the universe, and every point which you occupy is the center of the universe. That's the whole relativistic theory.
Well,
So
allegedly.
if they're speaking in that, no, that's the theory. I'm not saying whether that's true or not. I personally ascribe to that theory. But
oh man,
So,
you'll get there, man. Relativity's
to
fake.
momentarily touch that. Do you not? Is that not? Does that what you just said about the theory of relativity? Does that not bother you as being prima facie self-contradictory? There is a center. Everywhere is a center. There is no center.
Sure, it's all the same.
Wow.
That doesn't bother you as prima facie on its face self-contradictory.
So can I ask one single question?
Well, there you go.
I want to say, Jimmy, you made it through the gauntlet. I'm really actually surprised you made it through this far. So that's good. What was I about to say? Never mind. I confused myself. Give me a moment.
I think he's cool, man. I'm like, I don't know, like how much you've ever looked into this really in depth. I think that really what happens if you kind of if eventually you're like, damn, okay, whatever, I'll look into it. Well, if you do that nowadays, you just find all the pieces that explain how it's just absurdity to think that the Earth's flat, and 10 simple ways you can prove the Earth is not flat. And this may be your first interaction with people that actually have been around the block. You know, you're not just going to find them. The only way you're going to find real flat Earth content is to ask people and hear what the specific names of the channels are and make sure you spell them right. So, I mean, I give you that leeway. And I think that just like being chill is such an improvement over typical psychological response to the subject. And maybe you're not new to it, but I'm cool with it. Like, I thought it was pretty crazy too. I don't know where you are on the spectrum either. Like, you know, the government has lied about some pretty prominent things. They've done some very egregious things behind the scenes in secret for many years, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, the government does lie.
Yeah, like have you heard of Operation Mockingbird?
The name sounds familiar.
That's the CIA infiltrated the mainstream media. They have a liaison in every level of it, and this is like in the 70s. It's declassified. And in fact, when questioned about it, and they said, "So are you saying that there are news anchors that are CIA agents?" The CIA rep said, "I think this is a conversation that needs to continue behind closed doors." Now, that's in the 70s. We're 50 years past that. So if they've already come out and admitted they do that, and they do that to propagandize the public for national security purposes, so that's a cool story. Like to effectively get compliance for national security via psychological operations facilitated through the media, declassified for 5 decades. So when we're watching all the news all the time, I mean, you're watching CIA narratives because that's what they said they did. It's like if I told you, did you know that in Vietnam, actually, we blew up our own ship, lied and said it was them, so the American people would be cool with us going to fight them because before that, they were vehemently opposed to us doing that? You'd be like, you're crazy. I'm like, dude, I know it sounds crazy. Here's the government saying they did it.
Yeah, no, I know the government does crazy things.
Both of those things I said are just like declassified, though, right? Like the whole Vietnam War was started with the false flag. So, and the American public was not in support of Vietnam War or, interference. So, anyway, that not to digress too much, but my point is, it's important to kind of inform yourself with the full context. The more you become informed about what they've done, even just admittedly so, then the last thing you can do is continue to naively believe whatever they tell you now, because they wait a certain amount of years to declassify it to where it's no longer relevant.
Sure.
And here's a question I think I was going to ask about objectivity, but like one question is, like, if you know somebody's a liar, how many times do you keep listening and believing what they're saying, even if it's in a different area or different subject matter? Like if you know that they've lied consistently and it's objective that they have lied, how many times do you keep listening to them?
In other words, given the myriad of instances that destroy, that evaporate their credibility, given these instances, right, that is worthy of note when considering the veracity of their narratives, their assertions, their suppositions, and their actions, the merit thereof, and the motive behind it, and its most likely consequences, ramifications, including the cosmic paradigm that they have perpetuated among the minds of the public.
Well, see, and that's the thing, though, is that the
would you say with it?
There's a presumption that I'm basing my worldview, my physical worldview, off of what the government has told me.
No, we're just highlighting. We're not saying that that's the sole basis of your position. No, we're just highlighting the fact of how malevolent and the severe degree of untrustworthiness, the most prominent perpetuators of this cosmic paradigm, which you still subscribe to, are. Which is worthy of note in considering the veracity of their narratives.
Here's some food for thought, because we had a conversation earlier. Well, at least I did, and I went through the fact that you didn't or weren't able to demonstrate that the Earth has curvature in any way that we could find a method that we can get that for ourselves. So we went over that, but the important thing right now, what's being discussed, is that there has been a narrative that has been taught to everybody, that has been in the past been given to you and me and everyone else to understand as what our reality is. Before that, had anybody ever told you what the Earth is, you wouldn't have any idea of it being a globe. You don't perceive the Earth to be as such, so you wouldn't be able to just make up the whole cosmology as what you think it is, per what they have told you. So in fact, they have given you this narrative. So you're saying, like, what are you saying? The governments are lying to me? Well, the information that you received was somehow given to you, right? It's secondhand information that's given to you, that you're viewing the world through the lens of the perspective of the information that they've given you. And you can't see it any other way because it's been hammered into your mind ever since you were very young. So now that you've developed critical thinking, you are more likely to succumb to the idea that the knowledge that they've given you is right beyond all shadow of a doubt. Even though you're presented with the evidence, that is contrary to the case, you're not going to accept it because how can you? The question will stick out in your mind. Why would they lie and so forth? Motive, right? So, yes, you have been handed this narrative, and you are accepting its complete, belief. But it's like I said before, it was just a belief that you have, nothing more. Which is not like anybody's gonna be like, man, oh, you gotta defend the globe. Nobody cares what you believe. It's your own, belief in it. But how can you unclench yourself from that belief? It's really something that you have to come to on your own. Like you're not. No one in here is ever gonna win you over in a discussion. What we're gonna do is gonna challenge you so you can think, perhaps in a different way. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to go home, probably mold this over, or maybe not even mold it over, depending on how you feel about it. But it will at least challenge you to the fact that you're like, man, these guys really did have something that I could think about different than what I thought. But like we were stating here, and everybody's kind of making it very apparent to you, this information has been received by you by secondhand. Like a teacher told you, or their teacher told them, and so on until you find the point of origin where the information came from, right? And so, yeah, you have been receiving this information from the government and from everybody that's taught you, and whatever school system has, given this information to all of us. So everybody has received this information. We don't perceive the Earth to be a globe. So that's the only thing I wanted to mention, because that you're kind of questioning it like, well, you mean to tell me that the government's giving me, dude, just realize like that's what it is. That's the whole thing. If you weren't taught it, how would you even perceive it? Think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's
I mentioned earlier, just this one point, and then go ahead, Jimmy. I forgot to mention earlier the reason highlighting the heinous, malevolent history, track record of the government, which undermines their credibility entirely. That is worthy of consideration to warrant for a person who is seeking truth, which we should, that necessitates, and I will say obligates us to increase the degree, increase our rigor in our skeptical inquiry, be more rigorous upon them.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. I appreciate, mental challenge, not in the not in the sense of anybody being mentally challenged. It's not what I'm trying to imply.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, mental fortitude and really challenging your own thoughts. And I appreciate that.
The scrutiny.
Right. It's a good word for it. So yeah, scrutiny of your own thoughts and scrutiny of others' thoughts is good. I have no problem with that. I have no problem opening up my own perception to scrutiny.
I have one last question, Jimmy.
Obviously.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. What's up?
Do you believe or know that there is such a thing as objective reality?
I would say so, yeah. There is
okay
an objective element to reality.
Okay, good. At least you got that part.
So yeah, I mean, either the Earth is round or it is a globe. It's one of those two. I'm pretty confident I know which.
Hold on a second. You just said it's either round or a globe.
Nope, that's incorrect. Because
Sure,
round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have a round,
okay, fine.
Pizza, round penny, round.
It's either
LP.
an oblate spheroid or something else.
Oblate spheroid, really? Well, you better call friggin' NASA and have them redact every friggin' so-called photo in the past 60 years. Because there's no oblate spheroids in their images.
So, Jimmy, it was a pleasure talking to you. God bless you. Good night.
So good night.
Call me anytime. You can DM me.
Yep.
Sorry about that,
Good night,
Glurf Slayer. I heard you in there. It's good to hear you again, man.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, how's it going, brother?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Just
Good to hear
slaying
you.
glare.
Sorry, I rumpushed you. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm just here slaying gloves, you know.
Miggy!
Attention on deck.
Yeah.
What's up,
I wonder if he wants to defense what is that, spectroscopy, but space.
No one could say the damn thing correctly. Yeah, I just got back, man. What's up with spectrochocoloscopy?
Yeah, that's been brought up a couple times tonight.
Sorry, I just got back. So what's up, Elbow TV? What happened?
I don't know. I thought he was making claims about spectroscopy, so I just wanted to.
But who's
we were
making
talking
claims?
about the
the chicken
different distances earlier.
Whose main claim of spectrochocoloscopy?
That would be Jimmy.
Something chicken. Something
Jimmy's. Jimmy, you're on spectrochocolate. Can you even say it? Say it one time.
Spectroscopy.
You said it, man. At least that's plus one.
Wild word to say, I know.
I'm telling you, you should have heard the fucking shit I've been hearing for the past 4 or 5 years. All right, so let me start off by saying this. Let me go and I started doing this just recently. So give me a second. So from Dr. Mary Schweitzer. You know who that is?
Not a clue.
She's a paleontologist at North Carolina State. She made a big name back in the day by exposing soft tissue and dinos. But anyway, this is what she says. Words count. Words are important. Choose your words carefully. That's what she preaches to her students. So I'd like to preface this discussion on that. Okay? So, spectroscopy. What are the three types
careful of words.
Yeah. Okay. What are the 3 types of spectra?
The 3 types of spectrum.
Yep.
Well, I mean,
you better start typing. I hear the typing finger.
There's obviously emission and absorption.
Okay.
Not sure what
There's one more.
Not sure what the third is.
Continuous.
Okay, that's fair.
Yep. All right. So as long as we got those down, right, we're good. So what's your claim with spectrochocoloscopy?
The only claim that I made was given an emission source. So we're talking about emission, that specific portion of spectroscopy. Given emission, you are able to determine the composition of the emission source and the velocity at which it is moving relative to the observer.
Incorrect. Do you know what emission spectroscopy is? Where is emission spectroscopy done?
How do you mean? You mean the physical process of measuring the spectra?
Emission spectroscopy. Yeah. Where is it done? Where is it conducted at?
There's plenty of places. I've done it myself.
Yeah, you have. Have you done it in that fucking thing right there?
No, that is not necessary.
Yep, then it's not spectroscopy because that is an emission spectrometer right there. It's done in an enclosed system. Shut the fuck up.
That's not necessarily the case. I have to break it to you.
Yeah, it is necessarily the case. That's an emission spectrometer.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that is
fucking right.
Yeah, spectroscopy can be done at a very basic level.
Oh, no, this isn't basic. This is spectroscopy. This is, like I said, an emission spectrometer. Do you want to see an absorption spectrometer?
Go for it.
I ain't gonna. I could show you one.
You sure could, and
Yeah,
that
you
would
bet your ass I can. So
that would change
your
nothing.
little fairy tale pointing not at the second law of thermodynamics violation isn't spectrometry. Just using the phrase spectrometry to cover their horse shit. That's a fact, Jack. So, what else you got?
What do you mean? Well, so I want to address the claim that you can't do spectroscopy without a giant machine such as that.
That's right. You has to be an enclosed container. Yes. This is highly fucking controlled. Each
For
step is controlled
ultra sensitive
out of your
detection,
fucking
sure.
mind.
Yeah, no, I understand the complexity of high-end
Yeah, I bet
spectrometry.
you. It sounds like you do. You've been fucking up ever since the beginning.
Fucking up.
Yeah, you're
Hey, man,
fucking up.
we can have a calm conversation. We don't need to
You
go all
can't
crazy.
a calm conversation with a pretender clown such as yourself.
There's
Okay,
no
I'll
need
try to
call
be
names,
calm.
man.
I'll try to be calm then, and I'll just expose you at every fucking turn.
Perfect. Yeah, I want to have an intellectual conversation.
Perfect.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, so let me ask something. So you know the makeup of the sun by spectrometry, right?
Yeah, spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Using a
Spectrometry,
spectrometer.
Same fucking thing. So can you describe the process? First of all, what is it? What kind of emission spectra does the sun give off?
What do you mean, what kind?
I said at the beginning of this discussion, there were three types.
It's an absorption.
Spectra.
It's an absorption spectrum.
There were three types of spectra.
Yep.
Right? What
Mhm.
type of spectra are we looking at when we look at the sun?
There's both continuous absorption and emission.
A continuous spectra. What gives off a continuous spectra of light?
How did?
No, period. What gives off a continuous spectra of light?
About an LED. That's a continuous spectrum.
Holy fucking shit. This is going to be painful. So, the sun gives a continuous spectra of light, correct?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Not across the whole
Continuous
range,
spectra-
obviously.
Continuous spectra of light are only given by fucking solids. Right.
That is not necessarily true, no.
Oh, really? Citation,
It's-
please.
It's
And
any black
plasmas,
body
by the
source.
way. And plasmas,
Hey,
by the way.
plasma.
Fucking citation, please. Proving me wrong.
You just proved yourself wrong. You said solids and plasmas.
Yeah, I wasn't finished before you interrupted me.
All right, man. Hey, no need to get all aggro.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Yeah. So, spectra, continuous spectra. So you're saying the sun gives a continuous spectra, right?
To an extent, yeah.
To an extent, it either is or it's not. It's either pregnant or it's not. It's not to an extent. It's either a yes or a no.
The sun obviously is a black body source, so there is a continuous
Black
spectrum.
body source. Oh, you're getting fucking knee deep in this shit.
Oh, yeah.
So,
and there are emission and absorption.
oh,
lines
really?
within the
Post the
spectrum.
spectra of the sun right here in live stream right fucking now.
Do you want me to find an image of the spectra of the
You
sun?
bet your ass I do.
All right, that's fun.
Because you're going to support your fucking claims right now. How about that?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't post images. Don't have the rules for that.
Somebody give him permissions.
All right, sick.
I want a citation with that too, by the way. Not just a fucking image.
Yeah, you can now.
One moment then.
This guy's not terrible, QE. Let me try to throw him a little bit of a life jacket here for. He's
We
pretty
got
cool.
a concerned troll and do we have a concerned troll in here?
Yes, bro. I'm
Emotion
like,
time.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what's it.
I just be trying to help him out, man. You know, We're all friends.
All right. Yeah, as far as you know.
Hey, I've got no problems, man.
I do. I got a big fucking problem with pretender clowns.
Yeah, don't make me regret. Don't make me regret this, bro.
Hey, no, I've been at this for like what, 4 hours now.
Okay.
5 hours. Anyway,
Just a little primer. Don't interrupt QE. That would be a good start.
yeah, no, I can tell that would result in some unsavory endings. I take it.
No, not really.
No.
He's calm. He's very calm tonight so far.
So let's.
Jesus.
It's taken a long time. So at 07 minutes after the hour from NASA, the spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum and is frequently represented as shown below. If you pull that link up, I'm not posting a picture.
Yeah. I got you.
This type of spectra is called an emission spectra because what you are seeing is the direct radiation emitted by the source. In the case of the sun, light is emitted at almost all energies in the visible spectrum. La-di-da-di-da. Yep. So now it's yep. Okay?
Yep, there is continuous emission and absorption.
Continuous spectra. Okay, please describe from the spectra from the sun. You said there's emission spectra? Really? Post it.
Yeah, so the chromosphere is a fantastic example of the emission.
No, I wanted the sun.
The chromosphere is a portion of the sun.
So you got
an
emission
observable
line. So you got an emission line and an absorption line spectra, correct?
Sure, yeah.
How in the flying Fukuyama can the sun give both a continuous spectra and an emission line spectra, please?
I see no problem with that.
Oh, you don't. That's a fucking contradiction.
To be continuous and emission?
The spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum. Right?
Right. The emission component of the continuous, spectrum of the sun is due to black body radiation.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Gives you fucking black body radiation in your ass. So, when you get the continuous spectrum of the sun, right, it's coming at us. But then you're going to see a whole continuous spectra, right?
Okay, yeah. Continuous spectrum is.
But how do you
continuous.
get an emission or absorption spectra from that? From a
different
continuous
elemental
spectrum?
components, obviously.
From the elemental components of what?
Of the sun.
No, wrong fucking answer. Wrong fucking answer, dude. You can't
elaborate?
get an emission. Shut the fuck up. You just contradicted yourself. You're gonna fucking interrupt.
Don't
Am I
take
gonna
it
have
personal.
to mute your dumb ass? I'm gonna have to, ain't I?
That would show a certain something about, the conversation.
Something about us. You understand the dark lines, the absorption spectra, the dark lines, that's what you're actually getting. You're not getting a continuous spectra. Let me post this in here for you because NASA's full of fucking shit. So let me square this away for you. You want to read that out loud at 10 minutes after the hour from lumenlearning.com?
What exactly am I
That's
reading?
all right. You don't read my stuff well. I'll go ahead and do it. The dark lines in the solar spectrum thus give evidence of certain chemical elements. Here's the really fucking important part. Between us and the sun, absorbing those wavelengths of sunlight. Because the space between us and the sun is pretty empty. Astronomers realize that the atoms doing the absorbing must be in the thin atmosphere of a cooler gas. This is all bullshit. However, but it's between us and the sun to get an absorption line spectra.
Right.
Right. Well, then
there
you're
is
fucking finished.
atmospheric absorption.
Then you're fucking
That does exist.
atmospheric absorption.
Well, that is what you just described.
What fucking atmosphere?
That is exactly what you just described.
That's exactly what I just described after I asked you, well, what are you talking about? So let me show you this. Are you still with me at 10 minutes after the hour?
12 now, yeah.
Yeah, you are. So you see this light bulb out here in the center? See, that's from a filament. That's a fucking solid. Okay? So when there's no intervening shit between you, we're going on the left-hand side. When there's no intervening anything between you and it, from a solid, you get, like I said before, a continuous spectra. Right? Now, this numpty in the middle, he's getting an absorption line spectra. Why? Because that continuous spectra is shining through a fucking second law of thermodynamics violation gas in a vacuum. And those gases right there are absorbing certain wavelengths of light. And that's what you get. You get an absorption line spectra. Now, when this light solid is giving a continuous spectra and it's shining on, we're moving all the way to the right. When it's shining on a second law of thermodynamics gas in a vacuum and it heats that motherfucker up, you get an emission spectra. But really,
very well understand the process. Yeah.
But thanks for confirming what I already fucking know. So,
awesome.
With the sun, the middle guy is what we're concerned with. Let me ask you a fucking question. You see this absorption line spectra?
Sure do.
Let's say a solid is giving off a continuous spectra 100 fucking billion light years away from Earth. Let's say we have a fairy tale gas made up of who knows what in between. Let's say it's 50 billion light years.
That's a lot of light years.
And the continuous spectra, you can delay it, but it's coming to an end. So, like I was saying, let's say this continuous spectra was shining 100 billion light years away, and then it's shining through a gas 50 billion light years away between you and it.
Right.
What are you getting in the absorption line spectra?
Seems relevant.
The composition of that fairy tale fucking thing in between you and the continuous spectra.
Right.
That's what
the
you're
absorption
getting.
Portion.
Yeah, that's right.
Emission.
That's what you're getting. So it's not what's made up of that continuous spectra 100 billion light years away. It's what's made up in that fairy tale in between you and it.
Well, see, the funny thing.
Well, see, funny thing about that is I'm exactly correct.
Well, I don't think that you're quite fully understanding.
Oh, you don't think so? How so?
I don't think so.
How so?
Well, so first and foremost, your presuppositions about the sun are wrong. It's not the atmosphere of Earth that is creating the absorption spectra.
I didn't say it was from Earth.
You said it was the gas in between the sun and the Earth. So fine, I'll grant you that. I assumed that. It is the gas that surrounds the sun that makes up the atmosphere of the sun that is creating the absorption spectrum.
How do you know
that we
that?
can observe from Earth.
How do you know that?
Well, thankfully, we have modern science, and we have
modern science. What's the hypothesis?
What do you mean? What's the hypothesis?
We're going to get back to that in a second, Crown Muncher. Don't worry about that. Science. Yeah, you don't know what natural science is. I can already tell.
So in any way, beyond.
So at any rate, can you debunk what I just said?
Yeah, so you can get the absorption spectrum, and that does not matter in the slightest. Because the emission spectra still is detectable, even with primary absorption as well.
This isn't spectroscopy. Remember, it has to be in a closed system. This is pointing a spectrometer out in the fairy tale space.
An assumption. So well, then, what was the solar spectrum there that you gave to me?
What's an assumption?
The assumption is that it has to be within a closed space.
No, it doesn't. That's what emission and absorption line spectra fucking spectrometers are. You just seen it. I just posted them to you. let's get back to this.
The
Again,
assumption would be that you can use it in open space, in the vacuum of space, your theoretical space. That would be the assumption.
Yeah, it's your assumption. So, back what I said, you're getting the absorption line from what's in between you and it. Not it.
Right. The sun is composed of multiple things. There are things that make up the sun that are between the Earth and the sun.
How so?
Because you can observe these things.
What? With spectroscopy? I just fucking clobbered you with it.
No, you don't need spectroscopy to observe that. It's very clear.
Oh, it's pretty clear.
Okay, let's say for example, the different layers of the atmosphere. The chromosphere, for example, separating from the chromosphere.
What atmosphere?
Or from the atmosphere level.
The
of the sun.
Atmosphere?
Yes.
How can you have gases in a vacuum?
That is your prerogative. If you don't believe that, that's on you.
My prerogative. No, that's your prerogative. You just told me there was an atmosphere, so it's sphere-shaped gas in a fucking vacuum. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah,
to be fair, it is your prerogative.
If you choose to believe that there
believe that, no, I know
it's not possible. All right, well, so let's get into that then. Why can there not?
No. We're going here. We're
What
stay
violates
here.
the second law of thermodynamics about having?
I'm gonna fucking clobber you to death. I just clobbered you to death right now, and you don't even know it because you're that fucking stupid. So let's get back to my statement.
The intellectual debate here.
Intellectual. Fuck you. You're a clown. So, are you going to answer me? Let's try this for the audience. Let's say that filament that's representing the sun, that's a tear-jerking belly laugher, by the way. Let's say that's 100 billion light years away. Let's say the fairy tale gas in a vacuum is 1 billion light years away. Are you going to still get the same spectrum that you received from the original?
What are you asking? You're asking if the spectrum is going to be the exact same. No, of course not.
Yes, it is. So let's say the fairy tale gas in the second law of thermodynamics violation vacuum is 1,000 miles away from you, and that filament is 1 billion light years away. Are you still going to get that same absorption spectra?
So we're just going to do the mute thing?
Yes or no?
Is it going to be the same spectra?
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's going to be the exact same spectra because you got the exact same gases in between you and it. No. Please explain.
Great. So you have to be a little bit more clear with what you're saying. Is it going to be the exact same spectra that you would get from an unobscured target? No.
It's going to be the exact same spectra. I was very clear on what I said. The only variable that's changing is the distance between these fairy tale gases in the second law of thermodynamics violation vacuum. That distance between it and the continuous source. So I was pretty fucking clear.
Mm-hmm. You're pretty slick.
I'm sure everyone would agree. I was pretty clear with that.
Yeah, but that was almost really slick, though. What say you?
What say you?
What do you want me to say?
Response.
What questions are you asking me? I mean, I can just reiterate what I've said before.
Really?
But that'll do nothing.
Yeah, it will, because it's fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
Will the spectra change?
Will the spectra change between the two scenarios or between an unblocked and a blocked emission?
There's not more than that scenario. The only scenario, let me repeat what I just said again. The only variable that's changing is the distance between the fairy tale second law of thermodynamics violation gas. The continuous spectra is still in the same spot. It's only the gas in between you and it. That's the only variables that's changing. So there's not 3 fucking scenarios.
Then yes, they will be the same.
Thanks!
Massive asterisk.
Thanks. That's all I needed. You're fucking through. That was easy. All right, now let's get to your science acumen. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Well, first of all, again, I don't think that we can necessarily just close up that point.
Yeah, we can. You fucking face planted.
Right. But you can continue to mute me. And so I presume that's going to happen.
Fuck you. Yeah, I can continue to mute you because you're a moron.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Glad you think
so let's move forward into your science acumen because spectroscopy isn't science to begin with. So, and we touched on this previously. Sure. So I'm going to ask you this question again. It's a closed-ended question. Do you know what a closed-ended question is?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a yes or no question, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, can natural science, what we're discussing here, be conducted without experiment?
That depends on what you consider to be an experiment.
No, it doesn't depend.
It sure does,
It's
yeah.
either a yes or no.
Well, how about you define experiment? And I can decide from there.
Yeah, we'll get to that here in a minute. So, can natural science, the natural sciences, physics, parts of chemistry, parts of biology, genetics, quantum mechanics, basically quantum mechanics is physics, so it's the father. So, can natural science be conducted? Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Simple question.
You can make observations, which will.
That wasn't the question.
Natural science be conducted
if you
without experiment. Yes or no?
Just answer yes or no, man. Come on, bro.
Again, it very much depends on what you consider to be an experiment.
Yes or no?
Well, he said you're going to get into that, so we're going to use the Socratic method so you guys can bridge the gap with the definition of experiment. I'm pretty clearly talking as a moderator right now. I'm just basically moderating, okay? He's asking a close-ended question, man. So I rest assured, bro, that you're going to get to talk about the definition of experiment. I would bet my life on it almost. Okay, so just try to, it's a simple question, so everyone listening has the full context. Okay, so go ahead.
So how about I ask you one very simple question first? Is observation experiment?
Nope, you're not answering your question. We're not answering it.
Yeah, just answer the question. Don't make it weird, bro. Like, don't be weird about it.
I already outlined what a closed-ended question was, and you agreed what it was. Now you're giving me an explanation and asking me a question. What the fuck?
I'm just trying to define the terms, man.
You're like, tying my hands together. I can't throw life jackets when you tie my hands together, man. Like, you're closing a question. You're basically trying to say it's nuance. Okay, cool. We'll get into all the details. Just answer the question, man. You know what I mean? It's like it's just intellectual integrity.
Right. Then to be intellectually integral, or, you have to define the terms. That's how that works.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he just said that we're going to, that's called the Socratic method.
Defining the terms after you demand an answer, that's intellectually.
Pretend to clown numpty dipshit. Experiment. Yeah, I'd give away my next. No, I'm not defining it. Fuck that. Just go with experiment. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Yeah, like just, dude, what is your answer to that? If you had to say yes or no.
Like I said, I think it very much depends. Depends, because I would say that observation is experiment, and you need
incorrect. Observation is not experiment. Thank you very much. Shut the fuck up.
We'll see there.
25 minutes after the hour. Yeah. You said it can be conducted without experiment. From the University of Rochester. Shut the fuck up.
Amen.
All right, we're gonna keep it chill. Just let him answer. Listen. You don't understand. He's ahead of you, bro. I'm moderator. Okay, he's ahead of you right now. You don't listen, buddy. Listen. You refused in front of everyone to answer the yes or no question. You then said that observation was experiment. He's now addressing that because you did indirectly answer the question by stating that claim. Okay, now he's gonna talk and explain it. Then you'll get to rebut it. Okay, cool.
So, at 25 minutes after the hour, when I asked you the question, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Essentially, you said yes by observation, which is fucking idiotic. So, From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. I could stop right there, but where's the fun in that? From Lure's Introduction to Theory and the Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, the only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our minds.
I think
From
modern science would disagree
I'm
with you.
not fucking done yet.
Come on, man. Chill out. He's presenting citations, man. This is a debate. Is this your first time?
He's heated. Is the problem?
Well,
I've been here.
Your emotional response to his delivery method is irrelevant. Just let him do the citations. You're a big boy. I think if he's got a little assertion in his voice, you're not going to die. So just let him read them off. He's he reads them animated. I like it. I personally, I think a lot of the viewers may agree that it's pretty entertaining. The animated pronunciation based on the capitalization. And that's a rhyme too, bro. Soak it in, man. Let him finish, and then it's your turn. It's very simple.
We can do this, in a civil way, or,
It's not civil to interrupt people during their presentation of citations directly relevant to the subject.
No
It's
matter
also
how
not particularly
lofty,
civil to tell somebody
no
to shut
matter
the
how
fuck up.
lofty, no matter how
Okay, well,
lofty.
we're all going to pretend we're not 5-year-old girls, and he's going to finish. Okay.
Can I continue?
You can, yeah.
I'll allow it.
Do I even need to continue because you're fucking toast? You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Oh, yeah.
From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. From the Feynman lectures, Dick again. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. So according to Dick, for something to be natural science, it must be validated by experiment. From Max Planck, experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. The prosecution rests.
Sure, I would disagree with you.
Okay, the court
disagree
has
with
now.
me?
The court will now allow you to explain your disagreement.
Yeah, I mean, your assertion that observation and experiment are completely detached from one another.
Yeah,
is
they are.
wrong.
Yeah,
It's just-
really. Define observation, then define experiment.
Well, apparently we don't have to define terms around here.
Yes, we do. I just defined them for you.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You can.
Sorry, now
you can
you're
believe
okay.
what you
So
like.
wait, time out. The
See,
fundamental
we're
thing
not within
Go ahead.
the substantive portions.
Shut the fuck up.
The fundamental thing on the table here is you're disputing that experiments are not just observations.
Now,
Is
hold
that-
on a second. Let's deal with the first subject.
I'm
He
into
said
a
that-
corner of
that-
semantics. Is what's
Shut
happening.
the fuck up. Let's deal with the first subject before he red herring fallacies away. I just destroyed his dumbassery. He said natural science can be conducted without experiment. I have universities, fucking Feynman, fucking chair of physics at Yale, Max Planck. What else do I need? Just debunked him. And he said
Right.
it was me.
But
Do you think I'm Max Planck?
Q, he's going to reiterate the Socratic method, like the request for the Socratic method. But so just to clarify, before we move on, you understand and acknowledge, you concede that natural science requires experimentation based on these citations.
No, I think all science requires experimentation.
Okay.
I also, though,
Why didn't you
believe
say
that
that in the beginning?
observation
Uh-oh.
is a form.
No, it's the observation's not an experiment, you dipshit. So he's debunked. Now he's going back on it. It says, and I agree with the statement that all natural science requires experiment. That's the only point I was trying to make. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, okay, but to be fair, yeah, continue.
Oh.
So your next point was to say that observation is experiment. I want a citation for observation, the definition, and then I want a citation for experiment, and then I want you to connect the two in live stream right now.
You want definitions of every single word because
No,
we can't
two
use
words.
language to communicate.
Observation and fucking experiment. Not every single one. Observation for a claim.
Just asking for a cite. He's asking you, can you cite?
Can I Google the words observation and experiment?
Well, okay, what's
Sure
the
can.
Socratic? The Socratic method is defining of terms for proper exchange. You've basically requested that earlier. You couldn't even show intellectual honesty to answer a simple closed-ended question. We've struggled all the way through it. We're now finally to the big moment that you so desired. Okay? So let's just try to be cooperative here, right? It seems you're where you wanted to be. Your big, profound claim is that observations are experiments.
They certainly can be.
Where, when, and how?
I just
you
looked
make
at an
an
empty
observation.
dipshit. I just looked at an empty dipshit. That must be an experiment.
Sure, you can call it whatever you like.
Oh my god, you can't call it whatever you like. The Socratic method is we agree on an objective definition to continue forward. That's the opposite of call it whatever you like. Literally the
Yeah,
opposite.
it's just this is all just very much intellectual
Semantics.
dishonesty.
No.
And semantics. Yeah, you got it.
No.
Perfect.
I just knew that was one of your only go-tos you have here. I was very clear about what I just said. The Socratic method is properly defining terms for intellectual exchange and the efficacy thereof. Right? Okay, so to then invoke to request that and then say call it whatever you like is literally they're literally antithetical to one another.
Yeah.
From the Oxford English Dictionary, observation is the action or process of observing something or someone carefully in order to gain more information.
Okay.
Remember carefully. Gain information.
No, fuck no. No, you fucking moron. It's looking at something.
Sorry, I just couldn't help but
So
laugh
you asked to define observation, and
Yep,
I
I did.
Do you
Okay.
disagree with that definition?
Yeah, with your emphasis on your last part of your horseshit.
You disagree with the emphasis of definition.
I don't disagree with it. No.
You agree
you can
with
use it. Go ahead. That's fine. Now define experiment.
You agree with
That's
being
fine.
able to get the
Define
information
He said it's
from
fine.
observation.
He said it's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, according to the Socratic method, I'm trying to establish where we're at, right?
Well, yeah, you added a little
up.
nuance, like emphasis on the word, and that was super lame and nothing to do with intellectual honesty or the Socratic method. So
I thought
we get
emphasis was exciting for the audience.
Go
But
ahead,
that's what
go ahead and enlighten us with the next one, man, because
Right.
you're about to show us an
Experiment.
equivocation fallacy.
A scientific procedure undertaken to make discovery, test a hypothesis, or demonstrate a known fact.
Wrong.
So the
Yeah,
definition
that's-
is wrong.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
if you're talking second grade, if you're in second grade, jeez Louise.
Yeah, fine, then what definition of experiment would you prefer to use?
The seventh grade one.
The seventh grade.
What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
The 7 constituent parts. Again, this is
The
semantics.
three, let me listen closely. What are the three, 1, 2, 3 constituent parts of an experiment?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. Please enlighten me.
So you don't know what a fucking experiment is. So how do you know that observation is the same as experiment?
Fair
Well,
question.
you disagreed with my definition. So
You disagree with my definition. Don't really care about your definition of observation. You don't know what an experiment is. So how do you know that observation is the same as experiment?
it seems like you're the only person that's
Listen,
bringing up
it
any
seems-
discrepancy.
Fuck you.
Dude,
You're
my
fucking
man,
done.
you gotta be more honest, bro.
You're done. So I'll tell you. You ready? 36 minutes after the hour experiment from Penn State. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent.
Let me just stop you right
Shut the fuck up.
At 36 minutes past the hour, it is time for me to depart.
Yeah, right.
Oh, very convenient, dude. Very convenient timing, bro.
It's been
Did he
nice.
leave?
I've been here
Hey, dude,
for
okay, that's cool.
5.5
Man up,
hours.
man up. You got 5.5 more minutes then. You know, this is not the time, bro. You just drug us all through the Socratic method. So important. We're about to define the experiment. You finish this part. We're going
I've
to
had
experiment.
a fantastic conversation with many of you.
Okay.
I hope to do it
I
again.
mean, I don't think that's a good look, bro. I don't know what you're doing right now.
I don't think there's ever a
Now,
point where I
Tender
could leave
Clown,
and
you
be
wouldn't
ahead.
know. You wouldn't know what spectrochocoloscopy or natural science or experiment or observation were if they climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire. You tracking with me, sunshine?
I hope to have a wonderful conversation with you again, Mr.
Fuck
Blunt.
off!
You're kind of funny, man. Hey, just stay open-minded.
Oh.
Stay open-minded, man. I mean, we're not all going to hold your hand and skip off into the sunset with you or whatever, but you should just understand the point of what he's saying, bro, okay? So the scientific experiment, a natural scientific experiment, is a very specific thing, okay? It's actually very specific proof of things, and it's important to understand it. When you start to conflate it into philosophical ideas of anything I look at and come up with a story of, you're going to fall off into La La Land, bro. So.
Sure. Yeah. Well,
Yo,
like
is
I
this
said,
what
I hope to continue it.
Is this what cognitive dissonance looks like in real life? Wow, this is beautiful.
It's
beautiful.
Your departure is a little distasteful, bro. I'm rooting for you overall still, but
I'm not anymore. I was, but I'm not anymore.
I'm still pulling for you, man. You can still come back,
Well
bro.
done. That's it. Great job moderating. You know, this has been thoroughly enjoyable on this end. Telling you, I just need popcorn, bro.
Well, that's what it's about.
Well, you're still here. So the 3
I'll see you
constituent
later,
parts
gentlemen.
of an experiment are the variables. So it's independent, dependent, and control variable. The dependent variable is the observation you keep talking about. That's the first step. The observable phenomena is just the first step. That's your dependent variable.
He's gone.
You dip, bro.
Okay, well, I was gonna make hear it like because when they get in the Cognitus robot stage, dude, it's like they can't help but hear it. It's a very weird phenomenon. Like when they full Cognitus out, they can't like articulate things back. But that's when you can really hit them. It's like you've gotten past their, like brainwash guard. Does that make sense? Like when the full effects of Cognitus kick in, dude, it's like you can MK Ultra them for the good side.
Here, I thought it was going to be a dull evening.
I like Witsit's fucking concerned trolling right at the get go. I was loving it. It fucking energized me.
No, man.
I just wanted to make sure this guy kept engaging.
Yeah, he's one of those ones that you just want to savor the taste sometimes. I guess it seems like when he came in here, everybody wanted to go. He's got the epic levels of sophistry, man, this guy.
This
And
dude said he was in here for 5 hours.
Yeah, he was in it, dude, earlier. He was on one. Like, we hit him on every front. And now, at some point, I was just like, yeah, just let everybody in here have a go at him, maybe, Then QE came in, I was like, oh, boy.
That's hilarious.
Just demolished, like, on every level. And everybody did really great, except for my outburst.
Dude, literally every point. It was so fun. And, like, I was kind of like taking the victory and breezing through it, and QE wanted blood. He's like, no. Admit it. No.
That part's funny. We're all trying to hold QE back.
Yeah, that dude tasted blood and it was over.
Like, be nice.
He's like, no. I don't want to hear about his red herring.
Oh, shoot. We should practice that more. Like,
because everyone here knew, like, dude, QE, he's walking into you just slaughtering, like the decapitation, and like QE obviously knew that, It's like he wanted every drop of blood, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
We should come up with a safe word.
I had to cover my eyes.
Distraction.
Oh shoot, this is gonna be bloody.
No, I just wanted to let it happen, man. Just let it happen.
Yeah, but he was kind of imploding so much that I felt like I had to save him, or you were just gonna get muted. We tried. I mean, I guess he ran away. So
who else we got in here?
Man.
Mad respect to anyone that would step up to the plate right now.
Yeah. You find someone to step up to the plate after that one.
I mean, I was about to rapid attack him with the constituent parts.
There's use with listening pass only. Could give him a chance.
Yeah, man, come holler at us.
Hey, Use, are you there? Hello.
Are you talking to me?
Use? What's a ute? Anyway, okay.
My buddy's here, and he wanted to get in on the discussion.
Where is he?
Where?
Oh, bring him in.
Yeah, he's in my room with me. It's my
All
roommate.
right, I just started. Go ahead. Let's start him off.
Like he's physically with you. Okay, yeah.
Hi guys.
How's it going?
What up, bro?
Hey.
Alrighty. So just quickly from my side, I'd heard some of the stuff you're talking about, and I thought that I share with Anton the research that I was doing 2 years ago, and it led me to also study this topic more in depth and connected me with a few other people who studied that, and so I put together a post kind of with this information, and so I'll just read a few things from that, just really quickly, okay?
All right.
So the critical density of the universe and the cosmic microwave background indicate a 3 torus universe. What does that mean? Because it's probably not helpful for us to think of the Earth as kind of a 3-dimensional sphere, or even just a flat plane. That
there's a
Yeah, go
toroid of electromagnetic energy, but the Earth itself is within the inertial plane within the magnetic field. The Earth's a topographical plane with upturned edges that holds the water, but that's the physical part of the toroid, which is the magnetic field.
Right. And we are embedded in this field, and it's, if you research 3 torus or 3 sphere, you'll find more information on that object, but we're not on a 2 sphere. 2 sphere would be a 3-dimensional sphere. So 3 torus, linear, flat in 3D, but topologically identical to the globe.
Horus is not topologically identical to the globe.
No. And
Right,
like
yeah.
It has non-trivial fundamental group. Unlike the
I
globe.
made a pretty clear distinction between like the tangible Earth and the torus, though.
The land appears to be flat and in the zone of stillness in the middle.
Yeah, like I can show you a picture of like a ferrocell of a magnetic field. Have you ever seen one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like there's a thing called an inertial plane. It's where everything
Exactly.
levels off, right? That's where we
Yeah.
live. Yeah.
Right.
It's the only place that could sustain life.
And there's there's more.
Let me find you a picture.
The critical density of the universe.
Yeah, 1 second. I got a question for the gentleman. Is he presenting this as a claim that he stands by, or is this just some information that he wants to give to the room as food for thought? I don't know how this presentation is coming across, so I don't know. Can you explain, friend of the guy?
Sure. I'm reading from this post that I put together. So and it's
Right.
And
you can post it. You can
yeah,
post
I
it.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to share it with Anton, and I need to get it to his computer. It's on my phone right now.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
what I was just asking, are you standing by this claim that you're presenting, or is this something that you're just giving us like to think about a different way of looking at the Earth?
Well,
I mean, what are you doing? Like, I don't know what's your.
Sure. I mean, it's both. I personally think that uh, I think that the flat Earth discussion, I'm kind of over that. Because I feel like many people they're just concentrated on this issue instead of kind of going further and being open and even not to understanding everything. So the universe is both motion and stillness at the same time, and that is kind of and
All right.
there's.
So,
no such thing as stillness. So
all right. So
Well, actually,
this
stillness is
sir,
actually the source of
sir,
our
sir, yeah.
of
Let me just come in real quick. So what you're saying is it's not the globe and it's not flat Earth. It's something else. Is this correct? Yes or no?
um, yes, because both globe and flat aren't they don't
All right, correct. So it's another cosmology that you're going to present to the room to see if we can agree or disagree with what you're going to present. That's all I wanted to get clear as far as like the foundation of what you want to present. That's it. So
right.
Go ahead.
Uh, well,
Okay.
yeah, it's,
Good. Well, I want to address your point. You kind of see what I'm saying. If you look in the voice text, dude, I flipped the picture over. This is a magnetic field, right? And so you see what's above us. Okay, so that white line through the middle is the inertial plane. Now, we objectively have a magnetic field in the Earth. Okay. The inertial plane is the only place that could sustain life. So the Earth's right there, and measurably and provably so. Like you can measure and prove that the Earth's a topographical plane, just objectively. Even you can measure the floor of the ocean, the flattest place of the Earth. So anyway, that there is a toroid, right?
Yeah.
And so if you look at the picture right above that, that's more pictures of ferrocells. And of course, conveniently, we can't go to the center of the Earth; it's illegal. So there you go. I mean, there's no tangibility. You see the white line goes through the middle. If you follow it all the way to the edge, you'll see how there's a line right above it that curves up, right? Somewhere in between those two white lines on the edges would be Antarctica. Like it's a higher elevation. It's a basin. It contains the water. It's the highest elevation in the world. Okay, but that's all within that white line area because that's the inertial plane. It has to be within the inertial plane.
And not only the Earth, actually most scientists will agree that the entire universe is flat. So this has been, even mainstream scientists, over 99% agree on that. And you'll even find on Wikipedia articles about it. So it's interesting that, people are having a hard time thinking about Earth that way, but the entire universe seems to be okay thinking about that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it's a flat universe, but even there we have to kind of extend that thought further because, what appears flat to us may actually be curved. So,
just not the surface.
Like there may be some declination or overall declination or inclination to the surface of the Earth. I for one, am not going to say there's not. I know for a fact that it is not a globe, it's a topographical plane. But if there is some type of elevation increase at the center of it and the outsides of it, I would find that to be hyperlogical. I also have to acknowledge that both of those areas are inaccessible, like literally by force. Or I would go.
Yeah.
Like you can't go to the center, man. You can't even go look at the center of the surface of the Earth, man.
That's good of them to say that the universe is flat, considering that the universe is the Earth system. That's what the entire universe is, a contained system.
Yeah.
Like no one here, by the way, dude, is saying we know exactly what the Earth is in entirety. We don't make a shape claim. Flat's not a shape claim. Like flat's the description of a surface, right? It's not like it's a topographical plane. It's like a binary term the government probably put out there to say flat Earth. But we're not gonna run away from the term now. This is the subject that has the conversation in it, which is they lied about the Earth, and you can prove it.
I'll even go as far as saying that Earth is not a closed system.
Which is interesting.
Is it? For me, what's the closed system?
Well, that's an interesting conversation.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, pressure. So what is it like leaking out slowly somewhere?
no, I don't think he's saying that. He's not saying that. What,
You
like,
understand
he's
where I'm
not
going from
the
with
gas pressure is obviously contained. It's like, can you go downstairs and upstairs? Like, in theory, like it's
But I mean, what's
yeah.
a closed system? No matter can come through.
Right, yeah,
Right?
exactly. Which
Matter
I don't
did
know.
come
I
through,
don't
right? Matter did come through.
be a bit more specific.
With what Connie was
Going
talking about.
theological, what about you? I'm talking about the when the firmament was supposedly open or whatever.
Oh, it was open though.
Yeah, but those are supernatural actions and causes.
No,
It was-
closed system, no matter can come through.
What science?
It was closed. It was closed back though, man. That's why we have the rainbows. The reason the rainbow. This is obviously my opinion. No one get triggered, but when the Bible or whatever you want to call it says that the rainbow shows the Creator won't flood the earth anymore, there is a reason for it. There's a reason He showed us that to show that the earth won't be flooded. If that story were true, there has to be a reason. And yeah, it's showing you that the firmament's closed. Every time you see it, you see that the firmament's closed. So you have no threat of those heavenly waters coming on the earth again. Because it's closed. It's like literal physical proof in the moment that it's closed. So yeah, I just had to throw that in there because that's a really crazy thing that blew my mind when I first put it together. I don't know about the permeability of the containment or even the manifestation of it. I would say I do suspect it's in fact material, like the lowest, densest type of material you can imagine. And I say lowest, I mean like vibrational, like lowest frequency, very dense. But like it could still be permeable though. See, matter, I think everything of matter that exists is permeable. Well, it just objectively is. It's provably. Like everything can be penetrated. Not with other matter, that's a different subject though. So when you bring that up, I'm like, yeah, it had to be open. It's like, is it a closed system if certain frequencies can permeate through the container? And so then you have to get into a really deep philosophical conversation. Like, well, what different expressions is consciousness manifested, or whatever you want to call it. Like I like. Do you see? Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the permeability, or just like the ability to penetrate effectively. Like that is that's the only way I'd rock with you on the. Yeah, like it's a closed system right now. It was closed back up, and I think it's permeable though.
There's a few more things.
But I mean, but in future tense, well, according to what scriptures or whatever it says, it will be open back up, and matter will come through. So therefore, it's still not a closed system.
Well, yeah, definitely will. It won't be closed then. It's closed in the temporal.
I think the gentleman wanted to finish talking about it. Is the news cosmology. So I don't know if he wanted to finish.
I want to add, but also connecting with what you were just saying with being open here. There's astrophysical data suggests space-time might be flat rather than curved, and thus that it goes on forever. And I think this goes on to what you were just saying with being open. If so, then the region we can see, which we call the universe, is just one patch in an infinitely large quilted multiverse. Meanwhile,
okay,
a lot of quantum mechanics dictate
So the
that there are
universe is flat,
number
but
of possible.
Let's let him finish. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
Shut up. Oh, sorry. Shut up.
Well, just yeah, it's okay. He's been cool. He's got his opinions. He seems chill. I mean, sorry to interrupt. Finish your point, man. There's astrological data that explains that curvature of space-time isn't curved, and the entire mechanism that is invoked by relativity has been refuted, and therefore we're in a multi-dimensional universe. Is that correct?
Well, just that it's, there's different theories on, the universe. And also when we look at the cosmic microwave background radiation, there it becomes interesting because up until recently, everyone agreed that it was flat, the entire universe. But now a new way of looking at it, suddenly some are saying, hey, it might be curved. And here's actually just a last text from another text from Walter Russell, a guy who was kind of, channeling, in deep trance state, all kinds of stuff. He wrote down many books and cosmologies. And what he writes is that there is no part of this physical universe that is without curvature. He talks about the cathode and the anode and the poles, and he's got the whole cosmology kind of. It's quite interesting what he says, and I think another point to look at is the Bhu Mandala, which is the Vedic universe. So in the Hindu system, they had some super advanced beings, our ancestors, that had gotten experience a view of the bigger picture, and they wrote it all down. And they're actually also the Earth that we know is just a very small part of a much bigger landscape. And Bhu Mandala, it's called, and there you will find exactly, and you can actually see it's kind of like the atomic model. There's a top part and a lower part, and there are rings that are built like concentric rings, and it's a bigger kind of spherical system that, but it does have a flat plane part to it, and it's kind of like a standing wave. When we look at water vibration and we get it vibrating with sound, we can actually see how it behaves. And I was working with a guy in Hong Kong, and he was creating soap bubble cymatics. And when you get a soap bubble to vibrate with sound, you'll suddenly see even more interesting patterns there. And on a few of the frequencies, you'll, for example, see at the top northern pole kind of, geometrical shapes taking form, and you'll see at other times, depending on the frequency, like square cells taking place on the surface of the bubble. And I think that, and there's another guy that I work with, Mark Jennis. He's on Instagram as well. You can find him, and he is all about relating the Earth to the scientific model of vibration, to the Higgs model. And he says at the North Pole, you can find underwater, the Lomonosov Ridge, and there's a needle kind of extending underwater, very thin, going up like a crystal vibrating, and around it, and there's actually water. The water is actually curving down towards the North Pole. So it actually is, there's a small curved part, and then it becomes flat, but there's some curvature of the water at the North Pole and a needle below it. And he compares it to the Higgs model, which is just a quantum atomic model where it's also vibration and kind of like a cell resonating. And when we can make that relationship between Earth as a bigger system and the quantum atomic model, and we can see the relationship to it, it may help us understand it even better as well.
Interesting, bro. So this is Lawrence Krauss, pretty infamous physicist.
Yeah.
So we won a Nobel Prize in physics.
And what I was quoting as well, Lawrence Krauss. Yeah, and he was talking about the CMB data, and that it's and that would point to the Earth being actually at the center.
Right. Yeah. So I just dropped a quote where he talks about it.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, right? So in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. See, the Earth is within a plane, and you can say there's a celestial sphere if that floats your boat. There's a toroid, and it's just been known about for a long time, right? So when they say they went to the moon, which they clearly didn't, and then they now say they can't go back because of the radiation belts. And they're just talking about electromagnetic energy within the toroid. It's impenetrable. So you see, if the Earth is stationary, that changes everything. And the shape has got to go. It's been debunked. So, to be honest, a stationary sphere doesn't even make sense. So. Doesn't make any sense. Matter would never ride that way.
There's the Georgia Guidestones are interesting because it's a very simple geometric structure. It has a hole drilled for the celestial pole, near the Big Dipper that is kind of, fixed, and that all our ancient, ancestors were kind of, fixed upon. And there's a lot of
Polaris.
Polaris, that's and they're called Dhruva Loka in the Indian cosmology, and so they have the moon cycle, the metatonic moon cycle, which is like a 19-year moon cycle that is embedded in many of our calendars that we didn't get as a mainstream. We have a kind of dumbed down calendar and language system, and but the Georgia Guidestones have like 3 different astronomical features, and one of them is the seeing the celestial pole, which is fixed.
Yeah, I actually went there and took a time lapse of Polaris through the whole.
Nice.
Yeah, and then it's a clock calendar and I'll get the picture.
Yeah.
Which would only work if the Earth's not moving. You would have spent like $1 million on some stones that would only temporarily be valuable if the Earth was moving. Yeah, also you have to acknowledge that everything's electric. There's a substantive background medium. It's the only way that you could explain any motion of bodies. Any motion of bodies in the sky can only be explained in quote-unquote bodies. Oh, I don't know what they are. But there's a substantive field of energy. It is the only viable option. Nikola Tesla would tell you that as well. A long time ago. In fact, he would say, any attempt to explain the movement of the heavenly bodies without the acknowledgement of a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. But I'm not saying this because Tesla said it. I'm saying it because it's just, physically an axiom. Physical axiom.
Did Tesla ever hint that he knew the Earth was flat? Or I know he had some kind of essay where he said eight I don't know what it was, 8 scientific questions which are answered incorrectly, something like that. I was just wondering.
Okay, so he tried to actually build a tower on a globe, diagram it, and he found out that didn't work. He also has another quote. I mean, I read as much as I could find back in the day. I was everything I could find, but that's only so much, But anyway, he said when he was younger that we know the Earth's, or that he alludes to the fact, the quote unquote fact, the alleged fact that the Earth was proven to be a globe by the discovery of the Americas with Christopher Columbus.
Oh, he said that.
Yeah, he just briefly alluded to it. Yeah, and so what is funny about it is we all know that entire story is a lie. It's just misinformation and dumb, and in no way proves a globe.
Yeah, definitely.
But it shows that even the brightest, arguably one of the brightest people in the last century, could get propagandized and brainwashed in school.
Oh yeah, yeah. It has nothing to do necessarily with IQ or whatever. Very smart people are taken in by the fraud, this hoax. But
yeah, you're young when you're told these stories, but the point that's interesting is that when he would try to make a tower to energize the world, that was literally what he was trying to do. He did not rock with the globe diagrams very long. And so it's interesting, right? I mean, for him to actually make all of his steps, his innovative steps, required him to discount any presupposition of curvature of Earth.
So you're saying is through his experiments, he must have at least implicitly realized that accounting for curvature would just lead to dead ends.
Yeah, and then basically it's possible that he just breezed through it on some whatever, treat it like it's flat. He was just trying to prove something. But what's really interesting is he was working on what's called the dynamic theory of gravity. He said it would definitively put it into the insanity that is relativity.
Really important.
And it never came out, man. And like he gave his final speech like 81. And when he was 81, he was talking about like, you know, how he was about to bring out the dynamic theory of gravity, and it's already ready, but he just wanted it to be so perfect and indisputable and irrefutable. He was like obsessing over like he was obsessing over its perfection, basically. And yeah, man, then he was, he died in a suit in his bed, arms across his chest. Supposedly 3 days after, a couple dudes in black suits visited his hotel that he was actually secretly engineering and having built to be the tower that would supply energy, which is definitely some gravy to look into. You can like show that he had like literally he picked the hotel based on its height. There was a sweet spot basically for his tower, and then it had the parallel shafts on the outside. So anyway, long story short, like I can only imagine what all is in the 2/3 of the info of his writings that the government took. We'll never know.
What
We
was
would
it like?
never know.
Trump's uncle, like, he got like the what was all that? Like, he got the papers that they confiscated from Tesla's apartment.
Yeah, it was actually his uncle worked for the FBI, and he's the one that went in to grab it. Yeah, one of the people that went to grab or seize his writings. Specifically, like he had chests of information, like big chests.
Yeah, he had he like you said, he had some kinds of theory of. I mean, I'm not super familiar, but like vibrations. I mean, he thought there was some way to get infinite energy through like resonance frequency, something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and he said everything comes down to energy, vibration, and frequency. But what is the difference? Those are just like ice, water, and steam. Like those are the same thing. It's just all water. Different versions of. And I guarantee you he would tell you the same thing, of course. But the reason that's important is because, like, what's the difference in matter and vibration? And, like, is anything ever actually at rest? If it has a resting resonance, then it's never technically at rest. It's like the player that's trying to go in on 4th down, waiting for the coach to put him in. He's on the sideline, kind of warming up, but he's just like moving, like stepping back and forth a little bit, just kind of getting loose, always ready to amplify energy. No such thing as being at rest, and everything is vibration, and matter is nothing more than a lower frequency that has like this substantive residue that we call matter. Allegedly. Now, this is this kind of stuff that we should be exploring in quote-unquote science, but, And then a Glober would say, go get your Nobel Prize. It's like, no, this isn't like I'm some genius. This is just provable. Like, it's provable that you can disintegrate molecules with frequency. So what's that do? What's up with that? Okay. So then what is weight? And I can manipulate weight with charge. Well, what is charge and vibration? What's the difference? Can you have one without the other? You see how we've just been tricked with the misdefining of terms. It's really crazy. And how to say charge, it's like you can't say, it's like pointing, like if you point in the freezer, you say, look at that ice. That's not water. It's like, what? Super weird. It is water, right? It's just frozen water. It's just a different state of water. So, anyway, there's my rant. Everything is a different state of vibration. Oscillation. Frequency is nothing more than the rate of. Everything boils down to vibration.
Yeah, I mean, so like matter, physical matter is literally just how we perceive something vibrating, right?
Oh yeah, effectively.
Some kind of particle, some waveform.
It has a tangible effect too, right?
Well,
that's
sure.
What matter is. Yeah, but it's like interesting. That's interesting that there's a tangible vibration spectrum. It's mind blowing. I would never expect to fully understand that until like the creator showed me or something. That's very mind blowing. But there's no other way. So if I can disintegrate molecules with frequencies, then the inverse should be true. Yeah. I mean,
guess so.
That seems to be the only viable way. Is my point though. Like it's like I get that I've never made matter pop out of thin air, and I do think you can. I literally think you can. And give me a few million, and maybe I can try to figure something out. But I don't have to. It's like, so if you only have two options, and so you can say, oh well, yeah, you can disintegrate matter with vibration, but you cannot create matter with vibration. Well, that doesn't make sense because the matter has vibration, and if you manipulate vibration and then make it no longer material, then you manipulated the intrinsic vibrational nature of the matter. All you did was manipulate the independent variable of vibration. Therefore, vibration itself as the IV would result in the effect of matter intrinsically inversely. So it's like, I hope I said that well, but
it makes sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Let's hear it.
Well, no. I mean, so do you think
you're not disintegrating matter, you're disrupting the intermolecular bonds. No matter is being destroyed. I'd like you to see you produce something from nothing.
But what if the nothing is just something on a different frequency we can't perceive as
fuck
physical
that frequency. He said that he can disintegrate matter. Matter, you can't disintegrate matter. What define disintegrate?
Dissipate from the material world.
No, you can't. You're not destroying or disintegrating anything. You're just, like I said, you're disrupting the intermolecular bonds. You're not destroying anything.
Yeah, but what if you could like disrupt those wave particles?
So hold up a second, Sleepy Joe.
All right.
Then you said if you could disintegrate matter, then you can create matter from. You're going to have to. Yes, you do have to show that. First point. Yeah, you're going to have to show that.
I already said I can't show it, man. I already said I can't.
Yeah, you can't.
My argument is not that I can show it, man. My argument is like, can anyone offer something else? Like,
No. It's not our job to offer an alternative for horseshit.
Oh, it's just everything is vibration, bro. I'm saying like that's just
everything isn't vibrate. If you describe everything, then you've described nothing.
Okay, well, all matter has the molecules themselves have like a vibrational quality. So it's like how do you separate matter from vibration?
Well, yeah, they do. I'm not. That wasn't your claim. I'm concentrating on the disintegrating part.
Yeah, it's a crazy speculation, QE. Okay, yeah. It's crazy conversation. It's a very deep conversation. I'm just saying my opinion is that there's no other viable alternative. As mind blowing as that sounds, I just can't see how else it would work. I'm actually interested in alternatives, but
I just had an issue with your premise, which led to your conclusion. Your premise was we can disintegrate, i.e., destroy matter. Therefore, why can't we create matter from nothing?
Yeah.
Who are you? So your premise was faulty to begin with. I just showed that. That led to your conclusion being a train wreck.
And by the way, it's not that why can't we do it? It's that it can be done. Like, and it's not from nothing because there's no such thing. And so it's from whatever the background medium is. But the creator obviously made matter as we perceive it. So it's like there is obviously a mechanism that exists built into the design of existence, if you will, that allows for it. Oh, of course.
His mechanism. Like, you'll never show it naturally. That's violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Please show the obituary for the first law.
All right, man. Are you gonna come to the funeral?
Yeah, I will. I'd be shocked. I can't wait to see this one.
Oh, man. As long as you admit you were wrong.
Who are you, Lawrence Krauss?
How dare you?
Oh, yeah, I figured that would send you over to you.
Yeah, no low blows. Come on.
Tech
No,
Kiwi, I have a question.
Low blows.
Low blows are you? Yeah, I guess that is pretty low.
Tech Kiwi, I have a question. We had about an hour and a half discussion earlier today with a guy who was trying to claim physical knowledge of a light in the sky. Is it appropriate to cut him off at that point? with spectroscopy or any other method, but being that it's a light in the sky.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, didn't you just hear the discussion that went on for a while there?
I don't know. I was here like for half the day just about dealing with this one guy, but for a long time, he was claiming actual
No,
knowledge
hold on.
based on light in the
Did
sky.
you hear the discussion I just had? I think it was over an hour, and exposed an empty dipshit with spectroscopy. Did you hear that?
Yeah. No, I missed it. I'm sorry. I went out.
Oh, okay.
Talking about Jimmy?
Yeah. The thing that happened today, that big event, and I really tried to cut it off at the point of knowledge based on something they're seeing and tried to explain the difference between an apparent thing versus a physical thing. Or anyway, and that was all.
But
yeah,
the only way
we
they
went
can
out with that. Why? Go ahead.
The only way they can try to do that is with spectroscopy, but I already showed that spectroscopy, one, they're hijacking the term spectroscopy, a legitimate measurement discipline, and then using it in their fairy tale cosmology, which it doesn't transfer, is what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
can't.
he was claiming physical qualities from what he was using the tool for, which I say that's impossible. Claim physical knowledge. Would that be a fair statement or a fair way to put it?
What the heck is
Well,
physical
he
knowledge?
claimed that the color he was getting had a specific
color,
a way to call. Yeah, it was a red shift or a blue shift. So he said that because of the something to do with the hydrogen, which I had a problem with hydrogen coalescing in the vacuum, and there was a lot of problems with it. I mean, it just seemed basic. He ended up admitting that it was basically a smudge in the sky.
Well, there you go.
Right. All right. Well, I just wanted to help because be able to cut it off whether or not there could be a claim of physicality, some physical knowledge of a smudge in the sky, basically. I say no.
We'll just go.
It's not tangible. It's apparent. It's by definition.
Just go
default.
review. Yeah, I didn't get into all that shit. Just go review the. I did it. You know, it's about time for another spectroscopy presentation, I think.
Okay, there it is in your lineup, and I do go through your channel a lot. You've helped me immensely. All right, thanks for the attention. That was the biggest difficulty today. Here,
It's time to do another one, right? I'm going to do gravity tomorrow for the next couple sessions on QE Live. We're going to go over science and ball busters on Saturday. I'd suggest y'all to show up. Just a suggestion.
I'll be there.
Only if you admit that I can create matter with vibration.
No, admit that.
I'll show up for that presentation, bro.
All right, Larry.
Okay, let's see what else I can press the envelope on.
Good Lord, Kraus. What a numpty dipshit.
Okay, so if I weigh something on a scale, okay.
What's weight?
That's what I'm about to ask you. So if I like introduce electrostatics to whatever I'm weighing on the scale, and I can make it, and then I like with the it's a Van de Graaff generator. So this is
that Van de Graaff generator. I already gave you the fucking cheat code for electrostatics.
That's true. That's true, but that's true, and that does also make the same point. But this is the question I've been asking Glovers. It's like if I introduce electrostatics and then I make whatever we're weighing on the scale floats, how much does it weigh?
Yeah, you'd have to define weight first.
No, that's what I'm making them do. I'm taking away their bullshit definition of weight.
Yeah.
Because they
They're
have to
give
admit,
it to you.
Yeah. Well, they go down fighting to the death. That's their god.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They're not going to give it to you. Most don't know what the fuck it is anyway. You'd get 5%, maybe 3% that might know what it is in their know what it is in their paradigm. 3%. Yeah.
And maybe. But like it's funny because they just kind of short circuit with that question, right? Like it just kind of proves. So like what you're saying is I can manipulate electrostatics and I can manipulate something's weight. Well, let's talk about gravity. Well, what is that? Comes from gravitas. That's what that word is. Oh, that means weight. What a coincidence. Look where we found ourselves. So it's like, just go ahead and throw everything you've ever experienced on the earth. Go ahead and trash that as a gravity argument. You do not possess such a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty lethal blow, man. I mean, you can just
about...
rip gravity from them anyway. But
we're going to rip it tomorrow, man. Again, well, 10,000th time, but yeah, I'm going to do it again tomorrow at 1 p.m. U.S. Central.
Huey, for example, with any downward bias of gas, that would be the definition of reorganization, right?
Downward bias of gas, man.
Yeah, but just the claim itself without the vacuum, for example.
No, there is no
just
downward bias.
That alone. Yeah, that's what I mean. It would be a violation of the tendency to expand in all directions. It would be a reorganization. Yeah. All right.
It would violate the second law and Brownian motion.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I got the question. I know you want to answer. Huey, I know you want to answer this question. Why do we have a pressure gradient?
Why do we have? Oh my God. Well, that's from like 6 years. I would. Oh my goodness gracious. Man.
Well, obviously, okay, but we have pressure. The only way you can have pressure is to have a container.
Yep.
And we have a gradient of pressure.
Yep.
Of course, again, the only way to have a gradient of pressure is to have a container.
Yep.
But it's like, so if I take a container and I put gas in it, if I keep a little hose in the bottom of this chamber and I keep putting gas in it, there's going to be a gradient. There's going to be a higher concentration at the bottom of the container. Well, that's convenient because we constantly have gas being introduced at the bottom of the container. And in fact, gas comes from underneath the surface as well. So it's being, so I mean, it couldn't exist any other way.
Yeah, that's pretty, it's just, I don't know. So I think one of them said it one time back 6 years ago, and then they all caught on to it. What about the pressure gradient? They still do it.
Yeah.
It's nonsensical.
This is the next part I say to him. So then I say, in addition to that, you don't need anything in addition to that. Okay, I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying it's a game to me. It's like to find the question that makes them short circuit. It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny. So then I say, okay, in addition to that, we have an electric gradient on the Earth that's measurable. It goes up 100 volts per meter.
Yep.
They hate it, bro. Just me saying that makes them shut down. It's not even a question. It's just like a statement.
Runtime error.
They're so scared of that statement, bro.
You want to get your popcorn statement? Ask them what a fucking triangle is. You're like 10 leagues ahead of them. Yeah, just ask them to define a circle or a triangle, then get your fucking popcorn out.
I think it's funny though, because if I ever come across a professor, I'm going to add like in person, which I'm gonna make sure that happens more than once, But like, I'm gonna ask them these questions. I just think it's gonna be super funny. I mean, because I put myself in that, like, in the other person's shoes. There's just legitimately nothing that you can really say. I mean, what you can say, if you're being honest, is like, if you're a Globe Zealot, like religious leader or a professor of astrophysics or something, like what you would have to say is, oh yeah, that's true, but gravity's also there. I just can't prove it, basically. Like you still have to acknowledge everything I'm saying, so it's pretty hilarious. Well, all right, well, I'm going to go physically use mine to make this Corona motor start spinning around. So, can you prove yours, please?
The Corona motor. That's a good one.
A little electrostatic like motor, and you put a string on it up in the air, and it'll start spinning. And the higher the string, the faster it'll spin. Because there's more positive energy. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Yeah.
That's creepy.
So I know, crazy. And so, but electromagnetism, Corona, like kind of there's some area that maybe I guess you connect, because like a Corona is like an electric connotation as well.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, like the corona of the field.
Oh, the sun's corona?
Yeah, effectively.
Is it
Like
related to my Sharona?
Yes, actually.
It has to be.
So it's like that means there's a downward current on the Earth, like an electric downward current. Which no duh, right? Because we have the equipotential lines going up, and so there's more positive energy the higher you go up, and there's negative energy on the surface, and so the positive goes to the negative. And it's like it's not very strong, you know, like you're not gonna run the neighborhood off the Corona motor with a string, you know what I'm saying? But it's just objectively there, is the point. And it's so much stronger than anything they can ever even claim to try to come show you gravity. So it's like it makes them break down.
The gravity argument really embarrasses them. You could go in any number of directions, as you already know, but it's a belly laugher.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's like they have to stay within the script of the religious dogma.
No, they're not going to stay. They'll start to make shit up because they're the left-wing fuckwit faction that I call them. They're anti-flat earthers. They don't even parrot their wiki fucking pseudoscience priest correctly.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll just, as you already know, they'll just make shit up right on the spot.
Dude, you can't even say a sentence without them disagreeing. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
Effectively, if they know you're a flat earther, like, for example, you get brought up all the time. It's like they just, dude, the infatuation with you is very fascinating to me. It's like, and you know, I'm so confused. Like, if I ever hear them bring up other flat earthers, it really is a wild thing. And we were talking about experiment earlier, and he just couldn't help but impulsively bring you up. And like, oh, you're just parroting QE. But that's their phrase they love to say, but they always bring you up. And it's like, dude, are you guys actually that insane that you can't even fathom thinking for yourself? Like they can't even think of that. They're like, wait. There's the only option is that you're thinking for yourself. So there's no way that's the case. People don't do that.
They don't have like agency. Like they don't have a sense of self the way that we do. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy.
These NPCs, like they think as a collective.
Yeah. I'll say even some flat earthers in a way are guilty of that, but it's just nothing. It's nothing like that. Like it's just so next level.
I think just if you can realize the Earth is flat, you've like passed a certain level of consciousness. So it's not quite the same, but yeah. I mean, I know.
I agree 100%. It's not even close to the same. But it still happens. It's like this electrostatic conversation makes people nervous. I'm like, oh man, don't make this weird, bro.
When you exposed that idiot, he was like what do he call himself? EM engineers? I can't remember.
Electromagnetism engineer. You gotta be more specific.
Yeah, something I can't remember. I can't remember his name. However, you were running circles around them. I think it was on Jem's channel. It was a while ago, but it was freaking hilarious. Oh, what's that dude's name? Because I rubbed it into him too. I said, so you got your ass handed to you. And he said, by who? And I said, well, what's it? You EM engineer, you. You didn't even know that fucking electrostatics is part of intermolecular bonds. You're a fucking clown. What's his name? I could see his face.
Dude, you're just saying like you're just pointing to a basket right now and asking me to point out the grains of sand, bro. I don't know.
You compromised it quick because you posted the citation after he clobbered himself. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and then they'll act like it didn't happen. Like, dude, it'll be like that guy earlier. Well, he just left, so he's a little better. Like he couldn't face the embarrassment or like admit he was wrong, but he just left. He can just sit there and act like it didn't happen, though. You know, that's
I'd
next
call
level.
it the respawn. Like just respawn like a video game or something.
Yo, that's
this
funny.
one guy.
Dude.
The one guy had the Mentos. QE's old enough to remember the Mentos commercial. Like every bad situation is made fine with Mentos. So hand out packs of Mentos when they come.
Dude, they're playing Globe or Halo. For real, they just respond back into the conversation like they didn't just get intellectually eviscerated seconds beforehand. It's insane.
Yeah,
It's almost admirable. It's almost impressive. But no, like I'm just saying, like some of these conversations even make flat earthers like uncomfortable, and it's like, bro, come on, man. Like we live in a crazy world. We've all discovered that they lied to us about the world itself. You know what I mean? Like there's no, like we don't know what's going on, man. We're trying to piece together what we do know. Like we're trying to figure out what can we actually know. So let's all just not make it weird. Like it would be shitty if we didn't figure anything else out. You know what I'm saying? It's like Flat Earth has probably grown in significant ways in like the 7 years it's kind of really popped up on the internet like that. It's like it wouldn't be ideal for me to be like, oh, this is where we are. We've pretty much sewn up every area that's very like tangibly provable. But I mean, I think that's arrogance to think that we figured it all out, and we shouldn't just like put ourselves back in that same type of confinement. Because, dude, I would never leave Flat Earth. That's not even a thing. But like, dude, I will buck, bro. If someone tries to start like confining me intellectually, I'll burn it to the ground, bro. Like, I'm not a part of it, dude. I'm never gonna be a part of it. It's the death of knowledge.
When you say things like destroy, you got to be able to remember there's rules that we work within. And one thing about destroying something is that or create from nothing, which is, I mean, it's a law we quantify, and it actually happened in creation, which is it's a really humbling thing for me. But I'll get off that.
Oh, well, I just say, well, when I was talking about earlier when QE interjected, like that's a crazy combo, man. That's like a stream on my channel type of combo. Like I don't know the answers to those things, man, but like it is interesting.
The answer's in nature, in the sense that nothing is shown evidence to destroy. Or the first law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, for sure. But then that begs the question: where does it go when it's no longer perceivable or detectable? So if it's not destroyed, then where is it? It certainly is not in nowhere.
What are you talking about? The breakdown of composition of a material based on breaking the bonds, molecular?
Yeah, with
there would
frequency.
still be the individual. Yeah, there would still be. I'm not going to say there'd be a body material, but it would convert to something that would add up back to what it was, because that's what it would do.
What if you're able to make the molecule
if you were to
no
add
longer...
up to prior to it happening and after it happening, and you had a way to quantify the entire measure, everything would be accounted for, is what I'm trying to say.
What if you were able to make the molecule itself no longer be detectable?
I don't know what happens. I can't imagine that.
Yeah, it's crazy. But
change form, yes. But
right, I agree with that. I think that's all
entirely.
I think all anything can do is change form.
Okay,
I don't think there's any such thing as nothing.
Well, then the word destroy or that sort of thing utterly might be, or the idea that it's implied utterly. But yeah, break it apart entirely, let's say with vibration. I had heard something about a building in New York, and the metal via the vibration was turned liquidy. And that was something to do with that. But that's something I just heard about. I never saw it.
Yeah, well, that's a well-known thing. Like you can do sonic welding, so you can use frequencies to merge metal.
Well, you almost all plastic wrap and then plastic seals on containers. That's all done with sonics. Yeah. I'm a tool maker, so I build that stuff all the time.
You can do it with metal. Like you can. That's insane, dude. That's insane. Sonic welding. So it's like I just don't want us to limit ourselves. I don't think I can answer the questions. There's a realm of vibration that we do not perceive. but it doesn't not exist. It's the height of ignorance to suggest it doesn't exist. So it's like, that's all I'm really saying about, like, when I bring up these quote unquote controversial subjects. Like, no, man, I'm just talking about logical axioms. And it's like, come on, man. If you're going to tell me that nothing exists, you just said a contradictory statement.
Well,
not
yeah,
you
like
specifically.
dark matter, something like that would be unquantifiable by the definition itself. So yeah, there would be no way to validate.
Yeah, but actuality is not dependent upon quantification anyway, right? Like, quantifying something is just a attempt to describe. Like, if I can't quantify, like, can you quantify the immaterial?
That's self-evident, something in the word or whatever.
Of course, you can't quantify the.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say.
You can't quantify the immaterial, or an attempt to quantify the immaterial is just. I mean, it's a cool story, bro, and it is in fact even useful because it denotes certain areas, like locations. So, like, when you look at phenomena and you use math to describe it, and it's reoccurring phenomena, and then you quantify it, like, the quantification method is valuable for replication purposes and stuff like that. And I'm not anti-math. I think there's a beautiful thing about math, and that's why I used to be good at it, I guess. It's like I was excited about it, so I'd be like, oh, how fast can I put this together without writing a bunch of steps down? But, like, overall, it's just a description. It's not anything other than that. And I think that we maybe we're quantifying things that we actually can't actually isolate materially. And
if it doesn't have physicality, or if it's just optical, I've really decided to myself there's no way to quantify a visual effect that you can't in any way affect.
Yeah, math.
Like
math
this guitar pick in my hand, I can quantify its size. There's certain things I can verify that about it. But a color at a distance, there's nothing. If there's no, say, the black swan without the known distances would be a useless image as well. Like there's not there, and it wouldn't be verifiably tangible in in what it would represent, say, in the sky. There's no way to verify anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I guess I don't want flat earthers to get duped into trying to explain things within the confinement of the assumption that nothing exists, and that beyond the material world is nothing.
Yes.
Almost every flat earther is logical enough to know that that's not even viable at all, because saying nothing exists is an oxymoron.
Yeah, so some people here are I don't know, they misinterpret. They just think it's like pure materialism. So like if you believe in flat earth, you just believe that everything is physical reality, and like math is just this totally made up construct. But yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's just not viable.
Well, say geometrically, I use math every day, and I use SOHCAHTOA regularly. I make parts that are precision, and as a matter of fact, the fact that engineering and precision cannot translate to, like, say, perfect numbers. So being that math is abstract, things like there's no such thing as a perfect circle, and that's a fact even in manufacturing, because pi isn't real. I think. Anyway, to go on would be, to have math, it does have function, but I have a part I'm working with. If I look at, say, a picture of a car and a car at a distance and say a picture, and then some of them were zoomed in and out, and I repeated that, there'd be no way to verify if it was the closer picture, if it was the actual car in the picture, or any of that. So there'd be no way to quantify any kind of a dimension into anything that would resemble reality. So I deal with the reality of geometry all day. And I know how stupid it is to say I'm going to look at a part from across the shop and measure it and quantify anything about it.
Exactly. Quantification is limited to perception, for sure. So it's like,
well, I hold a physical object, and then I can give it planes of existence. I can give it. It can be a refer. It can have reference points. Without physical, I can't do that unless I'm holding the part or have a reference, like say an optical comparator with an outline that part needs to fall within of that outline, which can be like 50 times zoom. It can be a really good tool for measuring precision, but if there wasn't the outline, I would have nothing to reference the shadow. You know what I mean?
yeah, like I guess to drive this point home, so because people maybe don't want me to keep talking about it, but it's like I think that math is effectively the kryptonite of mankind, and what I mean by that is like geometric visualization is much more intuitive, but the reason that it's effectively kryptonite, because we've both just agreed on like the value of math, and I think everyone would, is because we've now attempted to quantify the immaterial. And dude, it's just the height of man's ignorance, bro. Like that doesn't make sense. It's like you can do it, you can try to do it, but you're gonna keep having problems. Welcome to quantum theory. You're gonna always have problems because you're imposing a materialistic need to quantify. And so it's kind of like this stupid construct. Like if you were the creator or whatever you want to say, if you're outside of this place, like this stupid little primitive construct of counting, like, marbles, like that humans have come up with. They think they're so smart that it's like nothing can be correct unless it comports to their little marble counting. And so when you arrogantly extend it over into the immaterial, you're just running around with your head cut off. And this is an important point I'm making. It's like you can't quantify the immaterial, and that doesn't mean the immaterial is not there. It is objectively there, and that's like the biggest lie, bro. Because that shows the creator on more of an intimate level. Like it makes you feel it. It makes you realize that you can literally feel it. You're swimming in it. It's all encompassing. It's the lie. The lie. There's a blanket of energy and no one knows it's there. Even though they do know it's there, they've experienced it their whole life. They have dreams and intuition and telepathic type moments. They have all these crazy experiences they cannot explain. They have spiritual experiences with the creator, but they somehow or have been duped into thinking that it's not there. It's a very crazy phenomenon. I think it's the lie.
They have this hubris that they think that just human logic and deduction is like the ultimate standard of reality, right? And like, I mean, they're basically just higher level materialists. So they think like what you said, like intuition, like spirituality, all these like consciousness. They think that like this is a kind of just an illusion or just some kind of like artifact that we made up just from our like mechanical brains. So they can't admit that there's this extra dimension outside of just like logical deduction.
All right, the reason they're oblivious to the arrogance of it is it's sold as humility. Like the universe lie, like the solar system universe lie. It's sold as humility. Like it would be arrogant for us to think we're the only life in this vast, huge place, and we're this insignificant thing here. We should humble ourselves and realize that we're not. Blah blah blah. It's actually arrogance, though, right? It's like
exactly
it works because the arrogance is sold as humility. It's very intriguing.
Yeah,
like flat Earth shouldn't stop, man. They should not stop it. If you find out about the Earth and then you get shadow banned and you just kind of stop expanding thought and inquisitive pursuit of knowledge, they still won.
This shows their word game. So you know this Hubble quote, right? You brought it up, like this abhor the uniqueness of our position, something like that.
Uh-huh.
So what did he say? He said like basically he's saying that we have to be humble. We cannot like hold ourselves to be special somehow.
Yeah, pretty much.
But in fact, I mean, in in practice, they are holding themselves as special. They're holding themselves as like godlike beings who decide reality, right?
Yeah, and they hold
Man
themselves
is
as
the
like the
ultimate.
arbiter of the arbiter of truth. It's very arrogant. Yeah, it's hilarious.
That's their like inversion. It's like they'll say one thing and they mean the exact opposite.
Exactly. And he actually says like I don't know if someone's trying to talk.
Yeah, what's going on? Hot mic.
Yeah,
allow me guys. Yeah, allow me guys in the vacuum if I'm on mic.
Lumpy. Lumpy. Mods.
Yeah, I got it.
Mads.
All right. So I'll stop my little rant. You guys get my point though. Like, dude, there's something all around you. And I think that is the lie. There's a field of energy that extends all the way up into the amazing, miraculous cycle that you see that is the sky. And everything that you experience is special. It's literally beyond finite comprehension. And we are encompassed in the field of energy. It's because there's literally no other viable option. It's not like you can debate me about it. You can say that's a false binary and then offer a third option. If you don't do that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say about what I'm saying. You know, and I'm saying this not as some like arrogant, I'm right, you lose. I'm saying this because I want to help. Like, I don't want flat earthers to become stagnant.
Yes.
Like, that's terrible.
No, that I totally agree. I think there is a tendency that, we say we're open-minded, but like we kind of tend toward kind of an orthodoxy. Like we don't, I mean, I've certainly, I've like tried to ask questions here and people will kind of just like, I mean, I wouldn't say shut down, but they would definitely, oh no, we can't like stray from like what's already known,
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. We shouldn't just be like stagnant. We should, we should keep pushing our knowledge and, asking ourselves questions.
Yeah. I mean, dude, we look up and we see this crazy motion in the sky. Well, we know we're not moving and the sky has movement. So what's the causal mechanism of the movement? Now, do you have to know that answer? No. But dude, do you think it was put in front of you in such a way that if you get out away from the city, it's like you're literally speechless? Like, maybe that's the problem. Enough people haven't, like, I grew up in the South, so it was just a thing, but it has never been to where you see the stars so clear, you can't even fathom that there are that many of them. Like, there's so many of them that it's like, what is going on? It's so insane. No. It's clearly designed to put you in awe. And that's a beautiful thing, man. That's like a beautiful thing.
If you live in the city, you never see any of that. You just see like maybe one puny light or something. I mean, first of all is the light pollution, but then they also have all this like shit they put in the air, like the chemtrails and stuff. So yeah, you gotta go in the country and then you'll see. I mean, you'll see the majesty of like of creation.
Dude, like if you've never done it, you have to do it. It's like if you've never done it, it'll like change your life in a way. It's like really insane. And like if I ever need to be grounded, that's always like the perfect remedy.
And
it's very crazy.
Like you said, it's there for us to see. I mean, it's not, why are we here? We're here to observe the creation. We're here, it's not just random like gas, like they're saying, right? Like, so maybe it's not our place to know, but it's our place to, strive to know, kind of.
And so like then my point is, so we see this happen, and like to see this movement in the sky of these stars, and the stars are just so beyond our comprehension. It's insane, and only arrogant people would ever claim. That's why the lie is so freaking bad. It's like they got everyone thinking that they know every little detail about the sky. It's so backwards. But
they're trying to
we can we can address a fundamental thing. There's motion in the sky. Therefore, there is something causing motion. Like, this isn't like an unfounded claim. This is just like the only logical progression that exists. Therefore, there's a field of energy in the sky. I don't see how. What's the other option, man?
The other option is just that whatever, ignore reality, and their reality is whatever the scientific authorities say. So because those scientific authorities have positioned themselves as God, basically.
Yeah, but even the flat earthers, like we've, and I understand why. I understand the tactical reason why we don't make claims about the sky. I understand it, but I'm saying we need to stop capitulating to like a strict script to get anti-flat earthers to admit they're wrong. We need to accept that some people have eyes to see, some people do not, and some people just do not yet, and that's not up to us. And our battle is to get the real information out there for everyone to see, and then we've won. And you let the chips fall where you may. And it's very arrogant to think you could ever do anything other than that. It's unrealistic.
I mean, you're right. I mean, I think we have these sort of like tried and true tactics just for like the entry level people, and then like to get rid of the trolls, to diffuse them. But yeah, we shouldn't just limit ourselves to that. We should actually try to expand our knowledge. The problem is it's much harder to do experiments with like the sky. I mean, right?
Yeah,
I
of
mean, we
course.
need more instruments. So
Well, this is what I'm saying, though,
yeah.
right? This is my point, though. Like, so obviously, with a globe Earth proponent, you cut to the chase. You can't prove any of that stuff you're saying about the sky. Okay, but I'm now addressing that we have all these antecedents. Now, like the antecedents that we understand, they're limited to our comprehension, of course, but everything is. And so to have something propagate, it requires a medium, because that's what all observable phenomena shows us ever. It's the same thing with gas pressure. Yeah, same thing with gas pressure, man. Yeah, I don't have a piece of the container. That doesn't matter. There's a container on the Earth because it's just physical law. It's just a physical axiom. To propagate, have a medium. You have to have a medium. That's it. There's no other way around it. You can come up with whatever you want to, but it doesn't matter. You can deny it, but it doesn't matter. If you extend that up, we see movement in the sky. Okay, we have a field of energy in the sky. You can deny it, bro, but it's like, I think Flat Earth needs to be a little bit more bold, is what I'm saying. I think it's 2022. We've reached that point where we need to be more bold. That's how we're going to kind of glitch the matrix. We're like, really start to state some of these antecedents that seem to be really bold claims, but you find out when you try to present any type of viable alternative, you can't come up with anything. So you're stuck with what the flat earthers are saying. We need to take that. That's how we shift the tides, I think.
I think the tide's already shifted. I mean, I think we're winning. I mean, you can just see from the information perception. But I mean, just for our own sake, yeah, we need to push our knowledge. Yeah.
Well, like, okay, I think the tides have shifted sort of, but we're shadow banned, and so I went around the U.S. to test it, and almost everyone's heard of the idea of flat Earth, but almost no one's heard of what flat Earth really is. And so that's like the real world. The real world is almost everyone. Every person has heard flat Earth before.
But they
almost none of them know the real flat Earth position.
They won't tell you in person, so it's hard to gauge from the real world. But if you go on the internet, like a lot of people know, like a lot of people in the YouTube comments, a lot of people in various forums throughout. And at least from my experience, like some of the most prominent forums, like Flat Earth is basically, I mean, it's already won. It's already kind of accepted there. And there's just very clear shills trying to do damage control at this point. But yeah, I mean,
I used to ask people straight up. I mean, I guess it can be argued they may would lie, but I would just ask people, and I would have a mic a lot too as well. But I would just ask, like, have you ever heard that the Earth's actually flat? And people will say, "Oh, flat Earth, my cousin, my whatever." Like, they've heard it somehow, and like that's most people. But most people have only heard it that way. Like their mom told them about their brother's girlfriend's opinion
but
that the Earth's flat.
But think about it, dude. If they don't know who you are, and then you're asking them, they're going to be cautious. So, they might just say that, like, "Oh, I heard it from my buddy or something," and they're really just sort of,
Yeah, maybe so.
sublimating. Like, yeah, it could be
Maybe
that
so.
way, but it could, we don't. It's hard to gauge.
I hear what you're saying. Like maybe like uncomfortably to try to close the conversation off. Like, yeah, I've heard of it before. Whatever. Like, leave me alone. But from what I gathered, which it's we're so shadow banned that I felt like I needed to go into the world to kind of get a real litmus test. And obviously, it's not perfect for some reasons that you've brought up, and like just human nature in general. Trying to talk to people in public, and everyone cares about what everyone thinks, and the public's like the height of their fear, like being not accepted in public.
It's blasphemy to say the Earth is flat in the current paradigm, right? You understand? It's like if you say it, it's like people will lynch you. Like basically, if you go out and you just say it, like people will literally just turn. So like these people, at least that's what normies think, right? Maybe it's not really going to happen.
But what's interesting, bro, is what I found out is like I tested this out too. I encourage people, other people to do it. So like I never say flat Earth. I just like start asking questions that challenge the narrative, and it works its way through. And then they'll bring it up. They will say, "Oh, like dude, it happens all the time. People you would never think." They'll just say they don't believe it or they haven't looked into it or anything, but they're just like, like the flat Earth thing, or they'll say, "Oh, have you heard of? So, what do you think of flat Earth? So, what do you think of flat Earth?" I've heard that so many times. So, I guess my point is, and we know this, right? It's been pretty mainstream, like even like Logan Paul. So it's like everyone's heard of it. We have very famous people saying the words "flat Earth." Like they made sure everyone heard of it. That was a reaction because they knew that we were like gaining traction. So they just went ahead and jumped out in front of the cart, and they're like, "Okay, everyone's heard of it now." And the way everyone's heard of it's this way. And so then it's like Kyrie Irving says the Earth's flat. So now Shaq's talking about the Earth's flat, but then says, "Oh, never mind, it's not flat." And goes back on it. Steph Curry challenges the moon landing, but then goes back on it. It's like now my dad that watches the NBA has thought about the moon landing being fake and now thinks, oh, it's real. And someone that's younger would think it's fake until they really look into it and they'll find out that it's real. It's like they went out there and preemptively, we need to understand who we're fighting, like we need to step our game up. If we're just following a script and we're sitting around in a corner dormant and even intellectually dormant and we're not pursuing, like you can't acknowledge there's a background medium. You can't acknowledge that everything's intrinsically electrostatic and we have a downward electric current on the earth. If you can't start to absorb these big things, that vibration and matter, what's the difference? Like then they still kind of win. And a lot of people that are like intrigued by the idea, they're going to be handicapped by that. They're going to stop because flat earthers tap out a lot. That's just how they come across to them,
Dude, that's what they want you to think. They want you to think that we're on the back foot. I mean, the thing is that since they had to do these kinds of defensive tactics, right? They had to jump in front of the car. They had to preempt basically all these Zoomers. That shows they are on the back foot, right? It's like we need to realize that. Like we can't just like take what they're presenting as reality. So the fact is, they had to do something with the Zoomers to damage control. But those Zoomers, they're still children, right? They're going to grow up. Real life's going to hit them hopefully one day, and many of them will get shocked into realizing a lot of things they were told was total nonsense, right? So, I mean, it's not like those people are lost. It's not because we did anything wrong. It's just because so they have a way to get to the Zoomers in some through like some YouTubers or something. And then these Zoomers don't quite have agency yet, right? So, but we planted the seeds and then we need to wait for them to grow also. So I don't think we should just jump the gun and say what we're doing is not working. But I do agree that we should expand our knowledge for our own sake.
Yeah, like I think what we're doing is working great. I mean, we're doing the best we can and it's spilling over. What's happening now, which means this is the only time we're really succeeding, in my opinion. Like, well, we succeeded when we were free, but since they've intervened and not let us have a fair chance, this is the first time I'm seeing it spill over, as in I'm seeing the real representation of flat Earth which means just the basic, very mainstream strawmans are addressed and done away with. I'm seeing that start to become mainstream. So now it's going to get interesting, bro, because when you say that it's a disc in space and they show you a picture of water falling off of it with a bunch of spheres around it, that's one thing. When they tell you that, it's like, no, everything in the sky moves over top of it. The Earth's contained. It's stationed. Like, you're like, okay, this makes more sense. And that they're very, like, deathly afraid of that, I think. They can't even let us have a fair chance.
They are mortally terrified. Okay, you have to see how they read between the lines. It is not just like the fact that like whatever they think we're like a mild inconvenience. Like the fact that they're just freaking out, like doing all this damage control, like they are really terrified that this could really like crack the entire matrix if they don't do something. So that's kind of like why they're kind of overreacting now. And whether that's really in their best strategy or their best interest or not remains to be seen. These people aren't perfect. They're not God. They think they are, but they're not. I mean, they're just as human as us, maybe even less human. So yeah, I mean, don't fall for the demoralization. I mean, I think it's sometimes simplicity is the best way to go, right?
Yeah, like I think that we're winning, bro. Like I definitely think we're winning, but it's just we have to finish the fight, and I think it's somewhat relevant that people don't be so, at least come across so
Makes
dogmatic, because like it just aids cognitus. It's like whenever you're like, oh, you see, even my loved ones did this to me. So when I told them, they started spamming me with questions. And like I would answer all their questions. I know way more about every subject they're bringing up than they do. Like they don't know anything about the stuff they're asking me. I'm just like bow, 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 bow. If they can find one question, they're just in a desperate attempt to find one question I have to say I don't know to.
Exactly.
And so it's like they're wrong intellectually, but it's like, well, we can still kind of glitch the system out and find a way to not let them get away with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, you have to understand how people react in the moment is not like it's not like writing in stone what their entire beliefs are going to be for the rest of their life, right? You have to plant the seed, and you have to be patient. You have to let it grow. And if you push too much, then they'll kind of use that as an excuse to build up, some kind of wall of cog dis, right? So, I mean, if you show patience, if you don't show desperation, at least I think it's kind of more potent as far as convincing people. I mean, you have to show that you're on sort of this intellectually, superior position, and you don't feel like you need to defend yourself, right? You're presenting the truth, right? So you need to show that confidence. So yeah, like this tactic, like you said, where they kind of just start like spamming you questions. It's exactly what you said. They're just trying to get you to say something where they can ridicule, right? They can turn off. They're not actually looking for information. So I would just refer them to like, some kind of like either like videos or like, the information that we've compiled over the years, right? I mean, there's plenty of resources they can check out, but you need to give them time to sort of let these seeds grow, to sort of digest the information. And if you engage them at that moment, then you're kind of giving them an excuse not to look into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. They're like just looking for a way out. So like, I think that's definitely the move. And even I'm trying to realize that I didn't do the best job at this, but it's like, bro, flat Earth may not be for you. It's like just, bro, I don't need to convince you. Like that's why I started saying, don't make this weird. It's like kind of that idea in a phrase. It's like flip the script on them. It's like, dude, you're not being cool enough to have this conversation with, dude. I'm not trying to convert you. It's like flip the script where they have to find a way to swallow their pride enough to start asking you questions.
Awkwardness is good, though. I mean, you say don't make this weird. I know what you mean. You're trying to sort of flip the tactic on them, but like awkwardness is good because basically when there's awkwardness, people realize there is some kind of fundamental incompatibility in their worldview. Like there's something wrong. So if you just sort of let it sit, then like they have to acknowledge that there's something wrong with their worldview. But if you kind of diffuse it, if you kind of try to be like buddy, then they'll, again, they have a way out.
Yeah,
So,
I agree with that. But it's like normally when I'll say don't make this weird is when someone gets really mad. Like I used to just be on a mic in big cities and I'd be talking about the earth.
yeah.
And so like someone would scream at me or say the craziest stuff. I'm like, whoa, bro. The earth is flat. Don't make it weird. Like don't like whoa, bro, don't make this weird type thing. Like where it's like the idea is kind of the point I'm making, which is just it's like the cool kids club. It's like, dude, you can't sit at our lunch table anyway. That's going to make them really want to know what you're talking about at the lunch table.
I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like it's a way to get them to realize that they're just kind of like, chimping out. Like, yeah.
Yeah, like you got to get it. And then I guess you get a couple famous people, which is so crazy. I have famous people hit me up. Like they know.
Really?
Cool. But I'm saying they know, but they just can't say it. Or they've chosen not to. It's not that they can't. They can't. And they can't keep their financial status the same.
If they say it, like they'll get crucified. Like there's, depending how what industry they're in. Like there's people they probably people have dirt on them. So if they don't toe the line, they're just gonna get like totally destroyed.
Hey, check this out. Even if it's more simple than that. Hey, we're not, and I've always said this, and many people here in the server have said this many times. Nobody here is trying to convince you that the Earth is, whatever it is. We just present information that we've come across, and hopefully that you'll be able to see the same thing we do. If you don't, move on with your life. Nobody here is trying to convince you, one way or the other. But if you're curious, that's why I always like when new people join. Like, well, how did you find the server? Why are you curious about Flat Earth? Because we've been doing this for a very long time. It's not like we found you; you found us, right? So it's like we've been doing this, and we do it every day. So you found us. So why are you curious about Flat Earth? We're not trying to convince you. You came here. Right? Am I right? What's it?
Yeah, exactly. It's like that's if you just keep that vibe, we're gonna win for sure. It's like, and eventually the famous people will be able to say it, and once like a few famous people can really say it and not have too much of a kickback, then it's over. It's just completely over, because people really suffer from idolatry. So it's like
exactly. Yeah, they'll just do whatever the celebrity does, right? So as soon as like I don't know, like who's a big like Dwayne the Rock Johnson's like, yeah, like Earth's flat, dude, deal with it, and then the normies will flip overnight. Yeah, that's really all it takes. But that's why
very crazy.
All these people are under tight control by the controllers for a reason.
Oh yeah, well it's like really. They're just under control by money. Like I know famous people, they don't get called every day and like given a script. They do whatever they want. That's why they don't want to give it up, because they're able to do whatever they want. Like legit. Pretty much anything that they want. So they don't want to jeopardize that, and they'll have conversations off the books all day about it. They all do. Like all these famous, like, okay, I'll just use rappers for example. Okay, as an example, like you would probably be amazed how many of the famous rappers know that the Earth is flat. Like know it, like talk about it, like at parties.
I know B.O.B., but that's
well, B.O.B. is like one of the only ones that's come out and publicly said it. But even B.O.B. will tell you that tons of rappers know that the Earth is flat.
I feel like rap is like a individualistic kind of area. So I feel like a lot of these guys are more free thinking than like say actors. So
sure, but they all still kind of have the same. Yeah, actors are probably worse, but it's like you have the same pressure, which is If you want to keep the money coming in fact, you're trying to make more. Because then you're caught in a lifestyle that's so expensive day to day. You just like always need more money. And you have to, like, B.O.B.'s a legend because he knew that, did it anyway, and suffered the consequences and got blacklisted from everything.
Oh, yeah.
Shadow banned on everything.
Yeah, dude, they screwed him. Yeah, it was just really bad.
But like, there's other rappers is all I'm saying. It's like, and you know, they'll even talk about it or like talk about it publicly, but they won't like talk about it in an interview. They're not gonna like drop music about it. And it's easy for people that aren't making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year at least with their music to like be like, yeah, I'd give that up. But you know, would you though? Would you give up like a $2 million a year gig to say the Earth's flat?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard. But I mean, I think some of these people, there's a lot more than just money at stake. I mean, I really think they have like, you know, they have safety measures where they get dirt on these people. In order to get to that status, you have to do something that they can use as leverage against you if you don't toe the line later.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like the really famous people.
Yeah.
Like Joe Rogan. Or like even like Joe Rogan, I think they threaten his family.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I don't know. He may be even more of a sellout than that. He may not even, you know, he may have been CIA script from the beginning. He was supposed to question the moon landing very convincingly so that when he flipped back, he would sew that conversation up for all the people that watch him, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, they got him. They got to him for sure. And then same with Alex Jones, like way back in the day. I mean, he used to be kind of like, you know, have some ethics, like be actually concerned with getting the truth. But now he's just controlled out.
Yeah, like, Alex Jones originally said that 9/11 has Israel's fingerprints all over it.
Yeah.
And now he won't even say the word Israel. Like, what a joke.
No,
now it's Saudi Arabia guaranteed now.
I think his boss, his producer is Israeli. Like, I mean, they got him. Like, they have him by the balls. Like, if he does anything, he's like...
Yeah, I think they got him in all kinds of ways. Like, Owen Minneman says he likes tranny porn.
What the fuck?
And like, yeah, it's like some infatuation with trannies. And
what the fuck?
His wife is Israeli too.
Oh,
wow.
what?
I didn't know that.
Man. Oh, dude, that's what they do. They're like all these celebrities, like they get an Israeli wife all of a sudden. Yeah, have you guys noticed this? Like, I can't think of any examples, but this is like more common. Sorry.
Yeah, so I have seen that a couple of times, but I can't remember any specific. I definitely didn't know Alex Jones though.
Dude, I didn't know that either. Dude, that's crazy.
That's a trip, bro. Like, not too surprising. I mean, he did have a dude named Adam Green on, who like his whole thing is hyper infatuation with Israel, like to a detrimental extent, in my opinion. But and like he hates on flat Earth, so you can just kick rocks, buddy. Like, oh, you figured out that there's a crazy concentration of power in you know, a certain area, and that like the idealism of Zionism basically runs things. Okay, cool. It's like, duh. It's not even hidden. Every major country, like corporation's headquarters are there. Apple, Microsoft, like you name it. Google, they're all there. All the headquarters are in Israel. It's a place so small that you have to label it in the water beside the land because you can't even fit the word on the map. It's insane how much power that place has.
And the people claiming it don't actually belong there, but that's a different conversation.
Well, that's a whole rabbit hole.